Chapter 1. In Jiangnan, there exists a beauty. The Shen family has an heir. The young lady of the Zhou family is seeking a suitor, in Jiuzhou, Jiangnan, Lingzhou City. This news immediately stirred the entire town. What? Is that true? The Zhou family's daughter is renowned as the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan, and now she is seeking a husband. Not only that, but the Zhou family is also offering the rare and precious Honling ginseng as a dowry. That is a treasure of nature, worth a fortune. In a tea house, several young gentlemen gathered, engaged in lively discussions. Honling ginseng is rare, but how can beauty be scarce? I have heard that the dashing scion of the Yi family is preparing to make a grand display for this marriage proposal. One gentleman, fanning himself, responded, "That is incorrect. It is rumored that the Shen family recently offered a handsome sum for this ginseng, yet to no avail." The Shen family? You mean the wealthiest family in Jiangnan, in Lingzhou City? When discussing the younger generation, two names inevitably arose. One was the Zhou family's beautiful daughter, and the other was the heir of the Shen family. Another gentleman chimed in. It is said that the young master of the Shen family has suffered from a chronic illness since childhood and rarely ventures outside. The Honling ginseng is crucial for treating his ailment. Are you suggesting that the young master of the Shen family will attend this marriage proposal? Hard to say. Although the young master suffers from illness, he has already taken control of the Shen family's affairs. Under his management, the Shen family has flourished in the past 5 years. He remains an enigmatic figure. In Lingzhou City, Shen family. In a chamber, a handsome youth sat at a desk, his head bowed as he scribbled something. Though clad in luxurious garments, his complexion appeared rather pale, and he occasionally coughed weakly. The youth was Shening, the sole heir of Jiangnan's wealthiest family. Just then, a melodious voice rang from outside the door. "Young master, I bring good news." A graceful figure hurried in. It was the maid, Lan Xian. "The Zhou family is seeking a husband and is offering Honling ginseng as a dowry." "Young master, your ailment may have a remedy," Lan Xian exclaimed excitedly. The news of the Zhou family's marriage proposal had spread throughout Lingzhou City, with everyone's attention focused on the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Yet, for the Shen family, it was the ginseng that held their interest. Cough, cough. Shening coughed softly, then raised his head. "The Zhou family is seeking a husband? Our family has been negotiating with the Zhou family for quite some time, yet they have been unwilling to part with the ginseng. Now they are offering it as a dowry. What do you think, Xianer?" Lan Xian scratched her head, puzzled. "Young master, are you suggesting that there is something amiss with this marriage proposal?" "Hard to say." Xin Ying's expression turned solemn. "Moreover, the Zhou family's daughter is not only the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan, I have heard she is also deeply devoted in love. The sudden proposal raises suspicions about the motives behind it." Lan Xian, somewhat confused, inquired, "But young master, the Honling ginseng is crucial for you. Should we attend the Zhou family's proposal tomorrow?" After a moment of contemplation, Shening replied gravely, "Yes, regardless of the Zhou family's intentions, I must attend. Time is running out for me." Cough, cough. A chill coursed through his body, causing Xin Ying's complexion to pale further. He understood that the onset of his illness was imminent. There was no time left. The cold illness had already claimed his life once 5 years prior, and now Shening was a traveler from another realm who had inhabited this world for 5 years. In his previous life, shortly after graduating from university, Shening was diagnosed with late-stage cancer. Despite his resilient attitude, he ultimately succumbed to the illness. Yet, fate granted him a second chance. Clinging to this fleeting opportunity, he had endured the torment of his ailment for 5 years, never once contemplating surrender. Now, the accumulated coldness within him threatened to erupt once more, and the Honling ginseng was the only thing that could save him. The Shen family had amassed great wealth through commerce, establishing themselves as Jiangnan's foremost family. However, the Zhou family was no less formidable, having risen through martial prowess, boasting numerous skilled members and a legacy that rivaled the Shen family. Furthermore, the Zhou family was not short on wealth. Should they refuse, the Shen family would be unable to procure the ginseng. Shening rose and gazed out the window at the sky before speaking slowly. "Xianer, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, I shall personally attend the Zhou family's proposal. No matter what schemes they harbor, this is my final opportunity." Lan Xian nodded, her expression turning grave. "Understood, young master." Once the maid exited, Shening returned to his desk, his gaze deepening with contemplation. His instincts warned him that this sudden marriage proposal must be tied to something more significant. However, he had no path of retreat. If the proposal were successful, it would yield the best possible outcome. The Honling ginseng. He must obtain it. Should the endeavor fail, he would have no choice but to leverage the Shen family's influence against the Zhou family. Such a course would likely lead to mutual destruction, and there was no guarantee he would acquire the ginseng. This was a last resort, one he would only consider if absolutely necessary. Thus, the Zhou family's proposal represented his best chance, and as for the Zhou family's daughter, Xining knew little of her, but at this moment, securing a remedy for his life took precedence over marriage. He inhaled deeply, clutching his chest as he murmured, "Alas, this frail body." Meanwhile, at the Zhou family's residence, in a private chamber, a gentle beauty sat before a vanity, tending to her flowing hair, her expression tinged with melancholy. Clad in a vivid red gown, she resembled a flower poised to bloom. Behind her, a maid styled her hair, wearing an equally sorrowful expression. "Miss, do you truly intend to marry like this?" The maid, named Xuanxiang, asked softly. Zhou Wanshu looked up at her reflection in the mirror, her voice ringing like silver bells. "If I do not marry today, I shall be powerless tomorrow. At least today, I have the luxury of choice. But what if you do not find a suitable husband? There are only so many eligible men in Linzhou City. None are worthy of you. I think you would be better off marrying that young lord." Upon hearing the term young lord, Zhou Wanshu's expression shifted dramatically. "Enough, Xiang'er. I tire of such talk. Leave me to my solitude, miss." "Leave, yes." Xuanxiang lowered her head and exited the room. Left alone, Zhou Wanshu gazed at her reflection. Lost in silence, she had once dreamed of encountering a beloved companion with whom to share her life. Yet, fate had dealt a cruel hand. A year prior, the heir to the Duke of Chu had visited Jiangnan, captivated by Zhou Wanshu's beauty. What ensued spiraled out of control. The young lord desired to marry her, but the Duke of Chu opposed the union, deeming it unfit for a Jiangnan woman to join royal ranks. In a fit of desperation, the young lord had recently annulled his previous engagement, a revelation that reached Zhou Wanshu and made her realize she could not escape this fate. Though the Zhou family held a prominent place in Jiangnan, they were powerless against a royal decree. Reluctant to marry into a noble family, the Zhou family arranged this marriage proposal, leaving Zhou Wanshu with no choice. Suddenly, she rose and approached a desk, gazing at a half-completed poem, murmuring, "Am I destined to fall to this fate? Such love, it seems, is beyond my reach." The last lines of the unfinished poem read, "When golden winds and jade do meet, it surpasses countless encounters in the world." Chapter 2, Young Master. When delicate clouds weave intricate patterns, flying stars convey unrequited love, and the silver river flows darkly across the expanse. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. This fragment of poetry is widely celebrated in Jiangnan, regarded as a masterpiece of the times. It is said to have been penned by one of the four distinguished young masters, known as the literary young master. This literary young master is a rising star, whose reputation began to flourish 5 years ago, leaving behind numerous classic works that have reverberated throughout the literary world. Consequently, he ascended to the ranks of the four great masters, with his piece The Magpie Bridge Immortal being particularly well loved by the populace. He has only revealed this half of the poem, leaving the other half shrouded in mystery, igniting boundless imaginations. Rumor has it that this literary young master hails from Jiangnan, though such claims remain unverified. Zhou Wanshu, too, clung to a final glimmer of hope as she organized a marriage selection event, yearning for someone as talented as the literary young master. She could only wish for a man of eloquence and shared aspirations, rather than merely one who covets her beauty. This was the last extravagant hope of a young lady yet to be wed. On the following day, the day of the marriage selection, the Zhou family's event stirred the city, for the title of Jiangnan's most beautiful woman is not lightly worn. The entrance of the Zhou residence was bustling with a throng of people engaged in animated conversation. Young gentlemen, dressed to the nines, sought to capture a fleeting glance from the beauty. Shortly, a lavishly adorned carriage arrived at the Zhou estate. Indeed, it belonged to the Shen family. Xining, supported by her maid Lan Xian, gracefully descended from the carriage, and from the moment her feet touched the ground, all eyes were drawn to her. Her striking beauty and delicate demeanor rendered her a radiant presence amidst the crowd. "Which family does this young master hail from? He is indeed handsome, but he appears rather frail," one bystander remarked. "Could he be the renowned young master of the Shen family?" Another speculated. "It seems so. I never imagined the young master of the Shen family, afflicted by an illness, would attend this marriage selection. Truly, even heroes are not immune to the charms of beauty." Another chimed in. After alighting, Xining cast a casual glance around, disregarding the murmurs, and promptly inscribed her name on the guest registry before striding into the Zhou residence. Upon entering, she found most guests either seated in the main hall or strolling in the courtyard, enjoying the scenery and engaging in light conversation. Recognizing Xining, many sought to approach her for a chat, for the wealth of the Shen family was undeniable, and none would shy away from such an advantageous connection. However, Xining offered only brief, indifferent replies, disinterested in mingling with the crowd. Her focus lay firmly on her singular objective ginseng. Seizing the chance to escape the throng, she discreetly slipped away to the back courtyard. In the tranquility of the back courtyard, Xining inhaled the fresh air, feeling somewhat revitalized, though her body remained chilled and her complexion pale. Surveying the opulence of the Zhou family's garden, filled with rare and exquisite flora, she acknowledged that the Zhou family was indeed affluent. "Excuse me, who are you? What brings you here?" A clear, melodic voice interrupted her thoughts. It was Sun Xiang, the maid who had been attending Zhou Wanshu. Turning to face the maid, Xining noted that her handsome appearance had softened Sun Xiang's demeanor. "This young master, this is the back courtyard. If you are here for the marriage selection, you should proceed to the main hall," Sun Xiang informed her. Xining inclined her head and replied, "Miss, the main hall is rather boisterous. I am unwell and sought solace here." Sun Xiang nodded, choosing to remain and engage Xining in conversation. "Your complexion appears rather pale. With such frailty, do you truly aspire to marry my lady?" she queried. Xining offered a slight smile, refraining from elaborating. However, Sun Xiang shifted her tone, adding, "But my lady seeks a husband not solely for outward appearances, but for inner qualities." "Inner qualities?" Xining chuckled softly, surprised by such progressive thoughts in this feudal era. This piqued her interest in the young lady of the Zhou family, albeit only slightly, as her primary focus remained on the red ginseng. Yet Sun Xiang continued unabated, "The man my lady desires must possess literary talent, capable of composing verses and poetry. Look at you with your frail constitution, can you even lift a brush?" Xining was taken aback, pondering why this girl resorted to personal attacks in their conversation. It was bewildering how someone of her station managed to survive in the Zhou household while one need not possess remarkable intellect, a modicum of thoughtfulness in speech. Should be expected, perhaps the Zhou family was too kind-hearted. Unperturbed, Sun Xiang continued, "Are you aware of the literary young master? He is my lattice ideal match. Anyone with half his literary prowess would be a blessing." Xining shook her head gently and replied, "The literary young master? He is nothing extraordinary. In truth, he was not remarkable at all," Xining mused, for the works attributed to her had never truly been her own. Those poems and verses had been borrowed, appropriated, as it were. After all, in the literary world, there was little shame in such practices. At the time, her health had prevented her from venturing out, so she produced these works with the intent of establishing her reputation, only to inadvertently elevate herself to one of the four great masters. And now, the literary young master's fame eclipsed that of the Xin family's son, known to few beyond her father. Yet upon hearing Xinying's dismissive words, Sun Xiang rolled her eyes. "Nothing extraordinary? Can you compose verses like 'When two hearts are intertwined, does it matter whether they meet at dawn or dusk?' I initially thought you charming enough to engage in conversation, but I see I was mistaken," she retorted. Xining chuckled lightly, her patience wearing thin with the maid's disdainful attitude. "Without hesitation," she countered, "when two hearts are intertwined, does it matter whether they meet at dawn or dusk?" "That was no challenge. I can write that with ease," she asserted. At that moment, a graceful figure paused in the corridor of the back courtyard. Chapter 3, Poetry Inspired by Love. "When two hearts are intertwined, does it matter whether they meet at dawn or dusk?" Sun Xiang murmured to herself. Though her understanding of poetry was limited, she could sense its profound essence. However, when she looked up, the young man had already departed. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Wanshu appeared in the courtyard, and upon noticing her, Sun Xiang exclaimed, "Miss, why have you come out?" Zhou Wanshu gazed vacantly into the distance and softly inquired, "Xianger, which family does that young master belong to?" Sun Xiang scratched her head and replied timidly, "I don't know." Mississippi. Were those lines truly impressive? Zhou Wanshu's eyes appeared distant as she murmured, "Impressive hardly captures it." Meanwhile, Xining returned to the front courtyard, but before she could steady herself, a sharp voice rang out from the distance. "Oh, isn't that the young master of the Xin family? What brings you to the Zhou residence today?" The speaker was a slender man wielding a fan, dressed in luxurious golden threaded garments, clearly of notable lineage. Xining frowned, recognizing him. He was Yi Fei, the third young master of the Yi family. The Yi family, alongside the Xin and Zhou families, constituted one of Jiangnan's three great clans. Though they lacked the wealth of the Xin family and the martial prowess of the Zhou family, they held influential connections. The daughter of the former head of the Yi family currently resides within the palace, having once been the most favored consort of the emperor of the Great Zhou. Consequently, the standing of the Yi family has risen significantly, now standing alongside the Xin and Zhou families, though in terms of heritage, they cannot compare to the latter two. As for Yi Fei, he is quite renowned in Linzhou, known as a notorious dandy who frequents the city's brothels. Xining found it peculiar he had had no prior interactions with Yi Fei, save for a few encounters during the time when the Xin and Yi families coexisted. Why would this man seek him out immediately? Xining responded coolly, "Young Master Yi, I trust you are well. I have come to attend the selection of a husband at the Zhou residence." Yi Fei erupted into hearty laughter. Ah, indeed. Although Shen Gongzi appears frail, his heart remains steadfastly devoted to beauty. I am truly impressed. At this declaration, the surrounding crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. From the looks of it, young Master Yi is destined to succeed in this selection. It is said that Miss Zhou admires men of talent. Though young Master Yi frequents the pleasures of the world, he possesses poetic talent, while Shen Gongzi, frail as he is, seems devoid of any such skill. Confidence radiated from Yi Fei as he had long harbored intentions toward the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan, and today, he aimed to win her heart. In terms of talent, he believed himself unmatched in this gathering. Regarding lineage, only Shening could be considered his equal. Moreover, among the younger generation, the people of Linzhou would instinctively think of Shening first, invoking feelings of jealousy and competitive spirit within Yi Fei. Thus, he immediately targeted Shening, eager to showcase his prowess. However, Shening had no intention of engaging with him. Rather, he was curious about the next steps the Zhou family would take. Before long, a middle-aged man emerged, capturing the attention of all present. He was the chief steward of the Zhou family, who commenced with a series of customary pleasantries. We are grateful to all the young masters for attending the selection of my young lattice husband. Our Zhou family is renowned in Jiangnan. The steward continued his lengthy discourse, and a sudden gust of cold wind swept through. Shening coughed lightly, while Yi Fei shot him a disdainful glance. Ignoring Yi Fei, the steward finally addressed the crux of the matter. Gentlemen, you are all aware that my young lady appreciates literature and poetry. Thus, her desired husband must possess extraordinary literary talent. The selection today will focus solely on one criterion: poetry. The announcement sent ripples of excitement through the crowd, and Yi Fei's face brimmed with confidence. A contest of poetry? For him, it was a mere formality. He cast a glance at Shening, who remained impassive, prompting a surge of superiority within Yi Fei. A frail man like Shening, capable of composing poetry? The outcome of this selection seemed predetermined. At that moment, someone in the audience inquired, if it is poetry, what will the prompt be? The steward smiled slightly and replied, today's prompt consists of a single character, emotion, with a time limit of 1 hour. At the end, my young lady will personally judge and select the victor, who shall become the son-in-law of the Zhou family. Shening raised his head, yet his heart remained unperturbed. Emotion, indeed, aligns well with Miss Zhou's character. Although there was only this single condition for the selection, few among the attendees possessed the literary acumen required. Upon the prompt's announcement, some threw up their hands in surrender, while others scratched their heads, bewildered. Yi Fei, brimming with confidence, took his seat and began to write. This drew the attention of others. Leaving little regard for Shening, the maid, Lan Xian, returned to her master's side and whispered, young master, what shall we do now? Shening replied, there is no rush, it is merely poetry. We have an hour, and it is a matter of quality, not speed. Such arrogance, Yi Fei thought, glancing at Shening, but he swiftly resumed his writing, determined to win the favor of the lady with his talent. In the main hall, behind the screen, Zhou Wanshu quietly observed the scene, her gaze lingering on Shening. Miss, it appears that young Master Yi is poised to win. Do you truly wish to marry him? Xuanxiang remarked, watching Yi Fei with a contemplative expression. That man is young Master Shen? Zhou Wanshu murmured, lowering her gaze, answering with vague contemplation. What? Xuanxiang turned to look at her mistress, then realized, indeed, I have heard that young Master Shen suffers from a chronic ailment. I did not recognize him at first. Zhou Wanshu lowered her head, before her lay a piece of paper. She extended her delicate hand, picking up her pen to inscribe 2 lines of verse. If love is to last, what need is there for the morning and evening? Zhou Wanshu softly mused, to write of love in such a manner is unparalleled. The outcome of today's contest is already determined, yet I wonder if he might still surprise me. As time passed, the hour drew to a close. Shening finally put pen to paper, yet no one paid him any mind, for all attention was fixated on Yi Fei, who read aloud his poem. In the heart's lake, a stone casts ripples, love entwined like vines in dreams. To send my longing, but no words from the geese, a letter alone faces the crescent moon. Yi Fei wore an air of arrogance, seemingly pleased with his work. Others chimed in with praise, a splendid poem. Truly remarkable, young Master Yi is indeed exceptional. With such a masterpiece, victory is assured. Indeed, young Master Yi's literary talent is unrivaled in Jiangnan. Amidst the flattery, Yi Fei lost sight of himself, casting disdainful glances at Shening, who remained absorbed in his writing. At that moment, Xuanxiang emerged from behind the screen, stating, young Master Yi, I shall present this work to the young lady. Thereupon, Xuanxiang collected Yi Fei's poem, and at that instant, Shening also rose. Miss, could you kindly deliver mine to the young lady as well? From the moment Shining began writing to its completion, only a few moments had passed, and none believed he could produce anything of merit. In my opinion, Shingongzi, you should keep your work to yourself. Do not embarrass yourself before Miss Zhou, one remarked. Shining chuckled lightly. The outcome remains uncertain. Who is the one to be embarrassed? We shall see. Young Master Yi, would you not agree? Yifei snorted, choosing not to continue the exchange behind the screen. Zhou Wanshu unrolled Yifei's paper, glancing at the poem without uttering a word. Miss, what do you think of this poem? Zhou Wanshu shook her head. The words are ornate, yet devoid of depth. I have read several of Yi family's poems, and they all share this flaw. However, upon opening the other sheet, her hand trembled as she stared intently at the words, rendered speechless for a long while. Chapter 4. The beauty and the sorrow of separation. In this life, there is but one pair of souls to cherish, and yet they are destined to part. Longing and yearning remain unfulfilled. For whom does spring come? The journey to the Azure Bridge is an easy quest. Yet crossing the Emerald Sea for a remedy is fraught with difficulty. If only we could meet and share a drink in Oxford. We would forget our poverty in each other's company. Gazing at the poem inscribed on the paper, tears cascaded down Zhou Wanshu's cheeks. She could profoundly empathize with the anguish of lovers torn apart, and in a hoarse voice, she murmured, "This young master of the Shin family is truly remarkable." With that, she stepped out from behind the screen. In the courtyard, a woman clad in a red gown and veiled gracefully emerged, causing the breath of those present to momentarily halt. It was Miss Zhou. Miss Zhou has appeared. Yifei, putting away his fan, felt his heart race wildly. The thought of such a beauty falling into his embrace ignited a fervent heat within him. Shining also followed her with his gaze. Though the beauty's face was obscured by a veil, her ethereal presence was impossible to conceal. At the same time, Zhou Wanshu's enchanting eyes met Xingying's, and they locked gazes. Zhou Wanshu was the first to avert her gaze, addressing the assembly. Today, I, a humble maiden, seek a husband. And I am deeply grateful for the affection of all the young masters present. Having seen your verses, I have already chosen my beloved. The crowd erupted in hushed whispers. And someone boldly inquired, "Pray tell, which young master has captured Miss Zhou's heart?" As Zhou Wanshu scanned the crowd, her eyes fell upon Yifei, who appeared confident in his victory, his gaze fixed intently on the beauty, seemingly poised to announce his triumph at any moment. Zhou Wanshu's voice broke the silence. The one who has captured my heart is none other than Master Shining of the Shin family. From this day forth, the Zhou and Shin families shall be united as in-laws. At these words, gasps of astonishment reverberated through the gathering, and all eyes turned to the pale-faced youth. Yifei, who had been about to step forward, froze mid-motion, his expression becoming rigid. "Why, young master, it is you." Even the maid Lan Xian was taken aback, initially thinking she had misheard. Shining offered a faint smile, for he alone understood that when it came to poetry, none could rival him. His heart contained a world of cultural brilliance. The poem he had chosen was Nailan Xingda's A Life, a generation, a pair of souls. Such a verse was far beyond the reach of mere doggerel. Why? After a moment of silence, Yifei stepped forward. His gaze filled with disdain as he fixated on Shining. By what right is it Shining? I refuse to believe that this frail wretch has penned something superior to mine. Why should he prevail over me? Since poetry is the theme, let Shining present his work for all to judge. Or do you, Miss Zhou, truly wish to wed this weakling? Yifei's frustration was evident, and he had begun to disregard the dignity of the three families, tearing off the facade. The maid Sun Xiang interjected, her voice steady. Is young Master Yi questioning my lady's judgment? Zhou Wanshu extended her hand, pulling Sun Xiang back as she produced Xingying's poem, saying, "In that case, let us allow everyone to evaluate this piece. What say you, Master Shin?" Shining met Zhou Wanshu's gaze and nodded affirmatively. She slowly unfolded the paper, revealing the poem to the assembly. A profound silence enveloped the crowd once more. Then, someone broke the quietude, exclaiming, "What an exquisite poem! Such verses are indeed remarkable. A life, a generation, a pair of souls, phrases I could never conceive in my lifetime. Even when compared to the legendary poet, this work stands unparalleled. This young master of the Shin family possesses extraordinary talent." Yifei was no fool, and as the poem was unveiled, his complexion shifted from green to white. He understood the worth of the composition, But how could he admit to his own defeat? With a fierce glare directed at Shining, he rasped, "Impossible. This poem could not possibly have been written by you." Shining approached Yifei, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. He lightly patted Yifei's shoulder and softly remarked, "Have you ever heard the saying? A dog's eyes cannot see beyond its own kind hue." Yifei attempted to grasp Xinjing's garments, but Zhou Wanshu's sharp voice halted him. "Young Master Yi, this is my Zhou family. Master Xin will be my husband from now on. Do you truly wish to offend both the Zhou and Xin families?" Others in attendance turned their gaze upon Yifei, leaving him no escape. His teeth clenched. His face flushed with indignation. He finally relinquished his hold on Shining, seething, "Very well, we shall see." With that, he took his leave, unable to bear remaining in such a situation. As Yifei departed, Zhou Wanshu addressed the assembly once more. "Gentlemen, this matter is settled, you may take your leave." Then, turning her gaze back to Shining, she spoke softly, "Master Xin, I shall await you in the back hall." After the crowd dispersed, Shining found himself alone in the back hall, with Lan Xian waiting outside. Though he had emerged victorious, his immediate concern was acquiring the red ginseng to alleviate his cold ailment. The matter of marriage was significant and intertwined with his destiny. While Zhou Wanshu was indeed a beauty, Shining, with the mindset of a modern individual, found it difficult to accept marrying a woman devoid of emotional connection. At the very least, he believed that love should form the foundation of marriage, yet in the face of his life-threatening condition, such sentiments felt trivial. Thus, having successfully navigated the matchmaking process, acquiring the red ginseng became imperative. "Master Xin, please follow me," a maid beckoned, leading him into the hall. Upon entering, Shining was enveloped by an overwhelming aura. There, seated at the main table, was a middle-aged man scrutinizing him. The man's countenance was resolute, emanating an air of authority that commanded respect. Shining quickly surmised his identity and, with a respectful bow, introduced himself, "I am Shining, here to pay my respects to the head of the Zhou family." Indeed, the middle-aged man was Zhou Wanshu's father, Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen rose slowly, his voice resonant. "Young Master Xin, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Since my daughter has set her sights on you, our Zhou family shall not obstruct your union. We shall soon be one family." After a moment of hesitation, Shining decided to express his intentions candidly. "Head Zhou, the reason I sought your daughter's hand is due to my urgent need for the red." However, before he could complete his thought, Zhou Chen interrupted. "I am aware, young Master Xin, of your frail condition and your need for the precious red ginseng that our Zhou family possesses." With a wave of his hand, he signaled for someone to bring forth a sandalwood box. Shining accepted the box, and upon opening it, he beheld a blood-red ginseng, causing his heartbeat to quicken. This was the red ginseng he had longed for. Before Shining could respond, Zhou Chen continued, "As for your marriage to my daughter, I shall personally accompany her to the Shun residence for discussions tomorrow. It is getting late now, young Master Xin, you may take your leave." Shining raised his gaze, swallowing the words he had intended to speak. Now that he had acquired the red ginseng, if he were to decline the marriage, it was possible that the Zhou family might retract their promise and reclaim the ginseng, resulting in a net loss for him. Thus, he respectfully replied, "In that case, I shall take my leave." After Shining departed, Zhou Wanshu emerged from behind, contemplatively watching the figure of the young man as he walked away. Turning to her father, she inquired, "Father, why must I wait until tomorrow to meet Master Shen? Why not today to discuss our marriage?" Chapter 5, The Qianyuan Diagram. Mysterious online friend Zhou Chen gazed at his daughter and slowly spoke, "Wanshu, you have discerned that the young master of the Shen family has come to this marriage proposal for the purpose of acquiring the red spirit ginseng. He has no intention of marrying you." Zhou Wanshu fell silent. She was aware of Xin Ying's frail condition but was oblivious to the matter of the red spirit ginseng. However, being astute, she quickly grasped the situation. She looked up at her father and spoke, "Father, so you have presented the red spirit ginseng as my dowry. You must have already predetermined my suitor from the very beginning." Zhou Chen stroked his beard and chuckled, "Yet, Wanshu, you chose him as well, did you not? Why?" Zhou Wanshu, perplexed, disliked the feeling of being arranged into a marriage, even though she did harbor special feelings for Shining. Zhou Chen shook his head, offering no explanation. merely stating, "Wanshu, your marriage must not be delayed any further. We have already given the red ginseng to the Shin family. And this engagement must be accepted by Shining, whether he agrees or not." As the sun set, Shining returned from the Zhou residence, his complexion paler than ever. He felt an intense chill throughout his body, a precursor to the impending outbreak of his cold condition. Fortunately, he had successfully acquired the red ginseng. Grasping a glimmer of hope, Shin murmured, "Alas, this frail body." Yet he did not immediately open the sandalwood box containing the red spirit ginseng. Instead, he extended his hand. Subsequently, with a mere thought, a diagram materialized in his grasp. The edges of this diagram bore incomprehensible patterns to Shining. But a blank space remained in the center. After a moment's hesitation, he inscribed a message upon the diagram: "Senior, the red spirit ginseng is in my possession. Tonight, I shall cleanse my marrow and step into the sensory realm." As soon as the words were written, they vanished. Shining took a deep breath and seated himself. 5 years prior, this diagram had unexpectedly appeared beside him upon his arrival in this world, and he felt a profound connection to it. He named it the Tianhe diagram. Not for any particular reason, but simply because he found the name to possess an air of sophistication. One day, unable to endure the torment of his cold condition any longer, he penned a line of poetry in the blank space of the diagram, in the empty chamber. "Silence breeds not dust, the medicine is inscribed, encircling the ailing body." Remarkably, after he finished writing, the words vanished. At the time, Shining paid little heed, dismissing it as an impulsive act driven by his suffering. However, later that evening, 3 characters suddenly appeared on the diagram: "The poem is good." It was then that Shining realized that whatever he inscribed on the Qianyuan diagram could be perceived by another. He did not know the identity of this person. Yet he had inadvertently gained an online friend. After all, having traversed into this world with such a frail body, he was overwhelmed by a sense of solitude and helplessness. The sudden emergence of a friend, albeit unseen, with whom he could converse, prompted Shining to begin leaving messages on the Qianyuan diagram. The other party proved to be quite amiable, occasionally responding to Shining's remarks, although there were moments of silence as if engaging in conversation merely to pass the time. Throughout the exchanges, Shining discerned that this online friend was rather extraordinary, seemingly knowledgeable about everything. After he mentioned his ailment, the friend provided him with a method for cultivating vitality. Had it not been for this guidance over the past 5 years, Shining's health might have deteriorated even further. Though unaware of the other person's identity, Shining freely treated this individual as a confidant, sharing amusing anecdotes and grievances, all while carefully concealing his own identity. After all, should this online friend ever seek him out, it would be quite awkward. Moreover, through their conversations, Shining could tell that this person possessed a vastly superior understanding of the world than he did. Before long, a line of small text appeared on the Qianyuan diagram: "Indeed, the red spirit ginseng is a potent medicine that can clear the meridians within your body. You have practiced the vitality cultivation method for 5 years, you are but 1 step away from the sensory realm. With the aid of the red spirit ginseng, once you enter the sensory realm, your cold condition will significantly alleviate." Shining hesitated for a moment before inscribing 4 characters: "Thank you, Senior." Meanwhile, in the northern reaches of the Jiuzhou continent, within an unknown grand palace, a woman dressed in an ink-colored gown lounged languidly upon a resplendent golden chair. Her hair, dark as a waterfall, was half gathered and half cascading, her exquisite visage unmarred by a single flaw. Where her gaze fell, it seemed to penetrate the very soul, instilling a sense of dread, as though she were the sole sovereign of this realm, wielding dominion over life and death. At present, she held a golden-hued diagram in her hands, upon which were inscribed various texts. As the words illuminated, she casually glanced over them and slowly extended her delicate hand to write 2 characters: "Do not die." At that moment, a woman of ethereal grace approached the door. Kneeling respectfully as she announced, "Your Majesty, Minister Lin seeks an audience." "Do not die." Shining contemplated the 2 characters on the Qianyuan diagram, lost in thought. It resembled something his online friend might say, and he took it as a form of self-encouragement. He then put away the Qianyuan diagram, opened the sandalwood box containing the red spirit ginseng, and carefully extracted the precious herb. Just then, a knock resonated at the door. "Young master, the hot water is ready." came the voice of the maid, Lan Xian, from outside. Xining rose and stepped out of his room into a small chamber. He then shed his garments and entered a tub filled with steaming water. The young man began to circulate the vitality cultivation method within him, a breath enveloping his chest. The cold energy within him began to dissipate, causing the once steaming water to turn frigid. Xin Ying's expression grew pained as he placed the red spirit ginseng into his mouth, the potent properties of the herb beginning to take effect. Outside the room, the young maid Lan Xian paced anxiously, aware that this was the young master's final opportunity. Success or failure hinged on this very night. Xining felt the tumultuous shifts of temperature within his body, a clash of ice and fire as the cultivation method surged within him. Finally, under the overwhelming potency of the red spirit ginseng, the meridians within him opened, releasing years of suppressed cold energy, causing the temperature in the room to drop. Yet, Xin Ying's complexion took on a more vibrant hue, as if he had undergone a transformation. At that moment, a faint yet discernible aura began to emanate from him. The young man marveled at his hands, a surge of excitement coursing through him. The sensory realm, he had succeeded. Chapter 6, The unexpected visitor. Having entered the sensory realm signifies that Xining has become a true practitioner in the most profound sense. Given Xin Ying's constitution, cultivating is exceedingly arduous for him, particularly due to the influence of his cold affliction, which hinders his progress. Fortunately, a kind soul from the online community bestowed upon him the qi nourishing technique. After practicing this technique for several years, he laid a solid foundation. Finally, on this night, with the aid of the red spirit ginseng, he stepped into the sensory realm. The cold affliction within Xin Ying's body was alleviated under the aura he cultivated, representing a breakthrough amid despair. Dressed, Xining exited his chamber, his complexion appearing substantially more normal, though the cold affliction still lingered, nearly subdued for the time being. Young master, you have succeeded. This is wonderful. Lan Xian, who had been waiting outside, beamed upon seeing Xining, the weight of worry lifted from her heart. Yes, Xianer. Please tidy up inside, Xining replied with a slight nod. Having entered the sensory realm, his perception of the surroundings had significantly heightened. Just then, a gust of cold wind swept through, and Xining suddenly sensed something amiss. He looked up at the eaves above, his expression growing grave. Young master, what is it? Lan Xian inquired, glancing upward but seeing nothing. There is someone, Xining murmured. What? Lan Xian felt a chill of fear. An uninvited guest? Before she could process this information, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky, hurtling toward Xining. Reacting swiftly, he evaded, drawing upon the inexhaustible true energy provided by his inner reservoir. At that moment, Xining was no longer the frail boy burdened by his cold affliction. However, he was still knocked back by the force of the strike, indicating that his assailant was also a practitioner, undoubtedly stronger than he was. Regaining his footing, Xining pulled Lan Xian behind him and looked up. The figure before him, clad in black with a mask obscuring their face, bore the appearance of an assassin. This individual was tall and robust, towering over an average person. Since Xin Ying's arrival in this world, he had gradually taken control of the Xin family, utilizing his knowledge and cunning to propel them forward. Naturally, he had made enemies along the way. Yet, given the current stature of the Xin family in Linzhou City, no faction dared to commit an assassination on their territory. Furthermore, those practitioners above the sensory realm were nearly all well-known figures in Linzhou City. Who could this person be? Could it be the Zhou family? This was Xin Ying's initial reaction. From the Zhou family's proposal of marriage to the acquisition of the red spirit ginseng, he felt an indescribable strangeness throughout the process. In Linzhou City, the only faction bold enough to strike the Xin family was indeed the Zhou family. However, he soon sensed something unusual, leading him to dismiss this notion. A malevolent aura. A demon clan, how intriguing. Xining slowly spoke, fixing his gaze on the figure. The tall man suddenly spoke, emitting a peculiar sound. Young Master Xin, I have long heard of your cold affliction. I never expected you to have entered the realm and even discerned my identity. You hide yourself well. The man did not deny his identity as a member of the demon clan. This world was indeed one where humans and demons coexisted. Encountering a demon clan within the heart of humanity was rather intriguing. In Zhou country, colluding with demons was a grave offense. Ha! I would like to know which faction dares to conspire with the demon clan. Xin Ying's gaze sharpened. Could it be the Yi family? The Yi family, where Yi Fei resided, held a deep-seated enmity with the Xin family. Should the Xin and Zhou families become in-laws, the Yi family's influence would undoubtedly suffer once more. This was a sufficient reason for them to desire Xin Ying's demise. Unexpectedly, the tall man retorted with mockery, "Young Master Xin, you should worry about yourself. A mere practitioner of the sensory realm is no match for me." Clearly unwilling to divulge further, Xin Ying decided to abandon pretense. Your arrogance is amusing. But this is my territory, the Xin family. To attempt to kill me here, you might as well dream. Observing Xin Ying's confidence, the tall man's heart filled with foreboding. In the next moment, he felt himself ensnared by a suffocating aura of death. This is bad. Unbeknownst to him, an old man clad in simple garments had silently appeared beneath the darkness, observing the scene. "Old Wu, take him alive." Those 5 simple words sealed the fate of the intruder. The old man, appearing like a wraith, materialized behind the towering figure and struck him with a palm on his back. The tall man whirled around, intent on defending himself, but after a single exchange, he realized he was outmatched. Damn it, how can the Xin family have such a powerful figure? The moment he uttered this question, he sealed his own foolishness. Ridiculous. The Xin family is immensely wealthy. Although there are no other practitioners in the family apart from Xin Ying, with such wealth, hiring a formidable practitioner is hardly a challenge. Money can accomplish anything, a truth that holds in any world. As it happened, Old Wu was a formidable expert whom Xin Ying had engaged 2 years prior. No one had anticipated that a demon clan member would be so foolish as to invade the Xin family's domain, resulting in the outside world remaining unaware of Old Wu's existence. Transformation realm. The tall man quickly assessed Old Wu's strength. You Xin family possess great power. To have a transformation realm expert serving you. Xin Ying smiled slightly. Your master possesses great capability as well, conspiring with the demon clan, clearly preparing for a grand scheme. The tall man ceased his banter. Being targeted by a transformation realm expert was no trivial matter. He realized he could no longer remain within the Xin residence and swiftly transformed into a wisp of black smoke, fleeing into the distance. Old Wu narrowed his eyes and pursued. Xin Ying felt no concern. Old Wu's strength was at least a tier above that of the intruder. Unless he had allies or treasures backing him, escape was impossible. Xin Ying did not linger, returning to his chamber. The youth closed his eyes in contemplation. Too much had transpired today, and he needed to sort through it all. Particularly concerning was the appearance of the demon clan in Linzhou City. A matter not to be taken lightly. Both in Zhou country and the northern Yan country, there existed a deep-seated fear of the demon clan. Those not of our kind must have different hearts is a timeless truth. Xin Ying had a foreboding feeling that Linzhou City was on the brink of tumult. Before long, a figure appeared at his door, the very Old Wu who had just pursued the intruder. Xin Ying frowned. Old Wu, you let him escape? Old Wu chuckled ruefully. Ah! Young lad, I truly faltered this time. After not engaging for 2 years in the Xin residence, I've grown rusty. Moreover, that demon was clad in a broken armor that deflected my energy. Broken armor, Xin Ying recalled, recognizing it as a treasure likely belonging to the forces behind the demon. However, that demon was hit by my energy wave. Even if he does not perish, he must be gravely injured. Understood, Old Wu. Xin Ying replied slowly. Whether he lives or dies is inconsequential, what matters is who stands behind him. Who is targeting the Xin family? At that moment, the Qianquan map suddenly radiated light, revealing 3 new characters, alive or dead? Chapter 7, The Path of Cultivation. With the Empress's assistance, did she live or die? Xin Ying observed the concern expressed by his online friend, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Nevertheless, he wrote, Senior, I have entered the realm of perception. Meanwhile, in the northern palace of the continent, a woman clad in a phoenix-patterned gown lounged gracefully, a tome floating before her. As she gazed at the small characters materializing, a faint smile graced her lips. She reached out her delicate hand and inscribed a few words in the void. Fate is truly vast. Moments later, new characters appeared in the tome. Ahem, thank you for your concern, Senior. The woman rose slightly, relishing the sensation. In her world, she was an exalted being, and none dared to meet her gaze directly. As a sovereign, her authority was unchallenged within her realm. Yet, in the Qianyuan diagram, an unfamiliar small figure, unaware of her identity, piqued her interest. The fact that this little one survived the cold affliction and successfully entered the realm did not disappoint her expectations. Though she had not deliberately investigated Shen Ying's identity, she inferred from previous exchanges that he resided in the southern part of this continent, the southern region, the Great Zhou Kingdom. Her adversary. Thus, it was unlikely they would ever meet in this lifetime. Nonetheless, she hoped her Yan Kingdom's cavalry would shatter the Zhou Kingdom, restoring the legitimacy of humanity. Suddenly, the Empress stepped outside the palace, gazing southward, her heart focused solely on the world. The Qianyuan diagram possessed by this young man was her true objective. Though she was not in haste, she yearned to observe how far this little one could progress after entering the realm of perception. Behind her, a servant girl lowered her head and cautiously remarked, "Your Majesty, it is time for your meal." "There's no rush," the Empress waved her hand lightly. Rarely was she afforded such leisure, and she wished to engage in further conversation with the young one. In the Shen residence, Shen Ying was indifferent to the identity of the other party, surmising that this senior possessed a unique character. Since the individual was willing to assist him, it alleviated many of his troubles. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Ying inquired, "Senior, I have now entered the realm. Yet I still find myself perplexed regarding the path of cultivation. I hope you can enlighten me. What specifically do you seek to understand?" Came the response in small characters. Shen Ying's heart leaped with joy. It seemed the senior had time to chat today. He wrote, "Senior, I have entered the realm, yet the cold affliction still lingers. You previously mentioned that the cold energy within me can only be alleviated to a certain extent." After a brief silence, the reply came, "You have merely entered the realm of perception. This is only the initiation of your cultivation journey. After perception comes self-cultivation, followed by the universe, and then transformation. Only upon reaching the state of unity can you absorb the true essence of the universe, expelling the impurities and cold energy from your body." Shen Ying had gathered some understanding of the realms of cultivation. However, the state of unity was beyond the transformative realm, which old Wu had been cultivating for half a lifetime yet had only reached the transformative stage. Whether he could live to see that time was uncertain. His previously relaxed mood grew heavy once more. The dire threat he faced stemmed from the cold affliction left by his original self. Until he reached the state of unity, the affliction would eternally loom over him. "What distinguishes your path of cultivation?" Shen Ying asked once more. The response came, "Once you enter the realm of perception, you must choose a path of cultivation that belongs to you, whether to cultivate through martial prowess or through scholarship. Martial energy emphasizes practice and talent, while scholarly energy relies on accumulation and enlightenment. Now that you have just entered perception, there is no need to rush. If you wish to go further, you must select the right direction for your cultivation." Shen Ying pondered. It appeared that the world of cultivators was more intricate than he had imagined. Having entered this realm, he naturally had to consider his future more carefully. Outside the palace, the Empress stood in the rear courtyard, delicately plucking a flower and inscribing some words in the void. "Since you have entered perception, I shall impart to you a method for nurturing energy. Do not disappoint me." Shen Ying, upon reading the small characters in the tome, immediately rose and began transcribing, returning to the source and nurturing qi method. Once the youth finished inscribing, the Qianyuan diagram lost its luster, signifying that the other party had logged off. Shen Ying exhaled in relief, storing the Qianyuan diagram away and beginning to contemplate the method. A sleepless night passed, and the next day, Shen Ying arrived early in the Shen family hall, for today a distinguished guest was to visit. The Zhou family was coming to discuss a potential marriage alliance. In the hall, a middle-aged man adorned in golden silk garments wore a broad smile. This man was none other than Shen Ying's father, Shen Wanfu. "My son, I was right about you. You have indeed captured the attention of that Zhou family's young lady. Just like your old man in his prime. You must know I was quite the dashing figure back in the day, attracting countless beauties." Shen Ying did not look up. He pushed aside his slightly portly father. "Old man, move aside, you're blocking my way." "Hey, how are you speaking to your father?" Shen Wanfu brushed off his clothes with a smirk. Their manner of communication was uniquely their own, and they had both grown accustomed to it. However, he soon adopted a serious tone. "Son, what are your thoughts on the Zhou family's proposition today?" Though Shining felt indifferent towards his father's opinion, he recognized Xinhuanfu was no fool. Under his guidance, the Shin family had flourished over the years to become the wealthiest in Jiangnan. Xinhuanfu had faith that his son could win over Zhou Wanshu, yet the Zhou family's overly eager compliance raised his suspicions. The precious red spirit ginseng was offered far too readily. Something strange was afoot, and he was curious to uncover the Zhou family's true intentions. Could it be that they genuinely sought a marriage alliance? The relationship between the Zhou and Shin families held sway over the entire Jiangnan region. One wrong move could affect the whole. Shining shook his head, looking at his father. "Now that the cold affliction within me has eased, and the threat to my life has dissipated, a Zhou family is hardly enough to topple us." Xinhuanfu nodded, pride shining in his eyes as he gazed at his son. "That's the confidence I want to see. Excellent, excellent. This is the son of Xinhuanfu." Over the years, Xinhuanfu had begun to delegate authority to his son, knowing that the family would ultimately fall into his hands. Shining had not disappointed him. The Shin family was soaring to new heights. However, Xinhuanfu soon resumed his playful demeanor, a smile creeping onto his face as he whispered, "Son, what if that Zhou young lady truly takes a liking to you? Would you truly consider marrying her?" Shining fell silent. This was indeed a pressing matter. As it pertained to his marital future, he was reluctant to make hasty decisions. Yet, with the red spirit ginseng already consumed, should the Zhou family genuinely pursue a marriage alliance, he would have little reason to decline. At that moment, a voice announced from outside, "The head of the Zhou family and the young lady have arrived." Chapter 8, The Marriage Proposal. At this moment, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Chen, alighted from his carriage. In another carriage sat Zhou Wanshu. The Zhou family's arrival was rather unceremonious, with only 2 carriages accompanying the family head. Xinhuanfu and Shining had been waiting at the entrance. The moment Zhou Chen stepped down, Shining felt a surge of aura. Indeed, Zhou Chen was also a practitioner. The Zhou family boasted numerous skilled individuals, unlike the Shin family, which relied on wealth to attract talents. All the practitioners within the Zhou clan were of their own lineage. As the patriarch, Zhou Chen's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Zhou Wanshu stood quietly behind her father, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shining. This young man seemed to have improved considerably, she mused inwardly. Zhou Chen also took note of Shining, surprised that the red spirit ginseng had indeed assisted this young man from the Shin family in achieving a breakthrough. However, Zhou Chen did not linger on this thought and shifted his gaze to Xinhuanfu. "Brother Shin, I trust you are well," Zhou Chen greeted with a courteous smile. The two, being the most powerful heads of families in Linzhou City, had previously crossed paths on numerous occasions. "Brother Zhou, your visit is a great honor. Please, come in." Xinhuanfu responded with a smile. The two then entered the main hall, with Shining and Zhou Wanshu following closely behind. Before they could take their seats, Zhou Chen got straight to the point. "Brother Shin, yesterday my daughter held a courtship, and your son stood out among the rest. My daughter has taken a liking to your son, and they appear to be quite compatible. I, Zhou, have come today to discuss this marriage proposal. What do you think?" Shining scratched his nose, puzzled by the notion of compatibility, and sensed Zhou Chen's urgency, as if he feared a change of heart from him. Zhou Wanshu cleared her throat, surprised by her father's bluntness, as if implying she was destined to remain unmarried. Yet, Shining was indeed her only option and the only man she felt any affinity towards, despite their limited interactions prior to this moment. Zhou Wanshu had come today primarily to validate a conjecture she held in her heart. Xinhuanfu did not respond immediately to Zhou Chen but cast a glance at his son before replying, "Brother Zhou, is this marriage matter not a bit hasty?" Zhou Chen's expression turned serious. "The courtship was attended by your son, and we, the Zhou family, have already prepared the dowry. We have no objections to this union." "Are you implying that the Shin family intends to back out?" "I have only this one daughter. If we retract, what would become of the Zhou family in Linzhou City? And what of my daughter?" Upon hearing this, both Xinhuanfu and Shining were taken aback, realizing Zhou Chen's unwavering determination to see his daughter wed. It was evident that something was amiss. Shen Wanfu, feeling the weight of the situation, chose his words carefully, recognizing that should they withdraw, it would cast the Shen family in an unreasonable light, tarnishing the reputation of both families. Brother Zhou, the Shen family has not expressed any desire to withdraw, however. This matter concerns the younger generation, and I am reluctant to interfere. After all, I don't hold to the traditional dictates of parental matchmaking. I simply wish for my son to lead a good life. Shening, hearing this, felt speechless, as his father had effectively distanced him from the decision. It now seemed that any change of heart would solely rest on his shoulders, not the family's. He exchanged glances with his father, who conveyed the message that this was a matter for him to resolve, not for his father to dictate. Zhou Chen's gaze shifted to Shening, as he had come with the explicit intent to facilitate this union. The Zhou family was running out of time. Feeling the intensity of Zhou Chen's gaze, Shening could only raise his head and speak. Ahem, it seems I have harbored admiration for Miss Zhou for quite some time. Perhaps we could have a conversation? Shen Wanfu smiled in agreement. Indeed, it is best that the younger generation converse. Zhou Wanchu's beautiful eyes flickered, and she regarded Shening, her voice softening. If that is the case, I have some things I wish to discuss with you, young Master Shen. Soon, they found themselves in the Shen family's backyard. The solitary young man and woman stood amidst the courtyard. Zhou Wanchu, adorned in a flowing green dress, exuded grace that inspired reverie. Her veil had been removed, revealing a visage that resembled exquisitely crafted jade, fairer than snow, truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Yet, despite her beauty, Shening was momentarily awed but held no desire for marriage. He had resolved to be candid, this union was not of his own choosing. From both familial and personal perspectives, he had no intention of marrying Zhou Wanchu. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Zhou Wanchu spoke first. You do not wish to marry, do you, young Master Shen? Your participation in yesterday's courtship was merely to obtain the red spirit ginseng. Zhou Wanchu's gaze bore into Shening, as if trying to see through him. Shening found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as she had stolen his thunder. With her direct inquiry, he felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Though adept in strategizing, he had no experience in matters of the heart, whether in this life or the past. Zhou Wanchu's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow as she spoke softly. The courtship was, in truth, a last resort for me. She too had decided to lay her cards on the table. She was a person who yearned for love and freedom, and had only initiated the courtship out of desperation, unwilling to marry someone she did not love. She recounted the tale of the Chu Wang's heir without reservation. Shening listened, lost in contemplation. It was no wonder that the Zhou family's daughter, so ethereal in beauty, was eager to wed. She had already caught the eye of another. Yet, he pressed on with a query, is the Chu Wang's heir truly so unattractive? If your family could align with the Chu Wang, why seek an alliance with the Shen family? Zhou Wanchu shook her head. To marry someone I do not love is akin to death. Shening regarded Zhou Wanchu, noting her strong spirit. She simply belonged to the wrong era. It was one thing for her to reject an alliance with the Chu Wang's household, but it was curious that Zhou Chen opposed the match as well. This was an opportunity for the Zhou family to ascend. Why is that? Shening inquired, returning to the crux of the matter. And what of me? Do you truly wish to marry me? Zhou Wanchu replied softly, your literary talent is exceptional, truly remarkable. To be frank, I have developed some feelings for you. You are indeed the best choice. Xin Ying's gaze flickered as he weighed the pros and cons. Yet, Zhou Wanchu suddenly posed a question that caught him off guard. Regardless of whether you marry me or not, I hope you can answer one question for me. What is it? Zhou Wanchu fixed her beautiful eyes upon Shening and slowly asked, do you know the young Master Wen, one of the 4 great young masters of the realm? Shening was momentarily taken aback but maintained a calm demeanor. I have heard of him but do not know him personally. He had no intention of revealing his true identity, not yet wanting to draw attention to himself. After all, the title of young Master Wen was merely a name he had whimsically adopted. Yet, it seemed that this young woman was quite intrigued by this persona of his. Why do you ask, Miss Zhou? Do you wish to marry young Master Wen? Indeed, Zhou Wanchu affirmed resolutely, her words heartfelt. Clearing his throat, Shening found himself momentarily speechless. As expected, a beautiful woman was enamored with a talented young man. The significance of talent and mystery to a man could not be understated. Zhou Wanchu's heart remained unperturbed. She understood that in a partnership, certain truths must be articulated. This was not only for Xininghao's benefit but also for her own. Yet, it seemed that such possibilities had slipped away. Zhou Wanchu gazed at Xining. Her eyes clouded with emotion. I have expressed all that I needed to convey. Do you, Master Xin, agree to this marriage or not? Xining raised his gaze. Initially hesitant regarding the union, his resolve solidified after hearing Zhou Wanchu's candid thoughts. However, his demeanor remained composed as he replied, though you, Miss Zhou, selected me during the marriage proposal, first, we harbor no mutual affection, and neither of us desires a genuine union. Second, should I marry you, it may provoke the wrath of the Chu Wang's heir, which would not bode well for my family, the Xin clan. Zhou Wanchu's head drooped, her complexion paling slightly. Yet, Xining suddenly lifted his gaze to meet hers. I have already consumed the red ginseng, and should I retract my consent, it would tarnish the reputations of both our families. Zhou Wanchu paused, her curiosity piqued. What exactly do you mean, Master Xin? Marriage is possible. We could draft an agreement to remain uninvolved with each other post-nuptials, thus allowing you to distance yourself from that heir. In return, I seek assistance from the Zhou family. On that day, Linzhou City was once again abuzz with excitement as the wealthiest family in Jiangnan, the Xin clan, announced their union with the Zhou family. A powerful alliance that sent ripples throughout the city. Despite the previous uproar surrounding the Zhou family's marriage proposal, this announcement stirred even greater commotion. Who would have thought that the Xin heir truly won the heart of a beauty? Indeed, the Xin heir possessed remarkable talent. His poem, A Lifetime, A Pair, was a timeless masterpiece. The union of beauty and talent was indeed enviable, though the Xin heir's literary prowess was notably concealed. In Linzhou, discussions flourished, and most people regarded this marriage with a sense of detached curiosity. The Xin and Zhou families displayed comparable strengths, yet this alliance left many factions feeling uneasy. Particularly the Yi family. As the third family in Linzhou, the Yi clan found themselves at a disadvantage compared to the Xin and Zhou families. Should the two families unite? It would only further distance the Yi family from the power dynamics. In the Yi family's grand hall, the patriarch, Yi Yong, wore a grave expression as he sat at the head of the table, surrounded by his prominent descendants. He raised his head and spoke solemnly, "Curse it! Why have the Xin and Zhou families allied? The partnership would undoubtedly spell trouble for the Yi family, relegating them to mere stepping stones for the two powerful clans." Among the three young masters present, Yi Fei was the one who had been used as a pawn by Xining during the proposal. Yi Fei, known for his charm, had aspirations to win Zhou Wanchu's affection, and Yi Yong had tacitly permitted him to participate in the proposal. He had hoped that if Yi Fei succeeded, a union between the Zhou and Yi families might be possible, but he did not anticipate Xin Ying's depth of cunning. With a darkened expression, Yi Fei declared, "Xining, I shall ensure his demise." Though he possessed some literary talent, he was blinded by personal humiliation rather than considering the greater good of the Yi family. In contrast, the eldest son, Yinan, stepped forward and stated, "Father, the Zhou family's eagerness to marry is merely an attempt to distance themselves from the Chu Wang's estate. It may not be a direct affront to us." Hearing this, Yi Yong's expression softened considerably, and he nodded slowly, "Indeed. My sister's recent communication has provided us with valuable insights regarding the capital. I did not expect that old fox from the Zhou family to be so well informed." The sister Yi Yong referred to was now a consort in the palace and served as the Yi family's most significant ally, capable of directly addressing the emperor. Thus, the Yi family remained well informed about affairs in the capital. According to their consort's reports, the current political climate in the capital was fraught with complexity, particularly concerning the Chu Wang's estate. Once a figure of great power, the Chu Wang was now being suppressed by the emperor, yet remained enigmatic in his intentions. Rumors even circulated suggesting that the Chu Wang harbored treasonous ambitions, leading other factions to shy away from any association with his estate. It was likely that the Zhou family had caught wind of the rumors in the capital and were hesitant to align themselves with the Chu Wang. In comparison, the Xin family appeared a far more stable choice. "Nanner, what do you propose we do in our current situation?" Yi Yong inquired of Yinan. Yinan replied, "Father, we should adopt a wait-and-see approach. The situation remains unclear, and the Yi family must refrain from taking the initiative. Furthermore, according to my aunt, it seems that individuals from the capital may soon arrive. Jiangnan has recently been less than tranquil. Yi Yong nodded thoughtfully and murmured, "Very well. We shall proceed as such for now." Meanwhile, in the Shen family, the decision to marry was a result of Shen Ying's careful deliberation. To retract his consent would bring greater detriment than benefit to both himself and the Shen family. Zhou Chen, the patriarch of the Zhou family, had personally visited, signaling a clear stance. Should Shening withdraw, the relationship between the Shen and Zhou families would plummet to an icy abyss, a scenario he wished to avoid. Thus, this marriage was essentially a transaction. Zhou Wanqu's entry into the Shen family would liberate her from the Chu Wang's heir, while Shening sought the Zhou family's influence to bolster his own ambitions. Now that Shening had stepped into the realm of perception, the Zhou family undoubtedly surpassed the Shen family in the path of cultivation. Moreover, a crucial point was that the Shen family's influence remained confined to the Jiangnan region, a limitation Shening had long wished to overcome. He had harbored ambitions of establishing a foothold in the capital, yet the intricacies of the imperial city posed significant challenges. Nevertheless, after conversing with Zhou Wanqu's, a plan began to form in his mind. The Chu Wang's heir had previously traveled to Jiangnan and had developed an infatuation with Zhou Wanqu's, a fact he remained unaware of. In the capital, the heir had torn up the original engagement, a rumor Shening had heard but did not realize was due to Zhou Wanqu's influence. Ultimately, the Shen family lacked a presence in the capital, a significant obstacle. Therefore, this marriage was intended to leverage the Zhou family's power in the capital, a crucial strategy. The moment Shening agreed to the union, he had already devised a plan to maximize the benefits of this transaction. He lifted his gaze toward the north and murmured to himself, "I shall eventually make my way to the capital." Chapter 10, The Schemes of Prince Chen in a Luxurious Tavern Within the Capital of Zhou Kingdom. A group of elegantly attired young nobles sat around a single individual, the Crown Prince of Chu, Mu Yu. Surrounding Mu Yu were the prominent heirs of the capital, all of distinguished lineage. However, on this day, Mu Yu was inebriated, having already emptied 3 jars of wine before him. "Bring me more wine," he slurred, his cheeks flushed with intoxication. "Brother Mu, you must not drink any further," someone gently cautioned him from the side. "No, I wish to drink more," Mu Yu murmured, ignoring the advice. At that moment, a voice laden with exasperation broke through. "Brother Yu, is it truly worth it for the sake of a woman?" With these words, the room fell silent as everyone turned their attention to Mu Yu, watching him with bated breath. The news of the impending union between the wealthy Shen family from Jiangnan and the martial Zhou family had already reached the capital. For the various factions in the capital, this news held little significance. Jiangnan and the capital were worlds apart, and the marriage would scarcely affect them. However, few were aware that the Crown Prince of Chu had once met the young lady of the Zhou family and had been enamored since that fateful encounter. Now, with the news of the impending union, Mu Yu was filled with resentment. He was no fool, only recently had he torn up his engagement, intending to pursue Zhou Wanqu's, only to learn that she was to be married. He understood her choice was for his sake, which only deepened his gloom, prompting him to seek solace in alcohol. The speaker was none other than Prince Chen, Mu Qing, who was one of the very few brave enough to speak to Mu Yu in such a manner. Mu Yu's eyes flickered with intrigue as he turned to Mu Qing, murmuring, "Ah, a woman. I am not like you." Surrounded by countless women yet remaining oblivious to the heart. Prince Chen Mu Qing was notorious in the capital for his romantic escapades, although he had married early. He had taken 7 concubines, not to mention other women outside his household. He and Mu Yu were essentially polar opposites. Clearing his throat, Mu Qing replied softly, "Brother Yu, your words are misguided. Does the young lady of the Zhou family marry for love?" Mu Yu's gaze shifted, intrigued by Mu Qing's assertion. "What do you mean?" Mu Qing began to elucidate. "The young lady's marriage is merely a matter of interests. I have heard that the heir of the Shen family is afflicted by a chronic illness. This union serves the interests of both families. Had they been truly in love, they would have wed long ago. It has nothing to do with you. The Zhou family merely wishes to remain uninvolved in the affairs of the capital. They seek only to protect their small piece of Jiangnan." He waved his folding fan and added with a serene smile, "That family is hardly formidable." After a moment of contemplation, Muyu abruptly shattered a jar of wine on the table, murmuring, "What then should I do? I am still unwilling to let go." Mu Qing suddenly assumed a serious demeanor. "Unwilling? Brother, you do not forget, you are a prince. What is it that you cannot attain? It is merely a woman. If you choose to fight for her, do you think those families in Jiangnan would dare defy you?" After hearing this, Muyu fell into a contemplative silence before rising abruptly, murmuring, "Yes, yes, I must go to Jiangnan. Zhou Wanshu shall be mine." Seeing the determination in Muyu, Mu Qing patted his shoulder, saying, "That's the spirit. We both share royal blood, who would dare oppose us? The Shen family of Jiangnan is but a joke, do they truly think they can stand against the royal family?" Clenching his fists, Muyu felt a surge of resolve. He must go to Jiangnan, he must secure Zhou Wanshu. Under Mu Qing's encouragement, Muyu had firmly resolved to journey to Jiangnan. However, upon returning to the residence of Prince Chen, Mu Qing first sought an audience with his father, Prince Chen. Prince Chen was a stern-looking middle-aged man, the elder brother of the current emperor, and thus also the uncle of the crown prince of Chu. He was known for his leisurely lifestyle, having been granted his title by the late emperor. Living a low-profile existence, his presence in the capital was not particularly prominent. "Greetings, father," Mu Qing bowed respectfully. Prince Chen nodded, a fleeting glimmer of malice appearing in his gaze. "What news do you bring?" "Father, Muyu intends to journey to Jiangnan," Mu Qing reported respectfully. "Excellent." Prince Chen slammed his hand on the table, a barely perceptible smile creeping onto his face. "My brother, renowned for his illustrious life, has raised such a useless son. Ha ha ha." In truth, Mu Qing's encouragement was entirely at the behest of his father, though Mu Qing remained unaware of this. He cautiously observed his father. "Father, why do you wish for Muyu to go to Jiangnan?" Prince Chen's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "Once he departs, he likely shall not return. My brother has announced his seclusion. When he emerges and learns of his son's fate, what do you suppose his expression will be?" Mu Qing swallowed hard, a chill creeping down his spine. His hands trembled slightly as he incredulously asked, "Father, why is this?" "Brother, you also bears royal blood. Do you intend to have him killed?" Prince Chen's response was laced with coldness. "In the royal family, there is no room for familial affection. My brother harbors ill intentions. I must first deal with his son." Mu Qing felt disoriented, the waters of the capital were too murky for him to navigate. Despite the rampant rumors surrounding the crown prince, the emperor had made no move, yet his father was intent on striking at the Chu royal house. He felt ensnared in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. However, there was one matter he did not comprehend, prompting him to inquire once more, "Father, what great event is to unfold in Jiangnan?" Prince Chen shook his head, responding coolly, "A certain individual possesses a treasured artifact that has come to rest in Jiangnan. The emperor has dispatched personnel from the Tianhe division to investigate. A conflict is inevitable. Jiangnan will soon descend into chaos." Mu Qing inhaled sharply. The Tianhe division was an independent entity under the emperor, separate from the 6 ministries. Its agents were enigmatic and exceptional, known for their involvement in significant affairs. In essence, the Tianhe division served as the emperor's shadow, overseeing officials and citizens alike, omnipresent in their reach. Even members of the royal bloodline harbored fear of the Tianhe division. The fact that the emperor had mobilized them for a single individual and a treasure spoke volumes. "What?" Mu Qing asked, bewildered. "Father, what exactly is this treasure that?" Prince Chen interrupted him, shaking his head firmly. "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you." Chapter 11, The Talents of the World in Old Wu Jiangnan, Linzhou City. In recent days, Shening had not ventured outside, for his engagement to Zhou Wanshu was set for a month hence. Ordinarily, the period between betrothal and marriage would span several months, however, the Zhou family seemed eager, having decided to wed in just half a month. On the day the arrangement was finalized, the Zhou family sent over a considerable quantity of medicinal herbs to aid Shening in his recovery. Since entering the realm of sensory perception, he had not grown complacent. Rather, he pondered deeply upon his path of cultivation. Due to his affliction from the cold syndrome, it was imperative for him to engage in practice. Merely a few days had passed since he attained the sensory perception stage, yet the chill within him began to stir once more. Presently, he possessed but one technique. The returning essence and gathering chi method, bestowed upon him by a mysterious online acquaintance. He continued to focus primarily on chi cultivation, as his frail constitution rendered physical training impractical. It appeared he must seek additional techniques. Shining murmured to himself that before he entered the realm, he had not needed any techniques. Now, as a cultivator, they had become essential. However, the techniques available to practitioners were typically not purchasable with mere money, presenting a dilemma for him, as the Shen family now possessed little beyond financial resources. In the courtyard, Shining reclined in a rocking chair and suddenly called out towards the roof, "Old Wu, come down, I have something to inquire." A frail figure descended beside him, Old Wu revealing his characteristic yellow teeth with a grin. "What is it, Shining?" Turning to Old Wu with curiosity, Shining asked, "When did you begin your journey of cultivation?" Old Wu pretended to clear his throat, exuding an air of expertise. "Have you become so skilled now that you can put on airs?" Shining retorted, "I still haven't settled the matter of the last time you let that monster escape." "And you don't want to forfeit this month's drinking funds, do you?" "Ah, no, no." Old Wu hastily waved his hands. "Let us speak amicably. Do not touch my funds. Then answer my question." Old Wu stroked his beard and proclaimed, "I began practicing martial arts at 3 and entered the realm of sensory perception at 12. Shining was taken aback, reflecting that entering sensory perception at his age might be considered late. Observing Shinying's expression, Old Wu shook his head. "Not particularly late." Shining released a breath of relief, glad to hear that. It seemed he had some innate talent after all. Yet Old Wu continued, "It is indeed quite late." Old Wu, puffing out his beard, elaborated, "Across the world, prodigies abound. In my youth, there was a contemporary sword immortal who entered sensory perception at 5. Reached the realm of heaven and earth by 15, and now, merely in his 40s, he has attained the pinnacle of unity. This sword immortal stands atop the Yellow Crane Tower in the Great Yan Empire, battling the world's heroes without ever tasting defeat." Shining felt a jolt of shock. The pinnacle of unity was his aspiration. Little did he know that true prodigies were so formidable. "What of the Confucian path?" Shining inquired again. "Ah. The Confucian path is even more replete with prodigies. Allow me to mention the most astonishing among them. In my Zhou state, at Taiyun Academy, the foremost disciple of the sage of books deciphered ancient texts 3 years ago and stepped into the realm of creation, achieving this before the age of 30. Old Wu lamented, "The accomplishments I have labored a lifetime to achieve can be eclipsed in a single night by such prodigies." Shining fell into a long silence, realizing that his understanding of this world was flawed. Now that he had embarked on the path of cultivation, there were certain truths he could no longer avoid confronting. He raised his gaze once more and asked, "Old Wu, how long do you think it will take for me to reach the pinnacle of unity?" Old Wu cast a strange glance at Shining and slowly replied, 3 hours. "What do you mean?" Shining queried. Old Wu's countenance turned grave as he stated, "In 3 hours, night will fall, and you can retire to bed, where dreams await you." "I speak seriously." "I too respond with utmost seriousness." Old Wu maintained his tone. Shining, burdened by the cold syndrome, achieving sensory perception is already remarkable. Even those with immense talent may not tread the path to unity in their lifetime. You, lacking in innate ability, entering the realm late, and afflicted by illness, unity will remain beyond your grasp in this lifetime. Old Wu did not mince words, laying bare the harsh truth. In his view, Shining's attainment of sensory perception was a miraculous feat, but further progress seemed unlikely. Though these words stung, Shining recognized their veracity. Yet, he felt an unwillingness to resign himself to a life dictated by his affliction, to be robbed of vitality. Old Wu regarded the youth and simply shook his head. He had come to the Shen family merely to enjoy a peaceful old age, having witnessed the world and now knowing its intricacies. Thus, Old Wu earnestly advised, "Shining, would it not be better to live contentedly as a wealthy gentleman? Why concern yourself with the affairs of the world? Living such a life is perfectly acceptable." Shining shook his head, his gaze resolute. A young man should possess the ambition of a soaring swan, galloping forth to traverse the plains. A life of complacency is not my desire. Upon hearing this, old Wu's eyes sparkled with a hint of light. He paused, seemingly lost in memories of his own past. Who had not once been a youthful dreamer, only to grow weary through experience? Old Wu asked, "What is your next step, then?" "To the capital city," Shining declared with unwavering determination, as this had long been his established goal. The Shin family's wealth in Jiangnan was insufficient. The capital was the heart of the great Zhou Empire. Upon hearing this, old Wu sighed and smiled slowly. Very well, very well. One must experience life to truly understand their own insignificance. Shining, if you wish to venture forth, do so. Witness the world as prodigies and recognize the chasm that lies between you and them. There was an unspoken truth that old Wu did not voice. The path ahead was fraught with peril and bloodshed. To venture forth might mean never returning. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, these truths were immutable. Afterward, silence enveloped the courtyard. Old Wu, feeling the conversation had lost its charm, began to depart. Just then, Lan Xian rushed to Shining, urgency in her demeanor. "Young master, the guard Shenlin has returned, but he appears gravely injured." Furrowing his brow, Shining rose, perplexed. Did Shenlin not go to transport the silk? What transpired? Where are the others? I do not know, only he returned, unconscious. The silk is nowhere to be found. Had someone else targeted the Shin family? Shining sensed an ominous threat lurking in the shadows. With the demon clan having attempted to assassinate him, and now a threat to the family's business. A foreboding feeling rose within him as he murmured. These days in Linzhou City have been anything but peaceful. Shining rose, stepping beyond the courtyard. There were matters he must address personally. Chapter 12, The Monster in Linzhou. That night, in the Shin residence, Shining did not return to her room but remained in the hall, waiting. The recent silk robbery was no trivial matter for the Shin family. Dominating the Jiangnan region, their primary business was silk. And this particular shipment was destined for their fabric store in Linzhou City. Approximately 5,000 bolts of silk were involved, a significant sum. Currently, the price of one bolt of silk ranged from 1 to 2 taels of silver. In the affluent Jiangnan area, and especially given the perpetual warfare in the northern regions of Zhou, silk had become exceedingly precious, with prices soaring to 4 or 5 taels per bolt in the north. Thus, the Shin family's losses amounted to no less than 10,000 taels of silver. Shenlin had been raised by the Shin family since childhood, serving both as a guard and an assassin. Originally surnamed Lin, he was granted the surname Shin and named Lin upon his adoption. For a servant to be bestowed a surname by their master was no small honor. Moreover, Shenlin was a master of the cultivation realm, which was why Shining entrusted him with this transportation task. However, the unforeseen incident had occurred, and the injuries he sustained indicated that his assailants were at least of a higher cultivation level. Such individuals were renowned figures throughout Jiangnan. As Shining pondered, a servant hurried in, bowing respectfully. "Young master, guard Shenlin has awoken." Shining looked up and spoke solemnly, "Take me to see him." In the Shin family's side chamber, a robust middle-aged man lay on the bed, his complexion pale. Moments later, the door swung open, and Shining entered. Upon seeing Shining, Shenlin became agitated, attempting to rise, but his injuries prevented him. Shenlin pays his respects to young master. I have committed a grave offense. Please forgive me. Shining gestured for him to lie back down and asked, "Who injured you?" "The demon clan," Shenlin replied in a low voice, a look of reluctance crossing his face. "The demon clan? Again, the demon clan?" Shining furrowed his brow. In recent years, the Shin family had experienced rapid growth in Jiangnan, having offended various factions, yet it seemed improbable that the demon clan would target them. The appearance of the demon clan in Zhou's territory was alarming, and now they had begun to focus their ire on the Shin family. Who could be orchestrating this? Shining regarded the injured Shenlin and quietly inquired, "What exactly transpired?" Shenlin coughed but mustered the strength to explain. "I was tasked by the young master to transport the silk back to Linzhou City when a band of robbers suddenly appeared outside the city. Initially, I thought they were mere ruffians, and after dispatching a few, I was ambushed from behind. The assailant's strength was formidable, and I distinctly sensed the presence of demonic energy surrounding him. As he recounted the incident, guilt washed over Shenlin. He felt he had failed the expectations of the Shen family. Please punish me, young master. I bear the primary responsibility for this loss. Shining perceived his turmoil and spoke gently, Shenlin, this is not your fault. Focus on your recovery, I shall handle the remaining matters. In the dead of night, while most had succumbed to slumber, the Shen residence was ablaze with light. In the main hall, Shen Wanfu sat at the head of the table, while Shening stood before his father. The Shen family faced a formidable enemy, necessitating urgent strategy discussion. Damn it, Shen Wanfu, have traversed Jiangnan for years, and never has anyone dared to target my family so brazenly. That is tens of thousands of taels of silver. Lost just like that. Shen Wanfu slammed the table. Since becoming the wealthiest family in Jiangnan, they had never encountered such a predicament. 5,000 bolts of silk. Tens of thousands of taels of silver. While it would not cripple the Shen family, the robbery was a blow to their pride. Shening, however, began to analyze the situation. Father, this incident is peculiar, both bandits and demons are involved. There must be someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Shen Wanfu seemed to have an epiphany. Leaping to his feet. I suspect it's that group from the Yi family, I've always found them displeasing. Shening shook his head, his gaze sharp. It's not so clear-cut, but since they have chosen to strike our family, we shall not be passive. I refuse to believe they would dispose of the stolen goods. Shen Wanfu regarded his son, are you suggesting? Shening smiled, since they have revealed their tracks, we shall take matters into our own hands. To retaliate against the Shen family in this manner is foolish. Shen Wanfu nodded, understanding the next steps. Son, who do you plan to send? Shening looked up and replied softly, I shall go personally. Since the assassination attempt that night, Shening had suspected that their targets were not only the Shen family but potentially himself as well. If they were indeed after him, it would be better to serve as bait. Shen Wanfu, knowing his son's temperament, suddenly chuckled, very well. You are indeed my son, bold and decisive. The head of the Shen family patted his abdomen and continued, by the way, do you have any thoughts regarding the capital? No one knows a son better than his father. Shening aspired to elevate the Shen family's business into the capital, a desire Shen Wanfu shared. The capital was the royal city, the epicenter of power in the entire Zhou dynasty. Despite the Shen family's reputation in Jiangnan, they were insignificant in the capital. No amount of wealth could rival influence. The Zhou family, a martial arts lineage, held considerable sway in the capital. This impending union between the two families would enable the Shen family to leverage the Zhou family's wealth to gain entry into the capital. Shening had already begun to strategize. However, a formidable figure was essential for their endeavors in the capital. Shen Wanfu sought to ascertain Shen Ying's views. In truth, Shening had already chosen a candidate in his heart. Sister Wanqing has been in Gusa City for almost a year now, I miss her quite a bit. Shen Wanfu smiled, it seems you and I are of one mind. You wish for Wanqing to go to the capital? Shening replied. No one is more suitable than Sister Wanqing. Our arrangements in Gusu City are nearly complete, it is time for her to return. Shen Wanfu nodded, a few days ago. I sent word for Wanqing to return, she will arrive in Linzhou City tomorrow. Shening was taken aback, glancing at his adoptive father. Surprised he had sent a letter without informing him. After more than a year apart, Shening yearned for his sister. Shen Wanqing was not Shen Wanfu's biological child but rather an adopted daughter of the Shen family, 3 years his senior. Not only was she exceptionally capable, but she also had the Shen family's best interests at heart. Over the past 5 years, with Shen Wanqing in the open and Shening in the shadows, the siblings had propelled the Shen family to new heights. A year ago, when the Shen family sought to establish a foothold in Gusu City, Shening, hindered by an illness, could not travel, leaving Shen Wanqing to act as the family's representative there. Thanks to her efforts, the Shen family garnered immense prestige in Gusu City, solidifying their reputation throughout Jiangnan. With Shen Wanqing returning, Shening felt a twinge of nostalgia, as tomorrow would mark the reunion of the siblings after a year apart. Chapter 13, Shen Wanqing. The following day, a carriage came to a gradual halt before the Shen residence. A woman in a simple dress alighted. Her countenance fair and radiating an aura of formidable power. Her waist-length hair, as dark as ink, was held in place by a single jade hairpin. with a few strands framing her pale neck in a tantalizing manner. Before she could steady herself, a young man emerged from the house. Her eyes lit up at the sight of him, and a radiant smile graced her lips. "Inger!" Shen Wanqing exclaimed, hurrying to greet her younger brother. "Wanqing, you're finally back." "I've missed you terribly," Shening replied with a smile, assisting Shen Wanqing into the residence. The siblings, having been apart for a year, had much to discuss. Shen Wanqing was particularly overjoyed, her worries assuaged upon learning that Shening had entered the Tongan realm. At least the threat of his ailment was temporarily lifted, bringing her a sense of relief. With evident pride, Shen Wanqing remarked to her brother, "Inger, well done. You've managed to win over that Zhou girl. She's quite comely. So marrying her wouldn't be a loss. She's qualified enough to enter our Shen family." Shening could only offer a wry smile. If there was anyone in the world he couldn't handle, it was Shen Wanqing. While he could strategize against other factions with ease, he was completely helpless in the face of his elder sister. All right, I won't tease you anymore." Shen Wanqing's expression turned serious as she inquired. "Are you truly planning to marry that Zhou girl? I doubt you have any affection for her." Shening replied nonchalantly, "It's merely a transaction. Our Shen family has reached a developmental bottleneck, and Jiangnan is limiting our growth." Shen Wanqing nodded, aware that this was one of the primary reasons for her return. She wouldn't be staying in Linzhou City for long. After a period of preparation, she would head north to the capital, becoming the vanguard for the Shen family's entry into Beijing. Shening poured tea for Shen Wanqing and sat beside her. "Wanqing, recently, demonic entities have been targeting our Shen family in Linzhou City, which is quite troublesome." Shen Wanqing's countenance grew solemn as she acknowledged the recent events that had befallen the family. "I suspect that those in the shadows may not be targeting the family as a whole, but rather a specific individual within our Shen family." "Me?" Shening had already considered this possibility. If someone was being targeted, it could only be him. However, he had been operating covertly for a long time, only gradually emerging into the public eye and becoming a focal point since the engagement proposal. Shen Wanqing seemed to realize this as well, her eyes twinkling as she softly said, "Inger, I'd like to visit the Zhou family." "Why? Do you suspect them?" Shen Wanqing replied, "Of course. I'm going to meet your fiancée. As your sister, what's wrong with meeting my future sister-in-law?" Shening remained silent, doubting that his sister would simply visit someone out of mere curiosity. He knew that Shen Wanqing had a gentle side, but it was reserved for him towards threatening adversaries. She could be ruthless. Her decision to meet Zhou Wanqiu was essentially a probe into the Zhou family. Shen Wanqing's gaze turned earnest as she looked at Shening, her mind already made up. Anyone who posed a threat to her brother deserved to die. The siblings spent the morning catching up. After Shening left the main hall, he summoned his maid, Lan Xian. "Shener, I want you to follow Wanqing for a while, I need to leave for a bit." Lan Xian was somewhat taken aback, as Shening rarely left the house. However, she reasoned that her young master had been confined due to his ailment. But now that it had eased, he was free to go out. Nevertheless, she inquired, "Young master, where are you going?" "Out of the city. To see who's bold enough to intercept our Shen family's goods," Shening replied gravely, essentially using himself as bait. If the mastermind was after him, he would give them what they wanted. The little maid was concerned. "Young master, will you be all right on your own? Won't it be dangerous?" "Of course there's danger. But the Shen family isn't to be trifled with. In Jiangnan, there aren't many factions that dare to contend with us. And what if they're demonic entities? As long as they're not great demons, Old Wu can handle them. Besides, the demons wouldn't dare to be so brazen after 2 attacks. The imperial court will be watching them." Shening continued, "This time, I'll have Old Wu accompany me to wipe them out. In Jiangnan, few can defeat Old Wu. It definitely can't be those few. If they dared to attack me, Jiangnan would be in chaos." Lan Xian nodded thoughtfully, but a discordant voice interrupted, "Hey, hold on. Shen boy, don't drag me into your boasting." As he spoke, Old Wu floated down from the rooftop. "You can't just say things like that. What do you mean few in Jiangnan can defeat me? That's nonsense." Old Wu glared, displeased that the young man was using him as a subject while he was trying to nap on the roof. although old Wu knew his own limitations. He believed in maintaining a low profile, which was why he had settled down in the Shen family. Besides, when did I agree to accompany you out of the city? We agreed that I wouldn't leave the Shen residence. I can act if the Shen family is attacked, but I won't do anything else. Old Wu fixed his gaze on Shening. Shening felt a bit guilty under the scrutiny, but he cleared his throat and responded, Old Wu. You've been with my family for 2 years. Don't try to play the sympathy card, it won't work. I have principles, Old Wu retorted righteously, asserting that rules were rules and couldn't be changed. Shen Ying's eyes darted around as he tempted, I'll add 10 more jars of Linjiang restaurant's fine wine every month. TCH? A mere 10 jars won't sway me, Old Wu replied, holding his head high without changing his expression. I'll add 10 more jars of Drunken Immortal. Old Wu gulped. Drunken Immortal was a rare and sought-after vintage, with a single jar costing the average person 50 years' worth of income. After a moment's hesitation, Old Wu remained unmoved. Although I enjoy wine, I'm not addicted to it, Shen boy. Don't try to bribe me. I'll add 50 more jars of peach blossom brew. Shening said without batting an eye, confident that he had the old man figured out. Also, I'll cover all your expenses at the brothel this year. No matter how many courtesans you choose. Old Wu's figure shifted as he declared, when are we leaving the city? Chapter 14, the first meeting of the sister and the fiancé in Linzhou City, at the Zhou residence, a young lady from the Shen family has come to visit. The steward of the Zhou family entered to announce her arrival. The Shen family girl? What is her purpose here? The head of the family, Zhou Chen, set down his teacup and inquired with a grave expression. Beside him stood a handsome man, appearing to be in his 30s, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Clearly a learned individual. This man was Zhou Yi, the elder brother of Zhou Wanshu and the eldest son of the Zhou family. Despite his gentle demeanor, Zhou Yi was a genuine practitioner of Confucianism and Taoism, having entered the realm of cultivation through his studies at the age of 15. Making him an outstanding disciple of the second generation of the Zhou family. However, due to his low profile, his reputation did not match that of Zhou Wanqing, the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Holding a volume of poetry, Zhou Yi raised his head and spoke, Father. The young lady from the Shen family is naturally here to visit us, as we have formed a marital alliance with the Shen family. Now that she has returned to Linzhou City, it is only proper that she comes to meet my younger sister. The young lady from the Shen family is famously protective of her own, and if my sister wishes to marry smoothly, she must pass this final hurdle. Zhou Chen rubbed his temples, having changed his earlier attitude towards the Shen family. This time, he chose not to receive her personally and instead said, "Ear, you go and welcome her. If she makes any requests, fulfill them." Zhou Yi set down his book, his expression becoming serious. Father, have you truly made this decision? To regard the Shen family as our last refuge? Zhou Chen replied coldly, Indeed. How else could I allow Wanshu to be married off? If we cannot navigate this trial, it would at least provide a fallback for the Zhou family. Zhou Yi fell silent and turned to leave. Outside the door, Shen Wanqing grew impatient. She had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time without anyone coming to greet her. This Zhou family is truly arrogant. The moment Zhou Yi stepped out, Shen Wanqing guessed his identity but coldly remarked, Your in-laws come to visit, and you send out merely a servant to welcome us? Is this how the Zhou family treats their guests? Zhou Yi, taken aback by her disdainful tone, remained composed and politely responded, I am Zhou Yi. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Miss Shen. Shen Wanqing responded with a dismissive "Oh," and coldly stated, So you are the eldest son of the Zhou family. However, I am not here to seek you out, I would like to see my sister-in-law. Anger surged within her, the Zhou family had kept her waiting for this long, merely to assert their authority. Thus, she deemed it unnecessary to show any courtesy towards Zhou Yi. Nevertheless, Shen Wanqing was not one to act impulsively. She was aware that Zhou Yi was a scholar with the demeanor of a gentleman, unlikely to easily break the peace, especially since their families were now betrothed. Zhou Yi remained courteous, stating, My sister is resting inside. Shen Wanqing, however, pressed on, since the engagement is already settled. Your young lady is now considered part of the Shen family. By rights, she should address me as sister, yet I am unable to even see her. Zhou Yi found himself momentarily speechless, unprepared for Shen Wanqing's assertiveness. The rumors circulating outside were indeed substantiated. At this moment, a voice broke the tension. "Big brother, allow me to handle this." Zhou Wanshu emerged from within the residence, having evidently heard the commotion. Upon seeing his sister, Zhou gradually stepped back. Zhou Wanshu respectfully bowed to Shen Wangqing. "Sister Wangqing, it is an honor to have you visit. I apologize for my lack of courtesy and hope you will not take offense." Shen Wangqing's countenance softened considerably. She thought to herself that this sister-in-law was somewhat reasonable. Consequently, she ceased to press Zhou Yi and entered the Zhou residence alongside Zhou Wanshu. The two women met, each harboring their own thoughts, and for a moment, neither spoke. Finally, Shen Wangqing broke the silence. "To be honest, I do not approve of your marriage to Ying. I wish for Ying's wife to be someone he loves and who loves him in return." Zhou Wanshu responded with a bittersweet smile. "I, too, share that desire. Yet born into a family, I am bound by circumstances beyond my control." Shen Wangqing replied, "It is as it is, I cannot change anything now. However, though this may be a transaction, should you dare to betray Ying." Her voice turned fierce, sending a shiver through Zhou Wanshu. Zhou Wanshu gradually replied, "Sister, rest assured. Although this is a transaction, I have my own principles." "You better uphold your word," Shen Wangqing said, her tone softening. For she knew that Zhou Wanshu had someone she cared for, one of the renowned four young masters, Master One. Shen Wangqing, who had long been managing the Shen family's affairs, was unaware of Shen Ying's secret identity. The name Master One had become so notable that even Shen Ying himself was puzzled by its prominence. Only Shen Wanfeng was privy to this information, but due to his character, he would not divulge anything unless asked. This left Shen Wangqing in the dark, which was a primary reason for her visit to the Zhou family. Moreover, for the development of the capital, Shen Wangqing had come to present numerous audacious requests to the Zhou family, such as hoping for a share of the Zhou family's resources in the capital. She initially intended to test the waters and had no expectation of success. To her surprise, the Zhou family did not refuse her. What puzzled her most was that during the negotiations, it was Zhou Yi who finalized the agreements, while the family head, Zhou Chen, did not appear at all. This greatly exceeded Shen Wangqing's expectations. The Zhou family was surprisingly generous. However, amidst the Zhou family, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped her, one she could not quite articulate. Yet, since the Zhou family had consented, she believed it would remain unchanged. It was undeniable that this union between the Zhou and Shen families had brought substantial benefits to the Shen family, leaving her with a feeling akin to selling her brother. However, upon reflection, it was her brother's remarkable talents that had allowed him to stand out in the marriage proposal. How could that be considered selling him? Meanwhile, Shen Ying had already departed Linzhou City, leading a contingent of the Shen family outside the city to search for the stolen goods. Regardless of the faction behind this, Shen Ying was confident they would not enter the city. Once the goods made their way into the city, he would receive word of it. Thus, the individuals who had injured Shen Lin were undoubtedly waiting outside for the Shen family. It was merely a matter of baiting the hook. Shen Ying intended to show them that the big fish could drag a person into the depths. On this venture, Shen Ying was accompanied only by ordinary guards, dressed in simple attire similar to that of the Shen family, much like the group that had accompanied Shen Lin. The bait was now evident. He waited to see how they would react. Old Wu, lurking in the shadows, was the key figure in this operation. As Shen Ying surveyed his surroundings, he realized they had entered the woods outside the city. A gentle breeze swept through, heralding the approach of a storm. The hidden figures may well be stirring into action. Chapter 15, The Yellow Wind Stronghold. In the stillness of the forest, only the sounds of the Shen family's entourage echoed. This was the very spot where Shen Lin had encountered the demon clan. However, 2 days had elapsed, and not a trace remained. The cargo was nowhere to be found. A guard approached Shen Ying, respectfully inquiring, "Young master, what shall we do now?" Shen Ying's eyes flickered as he replied solemnly, "We shall proceed forward until we exit this woodland. I refuse to believe that those scoundrels could vanish without a trace after plundering our Shen family's possessions." "Understood," the guard acknowledged, signaling for the group to advance. To enhance their guise, their caravan had brought along 2 empty carts, covered with tarpaulins to simulate the transport of goods. Yet, there was nothing within those carts. As they continued their journey, it was not long before an elderly man appeared before their sight. The old man, stooped and emanating a foul odor, had vacant eyes yet wore a visage marked by worry and fear. He seemed intent on ascending the mountain. Upon seeing the Shen family's convoy approach, the old man sidled away, lowering his head as if in trepidation of offending such esteemed figures. An ordinary villager from the mountains. It was unclear why he was alone in this desolate place. Observing this, Shining gently commanded, "Halt," and stepped forward to meet the old man. However, before Shining could utter a word, the elder knelt, trembling as he pleaded, "Young master, forgive me, forgive me. I merely passed through this place and have trespassed upon your presence." Clearly, this was his instinctive reaction. Shining surmised that the elderly gentleman had likely endured prolonged depression or had faced some calamity, which explained his instinctive demeanor. After all, he bore no malice and did not even dare to lift his head. Shining slowly helped the old man to his feet, softly assuring him, "Do not fear. Kind sir, we are not malevolent individuals. We have come from Linzhou City and harbor no ill intentions." Upon hearing these words, the old man exhaled a sigh of relief. His hands gradually relaxing, only to drop a few pieces of silver onto the ground. Shining found this curious. How could someone like this old man possess such currency? For him, those few coins would amount to a lifetime of savings, while for Shining, they were hardly worth collecting. "What is your purpose here, good sir?" Shining inquired. The old man slowly raised his gaze, tears now streaming down his face, and sobbed, "I am bound for the mountain, to the Yellow Wind Stronghold." The Yellow Wind Stronghold? Shining recalled that it was a den of bandits located outside Linzhou City, notorious for plundering goods entering and leaving the city. These brigands were known for their nefarious deeds, though Shining had not delved deeply into their specifics. The Shen family had had no prior dealings with the Yellow Wind Stronghold. "Why do you seek the Yellow Wind Stronghold?" Shining asked. At the mention of the stronghold, the old man's expression darkened, filled with rage and concern. "A few days ago, I fell ill, and my daughter went up the mountain to gather firewood. But she was captured by those bandits from the Yellow Wind Stronghold. They demanded 100 taels of silver for her ransom, or else they would defile my daughter. But I am but a humble villager, where could I possibly procure 100 taels? All I possess are these few meager coins." I had no choice but to plead with them. As the old man spoke, his strength waned, ultimately collapsing to the ground in tears. Shining furrowed his brow. Indeed, those bandits were loathsome. Moreover, considering their disposition, it was unlikely that even if the old man could muster the 100 taels, the bandits would honor any agreement. Worse still, the old man's daughter might have already suffered a dire fate, yet he clung to a glimmer of hope. Shining pondered deeply. The Shen family's cargo had been plundered, and perhaps the bandits were involved. These local ruffians had grown audacious enough to commit any atrocity. Furthermore, they were among the enemies the court sought to eliminate, operating outside the jurisdiction of the authorities. Should they be colluding with the demon clan? It would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Ultimately, banditry was a capital offense. Adding a charge of collusion with demons would not change their fate. It seemed a visit to the Yellow Wind Stronghold was in order. The old man's sobs gradually subsided as he suddenly stood, filled with fervor. "No! I must ascend the mountain. I must rescue my daughter, even if it costs me my life." Shining restrained the old man, speaking softly, "Do not be agitated. Kind sir. We too are headed to the Yellow Wind Stronghold. Since our paths have crossed, let us go together. If possible, I shall assist you in rescuing your daughter." The latter part of Shinying's statement was merely a comfort. He understood that the old man's daughter had likely met with misfortune. Yet the old man gazed at Shining and his retinue, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes. He promptly knelt, bowing his head in gratitude. "Thank you. Young master, thank you." Shining once more helped the old man to his feet, gently stating, "There is no need for such humility. The bandits of the Yellow Wind Stronghold are also our adversaries. We are merely settling scores with them." "Oh? Such bravado. You seek to confront the Yellow Wind Stronghold? Who do you think you are?" Before Shining could finish, a brash voice rang out from a distance. Suddenly, a group of individuals burst forth from the woods, all clad in the garb of bandits. Leading them was a formidable middle-aged man, wielding a machete, exuding an aura of menace. "Protect the young master." The guards of the Shen family sprang into action, forming a protective barrier around Shining. However, he raised a hand to halt them, stepping forward. Ha! Such bravado shall be tested. Shining regarded the scene, unyielding, mere brigands posed no threat to him. Just as he prepared to confront them, he was unexpectedly confronted. At this moment, one of the henchmen of the Yellow Wind stronghold shouted, "Seventh boss, that brat is seeking death, let us dispose of him." "No, no. That lad is delicate, many of our brothers would enjoy him in the stronghold. Let us capture him and take him back for our brethren's amusement." "Indeed, seventh boss. And look at the cargo they're hauling, so tightly covered. It must be something valuable, fortune smiles upon us." The henchman chimed in, yet the seventh boss, frowning, scrutinized their attire and intoned solemnly, "Are you from the Shen family? Your eyes are sharp." Shining felt no fear. 2 days prior, it was you who raided our cargo. To his surprise, the seventh boss revealed a sinister grin. "And if we did? The wealthiest in Jiangnan is but a trifling matter. It appears you are an important figure from the Shen family, you have left an impression on me before. Brothers, seize him." Chapter 16, Trials and Killings Protect the Young Master. The band of mountain robbers charged forward, while the guards of the Shen family brandished their blades, ready to fight to the death. Shining waved his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. "It's just right. I wish to test my own strength." The current Shining was no longer the same as before, he had become a true practitioner. The mountain robbers, on the other hand, were merely formidable ordinary men. There existed a vast chasm between ordinary individuals and those who had reached the perceptive realm. Suddenly, one of the robbers lunged at Shining, his sharp long knife poised to strike. Yet, Shining concentrated his energy, and with a swift motion, he sent the leading robbers flying back. This was the technique he practiced, the return to origin breathing method, which transformed energy into lethal force, displaying remarkable power. Shining glanced at his own hands and then turned to the seventh chief, murmuring, "Come on, let me see what you can do." Shining weaved through the mountain robbers, swiftly knocking them to the ground in mere moments. The youth had not learned any martial arts techniques, but the energy emanating from within him was sufficient to overpower his foes, showcasing the might of this technique. Initially, Shining thought the return to origin breathing method was merely a casual gift from an online friend, but it now appeared he had unwittingly received a profound boon. At that moment, old Wu, seated atop a tree, observed with astonishment, unable to suppress a sound of surprise. A man of his experience was captivated by Xin Ying's extraordinary technique. Lacking skill or brute strength, relying solely on energy to unleash such formidable combat prowess, where could this lad have acquired such an impressive ability? The seventh chief, realizing the precariousness of the situation, shouted in haste, "This is bad. This kid is a practitioner. We must retreat. Let us return to the stronghold and summon the chief. You won't be able to go back." Before the seventh chief could move, Shining had already lunged toward him. "This fellow is the main event. Seventh chief." Several injured robbers cried out, but the Shen family guards acted swiftly, dispatching them. The seventh chief sensed the dire predicament but knew escape was futile. Gritting his teeth, he raised his knife. "Damn it, I'll fight to the end." Under the protection of true energy, Shining engaged the seventh chief, whose long knife struggled to breach the energy barrier surrounding him. Yet, though the seventh chief was not a practitioner, his physical resilience was formidable, making him no easy target. Nevertheless, Shining maintained the upper hand. After all, no matter how strong an ordinary person might be, they remained merely ordinary, while even the weakest practitioner surpassed them. The seventh chief's defeat seemed inevitable. Suddenly, Shining felt a chilling sensation coursing through his body, a familiar, excruciating pain. Despite harnessing his internal energy, he could not suppress this cold affliction. At that moment, Shining realized the limitations and significant challenges of his cultivation. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly, otherwise, his condition would only worsen. Seeing Shining pause, the seventh chief, blood trickling from his mouth, still attempted bravado. "Kid, let me go. My Huangfeng stronghold and your Shen family have a non-aggression pact. If you dare to kill me, the chief will avenge me." Shining revealed a peculiar smile. "A non-aggression pact? Your Huangfeng stronghold robbed my goods, harmed my guards, and killed my attendants. What a farce! After I kill you, I will wipe out your Huangfeng stronghold. In Jiangnan, no one dares to provoke the Shen family. With that, Shining unleashed all his energy, transforming it into a sharp wave that pierced through the seventh chief's chest. In his final moments, the seventh chief's eyes widened in disbelief. "Kid, you will regret this." He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Shining wiped the blood from his face, exhaling a sigh of relief. This was his first battle since arriving in this world, and it was the first time he had utilized the power of a practitioner. As tranquility descended, the old man behind him remained in stunned silence. Shining stepped forward, softly stating, "Elder, the villains have been dealt with." The elder, still in shock, found himself at a loss for words. Shining turned his gaze toward the mountain, murmuring, "Next, we shall go find them." Outside Linzhou City, on the mountain within Huangfeng's stronghold, a group of prominent figures gathered, seemingly awaiting something. At the forefront sat a burly middle-aged man, his face marred by scars, some of which were obscured by a thick beard, exuding an aura of menace. This man was the chief of Huangfeng's stronghold, Wang Yi. Wang Yi was no ordinary character. He had turned to banditry before the age of 20, honing his formidable strength. With his experience of living by the sword, he had reached the realm of personal cultivation, the second stage for practitioners. For someone like Wang Yi, this achievement was exceptional, and combined with his brute force, it allowed him to dominate the mountain. Wang Yi was also among the most wanted criminals by the Linzhou authorities, despised by the masses. Beside him sat a peculiar young man, whose every gesture radiated an unsettling aura. The young man fiddled with the wine in his cup, his gaze revealing a subtle malice. Wang Yi furrowed his brow, a hint of worry crossing his face as he slowly inquired, "Hey, are you sure we can take on the Shen family, the wealthiest in Jiangnan? This seems a bit ambitious." A glint of red flashed in the young man's eyes as he emitted a strange sound. "The wealthiest in Jiangnan? Mere ants. If someone wishes to use the Shen family as a shield against us, I shall first obliterate them. Let those ignorant fools witness the consequences." Wang Yi stood up, fixing his gaze on the young man. "I care not for your disputes, but my Huangfeng stronghold requires wealth. You speak of transactions, yet I have yet to see any tangible benefits." The young man scoffed, "Wasn't the batch of goods I helped you seize enough profit? Had I not intervened, you would have fallen to the Shen family's guards. What use are scraps of cloth to me? I am a bandit, who am I to sell them to?" The young man locked eyes with Wang Yi. "The Shen family is a substantial prize. If I help you eliminate them, do you think the spoils will be sufficient?" Wang Yi remained silent for a moment before replying, "I hope your demon clan fulfills your promises. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile." The young man's expression darkened, yet he refrained from responding. Wang Yi diverted his gaze to the distance, suddenly remarking, "Seventh brother has been gone for quite some time. It's getting dark. Why hasn't he returned? Could something have happened?" As nightfall approached, an uneasy premonition lingered in Wang Yi's heart. Chapter 17. Storming the stronghold. As Wang Yi contemplated the situation, a bandit urgently reported, "Chieftain, we're under attack." Wang Yi was taken aback. "How many assailants?" The bandit stammered. "A youth, and an elderly man." Wang Yi frowned. "2 people? Is that all?" The bandit exclaimed, "The youth seems to be a cultivator. My brothers are hesitant to engage." "A cultivator?" Wang Yi's unease grew. "Alert the men, I'll head to the gate myself." He swiftly departed, ignoring the enigmatic man beside him, who smiled, "Here they come." Meanwhile, at the foot of Yellow Wind Mountain, Shining and the elder approached the gate, leaving the guards behind. He aimed to minimize casualties. "Who dares trespass on Yellow Wind Mountain?" the third chieftain demanded. Shining of the Shen family, Shining declared. "I'm here to settle a score and dismantle your stronghold." The third chieftain scoffed, "The Shen family sent a mere boy? Don't think cultivation makes you invincible." Unleashing his aura, he pressed towards Shining. Sensing the pressure, Shining realized, a master. He erected a chi barrier, but it faltered against the chieftain's attack. "Is that all you've got?" The chieftain lunged again, locking Shining in place. "Old Wu, if you don't intervene, I'm done for." Shining yelled. "Bluffing." The chieftain sneered. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura engulfed him, and an elderly figure materialized in midair. With a serene posture, old Wu casually extended a finger. Void sword. A chi-formed blade pierced the chieftain's core. The chieftain plummeted, his cultivation shattered. Creation realm, he croaked, staring at old Wu. Old Wu stroked his beard. I am merely compensated to resolve problems. Shining grumbled, Old Wu, another moment and I would have been dead. Old Wu chuckled, but you're alive, aren't you? Wang Yi arrived to witness the scene. Third brother. He cried. The chieftain pointed weakly at Old Wu. Wang Yi glared at Old Wu. Why would a creation realm expert serve the Shen family? Old Wu retorted, serve? I'm merely ridding the world of evil. Your stronghold reeks of demonic energy. Eradicating demons is a sacred duty. Wang Yi recognized the futility of resistance. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Shining scoffed. You plundered our goods and harmed our guards. Wang Yi relented, take back the goods. You've killed our men. Let's call it even. Shining sneered, too late for reconciliation. Old Wu, raise this stronghold. Okay. Old Wu too revealed his teeth and stepped into the void. Wang Yi's eyes were bloodshot, he never imagined things would develop this way. He suddenly rasped, if that's the case, then I'll fight him. The commotion at the was so great that the other leaders of Huangfeng emerged. They were all cultivators. But even together, they were no match for old Wu Tu. As old Wu Tu's oppressive aura descended, everyone in Huangfeng felt an immense pressure. Ordinary bandits were forced to the ground by this invisible force, unable to stand. Even the severely injured third leader was blasted away, losing his life. Wang Yi stood at the forefront, blood beginning to spill from his mouth. Old Wu Tu, observing the scene below, uttered in a piercing voice. It's been a long time since I've felt this exhilarated. As his words faded, his aged hands reached out again, pressing downward. The massive phantom of a hand seemed poised to engulf the entire, and bandits began to explode. Ah! No! Save us, Chief! Below, cries of despair. Screams, and pleas for mercy intertwined. Under the night sky, Huangfeng seemed to have descended into a living hell. Shining stared blankly at the scene, witnessing for the first time the spectacle of a cultivator dominating the battlefield. This is the true power of a creation realm cultivator, awe-inspiring. Mortals under such beings could only beg for mercy and await death. This was why cultivators held such a revered status in this world. Strength dictated everything. The bonfires in Huangfeng were overturned by old Wu Tu's oppressive aura, igniting the entire. Instantly, it was engulfed in a sea of flames. Ordinary bandits began to succumb to the oppressive aura or were consumed by the flames, a truly tragic sight. But there was no innocent soul here. They all deserved their fate. Only a few leaders remained, struggling to hold on, but they were utterly powerless. Damn it, why? Why did our Huangfeng provoke such a monster? One of the leaders, sensing the approach of death, cried out in despair. No! Don't kill me! I'm willing to surrender. Another began to beg for mercy. This was the second leader of Huangfeng, also a cultivator. Such strength was considered remarkable in these parts. But before old Wu Tu, he was no more than an ant. Wang Yi turned back and shouted, Second, you. I'm willing to surrender. I can work for your Shen family. Please, let me go. The second leader had reached his breaking point. He was a bandit, not a man of great principles. Faced with death, he would do anything, even become a dog. But Shening gave him no chance. He looked up at old Wu Tu, who understood and unleashed a sword aura, severing the second leader's head from his body. The other leaders had lost all hope. And the most regretful of them all was Wang Yi. He had listened to this lies and attacked the Shen family, only to meet such an end. And now, as Huangfeng was about to be destroyed, the strange was nowhere to be found, still hidden. Old Wu Tu turned his gaze to a distant straw hut and said in a deep voice, How long do you intend to hide? Come out now. In an instant, the straw hut was reduced to ashes, and from the smoke, a slowly emerged. This complexion was not good, but he showed no fear. He looked at old Wu Tu and rasped, The Shen family actually has someone like you. Interesting. Shining also looked at the latter emanated a. But Shining was certain that this was not the who had assassinated him at the mansion. Old Wutu's expression turned solemn. He said in a deep voice, "I've been in seclusion for over a decade. Have you become so audacious now? I seem to recall that in my time. You didn't dare to set foot in human territory." The retorted coldly, "Enough nonsense. So what if you're in the creation realm? You can't kill me today." Then, he cast a murderous gaze at Shining, but with a wicked smile. "But the destruction of your Shin family is inevitable." Old Wutu burst into laughter. "Still talking tough when death is imminent. I didn't see you so tough when I wiped out this Huang Feng." The replied, "Huang Feng, just a useless pawn. It's gone, so be it." Below, Wang Yi, hearing this, stared intently at the and roared, "You." But at this moment, his internal organs had been shattered. And he spat out another mouthful of blood. The eyes flashed red, and the within him erupted without restraint. Old Wutu narrowed his eyes and said softly, "Eh. Still no match for me." There was a whole realm below Old Wutu. However, the aura within the continued to expand rapidly, reaching the peak of the in one fell swoop. At this moment, Old Wutu's expression changed. He murmured, "Forbidden technique. It seems you've walked a path of no return." The was enveloped in a red aura. He rasped, "So what? If you want to kill me, you're not qualified." With that, the relying on the forbidden technique launched an assault on Old Wutu, but the latter's expression remained unchanged. The seemed to have unleashed all his strength. And the aura of the peak of the radiated outward. But this aura was nothing before Old Wutu. "Good, I also want to stretch my muscles." Old Wutu roared. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered since joining the Shin family. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Halfway through his charge, the suddenly changed direction and fled into the distance. A feint. He burned the forbidden technique to escape. Shining, seeing this grand display, had thought there would be a fierce battle. He never expected him to just run away. Even a master like Old Wutu was stunned by the sight. In all his years, his enemies had only fled in disarray before him. To run away with such momentum was a first. Old Wutu immediately gave chase. He had already let one escape at the Shin family mansion. If he let this one get away again, where would he put his old face? With a flicker, Old Wutu also disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Huang Feng was almost completely reduced to ruins. The leaders were either dead or barely clinging to life. Old Wu had crippled there, and they were just waiting to die. Shining looked at the engulfed in flames, feeling no sympathy. Huang Feng had harmed so many people. Eliminating this tumor was a good thing. The old man behind Shining, who had come to redeem his daughter, looked at the scene before him and cried out, "Daughter! My daughter!" Shining sighed inwardly. He knew that Old Wutu would not indiscriminately kill the innocent. When the oppressive aura descended, Old Wutu had already used a wave of energy to send the innocent people held captive in Huang Feng out of the area. They were no longer in the old man's daughter was not among them, which meant. At this moment, the old man rushed desperately to Wang Yi, who was barely alive, and roared, "Daughter! Where's my daughter?" Chapter 19, Are There Still Enemies? Wang Yi raised his head, knowing his energy was depleted. And he had but half an hour to live. Summoning every ounce of strength, he stood and forcefully pushed the elder to the ground, descending into madness. "Ha ha ha, women? Women who enter my Huangfeng stronghold are destined to perish at our hands." The elder's eyes reddened as he slumped to the ground, weakly exclaiming, "Beasts! You are a pack of beasts." Wang Yi continued to shout in a frenzy, "Ha ha ha, let us all die together." He dragged his weary body towards the elder. His mind in disarray, consumed by a singular desire to kill. Suddenly, Shining appeared behind Wang Yi, brandishing a dagger that plunged into Wang Yi's heart. Wang Yi's body fell lifelessly to the ground. As Shining gazed at Wang Yi's corpse, he murmured, "Go to hell." With Wang Yi's death, it marked the complete demise of Huangfeng's stronghold. This band of mountain bandits had wreaked havoc for decades, and today they finally faced their reckoning. Shining then turned his gaze to the elder on the ground, refraining from intervening. The elder had lost everything, the final truth had delivered him a fatal blow. His life had reached its conclusion. Gradually, the flames began to extinguish, and Shining looked towards the distance. Now, he only needed to capture that enigmatic man. And the forces behind him would be revealed. The Huangfeng stronghold was merely a pawn, the true adversary of the Shen family lay behind that peculiar figure. However, suddenly, the youth seemed to sense something, directing his gaze to a corner where a shadow flitted by. "Who goes there?" Shining spoke in a low voice. His instincts warning him that this was definitely not one of the surviving bandits. Beneath the blackened sky, the atmosphere grew peculiar. Were there still enemies present? This was the first thought that crossed his mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. If there were foes, how could old Wu have been oblivious? Yet, another possibility loomed, that this enemy's strength surpassed that of old Wu. A chill ran down Xinying's spine. Impossible, it couldn't be. Old Wu's strength was unmatched in Linzhou City, a being above the transformative realm. How could this be? As the sparks dimmed, silence enveloped the surroundings. Shining hesitated to move, hoping for old Wu's return, though he quickly realized this was not a prudent choice. Scanning his surroundings, he took a deep breath and made a swift decision. The best course of action was to vacate the premises. However, before Shining could take a step, an unforeseen change occurred. Whoosh! He felt a sudden chill breeze behind him. Turning, he saw a figure materializing before him. Yet, before he could discern the stranger's features, the world began to spin, and he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, old Wu was still engaged in a life-and-death chase with the enigmatic man. Both possessed incredible speed, rendering them nearly invisible. After employing a forbidden technique, the enigmatic man finally escaped the dense forest. Ridiculous, he was merely at the transformative realm, while the old man was an entire realm above him. Turning to look back, he noticed old Wu had not followed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, the Shen family has concealed a being of transformative prowess. He had assumed his own strength would allow him to dominate Jiangnan. How could the Shen family possibly possess a master of such caliber? Unexpectedly, it was true. This revelation necessitated a re-evaluation of the Shen family's plans. The enigmatic man's gaze shifted toward Linzhou City. His foremost objective was to enter the city. However, before he could act further, a mocking voice rang out. "Do you believe you can escape my grasp?" Old Wu descended from the void, standing before the enigmatic man with a smile upon his face. The enigmatic man's heart sank as he realized escape was futile. He had underestimated the strength of a transformative master, despite being merely one realm apart. It was a chasm of difference. At this moment, old Wu's oppressive aura fell upon him, his expression turning grave. Lingfeng Sword Qi. Few knew that old Wu had once been a swordmaster, having entered the transformative realm through the sword, yet withdrawing from worldly conflicts due to it. Now, without a sword in hand, a master of his caliber could unleash sword intent without the need for one. The enigmatic man's face paled as he roared, "Tianhe technique." Surrounding him was a swirl of crimson energy, attempting to fend off the sword intent. But a violent explosion erupted around him, engulfing him in a cloud of smoke. 3 breaths later, as the smoke cleared, the enigmatic man was left bloodied and kneeling on the ground, bitterness etched upon his face. The outcome was as anticipated. Old Wu's strength was not to be underestimated. "Damn it," the enigmatic man murmured, aware that he was doomed this night. Old Wu advanced step by step towards him, intending to take him away. But just then, a flash of starlight appeared in the distance. Old Wu halted, exclaiming, "Ah!" His aged eyes turned skyward as he called out, "Friends in the shadows, do not hide any longer, come forth." The enigmatic man felt a jolt. There were still others present? As old Wu's voice echoed, 3 figures soared into view, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men appeared to be in their 40s. Clad in identical blue garments, exuding a composed and formidable presence. The leading woman wore a veil that obscured her features, making her age indiscernible. Draped in a striking red robe, her most captivating feature being her long silver hair. Old Wu squinted at them, recognizing their attire. Dezhou, Zhou and Yan. This was the most mysterious organization of the Dezhou dynasty, the imperial sword of the current emperor. Before old Wu could speak, the silver-haired woman respectfully introduced herself, Zhou and Yan. Liang Feishue pays her respects to the elder. In the world outside, strength speaks volumes. although they belonged to Zhou and Yan. Encountering a master like Old Wu warranted not only respect but a minimum of courtesy. Old Wu nodded, puzzled. Zhou and Yan, what brings you to Jiangnan? To pursue wanted criminals. Liang Feishue replied with poise, her demeanor radiating an innate nobility and confidence. Demon clan? Old Wu inquired, glancing at the enigmatic man behind her. Liang Feishue shook her head. Explaining, they are not of the demon clan, we merely encountered the elder while tracking the wanted criminal. Old Wu felt a headache coming on. Jiangnan had indeed become a tumultuous place of late. Then what do you wish to do? Liang Feishue turned her gaze toward the enigmatic man, solemnly stating. Though we of Zhou and Yan came to pursue a wanted criminal, we are also under the Emperor's orders to monitor the realm. The invasion of the demon clan is no trivial matter, and having encountered this demon tonight, we must take him with us. We kindly ask the elder to show mercy and surrender this demon to Zhou and Yan. Chapter 20, The Mysterious Taoist and the Qianyuan Map. The moon shone brightly. And the north wind howled. At this moment, on the other side, Shining slowly opened his eyes, discovering himself beside a stream. In the distance, he could see wisps of black smoke rising from the mountaintop. Clearly, he had not been taken far, and little time had elapsed. You are awake? A raspy voice suddenly emerged from behind him, instantly alerting Shining. He turned to see a middle-aged Taoist standing behind him. However, this Taoist's complexion was pale. And Shining could distinctly sense the waning life force within him, even perceiving a faint aura of death on his face. After some contemplation, Shining deduced that this person must have rescued him from the Huangfeng stronghold. He was indeed the enigmatic figure hidden within. Yet, the Taoist had not harmed him. And he had merely fainted for a moment, indicating that the man bore no immediate malice. After a brief hesitation, Shining respectfully introduced himself. I am Shining. And I am honored to meet you, senior. Regardless, Shining understood that this man was a formidable expert and felt compelled to show courtesy. Upon hearing this, the Taoist smiled gently and replied, Young man, you are quite polite. There is no need to be overly tense, I hold no enmity towards you, cough, cough. Suddenly, the Taoist clutched his chest and began to cough, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It appeared that he was injured more grievously than Shining himself. However, he soon raised his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Shining, more specifically, at Shining's chest. As if he were beholding some precious treasure. Fate, such fate, he murmured. Confused, Shining hesitated before inquiring, I understand you are not from the Huangfeng stronghold. Why were you there, and why did you bring me out? Now that it was evident the man bore him no ill will. There must be a reason behind it all. The Taoist had not harmed him, indicating that Shining himself was part of the equation. As expected, the elderly Taoist responded to his inquiry. I am known as Yikenzi, once an elder of the Qinghui sect from the southern ridge. As for my presence here, I was pursued and fled here. Shining pondered, the Qinghui sect, it should be a branch of the Taoist tradition, though he had never heard of it. In this world, Taoism had always been shrouded in mystery, with few practitioners engaging in worldly affairs. Yet, the power of Taoism was beyond doubt, its teachings enigmatic and potent. Unfortunately, the sect's secrecy and low profile had led to its gradual obscurity among the populace. Shining had not anticipated that this elder before him was a figure from the Taoist lineage. However, he had lived his life without any connection to Taoism. Why would this self-proclaimed Yikenzi seek him out? Yikenzi regarded Shining, speaking slowly and deliberately, our encounter is merely a matter of fate. Senior. What do you mean by that? Shining felt uneasy under the elder's gaze, unable to fathom the Taoist's intentions. Yikenzi continued, there is a familiar aura about you. To be precise, I sense it emanating from within your embrace. My embrace. Shining looked down, and in the next moment, realization dawned upon him. The elder was referring to the Qianyuan map. The very map he had unexpectedly acquired upon his arrival in this realm. To this day, he had yet to unravel its secrets. As Shining gazed at the elder, a bold notion flickered through his mind. Could this elder be the mysterious figure from his online encounters? Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, despite having never met the online acquaintance, something felt off. Indicating they could not possibly be the same person. Yikenzi did not conceal his intentions, pulling out a fragmented scroll from his robe, which emanated a dim glow. Shen Ying's heart raced, he too felt that familiar aura. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the Qianyuan map from his own attire. Given that Yukenzi was aware of its existence, concealing it would serve no purpose. The Qianyuan map radiated a light akin to that of the scroll. Yukenzi smiled slightly as he looked at Shen Ying. Young man, it seems you have deduced the truth. They are, in fact, two parts of a whole. Fragments? Shen Ying quickly surmised that the Qianyuan map and the scroll were components of a singular entity. Thus, it could be understood that the Qianyuan map in his possession was merely a shard. Yukenzi nodded and elaborated, you have not misunderstood. What I possess is indeed a part of the Seven Scrolls map. The Seven Scrolls map? Shen Ying was perplexed, having no prior knowledge of it. Yukenzi continued. The Seven Scrolls map is composed of 7 maps and scrolls. When 2 maps come into proximity, their bearers will instinctively sense one another. This is why I was able to locate you. Shen Ying grasped the situation. Yukenzi was not after him per se, but rather the Qianyuan map he held. He raised his gaze to Yukenzi, slowly asking, "Oh? If that is the case, do you wish to obtain the item in my possession?" To be frank, Shen Ying held no particular interest in this so-called Seven Scrolls map. He knew nothing of its significance. Yet, it was evident that Yukenzi was indeed focused on the Qianyuan map. Yukenzi, however, merely smiled slightly and shook his head. No, had it been in the past, I might have been intrigued by your map. Now, it would be an overstatement to call it a calamity. What do you mean by that, senior? Shen Ying felt a sinking sensation at the mention of calamity. It sounded ominous. Yukenzi shook his head, refraining from elaborating further. Shen Ying, understanding the unspoken cue, shifted the topic. Then, what exactly is your purpose in bringing me here? Yukenzi replied, I wish to learn how you acquired this map. Shen Ying pondered for a moment before responding. I do not know. You do not know? Yukenzi raised his voice, suspecting the youth of concealing the truth out of fear. However, Shen Ying remained silent. For the map had appeared upon his arrival in this realm. I assure you, senior, I am not deceiving you, it simply manifested in my possession unexpectedly, Shen Ying insisted. Yukenzi fell silent, scrutinizing the youth to ascertain the veracity of his claim. Very well, let us leave it at that for now, he finally said. Suddenly, Yukenzi moved swiftly, grasping Shen Ying's wrist. The moment he touched it, his expression drastically changed. Your body. Shen Ying's wrist was firmly held, and he attempted to break free. But it was futile. Yukenzi questioned, enunciating each word deliberately, is there an aura of extreme cold within you? Shen Ying was momentarily taken aback. The chill within him had been suppressed, and his body maintained a stable temperature. Normally, one would not perceive anything unusual, yet Yukenzi could discern it with a mere touch. Before Shen Ying could respond, Yukenzi continued, tell me, who are you? The elder was becoming somewhat agitated, yet Shen Ying felt powerless, for the man's strength surpassed his own. Thus, he could only respond slowly, I hail from the Shen family in Jiangnan. Indeed, I possess a cold affliction, but it has been with me since childhood. At this, Yukenzi released Shen Ying but continued to gaze intently at him. Eventually, he spoke solemnly, young man, what lies within you is not an ordinary cold affliction, but a Qinghan spirit body. Yukenzi had discerned the youth's unique constitution at a glance. Qinghan spirit body? Shen Ying had never encountered such a term. Indeed, Yukenzi affirmed gravely. This Qinghan spirit body has profound ties to my Taoist lineage, which is why I could see through it so easily. Could you clarify further, esteemed senior? S. heart was heavy? The cold affliction had long been an insurmountable hurdle for him. Yet, the enigmatic Yukenzi before him seemed to possess insights. Yukenzi scrutinized and pondered. You possess one of the scattered 7 secrets diagrams and the Qinghan spiritual body, your origins are undoubtedly extraordinary. Fell silent. His greatest secret being his identity as a traveler, a secret he could never divulge. As for the cold affliction and the Qianyuan diagram, Yukenzi had seen through them. Eventually, spoke softly, is there a remedy for this cold affliction? Previously, a mysterious online acquaintance had informed him that only by reaching the Unity realm could one thoroughly dispel the cold energy within. However, a glimmer of hope now seemed to emerge. Yikenzi replied, your Qinghan spiritual body and pure yang body represent the extremes of yin and yang in this world. Both related to breath. Breath is the foundation of cultivating Taoist practices. Hence, rather than seeking to eliminate it, you should strive to harness the cold energy for your own purposes. Grasped only a fraction of this, as he had little understanding of Taoism at present. By this time, the moon had begun its descent, and the sky was tinged with the pale hues of dawn. Yikenzi gazed into the distance and murmured, time is of the essence. He then turned back to, his expression grave, our meeting is fated, though we are but strangers, if you trust me, heed my words. Safeguard that incomplete 7 secrets diagram in your possession, do not reveal it to the world. Nodded, aware of the diagram's significance, he would not easily expose it. Even without Yikenzi's warning. Moreover, do not mention our encounter to anyone. There are those pursuing me, and this matter has no bearing on you, do not become entangled. After saying this, Yikenzi suddenly extended his hand and inscribed something in the void. Was taken aback as characters appeared in the air. The formidable aura emanating from Yikenzi rivaled even that of Old Wu, yet he appeared exceptionally weak, clearly gravely injured, yet still possessed such power. Soon, those characters coalesced and manifested upon Yikenzi's scroll. Young one, shall we strike a bargain? Yikenzi regarded, articulating each word carefully. What do you mean, esteemed senior? Lifted his gaze to meet his. Yikenzi unfurled the scroll before and stated solemnly, I have inscribed the 9 spirits' mysterious clarity method upon this scroll. This technique can transform the cold energy within you into your own true qi. This method was devised by our esteemed Taoist ancestors, as one with a Qinghan spiritual body. Practicing this technique will yield remarkable results, perfectly suited to you. The 9 spirits' mysterious clarity method, murmured, contemplating the Taoist technique. He then inquired, may I ask? Esteemed senior, what does the trade entail? Yikenzi gazed at the scroll and replied slowly, I find myself in dire straits. I wish to entrust this scroll to your care until I return for it. This represents a portion of the 7 secrets diagram, one piece in your possession, the other in mine. Since I have shared this matter with you, I entrust my portion to you. Though was still somewhat perplexed, he could surmise certain truths. Yikenzi was being hunted, likely due to the scroll he possessed. This object was a veritable hot potato. However, two held a similar burden. The youth bowed his head in contemplation, then asked, esteemed senior, how long do you mean by in the future? Yikenzi coughed lightly and replied softly, it is hard to say. It could be 3 to 5 days, perhaps 1 or 2 years. Indeed, I may not even be alive by the time I return. Scrutinized the scroll in Yikenzi's hands. Deep in thought. He weighed the pros and cons, truth be told, he was very much drawn to the 9 spirits' mysterious clarity method, as it was closely tied to his cold affliction. Moreover, encountering Yikenzi tonight had sparked a sense of connection to Taoism within him. As a cultivator, he faced 2 paths, Confucianism and martial arts. Yet, it now seemed that Taoism might indeed be the most fitting for him. Raised his head, having made his resolution, and accepted the scroll from Yikenzi's hands. He embraced the Taoist technique and consented to the trade. However, he still needed clarity on one matter. Esteemed senior, who are the ones pursuing you? Yikenzi observed the distant sky and chuckled coldly, within the borders of the Zhou kingdom, those pursuing me are from the Xiantian division. Across the realm, countless wish to see me dead. The Xiantian division had heard of this organization within the Zhou dynasty but had never encountered it. It appeared the goal of the Zhou court was also the 7 secrets diagram, and the Qianyuan diagram was merely a fragment of it. Felt fortunate that he had kept the Qianyuan diagram hidden after obtaining it, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After entrusting the scroll to, Yikenzi ascended into the air, leaving behind a final admonition. Young one, do not forget our agreement, do not expose it. When looked up again, Yikenzi had vanished without a trace. In the wilderness, the autumn wind rustled. The youth gazed at the 2 diagrams in his hands, sensing an impending storm on the horizon. As the sun rose, heralding a new day. In Linzhou City, within a hall, numerous individuals clad in deep blue robes stood in a line. At the forefront stood the silver-haired woman from the Xiantian division, Liang Feishui. At this moment, a report was delivered. Commander, the old Taoist's trail has vanished, we were utterly unable to detect his presence. Liang Feishua's expression was far from pleasant. Their Xiantian division had gone to great lengths to encircle an injured individual, only to let him slip away. At this juncture, the deputy commander beside Liang Feishue remarked, "Commander, we have received word from the capital. Rumor has it that the Prince of Chu's intends to venture south." Liang Feishue replied solemnly, "The Prince of Chu's, is he also here for the Seven Secrets diagram?" "No, it seems he is here for a woman." Liang Feishue's gaze sharpened as she responded slowly, "A woman? Who can fathom the schemes of that old fox, the Prince of Chu?" Chapter 22, A dialogue with the Empress in the grand residence of the Shin family in Linzhou City. The atmosphere was thick with gloom. After parting ways with Yikenzi, Xining returned to the Shin household and secluded herself within her chamber, refusing to see anyone. Old Wu had also returned, but this time, he came back empty-handed. The enigmatic figure he had encountered was entrusted to the Xiantian division and was not brought back. Despite his formidable strength, he was acutely aware of the dangers of confronting the Xiantian division directly, for they were backed by the emperor of the Great Zhou, whose will no one dared to oppose within the realm. Shen Wanqing stood outside Shenying's door, hesitating for a long while before ultimately refraining from knocking. She turned to Old Wu and asked in a low voice, "Old Wu, what exactly transpired during this trip outside the city?" Old Wu, equally perplexed, replied slowly, "I do not know. Nothing significant occurred during this excursion, save for the dismantling of a bandit stronghold and the capture of a demon." Unbeknownst to him, the existence of Yikenzi was a secret, and he was also unaware that Yikenzi had taken Xining away after ensuring Old Wu had departed. This left Old Wu bewildered, pondering what had caused Xining to act so strangely. Meanwhile, inside her room, Xining sat with her eyes closed at the writing desk. The events of the past few days had been overwhelming, leaving her in a state of confusion. Furthermore, the enemies lurking in the shadows of the Shin family began to reveal themselves. Of utmost concern was the cold affliction within her body, which she discovered was not merely an ailment but rather a unique constitution closely tied to Taoism. The Chenyuan map and the scroll given to her by Yikenzi held far greater significance than she had initially surmised. She soon learned that the Xiantian division was also investigating the scroll in Yikenzi's possession, seeking the Seven Techniques map. Yikenzi had mentioned that the Seven Techniques map comprised 7 volumes and scrolls, of which she currently possessed 2. The whereabouts of the remaining 5 remained unknown. However, Xining quickly realized that the mysterious online acquaintance with whom she had been communicating also possessed a copy, which enabled their connection. Thus, she took out the Chenyuan map and inscribed a message in the blank space, "Elder, have you heard of the Seven Techniques map?" She then entered a period of waiting, reasoning that since the other party could connect with her, they must be aware of the existence of the map. In the Northern Palace, the Empress had just finished reviewing several documents and had yet to take a moment to rest when the catalogue beside her suddenly radiated light. She recognized that it was that individual making contact. For the time being, she was not inclined to respond. However, as she rose, her gaze fell upon the characters on the page, and her exquisite features shifted in surprise. She softly murmured, "It seems this little one is aware of the Seven Techniques map." After contemplating, the Empress slowly extended her delicate hand and inscribed a response, "As you have surmised." Upon seeing the reply, Xining felt a rush of relief. Indeed, Yikenzi had not deceived her. Yet, a new dilemma arose. If the other party was aware of the map's existence, they would likely covet her possession as well. A chill ran down her spine at this realization, and she fixated on the characters inscribed on the Chenyuan map, a torrent of thoughts swirling in her mind. The other party had been aiding her for years. Perhaps their true aim was the Chenyuan map she held. She felt a wave of gratitude that she had not revealed her identity to them, otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. The Seven Techniques map was a treasure coveted even by the Emperor of the Great Zhou, who would not be tempted by it. However, the Empress seemed to have divined Shenying's thoughts, as another line of text appeared, "Rest assured, I am not currently interested in what you possess." Xining stared at the words in silence. Temporarily, she mused, but what of the future? In truth, the Empress had no need to deceive Xining. With the 2 kingdoms of Yan and Zhou at odds, her ambitions lay elsewhere, even though she was aware of the secrets contained within the Seven Techniques map. The Empress studied the catalogue in her hand, her eyes gleaming with sharpness. This little one is becoming increasingly intriguing. To this day, she remained unaware of Xinying's identity and held no desire to investigate further. She understood that some matters would unfold in due course. Much like how she ascended to her current position. All she knew was that Xining was not a native of her great Yan kingdom. Yet, even from afar in the south, should she wish to act against Xining, no one could impede her. Xining shared this sentiment, as neither party knew the other's identity. Maintaining this relationship could prove beneficial. Thus, both individuals tacitly chose not to mention the 7 techniques map again. Xining then wrote, "Elder, how much do you understand about Taoism? Are you seeking to cultivate the Tao?" The Empress regarded Xinying's words with growing interest. This young individual had only recently entered the realm of perception and taken up cultivation, yet they had chosen the path of Taoism, a curious decision. After a moment's contemplation, the Empress penned a response, "I do not possess extensive knowledge of Taoism." Upon reading this line, Xining let out a faint sigh. It was as he suspected. This elder was no practitioner of the Tao and was ignorant of its intricacies. Yet, in quick succession, another message appeared: "Is your pursuit of the Tao linked to the cold affliction within you?" The Empress's perceptiveness was remarkable. Her position indicated she was not one to be trifled with. She had already surmised that Xinying's desire to cultivate was intricately tied to her cold affliction. Xining was taken aback, astonished that a mere casual inquiry had led the Empress to such a conclusion. He fell silent, choosing not to respond. There was no way Xining could disclose the nature of his Qinghan spirit body. Should his condition be exposed, the Empress would inevitably uncover his true identity. Observing Xinying's prolonged silence, the Empress grew weary and wrote, "Let us not dwell on such matters. What other intriguing tales do you have to share?" Having spent long hours within the palace, burdened by state affairs, she had not glimpsed the outside world in quite some time. Stepping outside, she gazed at the distant scenery, allowing the trivialities of her duties to dissipate. Shortly afterward, Xining sent a reply, "Elder, I am merely a novice in the realm of perception, and I am unsure what could be deemed interesting. However, I wish to see this world, it must hold many wonders." After completing his message, Xining exhaled deeply. The Xin family was beset by crises and enemies lurking in the shadows. He contemplated that once the threats to his family were resolved, he could venture beyond Linzhou city and the Jiangnan region, towards the heart of power in the Great Zhou, its capital. Perhaps even beyond Zhou, to explore the world at large. With newfound determination, Xining rose. He understood it was time to counterattack. The downfall of the Huangfeng stronghold was merely the beginning, not the end. He would systematically address the demon race and their unseen backers. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the Empress pondered the words inscribed in the catalogue, her gaze distant. She murmured softly, "Is the world truly so intriguing?" Chapter 23, The Unexpected Puppet Master. In the depths of Linzhou city, within the confines of a prison, an otherworldly man lay ensnared after being taken by the Zhou and Yan. His body was marred with wounds, his cultivation stripped away, leaving him barely clinging to life. He sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, motionless, uncertain whether he had truly succumbed to death or lingered in a state of despair. Then, with a resonant click, the prison door swung open. The figure that entered was Liang Feishue, the commanding officer sent by the Zhou and Yan to oversee matters in Linzhou. She approached the otherworldly man, dragged him upright, and carelessly tossed him into a corner. At last, he opened his eyes, gazing slowly at Liang Feishue. "End my life," he uttered weakly, yearning only for death. He had meticulously plotted, yet never anticipated the existence of a transcendent being from the Xin family in Jiangnan. A singular misstep had cost him his life. "Tell me the whereabouts of your accomplices. And why do you target the Xin family?" Liang Feishue demanded coldly. The presence of demons in Jiangnan was within her expectations. The emergence of the 7 Secrets map had stirred not only them but the demonic races as well. The vile forces lurking in the shadows were beginning to reveal themselves. Yet, Liang Feishue was perplexed as to why they had chosen to focus their efforts on the Xin family, a mere prosperous merchant clan that had only recently surged in influence. In the eyes of the Zhou and Yan, they were inconsequential. Liang Feishue sought to uncover the secrets behind this targeting. However, the otherworldly man remained silent, murmuring instead, "Just kill me. Let me die." Recognizing his stubbornness, Liang Feishue directed her 2 companions with an icy tone, "Do not allow him to perish." "Yes, Commander." A thought struck Liang Feishue, and she commanded, furthermore, compile a dossier of the significant events that have transpired in Linzhou during this time. Yes. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, within an opulent residence, a tall man stood illuminated by the night light. Although he had shed his dark cloak, should Xining be present, she would instantly recognize him as the demon who had invaded her family. This imposing figure bore the name Xiong Shuo and belonged to the Black Bear clan of the North Ridge. Typically, demons possess a lifespan exceeding that of humans. In this world, a common person reaching 60 years is deemed fortunate, while cultivators may live beyond a century. However, demons often live to 150 years, with more powerful beings even reaching 200. Xiong Shuo appeared as a middle-aged man, yet his true age remained a mystery, even to himself. All he recalled was that he had been lurking in the human realm for decades. At long last, he awaited his mission. The Taoist had fled to Jiangnan. If he could obtain the Seven Secrets map, the demons would withdraw from the region. Yet now, with the Zhou and Yan's presence, Xiong Shuo understood that confrontation was inevitable. Before long, a figure clad in black robes entered the residence. The man bore no demonic aura, he was human, a cultivator. Xiong Shuo regarded the newcomer without surprise, lifting his gaze to the black-robed man and speaking with a resounding voice. What a rare visitor. The black-robed man remained silent for a moment, his voice heavy with foreboding. Why do you target the Shen family? As he spoke, a palpable aura of menace emanated from him, suggesting that if Xiong Shuo failed to provide a satisfactory answer, he would not leave unscathed. However, Xiong Shuo displayed no hint of fear, smirking coldly as he replied, "Isn't it you're doing? The Shen family has become an obstacle for us demons, and thus must be eliminated." You the black-robed man shot a piercing glare at Xiong Shuo. Ha ha ha. Xiong Shuo suddenly laughed, his voice dark and mocking. Your Zhou family has allied with my kind, now that you have gained power. You wish to use the Shen family as a shield? Such a fortune cannot be grasped so easily. Therefore, I shall deal with the Shen family first. After all, they are merely a family in Jiangnan, insignificant ants before my kind. And that includes your Zhou family. Xiong Shuo's words echoed like thunder, unveiling the truth hidden in the shadows. At that moment, the black-robed man's face emerged from the dim light. Zhou Chen, isn't that so? Xiong Shuo fearlessly revealed the identity of the man before him. Indeed. The black-robed man was Zhou Chen, the head of the Zhou family and the father of Zhou Wanshu. In Jiangnan, the Zhou family operated as the hidden power behind the demons. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the land. Colluding with demons was a crime punishable by extermination. Even though the Zhou family was a formidable force in Jiangnan, they would possess no resistance against absolute imperial power. Should this matter come to light, the Zhou family would cease to exist. Boom! Just as Xiong Shuo finished speaking, Zhou Chen suddenly struck, sending him crashing across the room. In that instant, this demon of the heavenly realm demonstrated no capacity for resistance, as his towering form slammed into the courtyard wall, leaving a deep imprint. Xiong Shuo fell to the ground, clutching his chest, his gaze filled with astonishment. You truly have broken through. Zhou Chen refrained from pursuing the attack, his eyes fixed intensely upon Xiong Shuo. Do not harm the Shen family. This is my final bottom line. Xiong Shuo, however, scoffed. Both knew well the implications of their words. A bottom line? Others might be oblivious, but he understood Zhou Chen's intentions perfectly. Ha! That is merely the Zhou family's last retreat. Though struck forcefully, Xiong Shuo was unperturbed, his voice icy as he declared. Your Zhou family lacks the qualifications to negotiate with my kind. The Zhou and Yan has already arrived in Linzhou. Should your Zhou family dare to betray us, I will ensure that you perish alongside us. Zhou Chen pointed at Xiong Shuo, yet he found himself at a loss for words. For the lifeline of the Zhou family had been firmly grasped. The moment he chose to ally with the demons, he was fully aware of the risks involved. But did Zhou Chen regret his decision? He could not say, as he understood that had he not allied with the demons, he might have met his demise long ago. The Zhou family could not function without him. Zhou Chen had concealed this matter well, known only to a select few within the family. Even his daughter Zhou Wanshu remained in the dark. They had tacitly accepted that their cooperation with the demons, combined with the Zhou family's resources, had allowed them to flourish. They reveled in their gains, indulging in the privileges afforded to them. Yet now, as the winds of turmoil swept through Jiangnan, with demons stirring restlessly and the Zhuantianzi descending, the Zhou family found themselves at the eye of the storm. They had no alternative. Xiong Shua dusted off his clothing, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. I advise you not to engage in any underhanded schemes. The Taoist has already made his appearance, our objective is solely him. Once this matter is resolved, we shall depart Jiangnan. Therefore, the Zhou family must assist us. This is your only choice. Chapter 24, Learning the Sword. Several days later, the city of Linzhou returned to its serene state, as if nothing had transpired. In this time, Shining had not ventured outside, instead, he remained in his courtyard, diligently practicing the two martial arts he had in his possession, the Empress's breath-returning technique and Yikenzi's nine spirits profound clarity technique. The former focused on cultivating internal energy, and as Shining practiced, he could distinctly feel a warm current flowing through his body. Meanwhile, he was still exploring the intricacies of the nine spirits profound clarity technique, which remained somewhat arcane to him, leaving him at the threshold of its first level. He had only scratched the surface of this profound technique. Yet he sensed its extraordinary nature, albeit with a shaky foundation. Following the events at Huangfeng's, Xin Ying's resolve to pursue the path of cultivation had solidified. The sight of old Wu effortlessly dismantling Huangfeng's had left a profound impression on him. This was the true realm of practitioners. Coincidentally, his sister Xin Wanqing had returned, allowing Shining to entrust the affairs of the Xin family to her for the time being. For now, his sole focus was on cultivation. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly as Shining closed his eyes to commence the breath-returning technique. Nearby, Xin Wanqing held a platter of fruits, gazing absently at him. Old Wu, clutching a wine gourd, was red-faced and squinting. As Xin Wanqing munched on the fruit, she murmured, "My little brother has become enchanted with cultivation after stepping into the Tongdan realm." Old Wu chuckled, "Who in this world does not yearn for strength? Such fervor is commendable." Xin Wanqing remained silent for a moment before turning to ask, "Is the technique my brother is practicing one that you provided him?" Although she was not a practitioner herself, she could perceive the extraordinary energies swirling around Shining. The only formidable practitioner her brother had access to was old Wu, which led her to instinctively assume that he had gifted the technique to him. However, old Wu shook his head and replied softly, "I possess no such technique. I practice the sword, and all I have learned pertains to the art of killing. What this lad is practicing is a top-tier method for cultivating energy, not something an ordinary practitioner would possess." Xin Wanqing's gaze flickered as she whispered, "So, my brother has other practitioners behind him." Old Wu took a swig of wine, his voice slightly slurred. "Who knows, this lad harbors secrets aplenty." After finishing the last piece of fruit, Xin Wanqing looked at the now empty platter and softly remarked, "Indeed, my brother is truly inscrutable. With his cultivation, the entire Xin family relies on me now." Father Xin Wanfu has entered a semi-retirement phase, spending his days on who knows what. With that, Xin Wanqing chose not to disturb Xin Ying's training any further and departed, for she had much to attend to. At that moment, Shining abruptly opened his eyes and called out to old Wu, "Old Wu, come here, I have something to discuss." Old Wu's expression sharpened slightly as he looked at Shining, exclaiming in resignation, "Xin lad, what are you up to now?" Shining declared resolutely, "Old Wu, I wish to learn the sword." "What?" Old Wu was taken aback, his gaze fixed on Shining. "Learn the sword? Were you not focused on cultivating energy?" He was puzzled, as Xin Ying's cold condition made practicing energy the most beneficial path for him, aiding in the regulation of his internal flow. Furthermore, practitioners emphasized accumulation. Mastering energy could be as effective as any lethal technique. Shining approached old Wu, his tone unwavering, "I want to learn the sword." The young man's eyes were filled with determination. This was not a fleeting whim but a decision reached after careful contemplation. He recognized that comprehending the nine spirits' profound clarity technique was a formidable challenge, one that did not align with his current capabilities. Shining understood that he needed to grow stronger to truly engage with Taoism. While cultivating energy was one facet, relying solely on it would not foster combat effectiveness in the short term. His past encounters with the bandits of Huangfeng's had revealed his lack of genuine combat techniques. Thus, learning the sword was his optimal choice, especially with old Wu, a clear master of swordsmanship, before him. To Xin Ying's surprise, old Wu did not immediately refuse but instead adopted a serious demeanor. Learning the sword is not out of the question. Old Wu had devoted his life to the sword. In the heart of a sword practitioner, the sword was paramount. However, he continued, the sword embodies the art of killing. Each strike requires the support of internal energy from your dantian. Given your cold condition, should you channel your energy into the sword, you might not last long. So, do you still wish to learn? Xin Ying's gaze shifted momentarily as he refrained from responding immediately, countering with a question, Old Wu. Do you believe I can learn the sword? Yes, Old Wu affirmed, nodding. Mention of the sword seemed to rekindle memories of his own past. A swordsman can be anyone. A warrior can wield the sword, thus becoming a martial swordsman. A scholar can also swing a sword, thereby becoming a scholarly swordsman. The Tao accommodates all, and naturally, there exists a sword within it. The sword can encompass all rivers. After old Wu concluded, his spirit visibly brightened. Well then, I wish to learn. Xin Ying stood firm in his desire. Old Wu, stroking his beard, spoke gravely, if you wish to learn the sword, your first step is to acquire a sword. A sword? Xin Ying pondered, understanding the literal implication. A fine sword marked the beginning of a sword practitioner's journey toward strength. Only those who reached old Wu's level could wield the essence of all things as their sword, devoid of external tools. Old Wu, what kind of sword would suit me? Xin Ying inquired. Old Wu rolled his eyes, responding, what kind of sword suits you? Only you can discern that. It's none of my business. As Xin Ying observed old Wu reverting to his usual irreverent demeanor, he felt an urge to slap the old man's face. So, I wish to learn the sword. You agree. And then, is that all? Cannot you offer me any guidance? After all, as a master of the creation realm, procuring a couple of fine swords should be child's play for you. Noting Xin Ying's increasingly disdainful expression, old Wu sighed, learning the sword. That comes at another cost. Xin Ying was rendered speechless, replying, fine, the Xin family isn't lacking in wealth. Old Wu, can you procure a sword I can wield? Old Wu regarded Xin Ying incredulously, do you think I'm a warehouse? Where would I find so many swords? What happened to your previous sword? You no longer use it. So why not give it to me? Broken, old Wu replied curtly. Xin Ying felt a sense of futility, akin to punching cotton, and sighed. It appeared that relying on old Wu for a sword would be futile. This matter would have to be postponed, as cultivation could not be hurried. Just then, old Wu's voice rang out again, I may not have a sword on hand, but I know where you can find the sword you need. Chapter 25, The Invitation from My Fiancée. Old Wu raised his head slightly, tilting it at a 45-degree angle as if embodying the demeanor of a sage. Do you know, Xin, why I came to Linzhou City 2 years ago? Why? Xin inquired, his curiosity piqued. The first sword I wielded before traversing the world was forged right here in Linzhou, old Wu continued. What? Xin became immediately alert, his ears perked up. Old Wu elaborated. 2 years ago, I came to visit an old acquaintance, who is still around. I think you should seek him out. He could forge a sword for you, a sword that belongs solely to you. Old Wu left it at that, knowing some matters must be approached by Xin himself. Xin pressed further, who is he? Where can I find him? To the west of the city, at the end of a narrow alley, there exists a blacksmith's shop. You might want to pay him a visit. If he forges a sword for you, you will have no need for another in your lifetime. Old Wu withheld the name, leaving Xin to ponder the implications. Xin reflected silently, if this individual had forged a sword for old Wu, he must have lived for quite some time. Such a person warranted a visit. With that, old Wu expressed his desire to leave and vanished into the courtyard. Calculating the time, Xin realized he had half a month before his wedding, ample opportunity to attend to certain matters. Yet, the prospect of marriage weighed heavily on his mind. The notion of an arranged marriage had indeed materialized in his life, and he had only encountered his fiancée twice thus far. He sighed, pondering what life might be like after marriage. As Xin rested in the courtyard, his maid, Lan Xian, approached him. Young master, you have received a letter. Xin raised an eyebrow in confusion, wondering who would write to him at such a time. He took the letter with a skeptical demeanor, while Lan Xian gazed at him with a mysterious smile. "Young master, this is a letter from Miss Zhou." "Which Miss Zhou?" Shen instinctively asked. But before he could finish, he looked up in astonishment. "Zhou wants you?" "Indeed," Lan Xian replied, her smile widening. "It seems Miss Zhou has a special interest in you." Shen remained puzzled. Why would Zhou want you write to him? He opened the envelope to find elegantly penned words, "Young Master Shen. May I have the pleasure of your company tomorrow? I shall await you at the pavilion by the lakeside." Reading the note, Shen fell into contemplation. An invitation from his fiancée? What did this signify? A date? What could she possibly want from him? Lan Xian, half-jokingly, remarked, "Young master, think positively. Perhaps she truly takes a liking to you." "You little rascal," Shen retorted, casting a disapproving glance at her. "Like me? That's impossible." He was convinced that Zhou Wanshu harbored affections for someone else, even if that someone was merely a facade of his own creation. Rubbing his forehead, Shen realized this presented a dilemma. What if, after their marriage, his disguise was revealed? How would Zhou Wanshu cope? Maintaining such a facade indefinitely was unrealistic. As his reputation grew, inquiries would inevitably follow. He had kept a low profile and had not published under the name of literary young master for quite some time. However, a recent poem he composed, titled A Lifetime Together, had gained some traction in Linzhou, marking his emergence in the literary circles of Jiangnan. Yet, it was not enough for him to be truly remembered. Shen pondered the idea of retiring the name of literary young master. Initially, he had concealed his identity to protect the Shen family from undue attention. Now, with the family's foundation firmly established in Jiangnan, it was time to make a name for himself beyond its borders. Gazing at the letter in his hand, he shook his head slightly. Perhaps I should first navigate the waters of this impending marriage. Recent events in Jiangnan are tumultuous. This union may yet encounter unexpected turns. Who can predict what lies ahead? The following day, Shen donned a carefully chosen outfit under Lan Xian's guidance, embodying the essence of a scholarly gentleman as he prepared for his appointment. The venue was the famed Tianhe Tower, the crown jewel of Linzhou and, indeed, all of Jiangnan. Renowned for its exquisite wine. It was said that a legendary wine sage had once graced the tower, imparting his craft to its then master. Since then, Tianhe Tower had garnered illustrious fame, becoming the premier establishment in Jiangnan. Thus, it attracted countless visitors annually, not only for its fine libations but also as a cultural hub. Talented individuals flocked to Tianhe Tower to drink, compose poetry, and leave behind enduring literary masterpieces. It was only fitting that a gifted woman like Zhou Wanshu would frequent such a place. Before long, Shen arrived at the lakeside. Before him stood a towering structure bustling with activity. Young gentlemen mingled, exchanging flattery as they entered the tower to indulge in drink. Yet, Shen chose not to enter. Instead, he wandered to the lake's edge. In the pavilion at the lake's center sat a beautiful lady in a pale pink gown, skillfully playing a guqin. Veiled, her features remained obscured, yet her delicate hands danced gracefully across the strings, producing melodious notes that resonated around the lake, drawing many curious gazes. Most could discern from her attire that she hailed from a distinguished family, undoubtedly remarkable in her own right. Indeed, a few recognized her as the celebrated Zhou Wanshu. With a flick of his sleeve, Shen approached the pavilion, standing before Zhou Wanshu. "Your guqin skills are commendable," he remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips. As the final note faded, she rose gracefully and bowed slightly. "It is an honor to meet you, young Master Shen." Their interaction bore the air of two acquaintances rather than that of a betrothed couple. "Miss Zhou, no need for formality. We are to be wed soon." "Such distance might draw unnecessary attention," Shen replied calmly, meeting her gaze. "You may call me Shening." Zhou Wanshu extended her delicate hand, adjusting the strings of her instrument. "And you shall call me Wanshu. Referring to me as Miss Zhou feels rather distant." Shen opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words. He had interacted only with his maid, Lan Xian, and his sister, Shen Wangqing, prior to this. He had rarely engaged with other women, especially given his reclusive nature before overcoming his afflictions. Navigating this relationship with an unfamiliar fiancée proved somewhat challenging. Thus, Xin resolved to shift the conversation. Wanshu. You summoned me today for a reason, I presume? Zhou Wanshu's beautiful eyes met his, her tone soft yet grave. The heir of the Chu kingdom, Mu Yu, has arrived in Jiangnan. Chapter 26, The courtesan's performance at the Riverside Pavilion. Is the heir of the Chu king arriving so soon? Xining gazed at Zhou Wanshu with a look of surprise. She had not anticipated that the Chu king's heir would be such a man of action. It was evident that his visit was intended for Zhou Wanshu. The thought of facing such a formidable figure made Xining feel a twinge of discomfort. He inquired. So you fled to avoid his pursuit? Zhou Wanshu replied calmly, No, I merely wished to see you. After all, we are to be wed in less than half a month. Although we have agreed to remain uninvolved in each other's affairs, there must be some mutual understanding between us. Xining fell silent, his gaze drifting towards the distant scenery, lost in thought. Zhou Wanshu rose and gently proposed, Xining, as today is free of obligations, may I invite you to the Riverside Pavilion for a drink? Regaining his composure, Xining smiled faintly and responded. To be summoned by a beauty is an honor I cannot refuse. Meanwhile, within the Riverside Pavilion, a refined gentleman sat alone, indulging in wine. His complexion flushed and gaze dreamy. Ah, the wine of Jiangnan, it possesses a unique charm, he murmured, lifting his cup. This gentleman was none other than Mu Yu, the heir of the Chu king. He had arrived in Linzhou but had not sought out Zhou Wanshu, for he lacked the courage to do so. Instead, he chose to drown his sorrows in drink at the Riverside Pavilion. Mu Yu's journey to Jiangnan was conducted in secrecy from his father, accompanied only by 2 guards. Your Highness, perhaps it would be prudent to limit your consumption. One of the guards cautiously suggested, aware of the dire consequences should anything happen to the heir. Leave me be. Mu Yu rasped, his eyes reddened. The effects of alcohol had begun to muddle his mind. At that moment, his gaze fell upon 2 figures entering the establishment. Instinctively, he stood, his heart racing as the haze of inebriation dissipated. An unnameable fury surged within him. The newcomers were Zhou Wanshu and Xining. Though Zhou Wanshu wore a veil, Mu Yu instantly recognized the woman he had longed for. The sight of her walking so closely with another man was unbearable for him. Zhou Wanshu's presence captured the attention of several distinguished guests within the pavilion, many of whom recognized her. Whispers filled the air, isn't that the young lady from the Zhou family? How could she be here? And who is that man at her side? How could he be so close to such a beauty? Why, that must be the young master of the Xin family, their betrothal has already been arranged. These murmurs reached Mu Yu's ears, and he sank back into his chair, overwhelmed. So, that is the Xin family heir. Wasn't he said to be ailing? Why are they so intimate? The thought was too much for him to bear. Meanwhile, Xining and Zhou Wanshu remained oblivious to Mu Yu's presence. Upon entering, the proprietor of the Riverside Pavilion personally welcomed them. Xining had never visited before due to his health, but Zhou Wanshu was a regular, often gracing the establishment with her presence due to the Zhou family's influence in Jiangnan. Led by the proprietor, they entered a private room on the 2nd floor. Unaware of the esteemed guest expected that day, their surprise was palpable when they learned that the guest's name was Qingji, a name well known throughout Linzhou. Qingji's background was less than illustrious. She had once been the foremost courtesan of the Mingwei Pavilion in the capital. Unlike her peers, she had managed to leave that life behind, rumored to have been rescued by a powerful figure, which only enhanced her notoriety. Moreover, Qingji was celebrated not only for her past but also for her musical talent. Her melodies possessed an enchanting quality. The news of her performance at the Riverside Pavilion stirred considerable excitement. Within the private room, Xining glanced at Zhou Wanshu, who understood his unspoken question and replied. I had no knowledge of Qingji's arrival, my invitation was a simple gesture. Xining rubbed his nose contemplatively. Indeed. What fiancé would bring his betrothed to see another beauty before their wedding? Though he had not witnessed Qingji's beauty, he surmised it would be difficult for anyone to rival Zhou Wanshu. After a brief interlude, the exquisite dishes and wine were served in their private room as twilight descended outside, and the number of patrons in the Riverside Pavilion swelled. Meanwhile, Mu Yu remained seated, his eyes fixed on the private room, paralyzed by uncertainty in the presence of Zhou Wanshu. He sensed that Xining was no ordinary figure. Yet he found himself unable to leave, lost in a haze of confusion and continuing to drink. As night fully enveloped the pavilion, the light suddenly dimmed. "Look! What is that?" someone exclaimed as a red silk ribbon descended from the center of the building. A captivating figure glided down the ribbon, her bare feet touching the ground. Her translucent red dress draping her form in a mesmerizing manner. The stark contrast between her crimson lips and porcelain skin was striking, while her exquisite features could only be described as enchanting. "It is Miss Qingji." The riverside pavilion was open to all who could afford it, and many unaccustomed to such grandeur lost their composure in the presence of such beauty. Within the private room, Xianing took a sip of his wine and frowned slightly. The wine of the riverside pavilion was merely mediocre. As for the alluring figure on stage, he felt indifferent. Qingji's aura was too heavy for his taste, unable to compare with the elegance of Zhou Wanshu beside him. However, Zhou Wanshu gazed at Qingji with keen interest, her beautiful eyes fixed on the performer. Qingji knelt in a sultry pose, her delicate feet partially concealed beneath her skirt. Before her lay an ancient zither, and as she placed her graceful hands upon the strings, a hauntingly beautiful melody emerged. "Tonight, I express my gratitude to all the gentlemen present for your patronage. Allow me to offer a song, and I hope you will not find it lacking." Chapter 27, The Emergence of Danger, the Rising Storm. As Qingji's words fell, the atmosphere in the room fell into a profound silence. Everyone held their breath, their attention fixated on the graceful figure on the stage. With a pluck of the strings, Qingji began to play. However, the melody was far from ordinary. Xianing, listening to the resonant notes of the guqin reverberating through the building, once again turned her focus to Qingji. Beside her, Zhou Wanshu whispered, "Did you notice it too?" Xianing murmured, "This music carries a heavy aura of slaughter." Everyone presumed that a delicate woman like Qingji would perform gentle and melodious tunes. Yet, this piece was a borderland song. A battle anthem sung by warriors in the heat of combat. At this moment, most of the attendees at the Linjiang Tower had come merely to admire the beauty, and thus the music did not resonate deeply with them. Jiangnan, situated in the southern part of the Great Zhou, had not seen war in this generation, leaving its gentry blissfully ignorant of the horrors of battle. Xianing set his cup down, his instincts sharpening. This woman was no ordinary foe. He turned to Zhou Wanshu, asking in a low voice, "Did you come alone?" "What?" Zhou Wanshu initially failed to comprehend, but her keen intellect quickly caught up, replying, "I did not bring any guards today." Xianing fell silent for a moment, then glanced back at the woman on stage, hoping she was not targeting the Shen and Zhou families. The music intensified, reaching a crescendo, and Qingji's exceptional skill captivated the audience. The sounds of battle and the clattering of hooves intertwined in their minds. Even Muyu, the son of the king of Chu, who had been drinking, turned his gaze toward the commotion below, sensing the extraordinary nature of the melody as he fixated on Qingji. As the climax of the piece concluded, it transitioned into a low, mournful tone. The fierce battle depicted within the music began to wane, the outcome now apparent. The audience, entranced, felt a wave of despair wash over them. Defeat. Accompanying this were the cries of the populace, the wails of infants, and the somber murmurs of soldiers. Mu Yu, lost in thought, was acutely aware of the battlefield concepts instilled in him since childhood, despite never having set foot on one. His heart raced as the music unsettled him. As the final notes faded, Mu Yu regained his senses, only to behold a stunningly beautiful face before him, accompanied by a glint of a blade. "Tonight, I shall escort you on your journey." Qingji's voice whispered in Mu Yu's ear, audible only to him. Alarmed, Mu Yu realized the distance between them had closed in an instant, leaving him no room to evade. However, his two bodyguards, adept and vigilant as they were, reacted swiftly. One pushed Mu Yu aside, while the blade found its mark in his chest. The other guard lunged at Qingji, attempting to subdue her on the first floor. In that moment, Qingji revealed her true nature, releasing a formidable aura that engulfed the Linjiang Tower. Returning to her guqin, she plucked the strings, sending a wave of energy toward the guard. The melodious sound echoed throughout the hall, and the guard, unable to evade, was left with grievous wounds. "An enchantress!" Xianing exclaimed, his voice low. "This Qingji is a practitioner." At that instant, Zhou Wanshu finally noticed Mu Yu, rising to whisper, "It's him." Who? Shen Ying inquired. Having never seen the son of the king of Chu. The son of the king of Chu. Zhou Wanchu's expression darkened. Muyu had entered the Linjiang Tower and had now become the target of an assassination attempt. As Qingji struck, chaos erupted in the Linjiang Tower. Murder, murder! Someone shrieked, plunging the hall into pandemonium. Such scenes were foreign to ordinary folk. And the pampered elite of Jiangnan found it impossible to remain calm in the face of such violence. Qingji had come to the Linjiang Tower with intentions beyond mere entertainment. Mu Yu was her ultimate target. Qingji's strength was formidable, and even the two guards surrounding Mu Yu struggled against her musical onslaught, gradually succumbing. Qingji ascended back to the second floor, cornering Mu Yu, who now found himself trapped. Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me? He demanded. Your words are excessive, Qingji hissed, advancing toward him. Mu Yu, drenched in sweat, felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He had only just arrived in Jiangnan and had merely glimpsed his beloved from afar. To think he was about to meet his demise. In this dire moment, Mu Yu instinctively glanced toward Zhou Wanchu's box, where her expression was grave. She turned to Shen Ying, her eyes filled with urgency. Mu Yu cannot die here, after all, he came to Jiangnan for me. If he perishes, the Chu royal family will surely retaliate against the Zhou and Shen families. Shen Ying understood the gravity of the situation, yet, time was of the essence, and who could save him now? In the Linjiang Tower, apart from Qingji, he was perhaps the only practitioner present. But Qingji was already upon Mu Yu, leaving no opportunity for intervention. In this critical moment, two sharp sounds of swords ringing out pierced the air. Two men clad in blue-scaled robes suddenly emerged, brandishing swords and charging at Qingji. The latter found herself forced back, barely stabilizing herself against the barrage of sword energy. Lin-patterned robes. They are from the Zhuantianzi, Zhou Wanchu murmured. Xin Ying's gaze flickered. It was his first encounter with those from the Zhuantianzi. Indeed, the son of the king of Chu had been under their watch since arriving in Jiangnan. Realizing the danger posed by the Zhuantianzi, Qingji turned to flee. Halt! The two Zhuantianzi men shouted, pursuing her swiftly. They had been dispatched to monitor the son of the king of Chu, and this turn of events was unforeseen. Three figures vanished swiftly from the Linjiang Tower. And as Mu Yu regained his footing from the brink of death, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Zhou Wanchu. She exchanged a brief glance with him before turning to assist Shen Ying, leaving the box. This matter does not concern us, do not get involved. Shen Ying remained silent, fully aware that the turmoil in the capital had extended its reach to Jiangnan. In the Linjiang Tower, guests fled in disarray, scattering in all directions, leaving Mu Yu alone in a corner of the second floor, contemplating his next move. Ironically, this once dissolute heir, having narrowly escaped death, found his thoughts consumed by the relationship between Zhou Wanchu and Shen Ying. Observing their closeness, Mu Yu felt a pang of anguish. Had his beloved truly fallen for another man? In this moment, he was engulfed in confusion. Chapter 28, The Blacksmith Shop, Your Highness. Mu Yu was unaware of how long he had remained in place when he heard a melodious voice. He lifted his gaze to see a silver-haired woman adorned in scale-patterned attire approaching him. A member of the Zhuantianzi. Mu Yu had heard of her in the capital. And thus he rose politely, saying, Commander Liang. The visitor was indeed Liang Feishue, who evidently held considerable renown in the capital. To ascend to the position of a commander in the Zhuantianzi was no small feat. Liang Feishue clasped her hands together and addressed him, Your Highness. We have pursued the assassin, who is currently fleeing westward. Rest assured, she shall not escape the grasp of the Zhuantianzi. Her words, though courteous, lacked any semblance of reverence. The original mission of the Zhuantianzi in Jiangnan was not this, and Mu Yu's unexpected arrival undoubtedly complicated their affairs. However, due to his charming demeanor and the protective nature of his father, Liang Feishue felt compelled to assign personnel to follow Mu Yu. Yet, now that events had unfolded, Liang Feishue knew she must take action. Suddenly, Mu Yu raised his head and inquired, You are following me? Liang Feishue replied coolly, This is for your safety, Your Highness. Moreover, does the king of Chu remain unaware of your arrival in Linzhou? Mu Yu fell silent, having no retort. He recognized his impulsiveness in coming to Jiangnan without forethought. Little did he expect that those wishing for his demise would appear so swiftly. I do not know who I have offended, he murmured. Liang Feishuo scoffed. Your Highness, you may not have offended anyone directly, but are there not many in the capital, including those from the Chu royal family, who wish for your end? She regarded the ineffectual Chu prince's heir with a cold internal smirk. Initially, Liang Feishuo had suspected Mu Yu's journey south was a scheme orchestrated by the king of Chu, targeting that Taoist. However, it now appeared that her worries were unfounded. This Chu prince's heir was merely a love-struck fool. Nonetheless, she was determined to retrieve that Qingji. For such a figure entangled with many significant matters, possibly even aligned with the objectives of the Xuantianzi, Liang Feishuo instructed her subordinates. Send 2 more people to the west of the city, do not let that assassin escape. Yes. Meanwhile, Shining and Zhou Wanshu had just exited the Lingjiang Tower. They had not been together long, and as night deepened, Zhou Wanshu opted to return to the Zhou family. Although the day's events did not concern them directly, preparations were necessary, especially with Mu Yu's arrival, which might bring trouble to the Zhou household. Shining, however, did not hurry back to the Shun residence but instead headed westward. With his father and sister there, he had no worries. Shining aimed to find the blacksmith shop mentioned by Old Wu, where he believed an ancient master resided. He sought to forge a sword that would belong solely to him. Shining understood that in this world, one could rely only on oneself. Only by growing stronger could he advance. Currently, the Shin family was insignificant in the face of the formidable powers in the capital. Even in Jiangnan, the Shin family held little weight. Previously, Shining had thought the Shin family had infiltrated Linzhou city, yet had it not been for Old Wu's words, he would have remained unaware of the presence of a skilled individual in the western part of the city. Sometimes, a single powerful figure could obliterate an entire clan with a mere gesture. As it was now deep into the night, the western alleys of Linzhou city were desolate. This area was not particularly bustling, one might even call it the poor district of the city. A foul odor occasionally wafted through the air, as its inhabitants mostly engaged in small-scale trades. Shining surveyed his surroundings and decided to wait until dawn. After all, even if a master truly resided there, they would not be wandering about at such an hour. After taking a few steps, he suddenly halted, realizing he stood before the entrance of the blacksmith shop described by Old Wu. The door was firmly shut, yet it bore no dust, indicating that it was regularly frequented. This suggested that if Old Wu's account held any truth, the elder should still be present. Nonetheless, a twinge of doubt lingered in Xin Ying's heart. Using the flickering light, he scrutinized the shop. It was an exceedingly ordinary blacksmith shop, yet it was the only one in the western part of Linzhou city. Unsure, Shining decided to wait. Just then, a chill surged within him. His expression shifted as he distinctly felt the cold energy within him beginning to stir. The young man clutched his chest, his complexion paling. What is happening? The cold had been firmly suppressed, why had it suddenly become so active? Shining had no choice but to circulate his energy, attempting to quell the cold once more. However, contrary to his intentions, the cold intensified, and his body grew increasingly frigid, feeling as though he could no longer withstand it. Shining staggered to the side and leaned against the door, sinking down to sit. What is happening? He gazed at his ashen hands, murmuring to himself. The cold continued to wreak havoc within him, and his pallor deepened. Before he could comprehend the situation, he lost consciousness. In the next moment, the door of the blacksmith shop swung open. As dawn broke, a voice called out, young man, young man." Shining heard a voice nearby as he gradually regained awareness. Blinking his eyes open, he turned his head to find an elderly man, raggedly dressed, squinting at him. Shining abruptly sat up, the cold energy within him now suppressed. Where am I? He rubbed his head, feeling as though he had not slept for long. The old man smiled. Young man, you are awake. Shining felt dizzy, momentarily forgetting how he had ended up here. The old man continued, 2 hours ago. You fainted in front of my shop, so I brought you in. Senior, you are. The headache began to fade, and Shining slowly recalled. Right. He had come seeking the blacksmith, yet for some reason, the cold had suddenly flared up. But now, the cold energy within him had been subdued by his original breath. How strange. The old man waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, what senior? I am merely a blacksmith, having forged iron in this Linzhou city for nearly 50 years. And you young people, honestly, all collapsing in front of my shop. Your bodies. You all? Shining rubbed his head again, seizing on the key part of the old man's words. Oh, another young man fainted at the door last night, he is still lying inside. I must say. You young people are full of vigor, you can sleep anywhere. Shining, feeling a growing skepticism, studied the old man before him. Could this truly be the master blacksmith old Wu spoke of? He seemed to lack any semblance of a skilled demeanor. Shining found himself engulfed in doubt. Senior. I am Shining from the Shin family. May I ask your name? Since the old man did not carry himself with an air of superiority, Shining felt no need for excessive caution and introduced himself directly. At that moment, the old man moved aside, kindling a fire to begin forging iron. As he spoke softly, the Shin family? Did old Wu send you? A sudden realization struck Shining, he had indeed found the right person. This elder was the blacksmith he sought. Rising from the bed, Shining earnestly declared, Indeed, it is you whom Senior Wu mentioned. I wish to request your expertise in forging a sword. The elder continued his work without pausing, his tone remaining unperturbed. Young man, do you wish to learn the sword? Yes, Shining replied with determination, I aspire to practice swordsmanship. And why pursue this path? To grow stronger. Their exchange continued, the elder revealing no hint of reluctance. At that moment, the elder lifted his gaze to meet Xinying's, a faint smile gracing his lips. Young man, are you already a cultivator? This question momentarily took Shining aback. After a moment's thought, he realized the elder was indeed inquiring about his status. However, someone of such caliber should have been able to discern his cultivation level at a glance. As if sensing Xinying's inner turmoil, the elder gently reassured him. Do not overthink it, I am merely a blacksmith, not a cultivator. So, spare me the title of senior, just call me old Zhang. Shining hesitated, for he dared not address this venerable man by such a casual name. This was someone who had outlived even old Wu, an antiquity in his own right. The claim of lacking cultivation was difficult for Shining to accept. The elder continued, In my lifetime, I have only ever forged iron, I am skilled in nothing else. Thus, I do not deserve the title of senior. Shining replied, Perhaps I shall continue to refer to you as Senior Zhang. After all, there is a hierarchy in inquiry, and mastery requires dedication. Your proficiency in forging exquisite swords alone qualifies you for the title of senior. The elder's eyes shimmered with surprise as he regarded Shining, approvingly stating, A commendable understanding of hierarchy and specialization. You flatter me, senior, Shining humbly responded. At this point, the elder set aside his tools and turned his attention back to Shining. Young man, do you perhaps harbor cold energy within you? Shining was momentarily taken aback, wondering how the conversation had shifted to this topic. However, he nodded and replied truthfully, to be candid. I do indeed suffer from a cold condition. Given his request, he felt it necessary to be forthright. The elder nodded slowly, responding, That explains your fainting spell last night. Otherwise, I would have wondered why you lay outside, your limbs so cold. Shining, puzzled, asked, What do you mean by that, senior? The elder rose and approached a large table, lifting the cloth draped over it. As he did so, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Shining felt the tumultuous energy within him stir once more, the suppressed coldness re-emerging, a chill enveloping him anew. Taking a step back, he seated himself on the bed. His gaze fixated on the table beside the elder, his voice hoarse. What is that? Upon the table lay a deep blue iron block, emanating a frigid aura that rivaled the cold energy within Shining. It dawned on him that the disturbance within him was likely connected to this iron block. The elder, noticing his reaction, covered the iron block once more and said, This is a millennium-old cold iron, sourced from the extreme north. Its intense cold has stirred the cold energy within you. Xinying's eyes remained locked on the now covered millennium-old cold iron, his mind racing with understanding. No wonder. It was this object that influenced the coldness within him. Moreover, this peculiar item added an air of mystery to the elder's workshop. Such a millennium-old cold iron was not something just anyone could acquire, and the cloth covering it must be extraordinary. A treasure capable of concealing the aura of the cold iron. As the temperature in the room began to rise, Xining gradually regained his composure. First closing his eyes to regulate his internal energy. Then, he turned to the elder and gently inquired, Senior Zhang, regarding the sword forging. Might you be willing to assist me? I would be prepared to offer a suitable reward for your services. The elder waved his hand dismissively, indicating the millennium-old cold iron. Given your cold condition, if I am to forge a sword for you, I must first burn away all the cold energy within this iron. Without removing the cold, you will be unable to wield the sword. Burning away the cold energy from the millennium-old iron will take some time, so do not rush. Xin Ying's eyes brightened with surprise as he exclaimed, Senior Zhang, does that mean you are willing to forge a sword for me? The elder regarded Xin Ying and replied, This is my profession. Since you have come to me, I have no reason to refuse. However, you must be prepared to wait. It could take anywhere from half a month to 3 months. Until the cold energy is eliminated, you will not be able to use the sword. Xining felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated such willingness from the elder to assist him in forging a sword. Initially, he feared he would have to beg earnestly for the favor of someone of such stature, but the elder's immediate agreement took him by surprise. Yet, the elder continued, however. Seeking my services requires compensation. You mentioned helping me within your means. Xining resolutely affirmed, the Xin family has resources to meet your needs, senior. The elder nodded, presenting his terms. First, I require 5,000 taels of gold. The millennium-old cold iron is the material for the sword. It is worth far more than 10,000 taels. So 5,000 is merely a token sum. The Xin family should find it easy to provide that. Xining considered and agreed. Indeed, this was not a significant amount. Moreover, the millennium-old cold iron was priceless and rare. 5,000 taels was hardly a fraction of its worth. No problem, Senior Zhang. I will arrange for the delivery shortly. The elder waved his hand once more, continuing, Do not be hasty, this is merely the cost of the materials. My fee for forging the sword has yet to be determined. Chapter 30, The Unexpected Person. Senior, please speak, Xining respectfully said. For he believed that in Linzhou City, he could accomplish most tasks. The elder slowly replied, Well, I need your assistance for someone. Assistance for someone? Xining inquired with curiosity, pondering why this elder would make such a request. Who? The elder pointed towards the room inside, whispering, It is the one within. You must assist her. At that moment, Xin Ying's gaze shifted to the entrance of the room. The elder had previously mentioned that another individual had fainted at the entrance of the blacksmith shop last night and had been brought into that very room. What connection did that person have with this elder? And why did the elder require his help for her? Xining found himself in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. However, the elder lowered his gaze and ceased to speak further. Coincidentally, at that moment, a figure emerged from the room. And Xin Ying's eyes locked onto her, instantly rendering him speechless. He recognized her. In fact, he had encountered her just the previous day. This was none other than Chang Ji, the assassin who had attempted to assassinate Prince Muyu at Tianhe Tower. Chang Ji leaned against the doorway, her delicate shoulders exposed, clad only in a thin dress stained with blood. Her complexion was ashen, clearly indicating that she had sustained severe injuries, and fresh scars riddled her once pristine arms. It was her. Xin Ying's heart raced in astonishment. He had initially thought that this woman had been captured by the Xiantian division, yet here she was, having escaped. It dawned on him that it must have been the elder who had rescued her. Xingji regarded Xining with a wary gaze, unaware of his true identity. Yesterday, he had been hidden away in a private room at Tianhe Tower. While her focus had solely been on Muyu, she had not noticed the young man at all. At that moment, the elder suddenly spoke, Assist her, this is my only request. This girl is in dire straits, and as a mere blacksmith, I am unable to help her. I believe that your Xin family can save her in Linzhou City without issue. Xingji remained silent. Yet she continued to regard Xining with suspicion. She trusted no one at this moment. Her beautiful eyes scrutinized the youth, as if contemplating something. Xining hesitated to agree immediately, for this was no trivial matter. Given the rumors surrounding this woman, it was evident that she was no ordinary individual. And she was entangled in far more than mere complications. Moreover, the Xiantian division was still present in Linzhou City, making the task of aiding her a perilous endeavor. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at the elder, pondering the nature of their relationship. The elder, perceiving Xin Ying's apprehension, sighed and remarked, "The girl's elder had some prior connections with me. She visited me when she first arrived in Linzhou City. Now that she is in trouble, I cannot aid her. However, since old Wu sent you, perhaps this is fate." At that moment, Qingji, who had remained silent until now, spoke softly, "Grandfather Zhang, please do not trouble yourself. I shall leave here shortly and will not implicate you." She coughed, spitting out blood, appearing exceedingly frail. Shining couldn't help but smirk internally. This woman was quite the actress. While claiming she would not involve anyone, she still addressed the elder as Grandfather Zhang, clearly anxious about maintaining their connection. Furthermore, upon arriving in Linzhou City, she had first visited this blacksmith shop, failed in her assassination attempt, and then fled towards the western blacksmith's direction. She had clearly devised an escape plan in advance. This woman was indeed cunning. Given her current state, she would likely be captured by the Xiantian division the moment she stepped outside. Additionally, the blacksmith shop was not a secure refuge. The Xiantian division could arrive at any moment for a search. The elder, unfazed by Qingji's theatrics, recognized the need for repayment of past kindness. He refrained from further comment and resumed hammering iron, exhibiting no hint of any extraordinary aura, as if he were merely an ordinary old man. The decision now lay in Xinying's hands. If he declined to assist, the elder would not risk his safety for Qingji, and once the Xiantian division arrived, the courtesan would be beyond salvation. Conversely, if he chose to help her, the Xin family possessed a certain influence within Linzhou City and Jiangnan. Yet, this choice was fraught with risk, for the Xiantian division was no trifling adversary, and a single misstep could embroil the Xin family in a tempest. Qingji, observing the elder's actions, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. She looked at Shining with pitiable eyes, fully aware that this young man was her last hope. Though she had attempted to assassinate Muyu, she was no mere assassin. She had come to the western part of the city for a reason. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the rhythmic sound of the elder hammering iron. Shining rose, still without uttering a word, and exited through the door. The elder's hammering paused momentarily before he continued, maintaining his silence. Qingji's beautiful eyes remained fixed on the youth's retreating figure, her heart sinking to the depths of despair. However, as Shining reached the threshold, he paused. It was still morning, and the western part of the city was sparsely populated, with few people about. Most establishments had yet to open for business. He finally spoke, "Miss Qingji, we must leave swiftly while the Xiantian division has yet to discover our whereabouts." Upon hearing his words, relief washed over Qingji's heart, and she spoke in a soft, feeble tone, "Thank you, young Master Xin." Shining turned back, murmuring, "Do not thank me, I shall only assist you this once. If they come for you, I may very well hand you over to the Xiantian division." He added, "Also, change your attire, your clothing is drenched in blood, which will surely attract attention on the streets." Qingji, looking woefully vulnerable, replied, "Young Master Xin, I do not have any other clothes." Shining. Ultimately, Qingji wiped the blood from her body and donned Shinying's clothing before departing the blacksmith shop. Before leaving, Shining inquired, "Elder, how long must I wait to receive my belongings?" The elder responded, "Your sword will be ready in due time, though I may be old. I am still familiar with the path to deliver it." Upon hearing this, Shining ceased his inquiries, simply cupping his hands in gratitude. "Then I shall thank you, Elder Zhang." After the two departed, the elder rose once more, revealing the ancient cold iron. His expression bore a hint of bitterness as he muttered, "Ah, yet another challenging task awaits." Chapter 31, The courtesan Qingji and the Xin family. When Shining brought Qingji back to the Xin residence, everyone was taken aback. Xin Wanqing, in particular, stared at Qingji, a sense of bewilderment clouding her mind. "What is happening?" she mused. "Wasn't my younger brother supposed to be on a date with his fiancée? To return after a night away, accompanied by a delicate beauty clad in his own garments, with her undergarments torn." A gasp escaped Xin Wanqing's lips as she surmised the scandalous possibilities. Qingji's captivating eyes met Xin Wanqing's. Sensing the presence of a formidable woman, Shining, clearing his throat, instructed the attendant Lan Xianer, "Please assist her in refreshing herself and changing into new attire." Lan Xian, momentarily surprised, nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, young master. The young attendant approached Qingji and gently said, Please, madam, follow me. Qingji offered a slight curtsy and responded. Thank you, madam. As the two women departed, Shen Wanqing approached her brother, a secretive air about her. Inger, she whispered, does Miss Zhou know about this? Shen Ing, turning to face his sister, was rendered speechless. It was evident that she had jumped to conclusions. Shen Wanqing's gaze remained unwavering, her curiosity piqued. She possessed an uncanny ability to discern character, and Qingji struck her as a woman of complexity. She worried that her naive brother might be deceived. Shen Ing sighed, Wanqing, please do not overthink this. Nothing transpired between us. Oh, I doubt that, Shen Wanqing retorted, arms crossed, a playful glint in her eyes. A night away, disheveled clothing. And bringing her home. You expect me to believe nothing happened? Countless scenarios raced through Shen Wanqing's mind, fueled by a woman's intuition. Shen Ing coughed, expending considerable effort to recount the sequence of events. Shen Wanqing remained skeptical until old Wo was summoned to corroborate Shen Ying's account of visiting the smithy. Upon learning the truth, Shen Wanqing's demeanor shifted to one of regret. TSK, you didn't seize the opportunity? Her eyes questioned Shen Ying's virility. Shen Ing, exasperated, found himself powerless against his sister's antics. Subsequently, Shen Wanqing adopted a serious tone, returning to the matter at hand. So, what do you intend to do with this woman? We cannot keep her here indefinitely. Nor can we simply hand her over, Shen Ing replied, at least not until I acquire what I seek, ensuring her safety. He paused, raising his gaze, his tone shifting. Since she is already cornered, her secrets will inevitably surface. I intend to uncover how this woman dared to assassinate a young nobleman. Meanwhile, within the Xian Heavenly Bureau, Liang Feishue frowned, while a middle-aged man stood trembling before her. The man was the city lord of Linzhou, an official of the imperial court. However, before the Xian Heavenly Bureau, he was insignificant. The Xian Heavenly Bureau wielded immense power, and Liang Feishue, a commander dispatched from the capital, could easily dispose of a city lord. The city lord stammered, Commander, the western district has been searched. But the woman you seek remains elusive. What? Liang Feishue turned, her gaze piercing the city lord. A person of that size cannot simply vanish into thin air. Especially one clinging to life by a thread. The city lord was in an unenviable position. The fault did not lie with him. The pursuit had been lost in the dead of night, and he had only received the order from the Xian Heavenly Bureau in the morning. It was plausible that she had escaped, but he dared not contradict the silver-haired woman of high rank. The city lord offered a feeble explanation, Commander. The time constraints were insurmountable. Liang Feishue gradually regained her composure, acknowledging the Xian Heavenly Bureau's inefficiency. The primary issue was a lack of manpower. The majority of her forces had been deployed outside Linzhou to locate the old Taoist priest, while others were investigating the demon clan. Consequently, after the target's disappearance, she sought assistance from the local government. However, Liang Feishue was perplexed. If Qingji was being pursued, why had her presence suddenly vanished? She was certain that someone was aiding Qingji. Composing herself, Liang Feishue refrained from further reprimanding the city lord. Her earlier outburst stemmed from a lack of progress on multiple fronts since arriving in Jiangnan. Neither the demon clan nor the Taoist priest had been found. And now even a mere assassin had eluded her grasp. Liang Feishue, however, was not one to act impulsively. She immediately issued new orders, instructing the city lord. Since the target has fled the western district, she cannot have left the city. Increase the search efforts. The young nobleman is still in Linzhou. And the assassin must be found. Understood, the city lord replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow, unable to refuse. After the city lord departed, an individual approached Liang Feishue, whispering, Commander, the old Taoist priest appeared outside the city last night. What are your orders? Liang Feishue smirked, her eyes gleaming. He can no longer conceal himself. This time, we must acquire that object. Meanwhile, back at the Shen residence, Qingji, guided by Lan Xian, had completed her ablutions, removing all traces of her ordeal. However, Lan Xian had confined her to a room, restricting her freedom. After Lan Xian's departure, Qingji shed her alluring facade. She removed her garments, revealing her smooth skin. She examined her injuries, her fair skin marred by crimson sword wounds sustained during the pursuit. The external wounds, however, were not her primary concern. Her energy channels were disrupted, her internal energy unstable, rendering her unable to utilize her cultivation. Recovery would require a considerable amount of time. Qingji sighed, lamenting the turn of events. The Xian Heavenly Bureau was also targeting the young nobleman. And her attempt had been ill-conceived. Fortunately, she had sought assistance from a senior she had met before, mentioned by her grandfather, granting her a sliver of hope. She was uncertain of what lay ahead, as she knew little about the Shen family. However, her intuition told her that the Shen siblings were not ordinary. At that moment, the door to the room was abruptly opened. Shining entered, only to find Qingji examining her wounds, her upper body unclothed. A panoramic view unfolded before him. Both were stunned. "Young Master Shen!" Qingji exclaimed, hastily attempting to cover herself, adopting a pitiable tone. Shining, momentarily taken aback, quickly averted his gaze. "Please, put on your clothes," he uttered softly. "Very well," Qingji replied in a gentle voice. Shining heard rustling sounds, followed by, "Young master." "I am ready." Shining turned around, relieved to find the previous scene no longer present. He approached and sat down, pulling up a chair. Qingji gazed at him with affectionate eyes, stirring Xinying's emotions. The woman was a courtesan from a brothel, and her every movement exuded charm and allure. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since lost their wits. Fortunately, Xinying's resolve remained steadfast. At least that is what he believed in his heart. Xining then spoke sternly, "Behave yourself, I am not swayed by such tactics." Qingji remained silent, merely adjusting her skirt. Xining felt a surge of heat within, taking a deep breath. No, he must not fall into this woman's trap. He was here to interrogate her. With a serious demeanor, Xining recalled the interrogation scenes in his mind. Clearing his throat, he raised his head and asked solemnly, "What is your name?" Qingji appeared bewildered. Was he asking about her? "I am called Qingji," she replied. "And your age? Is that appropriate to ask?" She thought. In feudal times, what kind of question is that for a girl? Qingji felt somewhat speechless, but under Xinying's earnest gaze, she felt compelled to answer. "I am 26 years old," she stated, revealing the truth. With a pitiful demeanor, Qingji realized that the man before her was utterly devoid of charm. It seemed that her chances of survival were dwindling. Xining nodded, it appeared she was not lying. "Where are you from, and what brings you to Jiangnan?" Qingji responded, "I hail from the state of Yan, and I came to Jiangnan to assassinate Crown Prince Muyu." "You are from Yan?" Xining disregarded her latter statement about the assassination. The revelation of her origin as a Yan national was unexpected. "Are you a spy from Yan?" Xining asked gravely, realizing this was no trivial matter. Harboring an assassin and concealing a spy from an enemy state were two vastly different offenses. The former, if discovered, might leave room for negotiation, albeit with some cost. However, harboring a spy could lead to annihilation, especially under the jurisdiction of Zhou and Yan, which possessed the authority to execute first and report later. Moreover, the Yi family of Jiangnan had a member who could directly confront the emperor. They certainly wished for the Shen family's demise. Yet Qingji asserted, "Both my parents are from Yan, but I was raised in the capital. I have never done anything for Yan." Xining seized upon her words, she was not working for Yan. Which meant that those seeking to assassinate Crown Prince Muyu must belong to the nobility of the state of Zhou. Indeed, the capital was a place of chaos. Xining mused, and continued to inquire, "Who instructed you in this assassination?" This time, Qingji did not answer but gracefully stretched her legs and said, "Young master. This seems to have nothing to do with you, I cannot divulge. Now that I've saved you, it has everything to do with me. I must know the truth." Yet Qingji remained reticent, replying, "But I still cannot say." Xining rubbed his temples. Well, this woman had her principles. She would not lie about what should be said, nor would she divulge what should remain unsaid. She could have easily implicated anyone, but she chose not to oppose him. "What is your relationship with Elder Zhang?" Xining pondered, considering that she was from Yan and her elder must also be from Yan. Elder Zhang, the blacksmith, should indeed be a Yan national. The distance between Jiangnan and Yan was vast, which made this intriguing. Qingji shook her head, recalling. This is not my first visit to Jiangnan. When I was young, I came here with my father. That time, we visited Elder Zhang. So I came to see him before my actions this time as well. Who would have thought that in the end, I would cross paths with you? Xining nodded, her explanation was plausible, and at the very least, she was not playing any tricks. This indicated her intelligence. In this place, only truth could secure survival. Xinying's decision to shelter Qingji was a risk. She was akin to a ticking time bomb, and he had to ensure her stability. Should she dare to scheme? He would not hesitate to eliminate her. The Shen family owed her nothing. Her death would not cost him anything. A mere sword could never outweigh the Shen family. Qingji understood this well. The youth before her was no simple character. Yet in this dire situation, she sought out her last glimmer of hope. Subsequently, Xining ceased his inquiries, and Qingji remained silent, plunging the room into a tranquil stillness. They sat across from each other, and the warm atmosphere gradually intensified. Xining swallowed hard, internally lamenting, this woman is truly a siren. It was no wonder she had become a courtesan, captivating the prominent figures of the capital. Yet now, she was a hot potato, one he could not simply discard. Xining was certain that the moment she stepped out of the Shen residence, she would be captured without delay. For now, he could only wait until the storm passed, until Zhou and Yan left Jiangnan, before devising a long-term plan. Once more, he gazed at the courtesan before him, sighed internally, and couldn't help but think of Crown Prince Muyu. What a predicament. It seems I have some inexplicable connection with that fellow. His beloved has become my fiancée, and he has been driven from the capital to Jiangnan by me. Now, I have rescued an assassin targeting him. Although Xining had only seen Muyu from afar, it felt as if an invisible thread connected them. Young Master Shen, what would you like me to do next? Qingji, noticing Xinying's silence, began to speak in a soft, flirtatious tone, attempting to charm him. However, Xining was not swayed. He replied sternly, from this moment on, you are not to step outside the Shen residence. If you dare to leave, I will kill you before anyone else can find out. I want to go out, I will be obedient. Qingji leaned closer to Xining, their bodies growing intimate. She was no fool, leaving now would be tantamount to seeking death. Since she had to remain here for a while, she needed to do something. For instance, win over this heir of the Shen family. Feeling slightly uncomfortable with her proximity, Xining instinctively tried to shift away when the door swung open. Young master, outside. Lan Xian hurriedly entered, pausing momentarily as she took in the scene before her. Young master, did I arrive at an inopportune moment? Chapter 33, The Search of the Shen Residence. Xining distanced himself from Qingji, adjusting his attire as he spoke slowly. Xianer, is there something amiss? Young master, there are visitors outside, seemingly officials from the government, Lan Xian replied softly. At that moment, Xining turned to Qingji, knowing without a doubt that the officials were there to seek her out. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and said, very well. I shall see what this is about. At the entrance of the Shen residence, a group of individuals clad in official garb stood their ground. Clearly representatives of the city lord's office. The leader among them was a formidable-looking middle-aged official who stood resolutely. Some servants of the Shen family obstructed their entry, creating a tense standoff. Xining arrived and first gestured for his family's servants to lower their guard, then donned a courteous smile. It is prudent not to provoke the officials. Despite the wealth of the Shen family, they remained commoners, while the city lord's office represented the authority of the court. If conflict could be avoided, it should be. Although the Shen family was not intimidated by the city lord's office, Xining addressed the leading man with a composed inquiry. Might I ask why you have come to my Shen residence? Employing a polite demeanor, Xinying's approach prompted the official to respond without displaying hostility. He clasped his hands and said, Young Master Shen, we are here on orders to search for a wanted criminal, and we kindly request your cooperation. The criminal they referred to was most likely Qingji. Xining did not respond immediately. Instead, he spoke slowly, You wish to enter the estate for a search? This places my Shen family in a difficult position. As he spoke, an aura of cultivation subtly emanated from him, filling the air with an oppressive presence. A bead of sweat formed on the official's brow, but he gritted his teeth and replied, "Please forgive us, young Master Shen. This is a directive from above that we cannot refuse. Even the city lord is powerless in this matter." Indeed, this was the reality. The Shen family held significant power in Linzhou city, accumulating vast wealth. They had maintained cordial relations with the city lord's office, expending considerable resources in the process. Such is the nature of human affairs, those who understand know. If this were merely a search ordered by the city lord's office, they could easily have bypassed the Shen family, fully aware that for prominent families, reputation is paramount. To intrude upon their household would be to risk losing face. However, this situation was different. The action was backed by the Xiantian division, and the city lord was merely an employee. They had no choice but to confront the Shen family at their doorstep. Yet, Xining could not yield. Not only because Qin Ji was indeed within, but also as a matter of principle. The Shen family was not to be trifled with by a mere official of the city lord's office. Xining remained silent, yet did not step away, having made his stance clear, while the officials hesitated to withdraw, fully aware that the Xiantian division was not to be underestimated. Thus, both parties found themselves in a stalemate before the Shen residence. In the next moment, Shen Ying's expression shifted subtly as he sensed an approaching presence. He looked up to see a silver-haired woman with a cold demeanor walking toward him. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming aura emanating from her. A master was the first thought that crossed his mind. The officials from the city lord's office also changed their expressions upon her arrival, hurriedly bowing and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the commander." Xining was taken aback. Could this silver-haired woman be the one referenced by Old Wu, the officer of the Xiantian division? She was the one who had previously taken the enigmatic figure of the demon clan from Old Wu. She had come in person. A sense of foreboding washed over Xining. Liang Feishua approached the Shen family gate, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. Taking a deep breath, Xining met her gaze and softly inquired, "Might I ask who you are?" As it was their first meeting, formalities were necessary. "I am Liang Feishua, commander of the Xiantian division," she replied with an icy tone. Realizing her rank, Xining managed a strained smile and said, "I am honored by your visit to my Shen residence. What brings you here?" Liang Feishua's eyes flickered as she regarded him and stated, "We are here to apprehend a wanted criminal and to search the Shen family estate." Xining maintained his composure, asserting, "Commander Liang, this seems rather irregular." Liang Feishua's demeanor was equally assertive, her gaze penetrating. "The rules of the Xiantian division are absolute. Do you intend to defy the Xiantian division, young Master Shen?" A tense standoff ensued at the entrance as Shen Wanqing emerged from within the Shen residence. She approached Xining, her expression serene as she regarded Liang Feishua. "Since the commander of the Xiantian division has graced us with her presence, my Shen family has nothing further to say. You may proceed with your search. But should it be revealed that my Shen family is innocent?" Xining understood the implications of Shen Wanqing's words. If preparations had already been made within, there was no need for obstruction. He looked at the officials and coldly said, "Please, do as you wish." Liang Feishua signaled, and the officials filed into the Shen residence. She remained outside, observing the Shen siblings. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Xining pondered the reason for Liang Feishua's personal visit to the Shen residence, questioning whether it was solely for Qin Ji. If she had discovered Qin Ji upon his return, the Xiantian division would have stormed in without hesitation. There was no need for this standoff at the door. Xining was perplexed. What could this woman possibly want? After a brief interval, the officials began to exit the Shen residence, reporting respectfully, "Commander, we found nothing." Liang Feishua's expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated this outcome. She offered a slight bow to Xining and softly remarked, "Young Master Shen, I apologize for the disturbance." Xining responded with a cold smile, "Not at all. My Shen family cannot compare to the esteemed officials of the Xiantian division. Duty is duty, and we understand." Liang Feishua frowned slightly, recognizing the veiled meanings behind Shen Ying's words. However, she was indifferent to such nuances. To her, the Shen family was inconsequential. As the commander of the Xiantian division, she was effectively an imperial envoy in the Jiangnan region. Even in the capital, her backing was formidable and untouchable. Her visit to the Shen residence was not merely for the search of a so-called assassin, her true purpose centered upon Xining. Liang Feishue's real objective in descending to Jiangnan was singular, the Seven Secrets diagram held by the old Taoist. Following the old Taoist's disappearance after reappearing outside the city, she had reanalyzed all available intelligence. On that night, young Master Xining had been present outside the city. Although there was no direct evidence linking them, Liang Feishue's instincts suggested that this young master harbored secrets of significance. Chapter 34, Taiyun Academy. After the officials from the city lord's mansion finished their search of the Shen residence, they departed, leaving Liang Feishue standing still. Noticing this, Xining deduced her intentions and asked, "Master Liang, is there anything else?" After a moment of silence, Liang Feishue responded gently. "I would like to invite young Master Shen for a cup of tea, if I may." Xining pondered for a moment and inquired, "To Zhou and Yan?" "No." Liang Feishue replied calmly, "This is a personal request, and young Master Shen is free to decline." Xining did not respond immediately but turned to look at Shen Wanqing. She too had a look of confusion, uncertain why her younger brother had attracted the attention of Zhou and Yan's personnel. After a brief contemplation, Xining raised his head and said, "Very well, since I have no pressing matters this afternoon, I shall accompany Master Liang for tea." A slight warmth softened Liang Feishue's cold demeanor as she extended her hand and softly said, "Young Master Shen, please." Thus, Xining was inexplicably led away by Liang Feishue. Shen Wanqing and her maid, Lan Xian, stood at the entrance, their faces tinged with concern. Lan Xian worriedly asked, "Will young master encounter any trouble? That woman from Zhou and Yan does not seem trustworthy." Shen Wanqing replied softly, "It is all right, Ying has his own plans. This should not involve official matters. He can handle it. By the way, is Miss Jingji all right?" Lan Xian nodded, responding, "Miss Jingji has already entered the secret chamber. The city lord's mansion cannot discover her there. With such a large residence, the Shen family has its hidden corners. Even the servants are unaware of the secret chamber's existence." Shen Wanqing exhaled in relief, turning back toward the house, murmuring, "Let us return, there is much yet to be done." Meanwhile, Liang Feishue indeed merely wished to invite Xining for tea. She brought him to a tea house, bustling with patrons enjoying stories and tea during the afternoon in Linzhou City. Upon entering, Xining and Liang Feishue drew many curious glances. Over time, Xining's face had become increasingly familiar, as his appearances had multiplied, leading more people to recognize him. After all, he was a man who could rely on his looks. Liang Feishue, with her distinctive silver hair and ethereal presence, garnered attention as well, possibly eclipsing Xining's appeal. Once seated, whispers began to circulate in the tea house. "Isn't that the young master of the Shen family? Who is the woman beside him? I don't know. When did such a beauty appear in Linzhou City? Her aura is simply remarkable. But I heard that the young master is already betrothed to a Miss Zhou. I don't think she has silver hair. Who knows?" Listening to the idle chatter, Xining rubbed his nose and smiled, "Master Liang, do not mind them. It seems I have become somewhat well known in Linzhou City." Liang Feishue took a sip of tea and replied indifferently, "It matters not." To her, reputation was an external concern. It was merely in Jiangnan that people were unaware of her name. In the capital, her name would command respect and caution. Zhou and Yan was not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, despite the gossip, no one dared to focus too intently on Xining and Liang Feishue. After all, the affairs between prominent families were merely entertainment for the common folk. Liang Feishue remarked, "The tea of Jiangnan possesses a unique flavor." Xining smiled, saying, "If you enjoy tea, I can arrange to send you Linzhou City's famous silver tea." "No need," Liang Feishue waved her hand, maintaining her cool demeanor. "In a few days, I shall return to the capital for my duties. Jiangnan is not to my liking." Seemingly stating a fact, Liang Feishue expressed her discomfort since arriving in Jiangnan, where she felt an unsettling series of misfortunes. Having grown up in the capital, her understanding of the world was distinct, with a greater emphasis on fortune. She sensed her own luck waning in Jiangnan. Xining was oblivious to her thoughts, he simply wished she would leave swiftly if she was unhappy. In Jiangnan, the Shen family was dominant, yet the arrival of Liang Feishue, a special envoy, rendered him powerless. Now, being summoned by her, he wondered what her true intentions were. Suddenly, Liang Feishue set down her teacup and asked, "Shening, do you still suffer from cold symptoms?" Shening replied, "Indeed, but since commencing my cultivation, the cold energy has been suppressed." "Which path are you currently following?" Shening hesitated. He was practicing the Taoist technique of the nine spirits' profound clarity, indicating a potential for true cultivation. However, he did not reveal this, as Taoism was not a common path in this world. Given that Zhou and Yan's target was Jikenzi, revealing the truth would raise suspicions. Shening slowly replied, "I have just entered the sensing realm. I have yet to determine my specific direction. But I wish to practice swordsmanship." "Swordsmanship?" Liang Feishue was briefly surprised, then her tone softened. "A commendable choice." She continued, "Shening, the cold energy within you makes martial arts unsuitable. I believe Confucianism would serve you well. Your lyrics for a lifetime, a pair are quite good, fitting for the Confucian path." Shening touched his nose and softly replied, "Master Liang, you flatter me." Liang Feishue continued, "If you are interested, I can write you a letter of recommendation to enter Taiyun Academy." Taiyun Academy? Shening contemplated. He was aware that it was the Confucian Academy of the Great Zhou Kingdom, gathering the finest Confucian scholars. Old Wu had mentioned that a disciple of the academy could comprehend ancient texts and attain the transformative realm in a day. The academy's prestige was evident. At that moment, Shening's gaze towards Liang Feishue shifted. Her background was likely more complex than he had initially thought. Her influence could extend directly to Taiyun Academy, which surpassed the typical reach of Zhou and Yan. "What is your intent, young Master Shen?" Liang Feishue's gaze was fixed on him. Joining Taiyun Academy had never crossed Shenying's mind, and he certainly would not choose to do so. He did not pursue the Confucian path, as his poetry drew from others' works without his own creativity. Thus, the idea of entering Taiyun Academy was futile. Shening waved his hand, saying, "Master Liang, you are too kind, I have no such intentions." Liang Feishue appeared unconcerned. She took another sip of tea and refrained from further discussion. Her earlier suggestion was merely a test of Shening. While she indeed had connections within Taiyun Academy, they had only just met. She could not leverage that favor. Yet, Shenying's response was within her expectations. Out of the corner of her eye, Liang Feishue observed Shening, sensing that this young man was rather extraordinary. In a simple exchange of dialogue, his responses were impeccable, leaving Liang Feishue still uncertain about whether Shening had any connection with that Taoist priest. Shening lifted his teacup and let out a sigh of relief. Conversing with this woman made him feel immense pressure. After all, she was a figure from the Xintian division, and he could not afford to reveal even the slightest flaw. The crux of the matter was that he harbored too many secrets. Yikenzi, the Seven Secrets diagram, and Xingji were all targets of the Xintian division. At this moment, Shening felt as if he were a suspect, compelled to deny all these secrets vehemently. The two of them continued to drink tea in a tacit understanding, refraining from further conversation. However, at that moment, a man clad in brocade entered the tea house. This brocade-clad gentleman was none other than Yi Fei, the third son of the Yi family, who had provoked Shening during the marriage proposal at the Zhou family's residence. Recently, the Yi family had been rather low-key, engaging in little activity. In fact, they were the first to learn of the Xintian division's impending arrival in Jiangnan, and they intended to watch from a distance. Unwilling to become embroiled in the turbulent waters of Jiangnan, Yi Fei spent his days idly, frequenting places of entertainment. Whenever he visited the tea house, he invariably attracted the attention of others, given his status as the third son of the Yi family. He relished this attention. Yet today, upon entering the largest tea house in Linzhou City, he found little notice from the patrons, as two far more prominent figures occupied the premises, overshadowing his presence. Upon entering, Yi Fei proceeded to his usual spot in the center of the tea house, trailed by an elderly man. However, as he crossed the threshold, he immediately spotted a familiar figure, Shening. That man. Yi Fei recognized Shening at once, for he held a grudge. Instantly, memories of the humiliation he suffered at the marriage proposal resurfaced in his mind. Yi Fei would never admit to being foolish. In Linzhou City, he always presented himself as a talented individual. Thus, after being outperformed that day, he deemed it a humiliation inflicted by Shining, a debt he had never forgotten. Moreover, Zhou Wanshu was a woman he coveted, now snatched away by Shining. The grievances compounded. Enraged, Yi Fei fixed his gaze on Shining. Encountering him here, he had no intention of letting the matter slide. Today, he would make Shining pay. Meanwhile, Shining, engrossed in his tea, suddenly sensed an intense gaze upon him, causing his hand to halt momentarily. Liang Feishue noticed Xin Ying's unusual demeanor and inquired, "What's wrong? Why do I feel as though something foul is watching me?" Shining murmured, turning to see Yi Fei approaching. So it's this fellow? Shining thought, feeling somewhat exasperated at this unexpected encounter. Liang Feishue turned as well, following his gaze, though she did not recognize Yi Fei. Originally, Yi Fei's target was Shining, but upon seeing Liang Feishue's striking visage, he momentarily lost his composure. He was captivated by her beauty, and his jealousy flared anew. How could Shining be accompanied by such a remarkable woman? Approaching Shining, he spoke with a mocking tone. "Recently, there have been rumors of an engagement between the Zhou and Xin families, with young Master Xin and Miss Zhou sharing mutual affection, creating quite the romantic tale in Jiangnan. Yet it appears that young Master Xin is secretly rendezvousing with another woman. How delightful!" Yi Fei had never met Liang Feishue but skillfully drew her into his taunt. Shining, smirking inwardly, thought, "Is this fool seeking his own demise? To provoke someone of such stature?" Liang Feishue, a key figure in the Xiantian division and a favored individual by the emperor, was not someone to be trifled with. Indeed. Liang Feishue's expression shifted. Though she had a cool demeanor, as a woman, her reputation was not a matter to be trifled with. Before Liang Feishue could respond, Shining retorted, "I had thought it was someone significant, turns out it is merely a defeated foe. What business do you have meddling in my affairs?" The relationship between the Xin and Yi families had never been cordial, and encountering this individual today, Shining saw no need to feign politeness. He confronted Yi Fei directly. Yi Fei, unable to contain himself, was provoked by the words defeated foe. Nevertheless, the truth remained that Shining was indeed in a position that could not be challenged. Thus, Yi Fei directed his attention toward the silver-haired woman beside Shining. "Miss, I am Yi Fei from the Yi family. Might I have the honor of your acquaintance?" Yi Fei swallowed hard, primarily drawn to Liang Feishue's beauty and physique. While he had encountered many beauties among the aristocracy of Linzhou City, he did not recognize her. Consequently, he instinctively presumed Liang Feishue to be a woman of ill repute, and that Shining had come seeking pleasure. Yi Fei planned to make his move, believing that if he could not best Shining, he could at least take away the woman by his side. Observing this, Shining merely rubbed his nose, thinking, "Good luck with that." Liang Feishue raised her head, her expression one of disgust, and said, "Get lost." Yi Fei's face froze in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this woman would dare speak to him in such a manner. "Very well, since you insist, I shall not hold back. A woman who seduces men should not act so haughty." With a cold smirk, Yi Fei continued, "Miss, do not think that just because you are with Shining, you can disregard others. My Yi family is not to be trifled with in Linzhou City. Shining cannot protect you. If you are wise, spend a night with me, and I might consider." Before Yi Fei could finish his sentence, a resounding slam echoed as Liang Feishue forcefully pinned him against the table, her other hand gripping a sword against his throat. She spoke slowly, "Do you wish to die?" Chapter 36. The Yi family provokes trouble. At the moment Yi Fei was subdued, the elderly companion accompanying him was taken aback. He bellowed in anger, unleashing a formidable aura from within. However, Liang Feishue merely turned her gaze, and with a single glance, quelled the old man's aura. Shining was also affected by the pressure emanating from Liang Feishue, his heart secretly astonished. Liang Feishue's cultivation was unquestionably above the realm of self-cultivation. At such a young age, her prowess was extraordinary, a true genius in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom. The old man opened his mouth, wishing to protect Yi Fei as a guardian of the Yi family, yet he was hesitant to act recklessly in the face of Liang Feishue. At this moment, he realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. This woman's background was undoubtedly remarkable. Yet, with a silver blade pressed against his throat, Yi Fei struggled to breathe under Liang Feishue's oppressive aura. All he could manage was a hoarse plea for help. "Elder Chen, save me." The old man looked at Liang Feishui and spoke solemnly, "Miss, I believe this is a misunderstanding. Please release our young master." However, before Elder Chen could finish his words, Liang Feishui unleashed her aura, sending him crashing against the wall with a thunderous impact. Blood trickled from his mouth. Liang Feishui's eyes darkened with a hint of malevolence. Few dared to speak to her in such a manner in the capital, yet here in Linzhou City, there were indeed those who were blind to their own folly. Shining silently observed the scene, shaking his head slightly. "See? This is the consequence of opposing someone of her caliber. What esteemed Jiangnan families? Do they think they hold any significance? Moreover," Shining speculated that Liang Feishui not only had the backing of the Xiantian division but likely hailed from a prominent family in the capital. Truly, one should not provoke such a figure. Of course, not everyone possessed Xinying's discernment, as exemplified by Yi Fei, who lay like a defeated dog on the table. Even at this juncture, he continued to threaten, emitting a low growl, "I am the young master of the Yi family. Do you dare?" Bang! Liang Feishui seized the water jug from the table and smashed it upon Yi Fei's head. "Ah!" Yi Fei let out a wretched scream akin to a dying pig. "What is the Yi family?" Hiss! Those patrons lingering in the tea house gasped in shock. Initially, Liang Feishui's strike had already frightened away many customers, but a few reckless souls remained, only to realize the extraordinary nature of Liang Feishui. Indeed, who could appear alongside the son of the Shen family without being remarkable? A flash of sword light swept through the tea house as Liang Feishui carved a scar into the floor and addressed the onlookers, "Leave." A powerful aura surged forth, causing everyone to scatter in a frenzy. None could afford to provoke Liang Feishui. In an instant, only Shining, Yi Fei, and the gravely injured old man remained in the tea house. Subsequently, Liang Feishui tossed Yi Fei aside and turned back, her expression devoid of emotion. "I apologize for the disturbance. Young Master Shen." Cough, cough. Shining cleared his throat and spoke slowly, "Lady Liang, truly fierce." Liang Feishui furrowed her brow, not expanding on her thoughts. She took his words as a compliment. Yet, Shining sensed that Liang Feishui's actions were a warning. Yi Fei was the chicken, while he seemed to be the monkey. She could easily deal with Yi Fei and could just as easily turn her attention to him. However, before Shining could ponder further, Yi Fei, thrown to the ground, suddenly shrieked, "You wait! You all wait! If you leave Linzhou City alive today, I shall no longer bear the surname Yi." Yet, before his words could fully escape, Liang Feishui's figure vanished from her position. She appeared behind Yi Fei, seemingly intent on showing no mercy this time. Her sword rested against his neck, slicing through his skin, poised to sever his throat at any moment. Feeling the breath of death approach, Yi Fei's pupils dilated in disbelief. How could anyone dare to kill him? "Miss, please spare me," the wounded old man cried, collapsing to his knees. "The Yi family is willing to apologize. Please spare our young master." Shining merely observed as a bystander, remaining silent. He wished to see whether Liang Feishui would truly dare to take Yi Fei's life. In his eyes, Yi Fei should not perish. After all, this was Jiangnan. Eliminating Yi Fei might provoke the Yi family's wrath. Furthermore, this was hardly a major affair, merely a foolish young man having kicked against an iron plate. Should Liang Feishui choose to end Yi Fei's life, Shining would have to reassess this woman entirely. Indeed, Liang Feishui refrained from delivering the fatal blow, instead coldly stating, "Control this scoundrel, especially in Linzhou City. Do not let me see him again. Otherwise, if the Yi family cannot manage even one person, there is no reason for their existence in Linzhou." Elder Chen seemed about to protest further when, suddenly, a group of individuals arrived, clad in uniform scales. They were unmistakably officers of the Xiantian division. The old man widened his eyes, realizing that the Yi family had offended a power beyond their reckoning. The group approached Liang Feishui, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to the commanding officer." "What brings you here?" Liang Feishui queried coldly. The leading official of the Xiantian division leaned closer to Liang Feishui, whispering a few words. Her expression shifted, her gaze sharpening. She then commanded, Take these two to the entrance of the Yi family. Understood. An officer from the Tianhe division hoisted Yi Fei, dragging him away. While the young master of the Yi family was now utterly terrified and disoriented. Shening sensed that something significant was unfolding. Noticing the day was drawing to a close, he clasped his hands and remarked, "Since we have enjoyed our tea, and Lady Liang has official matters to attend to, I shall not intrude further." As Shening prepared to depart, he suddenly heard Liang Feishua's voice from behind. "The old Taoist priest has appeared. Tonight, he shall be apprehended." Shening halted, recognizing that this statement was directed at him. The old Taoist she mentioned was likely Yuchunzi, though in her eyes, he presumed she believed he was unaware of Yuchunzi's existence. Thus, Shening turned back, displaying a look of confusion. "Old Taoist, who is that? Might Lady Liang elaborate?" Xin Ying's words remained evasive. And despite Liang Feishua's experience, she could discern nothing. It was merely her intuition that kept her attention on the young man. After a moment of silence, Liang Feishua finally spoke. "Shening, since you have become a practitioner, why not explore the world of cultivation? You may accompany us from the Tianhe division on this mission. What say you? As for life and death, that is no concern of the Tianhe division." Shening raised his gaze to meet Liang Feishua's eyes, astonished that the commanding officer would utter such words. Was this a test? Or had she already seen through him? Chapter 37, The Choices of the Zhou and Yi Families. Shening understood that the Tianhe division was a unique entity. Their current mission involved the Seven Secrets map, which, by rights, should not concern outsiders. However, Liang Feishua's initiative to bring Shening along was evidently a test. Should he go or not? This was a question worth pondering. Liang Feishua clasped her hands behind her back, her beautiful eyes glimmering. After a moment of silence, Shening suddenly raised his head and spoke with determination. "Since Master Liang is willing to allow me to accompany, I too wish to witness the might of the Tianhe division. Moreover, as you have stated, since we are cultivators, we must explore this extraordinary world." A faint smile graced Liang Feishua's lips as she softly replied, however. As night fell, in Linzhou City, at the Yi residence, the head of the Yi family, Yi Yong, wore a grim expression as he gazed at Yi Fei, who lay on the bed like a lifeless dog. He roared, "Who dares to lay a hand on my family member?" But after the elder by Yi Fei's side recounted the events, Yi Yong fell silent. His previously furious demeanor froze, morphing into one of discomfort. "The Tianhe division's people," Yi Yong murmured, astonished that his son had offended someone from the Tianhe division. Furthermore, the silver-haired woman held a significant position within their ranks. This marked a considerable setback for the Yi family. With Yi Fei in such a pitiful state, would the Yi family dare seek revenge? They could hardly muster the courage. It was already fortunate that the Tianhe division had not come after them. After deep contemplation, Yi Yong finally spoke with difficulty. "Are you saying that the Shin family's boy is also with the Tianhe division? Unable to avenge his son?" Yi Yong shifted his focus. When Yi Fei had caused trouble, Shening was seen closely aligned with the Tianhe division. This was not a favorable situation for the Yi family. Just then, the eldest son of the Yi family, Jiangnan, entered. Compared to Yi Fei, Jiangnan was the family's linchpin and Yi Yong's most favored son. Jiangnan, having grasped the situation, spoke in a deep voice, "Father." The third brother brought this upon himself. The Tianhe division is not something we can confront. Perhaps this will serve as a lesson for him. We should now consider the actions of the Tianhe division. Yi Yong's gaze shifted, and he quietly inquired, "Nanner, do you have any thoughts?" Jiangnan nodded without hesitation, "Father. Our original plan was to remain passive, waiting for the winds of change in Jiangnan, allowing the Yi family to reap the benefits. However, this unforeseen incident has led the third brother to clash with someone from the Shin family." Yi Yong regarded his son and asked, "Nanner, what do you mean by that?" "The Shin family has already allied with the Tianhe division. They have taken action. We, the Yi family, can no longer sit idly by." In truth, among the Jiangnan families, the Yi family, due to their connections in the capital, was the most informed. They were aware of the Tianhe division's purpose in coming here and had initially intended to remain uninvolved. Yet, Xin Ying's movements instilled a sense of urgency. prompting Jiangnan to consider taking action. The Yi family and the Shin family had long been at odds. If one side were to grow strong, the other would inevitably face extinction. Although the Yi family remained unaware of the true nature of the item in the Taoist's possession, the capital's figure had subtly indicated its significance. That item was coveted even by the emperor, otherwise, the Tian division would not have descended upon this place. Should the Yi family obtain it, it would surely mark a pivotal turning point for the clan. Jiangnan had made his intentions clear. He wished to take a gamble. After all, this was Jiangnan, and the Yi family possessed the resources to engage in high-stakes wagers. Now, the decision lay with Yi Yong. Should the Yi family choose stability or risk? Yi Yong furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while as he surveyed the landscape outside. Finally, he spoke slowly. Very well, to attain great benefits, one must inevitably face risks. Yi Yong turned to Jiangnan and solemnly declared, "Go summon old Qian. We shall need his assistance tonight." In the chilling winds, at the Zhou residence in Linzhou City, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Chen, gazed at the rising full moon, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, streaks of white had begun to appear at his temples. A group of dark-clad individuals surrounded him. All loyal warriors of the Zhou family. At the forefront stood his son, Zhou Yi. Clearly, the Zhou family had also received news from outside the city. Unlike the Yi family's audacious gamble, the Zhou family had chosen a different path. They lacked even the capital to wager, thanks to the existence of the demon race. There was no retreat for the Zhou family, nor for Zhou Chen. He looked at his warriors and then inquired of his son, "Do you regret our decision? If we had not succumbed to the demon race's temptations back then, perhaps we would not be facing such a predicament today." Zhou Yi's gaze was resolute as he replied, "Father, where there are gains, there are risks. Since we have embarked on this path, there is no turning back." Zhou Chen nodded, murmuring, "Well, the survival of the Zhou family hinges on tonight." He knew that after this night, everything would reach its conclusion. Tonight, their adversary was the most mysterious and formidable organization in the Great Zhou Tian division. This confrontation was imperative, marking their final opportunity. Forces gathered, preparing for action. Zhou Chen and Zhou Yi took the lead, for failure would spell destruction for the Zhou family. There was no need to conceal their strength any longer. However, at that moment, Zhou Wanshu unexpectedly appeared in the courtyard, her gaze filled with confusion as she regarded the two. "Father. Brother, what are you planning to do?" "Little sister." Zhou Yi was momentarily at a loss for words upon seeing Zhou Wanshu. Zhou Chen approached, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Wanshu, tonight, your brother and I must attend to some matters." "What matters?" Zhou Wanshu directly inquired, sensing an ominous premonition within her heart. Zhou Chen sighed, avoiding her question. "Wanshu, you are already betrothed to the Shin family, thus considered half of their kin. Should we not return by tomorrow, you must seek refuge with the Shin family. They will assist you." Long before the engagement, Zhou Chen had anticipated this day's arrival. Now, the Zhou family had nearly relinquished all their influence in the capital to the Shin family and other interests, all to secure a path for his daughter. In the vast Jiangnan, the only family they could rely on was the Shin family. Yet, Zhou Wanshu remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Anxiously, she implored, "Father, what exactly are you planning? Is there trouble at home?" Zhou Yi stepped forward, gently explaining, "Sister, tonight, Father and I are going to procure an item. If we succeed, nothing adverse will occur. However, if we fail to acquire it, the Zhou family may face calamity." Zhou Wanshu was a perceptive young woman. Upon hearing her brother and father's words, she began to piece together the situation. The Zhou family was embroiled in a disaster. Yet, she felt powerless to enact change. Her only support lay with her father and brother, but in the future, that certainty was not guaranteed. Chapter 38. The winds rise and clouds gather. At this moment, the Shin family mansion was ablaze with light, and not a soul in the household found rest that night. Shin Wanfu and Shin Wanqing sat in the grand hall, their expressions devoid of emotion. Shin Wanfu idly twisted a walnut in his hand, murmuring, "Tonight is far from peaceful." Shin Wanqing furrowed her brow, glancing outside as she softly spoke, "Ing hasn't returned yet, father. Should we take action?" Since Shin Ing was taken away by Liang Feishue earlier in the day, he had not come back. Meanwhile, The intelligence network of the Shen family in Jiangnan had begun to relay news. The Shen Tian division was making significant moves tonight. In truth, the Shen family preferred to remain aloof from such conflicts. However, it was evident that Shen Ying was already embroiled in this matter, regardless of the circumstances. His safety was paramount. Shen Wanqing's heart was heavy with worry, yet her father, Shen Wanfu, maintained his usual composure. He patted his burgeoning belly and said gently, "Wanqing, there's no need to be overly anxious. The fact that the boy hasn't returned indicates he knows what he is doing. A father knows his son best." This was not mere bravado but a reflection of Shen Wanfu's understanding of his son. This was Shen Ying's choice. Let him proceed as he sees fit. Moreover, having embarked on the path of cultivation, the journey ahead would only become more arduous. Evading challenges would not foster growth. At that moment, Lan Xian suddenly entered, urgency evident in her demeanor. "Master, Miss Zhou is here, she is waiting outside." What could she possibly want at this hour? Shen Wanqing rose, perplexed. Shen Wanfu's previously tranquil gaze shifted, and he instructed, "Please, let her in." Moments later, Zhou Wanchu appeared in the grand hall. As soon as the elegant figure entered, she knelt before Shen Wanfu, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Please, Uncle Shen, save my Zhou family." Shen Wanqing exchanged a concerned glance with Shen Wanfu. She approached Zhou Wanchu and helped her to her feet, softly asking, "Sister Wanchu, what has transpired? What troubles your family?" Shen Wanqing was bewildered. Even if the Zhou family wished to partake in this affair, it should not have led to their annihilation unless they had gravely offended the Shen Tian division. Zhou Wanchu shook her head, her keen intellect deducing that her father and brother were concealing something from her. Thus, after their departure, she sought assistance from the Shen family before dawn broke. In Linzhou City, only the Shen family possessed the means to aid the Zhou family. Shen Wanqing supported Zhou Wanchu and gently reassured her, "Sister Wanchu, our families are now united by marriage, soon you will join us. If there is an issue, how could the Shen family not lend a hand? However, we are unaware of the Zhou family's situation. Let us wait until morning to discuss it further." Zhou Wanchu's gaze dimmed, and she shook her head. Is there truly nothing even the Shen family can do? Yet at that moment, Shen Wanfu regarded Zhou Wanchu with a knowing look, murmuring, "Old Zhou, have you truly lost your senses?" He then turned to Shen Wanqing, instructing, "Wanqing, please escort Miss Zhou and ensure she is well cared for." He then looked back at Zhou Wanchu, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Miss Zhou, you shall stay with us tonight. Given the current circumstances, it would be unwise for the Zhou family to return home. We shall discuss matters further on the morrow." Zhou Wanchu looked up at Shen Wanfu, her voice tinged with defiance. "Uncle Shen, do you know something? What has happened to my father, my brother?" Shen Wanfu shook his head, murmuring, "I know not. I merely speculate, my dear, do not let your thoughts wander." Despite his words, the night was destined to be one of unrest. At this moment, outside Linzhou City, the Shen Tian division was not acting as a unified force. Each member was a formidable cultivator, thus they dispersed. Shen Ying remained in Liang Feishue's company, but now they were alone. As Shen Ying stepped beyond the city limits, a repulsive aura suddenly enveloped him. "What a heavy demonic presence," the young man murmured. Liang Feishue coldly remarked, "They are all heretics. Tonight we shall eliminate them all." Suddenly, a flash of starlight appeared in the northern skies. Shen Ying followed the light, spotting a figure not far off. It was him. Instinctively, the youth sensed that the starlight was the commotion caused by Yakenzi. Though he could not fathom why this individual lingered in Jiangnan, he was evidently waiting for this very moment. Liang Feishue acted swiftly, charging toward that direction. "Let us go, he has shown himself." Simultaneously, the other members of the Shen Tian division converged toward that location, gradually encircling it. This time, there would be no escape. Upon the northern mountaintop, an elderly Taoist stood at the edge of a precipice. Behind him loomed three imposing figures, each exuding a foul stench. This elder was none other than Yakenzi, the one Shen Ying had encountered previously, adorned with treasures coveted by others. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this treasure had already been relinquished. The 7 scrolls were a legendary artifact. Perhaps many were unaware of its true nature. However, it was an object that could entice a sovereign and compel demonic clans to pursue it at any cost. Surely, it was no ordinary item. Having been pursued to Jiangnan, Yikenzi found himself trapped, and he no longer wished to flee. Instead, he resolved to settle matters this very night. Yet, he did not anticipate that the first to find him would not be the Tianhe division, but rather these demon clans. The elder stroked his beard, facing the three figures that had infiltrated Jiangnan. They roared, "Old man, hand over the item, and we may spare your life." Yikenzi retorted with disdain, "In the realm of humanity, you demon scum dare to act with impunity? If you have the audacity to come, prepare to die." A potent aura emanated from him, sending the three back several steps. A sweeping brush appeared in his hand, and with a mere flick, he unleashed a powerful gust. "You dare to seek out this old man? How laughable!" Yikenzi scoffed, his strength was unquestionable. The three demons clearly underestimated him, or perhaps they were taken aback by his formidable prowess. For a moment, they could do nothing against him. Yikenzi's gaze shifted away from the three and peered into the distance, murmuring, "Have they finally arrived?" Before his words faded, figures emerged from the dense forest, surrounding the cliffside. "Yikenzi, you have nowhere left to run, come with us to the Tianhe division." Liang Feishue stepped forth from the shadows. Chapter 39, Chaos and Confrontation among various forces. At this moment, on the edge of the precipice, the Tianhe division, the demon clan, and Yikenzi stood in a tense standoff. Along with Shining. The young man aligned himself with the Tianhe division, catching the attention of Yikenzi. How did this fellow arrive here? Yet, it seemed that the members of the Tianhe division were oblivious to any anomalies. Yikenzi merely cast a fleeting glance at Shining, for in the eyes of all, they should not be acquainted. A prolonged gaze would undoubtedly arouse Liang Feishue's suspicion. The arrival of Liang Feishue rendered the expressions of the three demons even more grim. They were no match for the Tianhe division, yet they had no path of retreat. One of the demons hissed hoarsely, "Attack!" The three demons surged toward Liang Feishue, who swiftly drew her sword. A flash of silvery light erupted, forcing them back. "Ants," Liang Feishue scoffed, but her sole focus was on Yikenzi. Utilizing the moonlight, she moved with swiftness, appearing before Yikenzi in an instant. "Since you are so obstinate, allow me to take action personally." The aura of her celestial realm surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. Blood Moon Sword. She ascended with her sword, leaving no room for mercy. Her target was the Seven Secrets diagram, acquiring it was paramount, regardless of life or death. In response to her sword light, Yikenzi let out a cold laugh. "What a vicious girl! However, despite my waning strength, I have traversed the world for many years. Today, you shall not have your way." Confronting Liang Feishue's assault, Yikenzi wielded his whisk. Tai Chi Zodiac Art. A black and white Tai Chi diagram suddenly manifested on the ground beneath him, expanding to form an unassailable barrier around Yikenzi. At that moment, Shining discerned that Yikenzi's true power surpassed even that of the celestial realm, perhaps even stronger than Old Wu. Yet, Yikenzi bore severe injuries, otherwise, a celestial realm Liang Feishue would pose no threat. Even so, Liang Feishue's Blood Moon Sword failed to inflict any harm upon Yikenzi. Conversely, she was repelled by the Tai Chi diagram, barely regaining her footing. Liang Feishue looked up, her heart heavy with concern. Damn! This Taoist's strength is unexpectedly formidable. The intel indicated he was gravely wounded, his power diminished to a mere fraction. Yet, even in this state, I am no match for him. No wonder he dared to reveal his whereabouts, luring the Tianhe division. Was he planning to ensnare us all? Meanwhile, the three demons launched their assault, attempting to breach the defenses of the Tianhe division. Other officials of the Tianhe division engaged in fierce combat with the demons. Amidst the chaos, Shining stood to the side, channeling the return to origin breathing technique. He prepared to intervene, for these three demons posed a considerable nuisance. Most of the officials from the Tianhe division were at a cultivation level similar to his, all at the perception realm. Though this was the foundational stage of cultivation, stepping into this realm already distinguished them from ordinary individuals. However, the strength of the three demons was evidently superior, and the officials of the Tianhe division were being driven back. Suddenly, one of the demons charged toward Shining. Fortunately, the young man had anticipated this assault. He unleashed his own energy, barely repelling the foe. This cannot continue, Shining murmured. He lacked any techniques and found himself in a position of passive defense on the battlefield. This was precisely why he had considered learning swordsmanship. Without proactive offense, one would lose the initiative. Yet, he had yet to truly begin his sword training, and this was his first encounter with a practitioner in combat. Relying solely on his cultivation was insufficient for self-preservation. The repelled demon rejoined the fray against other officials of the Xiantian division, allowing Shining to gradually step aside. His gaze flickered. This night would be unforgettable for him. This was the true essence of conflict in this world, the clash between practitioners and the strife between humanity and demons. Even amidst peril, Shining did not regret being here. He glimpsed a new facet of this world, and his determination to grow stronger intensified. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the three demons began to falter, with the strong members of the Xiantian division taking control of the battlefield. However, Liang Feishue had yet to gain any advantage. She was fundamentally no match for Yikenzi. Yet, for Yikenzi to eliminate her was equally challenging. Unless he was willing to pay any price, but such recklessness would also doom him, for his injuries dictated that he could not endure a prolonged battle. Liang Feishue fixed her gaze upon him, initially believing this capture operation to be virtually foolproof, unaware of the extent of Yikenzi's capabilities. Despite his injuries, he could still unleash the strength of the celestial realm. The battlefield had fallen into a stalemate. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A shadow suddenly materialized behind Yikenzi. A tremendous demonic aura surged forth. The figure was none other than the demon powerhouse, Xiong Hong. This was the very demon who had infiltrated the Shen residence to assassinate Shining, only to be repelled by Old Wu. Under normal circumstances, one would expect enmity between foes, especially since the Shen family had been a target of the demon clan. Yet tonight, Xiong Hong had a singular goal, the Seven Secrets diagram. Thus, concealed in the shadows, he chose the opportune moment to strike. As a celestial realm bear demon, combined with his fierce demonic energy, he launched a surprise attack. And Yikenzi had no time to evade the blow. The Tai Chi diagram beneath him shattered into nothingness. Yikenzi was propelled towards the precipice, nearly teetering on the edge. Blood trickled from the corner of Yikenzi's mouth, yet his expression remained undaunted as he murmured, "Indeed, you demons are despicable." Xiong Hong replied with a cold sneer. "Just like your human military strategies, any tactic that can slay an enemy is a good strategy." Now, Yikenzi, Xiong Hong, and Liang Feishue, three celestial realm powerhouses, stood in a line. Xiong Hong was caught in the middle, further complicating the battlefield. Liang Feishue hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, her gaze hardened as she charged at Xiong Hong. Those who are not of my kind must harbor different intentions. Meanwhile, Shining had positioned himself outside the fray. Watching as the three demons found themselves in dire straits under the united efforts of the Xiantian division. With a tearing sound, one demon was slain on the spot by the Xiantian division. Blood splattered onto Xun Ying's garments. The Xiantian division began to gain the upper hand. Simultaneously, Liang Feishue engaged in combat with Xiong Hong while Yikenzi seized the opportunity to recover his inner energy. Shining quietly stepped back. He was still too weak. In the current situation, he could contribute nothing. There was a significant gap between the perception realm and the celestial realm, with the disparity in power too vast. But Shining was eager to witness who would emerge victorious in the end. Moreover, he had an inkling that there were still enemies lurking in the shadows. Yet before the young man could ponder further, a powerful killing intent surged from behind him. In that instant, Shining sensed the imminent approach of death. Without a moment to spare, he activated his technique, releasing a formidable aura. He abruptly turned, striking backward with an outstretched palm. A shadow intercepted his blow, and the two energies collided, dispersing in a violent explosion. Shining looked up to find a man clad in black with a mask, his gaze fixed intently on him. Who is this? Xin Ying's mind raced with various conjectures, then a subtle smile graced his lips as he spoke. Not a demon, but someone with a grudge against me. You are from the Yi family? The masked man across from him was taken aback. Shining was indeed no ordinary individual, having accurately deduced his identity. Indeed, the assailant, Yinan, the eldest son of the Yi family, revealed himself. Originally,
Jiangnan intended to act according to the situation, preparing to strike, but he unexpectedly discovered a solitary Shening.
the elimination of this young master from the Shen family would yield tremendous benefits. Now that Shening has already deduced his identity, he cannot be spared.
Jiangnan coldly declared, "Elder Qian, it falls to you, he must die here today." From the shadows, an elderly figure emerged slowly, his gaze heavy,
exuding an immense sense of oppression. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xin Ying's heart sank.
The aura radiating from this individual was beyond his capacity to contend with.
A practitioner of the celestial realm. Another formidable master of the celestial realm.
The Yi family had indeed revealed their trump card. It is known that while the celestial realm is the third stage of cultivation, entering it is tantamount to becoming a powerful figure in one's own right. Not everyone is endowed with the talent and opportunity to step into the celestial realm, which is not a threshold that just anyone can cross.
This night, in Jiangnan,
Shening faced not one, but 4 individuals of at least the celestial realm. Such a gathering is exceedingly rare. Shening understood that this individual was beyond his capacity to challenge, but he swiftly turned and dashed toward the battlefield of Liang Feishui.
For now,
this woman was his only hope for assistance.
And Ichenzi, at the very least Shening was certain that these two would not wish to see his demise. Nowhere to run.
A tremendous pressure suddenly descended behind Shening. The oppressive aura of the celestial realm surged toward him.
Gritting his teeth, Shening once again activated the returning essence technique.
At this moment, Ichenzi also noticed Xin Ying's unusual state, his expression darkened. This young man cannot perish. But before he could intervene, a wave of energy sliced through the sky, isolating Shening from the elderly man. A group of cloaked assassins surged forth from the dense forest behind them, evidently having awaited this moment for some time. The leader concealed his visage. But if Zhou Wanshu had been present, she would have recognized them immediately.
Indeed, these individuals were all assassins from the Zhou family. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind.
The Zhou family had been lying in wait for a long time.
It is time to end this.
The demon clan Xiong laughed, for the arrival of the Zhou family signified that the outcome was already sealed in his eyes.
After all, the Zhou family was allied with them.
The assassins from the Zhou family clashed with the individuals from the Shentian division, while Zhou Qian grew even more frenzied.
Tonight, no one shall escape. Otherwise, the Zhou family would cease to exist.
However, Shening was an exception. He could not be harmed, for the Shen family was their retreat.
Thus, Zhou Qian had saved Shening when Elder Qian acted. Liang Feishui's expression had turned as dark as the deepest abyss. She could scarcely believe that such audacity existed in Jiangnan, daring to strike against the Shentian division. They intended to kill them all.
What a scheme of murder and treasure theft! Now the Yi family, Zhou family, Shentian division, and the demon clan were all embroiled in this conflict. Nearly every prominent force was involved. And then there was the Shen family, yet Shening was merely a bystander, his strength insufficient to partake in the fray. He had no need to engage, for that treasure was already in his possession. And Ichenzi was their prey, a creature that could bite back. This spectacle was becoming increasingly thrilling.
However, unbeknownst to them, the first to suffer among these factions would be the Yi family. Suddenly,
Zhou Qian stood before Elder Qian of the Yi family, regarding him with cold disdain. Elder Qian spoke gravely, "Are you not of the Shen family?"
This was a foolish inquiry. Although Zhou Qian had just aided Shening, could the Shen family dare to act so boldly against the Xiantian division?
You need not concern yourself with that. Zhou Qian replied in a disguised voice, spreading his arms as a tremendous current of energy swirled around him.
Zhou Qian was a body cultivator, yet at this moment, his aura overshadowed the entire scene. The creation realm. Not only did Elder Qian sense the threat, but Liang Feishui's countenance also changed dramatically. The emergence of the creation realm shattered the stalemate on the battlefield.
Only Ichenzi appeared unsurprised. He had anticipated such a development.
Zhou Qian was the first to strike at Elder Qian, believing these rabble were unworthy of vying for treasures. Die!
The overwhelming force of the body cultivator crashed into Elder Qian, who, despite his attempts to resist, was utterly unable to withstand the suppression of the realm.
Ag!
Elder Qian screamed in agony. In a single blow, his organs were Witnessing this scene,
Shening felt a profound sense of realization.
this was the clash of true power. Jiangnan recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly charged toward Shining.
He knew Shining might be the key.
This time, Zhou Chen did not intervene. He had more pressing adversaries. As Jiangnan approached with malicious intent, Shen Ying's eyes revealed a fierce determination.
Jiangnan's cultivation level matched his own.
Shining had no reason to fear.
The returning essence technique. Shining activated his technique, confronting Jiangnan head-on. Their forms intertwined.
And Shining seized the opportunity to tear away Jiangnan's mask.
Yi family, it is indeed you. It seems this night will conclude matters.
You shall not survive this night. Jiangnan snarled, a scion of the Yi family, driven by the motive of preserving his clan. As long as he eliminated the sole heir of the Shen family tonight, the Shen family would face extinction.
In his mind, the victor could only be him.
Jiangnan regarded Shining as merely a novice practitioner of the perception realm. While he himself had cultivated for 3 years, Shining could not possibly be his match. Yet Jiangnan was mistaken. Despite Shen Ying's ailments and limited time in the realm, he possessed extraordinary techniques. In the moment of their confrontation, Jiangnan felt the energy within him begin to leak out, flowing into Shining. The essence from his energy sea was being absorbed.
Simultaneously,
Shining felt the currents within his own energy sea circulate ceaselessly, his heart swelling with joy. He had not anticipated this technique held such utility. The method imparted to him by that anonymous individual had an undiscovered, hidden function, something Shining had never realized. Jiangnan sensed the peril and attempted to withdraw, but Shen Ying's grip was like iron.
Young Master Yi, it is time to conclude this. Chapter 41, Zhou Chen's Frenzy. Young Master Yi, the end has come.
With a single strike, Shining shattered Jiangnan's defenses, leaving him crippled and prostrate on the ground like a discarded cur.
Young Master!
Qian Lao exclaimed, his eyes widening in horror. He knew that Jiangnan's demise would have dire repercussions for him back at the Yi residence. Attend to your own survival first. Zhou Chen hissed, materializing behind Qian Lao with unnerving speed.
Unbreakable adamantine body! Zhou Chen roared,
his entire form hardening to the resilience of granite. He slammed into Qian Lao with the force of a mountain, a blow that the latter was ill-equipped to withstand.
Qian Lao's arm snapped audibly, his chi shattered by the cataclysmic impact.
He screamed in agony. The onlookers gasped, stunned by the brutality of the assault.
Even Liang Feishui, a veteran of countless battles, recoiled in shock.
A formidable heaven-earth realm expert, laid waste so easily.
Simultaneously, Zhou's family assassins were cutting down the Xiantianci officials.
Liang Feishui's face contorted with rage.
She fixed Zhou Chen with a frigid stare and demanded, "Who are you?"
"The one who will send you to your grave."
Zhou Chen snarled, instantly launching himself at Liang Feishui. After incapacitating Jiangnan, Shining retreated to the periphery of the battlefield. His gaze fixed on Zhou Chen as he attempted to discern his identity. He was perplexed, unable to place the man, especially since he had not been targeted. A nagging feeling gnawed at him, these assailants were somehow aligned with his own interests. Who is he? He wondered. Meanwhile, Liang Feishui had no time for introspection. She retreated, knowing that she could not withstand a direct confrontation with Zhou Chen. She unleashed a flurry of silver sword beams, each striking Zhou Chen's body. Yet they did little more than tear his clothing, failing to leave even the slightest mark. Such was the formidable defense of a body cultivator. Seeing Zhou Chen closing in, Liang Feishui furrowed her brow, preparing to unleash a forbidden technique, a trump card reserved for dire circumstances. However, its use would come at a steep price, potentially resulting in a loss of cultivation. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chen abruptly veered off course, charging towards Yichunzi. This sudden change of target caught everyone off guard. Grand cycle of Taiji. Yichunzi cried, anticipating the move. He unleashed his own technique, a chi force mirroring Zhou Chen's that met the oncoming attack with equal intensity. It was then that the others realized Yichunzi had been holding back, his desperate struggle unleashing the power of the creation realm. The two forces collided in a maelstrom of energy. However, the great demon Xiong Hong seized the opportunity, his massive hand descending upon Yichunzi. Defenseless, Yichunzi was struck, coughing up blood as he staggered backward, collapsing to his knees. Shining watched in dismay. He felt a connection to Yichunzi and did not want to see the old Taoist perish. However, he couldn't reveal his feelings, any sign of concern would expose him.
Powerless, a mere sensory realm cultivator, he was nothing in the face of these heaven-earth realm titans.
Fortunately, he was not yet directly involved. Regardless of the night's outcome, he would likely remain unscathed. After all, he possessed what they sought. Now, he could only play the role of an observer, awaiting the final act. Instinct told him that Tianhe held another ace up his sleeve and would not fall so easily. The situation was now clear. The Tianhe, ambushed by the Zhou family, were on the verge of collapse. Only Liang Feishui remained, her sword clutched tightly as she surveyed the scene from the edge of the cliff. Xiong and the black-clad man were clearly allied, and Tianhe appeared to be at their mercy. Xiong approached Zhou Chen, sneering, "Well done. A fruitful collaboration." Zhou Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on Xiong.
Tianhe, clutching his chest, slowly rose to his feet, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Xiong loomed over him, snarling, "Old fool, hand over the item, and I might grant you a swift death. Refuse, and I will ensure you suffer an eternity of torment." Tianhe stood tall, his face pale, but his eyes gleaming with an unsettling amusement.
"An eternity of torment. Yet, I have a feeling you will meet your end before I do." "What?" Xiong exclaimed, taken aback. Before he could react, he sensed a murderous aura erupting behind him. Boom! He spun around to see Zhou Chen's palm hurtling towards him, a wave of destructive energy surging into his body. In an instant, Xiong's internal organs were pulverized. The great demon looked up at Zhou Chen in disbelief, the latter's voice dripping with venom. "Did you truly believe your demon clan could threaten me? I vowed that all of you would perish this night." Indeed, Zhou Chen had never intended to let anyone escape. Not even Xiong. Though the Zhou family had once collaborated with the demons, they would not be dictated by them. By eliminating the Tianhe officials along with Xiong, they could ensure that no one would uncover their involvement. With everyone silenced, the Zhou family could continue to thrive. A perfect crime, with no witnesses. That was Zhou Chen's plan, but Xinying's presence had thrown a wrench into the works. He had not anticipated his son-in-law's involvement. Whether to spare or eliminate him would be a decision for later. If Xinying proved cooperative, he might be spared. But Xiong had to die. Xiong stumbled backward, roaring, "Zhou Chen, you dare?" His words reverberated through the air, reaching everyone's ears. Xinying's eyes widened in shock. "It's him! The Zhou family." The revelation was a bitter pill to swallow. The Xin family had deep ties to the Zhou family, but if it was indeed them, their previous actions began to make sense. Zhou Chen, how deeply he had concealed his true nature. With Zhou Chen's identity exposed, his expression remained unchanged. But his intent was clear. He unleashed another blow, striking Xiong in the chest. Xiong continued to retreat, his back now against the precipice. "Perish!" Zhou Chen roared, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent Xiong hurtling over the edge. As he plummeted into the abyss, Xiong's final words echoed, "Zhou Chen, you traitor. Your Zhou family will be destroyed." Accompanied by the fading screams, Xiong disappeared into the darkness. A mortally wounded body falling into an abyss, certain death. "The Zhou family will not perish as long as everyone dies this night," Zhou Chen muttered. His eyes bloodshot as he turned his gaze towards the others on the cliff. Chapter 42, The Backup of Tianhe in an Instant. The air on the cliff was thick with murderous intent. Zhou Chen, as the dominant figure in this confrontation, seemed to have already determined the fates of all present. Regaining her composure, Liang Feishui slowly moved towards Xinying's direction. At this moment, the officials from the Tianhe division she had brought with her had little fighting strength left. Naturally, the Zhou family's assassins were likewise dwindling, and Zhou Yi, the eldest son of the Zhou family who had come alone, was also gravely injured from his encounter with the Tianhe division. Standing beside Liang Feishui, Xinying wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and remarked with a faint smile, "So it is Uncle Zhou. Now that my identity is revealed, there is no need for you to pretend, Zhou Chen." He tore off his mask, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the youth. "Tianhe, you should not have come here tonight. However, in consideration of my daughter, as long as you come over, you may live." Xinying remained silent, fully aware that Zhou Chen was attempting to drag him into the fray. Should he align himself with Zhou Chen, the Shen and Zhou families would be inextricably linked. Meanwhile,
Liang Feishua coldly interjected, "What a splendid Zhou family, colluding with the demon race and murdering officials of the court.
After tonight, there shall be no Zhou family left in Jiangnan." Zhou Chen laughed maniacally, "Ha ha ha. What of the Tianhe division? You are merely at the earthly realm. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp tonight?
Nevertheless, you may continue to live a while longer, your turn has not yet come."
With that,
Zhou Chen turned his gaze towards the gravely injured Yukenzi at the edge of the cliff. He was the main event of the night.
"Old fool, hand over the item." Zhou Chen's presence bore down on Yukenzi, who was barely clinging to life.
In his prime, he could have contended with Zhou Chen, but not now.
Yet,
Yukenzi showed no sign of panic. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Zhou Chen, a peculiar smile gracing his lips.
"Very well. It is just a tattered map. I shall give it to you."
He raised one hand while retrieving a yellowed piece of paper from his robe with the other.
Though the paper appeared worn, it emanated a faint yet significant aura. Undoubtedly, it was an ancient treasure.
At the sight, Zhou Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor.
His heart raced. If he obtained it,
he would emerge as the victor of the night.
Then, he would eliminate everyone present, ensuring the Zhou family endured, with the 7 secrets map firmly in his possession. Liang Feishua, too, fixated on the object in Yukenzi's hand, recognizing it as her goal, one that aligned with the emperor's ambitions. As a practitioner at the earthly realm,
she sensed the mysterious energy embedded within that ancient paper.
Meanwhile, Xin Ying's expression shifted slightly.
He knew well that the item in Yukenzi's hand was not the 7 secrets map.
The genuine 7 secrets map resided with him. Suddenly, an ominous premonition welled up within Xin Ying. What was this old Taoist scheming?
This might indeed be his trump card, seemingly poised to surprise everyone.
Zhou Chen inhaled deeply, then stepped forward. "Give it to me."
Yukenzi's gaze flickered as he softly murmured, "All right, I shall give it to you."
He then tossed the yellowed ancient paper into the air and leapt off the cliff.
Xin Ying gasped at the sight of Yukenzi's retreating figure, but before he could react,
Zhou Chen surged forward.
His target was not Yukenzi, but rather the paper soaring in the sky. Xin Ying's attention shifted to the paper, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. Liang Feishua had already prepared to unleash a forbidden technique to seize the treasure, but Xin Ying grasped her arm.
"Do not!
That is not the 7 secrets map!" Xin Ying exclaimed, his gaze still locked on the paper above.
"What?"
Liang Feishua shouted, but she quickly understood and refrained from pursuing. Only Zhou Chen charged towards the yellowed paper, his expression turning frenzied with palpable excitement. However, before his hand could touch it, the paper dissolved into nothingness.
In its place, a colossal ethereal shadow descended from the sky. The shadow shimmered with a golden hue, inscribed with incomprehensible characters. Yet the oppressive aura it exuded was unlike anything anyone had ever felt. The shadow descended slowly, enveloping the cliff, and Zhou Chen, still unprepared, found it crashing down upon him.
Zhou Chen's body erupted in explosions as the overwhelming force compelled him to scream, sending him plummeting downwards.
Ah!
A formidable cultivator at the creation realm, possessing an exceedingly resilient physique, yet he could not withstand this ethereal shadow.
At that moment, Liang Feishua recognized the nature of the phenomenon.
She spoke gravely, "That is the Taoist's golden light pardon talisman. Its energy is immensely powerful, capable of obliterating this place."
"What talisman?"
Xin Ying struggled to breathe under the oppressive weight of the shadow.
Had this old Taoist forgotten that he was still present? This was an indiscriminate attack. Was it not? Suddenly, Liang Feishua declared, "If you wish to survive, stay close to me."
Upon finishing her words, she drew her sword and made a cut on her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the blade. The sword emitted a brilliant white light,
forming a vast barrier.
As the golden shadow descended, the energy within Xin Ying began to wane. The long-suppressed chill gradually surged forth, draining color from his face and leaving him cold all over. With a thunderous roar, the shadow landed, causing the cliff to shatter. Thanks to Liang Feishua's barrier, the impact on the two was somewhat mitigated, but they were still injured by the ethereal force. Simultaneously, as the cliff crumbled, Xin Ying felt an immediate loss of gravity. sending him into free fall. His vision blurred, everything turning white, and with the onset of the chill, he gradually lost consciousness.
As dawn broke.
At this moment, in the Shen residence, Shen Wanshu had not slept a wink, standing dazed in the courtyard, gazing at the sky.
An unsettling premonition washed over her. Father. Brother.
Shen Wanshu murmured repeatedly, a sudden pang of anguish gripping her heart, causing her to slowly crouch down.
Meanwhile, Shen Wanqing also lay awake, unable to sleep without her younger brother's return.
On the other hand, Shen Wanfu had dreamt sweetly through the night. He emerged from his room, bleary-eyed, and spotted the two women still lingering in the courtyard. Shen Wanfu, his belly protruding, approached Shen Wanqing and patted her shoulder, saying, "Wanqing, do not worry about that boy. Even if he encounters danger, I could die, but he would not perish."
"But father." "No buts. I have already had someone divine his fate."
Shen Wanfu patted his belly, smacking his lips.
"The diviner said, that boy is marked by destiny."
As the sun dipped below the horizon,
the twilight's glow pierced through the dense forest.
Shening gradually regained consciousness from his stupor, his mind still foggy, the chill persisting and rendering him icy all over.
"Where am I? At the base of the cliff."
Shening struggled to speak, surrounded by rubble.
His entire body ached,
each movement sending waves of searing pain coursing through him. Clearly, he had suffered a fall.
The crucial question remained, how had he survived such a perilous drop from such a height?
Though Shening was a practitioner, he was merely at the sensory realm. His physical body not particularly resilient. Falling from such a height without any precautions should have been fatal. Shening slightly turned his head and shifted his body.
Suddenly,
he encountered something soft. With great difficulty, he turned back to see a bloodied figure clad in white lying beside him. It was Liang Feishui. It appeared that her barrier had protected both of them during their fall. Moreover, during the descent, she had supported him, which was why Shening had survived.
However,
Liang Feishui was not so fortunate. She had first sustained serious injuries from a blow dealt by Yikenzi and then had fallen from the cliff. Had it not been for her formidable body and the aura of her qi, she would have been reduced to fragments. Her injuries were far more severe than Shen Ying's, which explained why he had awakened while she remained in a coma. With a sigh, Shening lifted his gaze to the yellowing sky. The battle had taken place the night before, and now it was nearly evening. They had been unconscious for almost an entire day. Shening found himself unable to move. He first employed the 9-spirit profound cleansing technique to suppress the cold energy within him. Simultaneously, he was lost in thought. Zhou Chen, a person he could never have imagined, had concealed himself so deeply. No wonder that old man had rushed to secure a betrothal after proposing. He was eager to drag the Shen family into his schemes, colluding with the demon race, launching a surprise attack on the Xiantian division, and daring to vie with someone in the palace for treasures. Each of these acts was a crime warranting extermination. Shening pondered that Zhou Chen's plan for the night was to eliminate everyone. He, however, had unexpectedly become a part of Zhou Chen's scheme, and now survival seemed impossible. Yet, no one had anticipated that Yikenzi would unleash a significant move at the last moment. Though Shening had spent little time with that old Taoist, he sensed that the man was cunning. Jumping off the cliff didn't necessarily mean death, it was likely he had some hidden strategy. His revealing of his whereabouts was likely intended to eliminate the Xiantian division and other forces eyeing the 7 techniques map. As anticipated, only he and Liang Feishui had survived. Zhou Chen's fate remained uncertain, while he had absorbed the vast majority of the Shadow's power and had fallen from the cliff. Being a person of the creation realm and a body cultivator, survival was not out of the question. An hour passed, and under the operation of his technique, Shening gradually restored his internal aura. The cold energy was dissipating, and the color in his face improved considerably. The 2 cultivation techniques he possessed were among the best in existence, which accounted for the rapid results. Otherwise, a typical cultivator at the sensory realm would take 10 days to half a month to recover from such injuries. Like Cheng Ji, who had merely been struck by a few sword energies, her internal balance had been thoroughly disrupted, making recovery in the short term nearly impossible. His internal injuries were now healing, yet the pain in his body remained unabated. Any slight movement caused him discomfort. Shening was unable to rise, uncertain of what would transpire next. At that moment, he seemed to sense something from his bosom and glanced at Liang Feishui, confirming she was still unconscious. He retrieved the Qianyuan map from his pocket. The map currently emitted a faint light, upon which several small characters appeared. How have you been lately? Clearly, this was a message from a friend he had made online. Shining felt a pang of frustration. At least before last night, he had been fine. Now he was on the verge of death. He stared at the small characters for a long time, pondering whether he should call for help. He had no idea who his online acquaintance was, and he doubted they could assist him. However, with no other options available, Shining gathered his aura at his fingertips and inscribed a message on the Qianyuan map. Senior, I am close to death. Meanwhile, in the palace to the north, the Empress had swiftly handled the day's affairs. She had delegated other miscellaneous matters to her subordinates. Suddenly, she remembered this young man and decided to reach out to him. Initially, there was no response. The Empress furrowed her brow. Shining had always been prompt in replying to messages. The prolonged silence struck her as odd. Perhaps it was due to their respective statuses. Typically, when she spoke, everyone would respond with utmost respect. Yet this time, there was no reply. The Empress realized he must not have seen her message. Could it be that something had happened to him? Just then, the Qianyuan map on her desk finally glowed. Senior, I am close to death. Upon reading those words, the Empress's expression shifted slightly. It seemed he was in considerable trouble. She extended her delicate hand and began to write, What has happened? Shining replied, Senior, I am gravely injured, and there is a powerful figure in the creation realm intent on killing me. Do you think I still have a chance? The Empress, no chance. She directly responded with 3 words, then rubbed her temples in exasperation. It was disheartening to think that she had finally met an interesting young man, only to lose him. What was worse, he possessed 2 copies of the 7 Techniques map, which would fall into the hands of others. This was something she wished to avoid. After a moment, Shining sent another message. Does Senior have a way to save me? The Empress replied, If a creation realm expert wishes to kill you, you would have perished already. If you want my help, tell me exactly what transpired. Shining contemplated briefly and succinctly summarized the events that had unfolded. Essentially, he had fallen off a cliff alongside Zhou Chen, whose fate remained unknown, though he himself had survived. He refrained from disclosing Zhou Chen's name, only informing her of his realm and that he was a body cultivator. After sending this message, there was a long silence from the other side. Shining began to worry that his online acquaintance might think he was beyond saving and abandon him. Senior, are you there? Senior. After sending that message, a 3-word response came through. All right, I will help you. Xin Ying's heart jolted. It seemed she was genuine in her offer to help. The question now was, how would she assist him? Chapter 44, Liang Feishui awakens. Across vast distances. The Empress Dowager inscribed upon the diagram before her, the 7-diagram compendium exists as a unified entity. You and I each possess a fragment, enabling a connection. Its capacity transcends mere textual conveyance, it also transmits aura. The potency of the 7-diagram compendium far surpasses your comprehension. On Xin Ying's side, he penned, Senior. What specific actions must I undertake? Align the diagram in your possession with your brow, then close your eyes, she instructed. Somewhat perplexed, Shining nonetheless complied. The youth slowly shut his eyes, raising the diagram he held aloft. Simultaneously, the Empress Dowager extended her slender hand, an aura of sanctity emanating from her very being, unfurling from her palm. This hallowed energy infused the diagram she held, causing its once dim luminescence to surge forth, illuminating the entire palace. Likewise, within the dense forest, the diagram in Xin Ying's grasp radiated an intense brilliance. The youth felt a sharp pang at his brow, as though something had breached his consciousness. Subsequently, Shining slowly opened his eyes, examining his form, yet detecting no alteration. Then, the radiance emanating from the Qianyuan diagram dissipated. Aside from that fleeting moment of discomfort, Shining perceived no discernible change. At that instant, words arrived from the Empress Dowager's side, It is done. I have imprinted a mark upon your brow. A safeguard in times of peril. Shining touched his forehead, indeed sensing an addition within his mind. Overjoyed, he never imagined she would truly aid him. Gazing fixedly at the diagram, he now recognized the extraordinary nature of the 7-diagram compendium.
Shining promptly responded, "Thank you, Senior. I shall remember this kindness and, should the opportunity arise, I will assuredly repay your benevolence."
Within the palace, the Empress Dowager supported her forehead, a playful smile gracing her exquisite features.
Repayment, alas!
Merely surviving suffices as recompense. Thereupon, the Empress Dowager lifted her gaze, sensing a shift beyond the palace walls, and shook her head in resignation.
Very well. Let us conclude here for today. Do not perish. Upon completing her final sentence, the Empress Dowager stowed the diagram. Concurrently,
a contingent of imperial guards arrived at the palace. The leader of the troop entered the palace, initially startled upon seeing the Empress Dowager, then kneeling respectfully, he declared, "Greetings.
Your Majesty. What is the meaning of this?" she inquired.
The commander of the Imperial Guard replied with trepidation, "Reporting to your Majesty. This humble servant detected your Majesty's aura outside the hall and presumed an assassin had infiltrated the palace."
"It is of no consequence. Withdraw," the Empress Dowager responded indifferently, not deigning to glance at him.
"Yes," the commander replied, relieved, before departing the palace. Once outside, the commander wiped the perspiration from his brow, still shaken. The moment the aura emanated from within the hall, his heart had plummeted.
He knew it was Her Majesty acting.
But with Her Majesty alone in the hall. Acting for no apparent reason, he assumed an assassin was present.
Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Had an assassin truly breached the palace undetected, his head would have been forfeit. However, Her Majesty's cultivation was exceedingly profound. Within this imperial palace, perhaps none in the realm could slay her. Once his composure had returned, the commander hastened back to his post. Upon entering the hall, he had felt immense pressure, realizing that Her Majesty's cultivation had reached unfathomable depths. Serving as sovereign is akin to dwelling with a tiger within the dense forest. Shining was still scrutinizing the mark his online acquaintance had left within him. A degree of vigilance was necessary, after all. Although his intuition assured him that his acquaintance would not deceive him. Just then, Shining sensed movement beside him. The youth turned to see Liang Feishue slowly awaken. Their eyes meeting. A moment of awkwardness ensued. "You're awake," Shining finally managed to utter. Regardless, the fact remained that this woman had saved him. A trace of bewilderment flickered in Liang Feishue's beautiful eyes as she weakly inquired, "How long have I been unconscious?" Shining glanced at the radiant moon in the sky. Calculating the time. A day and a night, roughly 12 hours, perhaps. He had arrived in the evening. Liang Feishue had not realized she had been unconscious for so long. She instinctively attempted to rise, but the injuries to her body were even more severe than Xinying's. She hissed in pain, a grimace contorting her face. Shining asked, "Are you all right, Lady Liang?" Liang Feishue shook her head and softly spoke, "Where is Zhou Chen?" "I do not know. I have not moved since I awoke. He may not even be alive," Shining responded. To be honest, the matter of Zhou Chen was still a jumble in his mind. Now the Shen family was entangled with the Zhou family, and, crucially, the woman beside him was alive. If Liang Feishue returned alive, the Zhou family would likely be doomed. To oppose the imperial court was a death wish. Moreover, the Tianhe division was not merely part of the imperial court, it belonged to Her Majesty. Murdering an official of the Tianhe division was akin to slapping the emperor of Great Zhou across the face. It was an act of familial annihilation. Furthermore, Liang Feishue herself was no pushover, and the power behind her was likely beyond the Zhou family's ability to offend. Of course, aside from the scheming Zhou Chen, that Yiqinzi was also incredibly cunning. Essentially, everyone had been manipulated by Yiqinzi, and the old Taoist would probably flee after this affair. He had orchestrated a significant event in Jiangnan, drawing out all the latent threats. He had no reason to remain, for who knew what he was truly plotting? Then, after some deliberation, Shining turned to Liang Feishue and asked, "What should we do now, Lady Liang?" After all, they had come together and now faced the same predicament. Liang Feishue shook her head, at a loss.
She had not foreseen this situation. She had only been in Jiangnan for a short time and had not yet fully grasped the local power dynamics. Moreover, she had focused almost entirely on the Shen family. But now she realized that the Shen family was also a victim. The direct descendant of the Shen family was lying beside her. No matter how audacious the Shen family might be, they would never use their only son as a wager.
For now, they needed to return to Linzhou City before being discovered.
Once inside the city, the crisis could be resolved, for the Shen family was still there.
With this in mind, Liang Feishui turned and asked, "You have been missing for a day and a night. The Shen family should be looking for you by now, shouldn't they?" Shen Ying hesitated. Then spoke with difficulty, that is uncertain.
He knew that Shen Wanqing would undoubtedly be worried sick about his disappearance. But his father.
That was another matter.
Chapter 45, The Death of Zhou Chen. Outside the city, within the dense forest, Shen Ying trudged through the woods with Liang Feishui on his back.
Each step heavy and labored, clearly indicating that both were suffering.
Liang Feishui's injuries were too severe for her to move, she could only rely on Shen Ying. He felt compelled to assist her, for she had saved him from the precipice. Although Shen Ying had always prioritized his own interests and those of the Shen family since arriving in this world, it did not mean he was ungrateful.
In this situation, abandoning Liang Feishui was simply not an option.
After all, she had never wronged him, her coming here had been his own choice, and she had merely been testing him. As they pressed on, Shen Ying did not halt, and together they made their way toward Linzhou City.
Calculating their pace,
Shen Ying estimated that it would take until dawn to reach the city gates.
However, he dared not linger, as both were too injured to defend themselves against any potential threats.
Liang Feishui rested her head on Shen Ying's shoulder. Her gaze a mixture of emotions as she observed him.
Her once pristine white garments were now drenched in blood, tattered and torn. The viscous blood stained parts of Shen Ying's exposed skin, adding to their discomfort.
After walking for a while, Liang Feishui finally spoke.
"Shen Ying, thank you."
Shen Ying replied softly, "If not for Lord Zhou protecting me during the fall, I would have perished long ago."
"No need for thanks."
Liang Feishui continued, "Regardless. If we survive this night, consider it a debt of gratitude from me, Liang Feishui." Shen Ying did not respond further, continuing to advance step by step. Each movement painful, especially with the added burden on his back.
After approximately half an hour, Shen Ying abruptly halted.
Before him lay a stream. And he gently set Liang Feishui down before sitting beside the water, weakly suggesting, "Let us rest for a moment and drink some water, I am struggling to continue." Liang Feishui nodded in agreement. Although cultivators possessed different physiques than ordinary individuals, they too required hydration, especially after sustaining such grave injuries.
Shen Ying cupped his hands to drink from the stream before closing his eyes to recuperate. Liang Feishui followed suit, cleansing the blood from her body with the water.
Each movement sent sharp pains through her, a sensation she had never experienced in her life. After a brief respite, Shen Ying turned to Liang Feishui and said,
"We must move." Liang Feishui's expression darkened. "Are you sure you're ready to go?"
"Even if I am not, we must depart, dawn is approaching." Shen Ying murmured, gazing at the sky. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from behind them, causing both to freeze in terror.
"You cannot escape."
The familiar voice and presence struck fear into Liang Feishui's heart. The worst scenario she had dreaded had come to fruition.
However,
Shen Ying maintained his composure as they turned to face a bloodied middle-aged man standing before them, Zhou Chen, the patriarch of the Zhou family, who had fallen from the cliff. Though he appeared gravely injured, remnants of his aura still clung to him. The atmosphere became palpably tense. After a moment of silence, Shen Ying broke it, speaking softly. "I did not expect Uncle Zhou to still be alive, your resilience is remarkable."
Zhou Chen's face twisted into a sinister grin. "Cousin Shen, you seem a bit disappointed." Shen Ying shook his head and stepped forward, shielding Liang Feishui behind him.
She was taken aback, tugging at his sleeve.
"What now? Is Uncle Zhou intent on silencing us?"
Shen Ying, dropping all pretense, directly inquired.
Zhou Chen's gaze shifted to Liang Feishui behind Shen Ying, and he spoke slowly, "Cousin Shen, the choice is yours. Regardless, the woman behind you cannot live. As for you, if you kill her, the Zhou and Shen families remain allied.
And you will still be my good son-in-law, a devoted husband to Wan Shu."
Ultimately, Shen Ying was an unwelcome variable in this plan.
The Zhou family had never intended to target the Shen family, otherwise, they would not have bestowed their influence in the capital upon them.
Shining, however,
had uncovered all their secrets.
By aligning himself with Tianhe division, the Zhou family was doomed. If Shining were to eliminate Liang Feishui, the Shen and Zhou families would be irrevocably entwined.
Now, it all hinged on Xin Ying's decision.
He swallowed hard and spoke slowly. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Subsequently,
Shining turned back, while Liang Feishui's eyes remained fixed on him. She opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say. After all, when faced with life and death,
everything else pales in significance.
Shining's choice did not surprise her. Accepting her fate, she closed her eyes in silence. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. A faint voice reached her ears.
Uncle Zhou, I cannot kill her.
I, Shining, am human, not a beast. I cannot repay kindness with malice.
If you do not kill her, you will die. Zhou Chen hissed, incredulous at Xin Ying's choice. A foolish decision. Let us see who perishes first. Shining retorted, steadfastly positioning himself before Liang Feishui.
Liang Feishui opened her eyes, her heart a tumult of emotions. Zhou Chen's expression contorted further into a grotesque grimace as he rasped.
In that case, you shall both die. Though he was no longer at full strength, he still exuded a terrifying aura. Meanwhile, Shining and Liang Feishui were in such a weakened state that even an average person could easily vanquish them, let alone someone of Zhou Chen's caliber. Shining inhaled deeply, internally murmuring a prayer that his ally would not betray him, hoping the mark he had received would prove effective. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Zhou Chen advanced step by step. Shining understood that this opportunity was fleeting. Though Zhou Chen was Wan Chu's father, he deserved to die.
The mark on Xin Ying's forehead began to materialize, and he felt a powerful energy coursing within him. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash this mark,
an unexpected event transpired. A dark figure suddenly emerged behind Zhou Chen, and a blade, imbued with a formidable demonic energy, pierced through his chest. Zhou Chen's focus had been solely on Shining, entirely oblivious to the threat approaching from behind. As the blade punctured his chest, Zhou Chen turned in disbelief, slowly glancing back. Chapter 46, Xin Ying's Trump Card. Zhou Chen turned his head. Behind him stood a gaunt figure.
Yet, he was no mere human, but a wolf demon lurking in the shadows, who had ambushed Zhou Chen at the last moment.
Though this wolf demon was a rank below Zhou Chen, the latter was gravely wounded. The sharp blade, infused with demonic energy, had ultimately pierced Zhou Chen's body, tearing through the skin of his chest.
No! Zhou Chen's gaze was filled with nothing but bitterness. He never anticipated such a fate. For him and the Zhou family, it was all over.
The wolf demon's voice was cold and hoarse. Traitors deserve death.
Zhou Chen's eyes widened, but the blade had already completely pierced his heart. His breath gradually faded as he slowly fell backward. This once mighty head of the Zhou family was destined to meet his end.
Shining observed the scene,
his heart a tumult of emotions. Zhou Chen had perished, yet for him, the current circumstances bore no difference. Shining lifted his gaze to the wolf demon and scoffed.
Indeed, traitors deserve death, but what good are your kind, demons?
The wolf demon licked his lips, his voice dripping with malice.
You humans pride yourselves on your superiority.
Yet your hearts are far more tainted than ours. My brother was seized by your kind, subjected to endless torment.
Tonight, I shall avenge him. The wolf demon's gaze pierced through Shining, fixing directly on Liang Feishui's face.
He recognized this woman and yearned to rend her to pieces. Liang Feishui's expression darkened as she recalled that the wolf demon referred to her brother. The extraordinary man currently imprisoned in Tianhe division, the very demon that had appeared at Huangfeng stronghold. Shining was also familiar with this. The extraordinary man had initially been captured by Old Wu, but was subsequently taken by Liang Feishui. Thus, the wolf demon's wrath fell squarely upon Liang Feishui.
Neglecting to cast a glance at Shining, Liang Feishui's spirits plummeted. To die at the hands of demons was a disgrace.
Yet, she found herself powerless. If not for her injuries, she would have surely stood her ground against the wolf demon.
As it stood, Liang Feishui struggled to approach Shining, whispering, "You must flee. I cannot escape today." Shining, feeling helpless, replied, "Do you think I can merely run away? A slim chance of survival is still a chance. Enough!
The wolf demon suddenly roared, his eyes beginning to glow red.
None of you shall leave today.
If you wish to be a pair of doomed lovers,
I shall send you on your way. Demonic energy surged forth, twisting the wolf demon's visage into a grotesque form. This time, the demon clan of Jiangnan had emerged in force, only to face utter failure. For them, it was a tremendous loss. However, for the great Zhou dynasty,
they could not voice their discontent, having failed to obtain what they sought.
Now, if they killed Liang Feishue's Tianhe division would suffer a blow, diminishing their strength and striking a blow to their emperor's pride. Thus, in the wolf demon's eyes, Liang Feishue had to die. Die for me. Ha ha ha. The demon wolf lunged towards the two, its claws and blade capable of delivering a fatal strike. Here it comes. Shining murmured,
as the mark on his forehead re-emerged. A holy radiance suddenly burst forth from his mark, illuminating the night sky. Silence enveloped the world as the demonic energy around Shining dissipated. Liang Feishue felt her vision clouded, yet this sacred aura caused her no harm. Instead, it propelled her away from Shining.
The wolf demon, however, was not so fortunate.
Decades of cultivation dissipated in that moment, leaving him with a searing pain within. The light began to envelop his entire being, and he found himself devoid of any power to resist.
What is this?
The wolf demon struggled to voice his disbelief, unable to fathom how such potent energy could emanate from the youth before him. This could not possibly be his own strength. Liang Feishue, standing behind, was equally astonished, yet a sense of relief washed over her.
No wonder.
He displayed no fear until the end. It turned out he had a trump card.
But Liang Feishue was puzzled. If Shining possessed such a card, why had he not revealed it sooner?
If he had unveiled this mark atop the cliff, everything would have concluded. She realized that had it not been for her, Shining would likely have met his demise. This left her perplexed.
Moreover, her heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. For Liang Feishue understood that this power surpassed that of a typical formidable being.
With merely a mark, he had seized the life of a wolf demon of the earthly realm.
How terrifying! Liang Feishue pondered.
The owner of this mark was most likely a being of the harmonization realm. Yet, this was merely her conservative estimate, there might be even greater powers beyond that realm. She felt increasingly confounded by this young scion of the Shen family. The emergence of this mark indicated that a significant figure stood behind Shining, a being of the harmonization realm.
Within the boundaries of Zhou,
the number of such mighty beings could be counted on one hand.
Not to mention, should Xinying's backing surpass the harmonization realm,
it would likely rattle those within the palace. And all of this transpired within this young heir of the Shen family. Liang Feishue had yet to recover from her shock when the wolf demon, under the radiance, began to falter. He felt himself fading away, indeed, physically disappearing before their eyes.
His form gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Even Shining was taken aback by this sight.
He had thought that being ground to dust was the cruelest of deaths. Yet the wolf demon before him was extinguished right under his nose, leaving no remnants. At last, the demon wolf fell silent, its body and head dissipating into nothingness, as though it had never existed within the realm. Perhaps this manner of death bore no pain, but it was surely more despairing and cruel than any other.
Gradually, the light faded,
and the mark on Shinying's forehead began to dissipate. It was as if everything had returned to its origin. Zhou Chen was dead, the wolf demon was dead.
Shining and Liang Feishue had survived, and it seemed that all had come to an end.
The moment the mark vanished, Shining felt utterly drained,
devoid of any strength.
Darkness enveloped his vision, and he gradually lost consciousness. Chapter 47, The Conclusion and Aftermath. A sharp pain pierced through Shinying's consciousness as he opened his eyes once more.
This time, however,
he found himself not in the desolate wilderness but in the confines of his own chamber. He raised his gaze, confirming that he was indeed in the Shen residence.
In his own room. At last, a taut string within him had relaxed.
Beside his bed leaned a drowsy young woman, Lan Xian. As Shining stirred, she slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing him awake, sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Young master, you are awake."
"Xianer, help me sit up," Shining replied weakly, though he felt the need for clarity of mind.
He took a moment to assess his injuries. His internal energy had somewhat recovered, yet the chill within him remained unassuaged. He felt cold throughout, but it was not life-threatening. His external wounds had been treated with ample ointment, and under the circumstances, he remained cautiously optimistic. Yet, the events leading to his current state eluded him entirely. He only recalled using a mark to vanquish the wolf demon, and then nothing followed.
Xianer. How did I return? He inquired.
In a soft voice, Lan Xian responded, "Young master, Lord Liang carried you back to the city. You were gravely injured at the time."
Shining fell silent, realizing it was indeed her.
Lan Xian continued, "You were missing for 2 days and nights.
The master was quite unconcerned, believing you to be safe."
However, Miss was not at ease. She had already dispatched someone outside the city. Just as dawn broke and our people exited the city gates, Lord Liang returned with you.
Indeed, with all threats neutralized, it was merely a matter of time before Liang Feishue found her way back.
Yet, she had brought him back.
After a moment of reflection, Shining gazed at the clear sky outside and asked, "Xianer, how long have I been unconscious?"
"1 day," she replied.
"What of Sister Wan Qing?"
"The eldest young lady was worried sick over your severe injuries and confronted the master, claiming that had he not intervened, you would not have suffered such misfortune." Shining shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. It was still Shin Wanqing who cared the most for him. Yet, it was wise for the Shin family to remain uninvolved in this matter. As for the Zhou and Yi families, their participation would likely result in repercussions far graver than he had anticipated. He pressed on, "Xianer, has anything significant occurred in Linzhou City in recent days?" "Indeed." Lan Xian replied with a hint of excitement. "You have no idea, a grave incident has transpired. This morning, officials from the city lord's mansion suddenly stormed the Zhou residence and took everyone away. People are saying the Zhou family has been seized." Shining was taken aback. He had not expected Liang Feishue to act so swiftly. Although the Jiangnan Zuantianzi had already suffered significant losses, Liang Feishue's ability to mobilize the city lord's forces was unquestionable. However, her rapidity in executing such a maneuver was indeed characteristic of her decisive nature. With Zhou Chen and Zhou Yi dead, the Zhou family was essentially dismantled, making this sudden action somewhat unnecessary. Yet, his thoughts drifted to Zhou Wanqiu, his betrothed. With these developments, their marriage might be in jeopardy. A sense of indescribable emotion welled within him. "What of Zhou Wanqiu?" he asked, raising his gaze. Lan Xian's expression turned grave as she replied, "It seems that the night prior, Miss Zhou sensed something amiss and sought refuge at our Shin residence. She has not returned since, and upon hearing of the Zhou family's plight today, she fainted from distress." "She was not taken?" Shining queried. Lan Xian shook her head. "No, the officials from the city lord's mansion have yet to arrive here." Once again, Shining fell into contemplation. This had all the hallmarks of Liang Feishue's directive. Having swiftly dismantled the Zhou family, she would undoubtedly be aware of Zhou Wanqiu's whereabouts. Yet, her delay in coming to the Shin residence might be tied to Shining himself. Lan Xian continued, "Young master, aside from the Zhou family, the Yi family has also shut their doors to visitors. It seems they are embroiled in troubles of their own." Shining nodded in acknowledgement. This time, the Yi family was indeed severely weakened. They had intended to vie for the 7 Secrets map, but instead, they were caught off guard by the Zhou family's downfall. With Yinan eliminated by Shining, the Yi family's heir was lost. Yi Fei proved utterly ineffectual, leading to a bleak future for the Jiangnan Yi family. However, the Yi family would at least survive. They had not yet taken action against the Zuantianzi and Liang Feishue before being outmaneuvered by Zhou Chen. Furthermore, the Yi family had substantial backing in the capital, complicating any attempts by Liang Feishue to eliminate them. In contrast, the Shin family had remained passive, reaping the greatest rewards. The once balanced power among the 3 prominent families of Linzhou had been irrevocably disrupted, leaving the Shin family poised to dominate. To be honest, Shining had never envisioned such a scenario. Within a mere 3 days, the long-standing equilibrium of Jiangnan had been shattered. All of this stemmed from the 7 Secrets map. And that enigmatic Taoist, Yikenzi, who, in Shinying's eyes, was becoming increasingly formidable. With a single talisman, he had turned Jiangnan upside down overnight. Yet his mysterious veil remained intact. Xining could not help but wonder whether that fateful night when the old Taoist entrusted him with the 7 Secrets map was part of a larger scheme.
Was his plan truly fulfilled?
No one could say for certain. Nevertheless, Yikenzi had become a focal point of caution for Xining. The 7 Secrets map remained in his possession, and Xining sensed that their paths would cross once more.
At that moment, along a riverbank, Yikenzi strolled leisurely towards the northern part of Linzhou city.
After a short while, he suddenly halted, gazing meaningfully toward the city. A faint smile graced his lips as he muttered to himself, "I wonder if entrusting the 7 Secrets map to that lad was a stroke of genius or folly." It seemed as though the old Taoist had answered his own question.
Ah, fate, such a curious thing.
Since the path has already been laid before us,
why fret over right or wrong?
And with that, he continued on his way, remarking, "Good riddance to this accursed Zhou country, I wish to linger here no longer." Yikenzi's figure gradually receded into the distance. Though his time in Jiangnan had been brief, he had made a considerable wager.
Success or failure was no longer within his grasp.
Chapter 48, The Farewell of Zhou Wanshu within the confines of the Shen residence. Xining had gleaned the general situation from Lan Xian.
At that moment, a commotion arose outside, signaling the arrival of visitors. "Young master, the people from the city lord's mansion have come again."
Furthermore, a certain esteemed individual from the Xiantian division has also arrived.
Xining pondered. Is Liang Feishui here?
Has she recovered so swiftly? It dawned on him that she had come to the Shen family for Zhou Wanshu. Rising with great effort,
he addressed Lan Xian feebly, "Xianer, assist me in standing."
"Young master, your health."
Lan Xian expressed her concern.
"There's no need for worry, help me outside."
Xining murmured.
"After all, it was Liang Feishui who brought me back, I must see her."
Moments later,
Xining appeared at the entrance of the Shen residence, where Liang Feishui awaited him. Upon seeing Xining emerge, she furrowed her brow slightly, though her tone was no longer as imperious as before.
"Xining, how fares your injury?" Liang Feishui's complexion appeared somewhat pale.
Yet her recovery was swift due to her formidable prowess. Externally, she bore no signs of injury, in stark contrast to Xining,
who relied on Lan Xian's support to walk.
Xining replied weakly, "Thank you for your concern, my lord.
I believe I shall survive." Liang Feishui nodded, cutting to the heart of the matter. "My visit is unrelated to your family, it concerns the young woman from the Zhou family. She is here with you."
Xining paused for a moment, then spoke slowly, "My lord, what fate awaits the Zhou family?"
Liang Feishui responded with a measured tone.
"The Zhou family colluded with the demon race and conspired to murder court officials. They face confiscation of property and the execution of 3 clans. Although only a portion of the Zhou lineage is aware of the collusion, and with Zhou Chen deceased, it is unlikely that the Zhou clan can preserve their lives. The men may face severe punishment or exile, while the women will be sent to the brothel division.
Ultimately, the decision rests with His Majesty.
And I shall dispatch someone to report this in the capital."
As Liang Feishui finished speaking, a figure retreated a few steps from the corner. It was Zhou Wanshu, standing there with a pale visage, utterly helpless. "Miss Zhou." Lan Xian softly called out upon witnessing Zhou Wanshu's plight. The officials behind Liang Feishui swiftly approached Zhou Wanshu, restraining her. At that moment, Zhou Wanshu's gaze met Xinying's, and neither spoke. After a moment of contemplation,
Xining said, "She was unaware of Zhou Chen's actions, she is innocent."
Liang Feishui replied with a stoic expression, "I am aware. Yet she is ultimately Zhou Chen's daughter. Despite her ignorance, she faces the death penalty. At the very least, she will be sent to the brothel division,
never to redeem herself." Suddenly, Zhou Wanshu spoke with a determined glint in her beautiful eyes.
"My lord, please grant me a moment.
I wish to speak with young Master Shen."
"May I?" "No matter what, he was once my fiancé."
The term once carried her helplessness and sorrow.
With the Zhou family's downfall, the engagement was rendered null and void.
Furthermore, lacking any emotional foundation, Zhou Wanshu did not dare to expect Xining to save her. As life took them down separate paths, she simply wished to share a few words with the young man before her in her final moments, seeking solace for herself.
Xinying's gaze towards Zhou Wanshu was equally complex. To speak of love between them would be an overstatement. Yet to claim he harbored no feelings for her would be inaccurate.
Despite their scant encounters apart from the engagement, Zhou Wanshu had left an indelible impression on him. Since parting at Tianhe Tower, their relationship had evolved more into that of friends. Now, confronted with Zhou Wanshu's dire situation, Xin Ying's heart was a tumult of emotions. He turned to Liang Feishue, and before he could speak, she interjected, "Permission granted." Indeed, Liang Feishue shared a bond of life and death with Shening. This favor she could extend, for the moment was fleeting, and Zhou Wanshu would not escape. "Thank you," Shening said, bowing slightly. He then turned to Lan Xian, instructing, "Xianer, please attend to my lord. I have matters to discuss with Wanshu." Of course, Lan Xian nodded. Subsequently, Zhou Wanshu gracefully approached Shening, assisting him to the rear courtyard. Once there, they found themselves alone. Zhou Wanshu performed a shallow bow, her expression sorrowful. "Young Master Shen, this time. It is the Zhou family who has wronged you, and I, Wanshu, am deeply sorry." Shening steadied Zhou Wanshu, his voice tinged with helplessness. "No one anticipated such events, least of all your father," he. Shening refrained from continuing, aware of Zhou Wanshu's deep feelings for her father. With Zhou Qin deceased and the Zhou family in ruins, she found herself ensnared in despair. In just a few days, anyone would struggle to accept such a fate. Zhou Wanshu seemed to acknowledge her impending doom. "I have troubled you these days, young master. Our fates are entwined yet ultimately unfulfilled. Marriage is no longer an option. Regardless, Wanshu, we share a bond. If possible, I shall do all in my power to preserve your life," Shening comforted. Zhou Wanshu merely shook her head, saying nothing further. Shening understood her thoughts. As Liang Feishue had articulated, Zhou Wanshu's best outcome would be her exile to the brothel division. A fate she would deem worse than death. Shening was acutely aware of this, yet he could make no promises. The might of the court and the emperor's decree were forces beyond the Shen family's capacity to counter. The Zhou family's downfall had transpired in a single night. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Wanshu's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, perhaps a manifestation of a fragile woman's despair. Shening hesitated for a moment before gently wiping the tears from her cheeks, whispering, "Wanshu, no matter what, the Shen family will do everything within our means to assist you." At that moment, Zhou Wanshu unexpectedly reached out, embracing Shening. He stiffened, taken aback. This was the first time he had been held by such a beautiful woman. Yet, given Zhou Wanshu's vulnerability, he felt unable to react. After a moment of hesitation, Shening softly said, "Wanshu, if there is anything I can do to help, please let me know." Zhou Wanshu gradually released her hold, wiping her tears away. She first shook her head but then hesitated before speaking. "Shening, I may have no future. I have but one last request." Shening nodded, encouraging her to continue. Zhou Wanshu slowly lifted her gaze to meet Xin Ying's, her face pale. "Can you write me a poem in your final moments?" "A poem?" Shening was utterly unprepared for such a request from Zhou Wanshu. A poem. Chapter 49, The True Identity of Liang Feishue in the Tranquil Courtyard. Silence enveloped the space. After a moment, Shening raised his head and softly spoke, "Very well, I shall compose a poem for you, Wanshu. Please assist me to the study." "Certainly." With Zhou Wanshu's gentle support, Shening made his way to the study. He did not dwell on thoughts for long, picking up his brush to inscribe a few lines of poetry onto the paper. Throughout this time, Zhou Wanshu's gaze remained fixed not on the paper in Xin Ying's hand, but rather upon the youthful countenance before her. Her beautiful eyes, slightly flushed, flickered with unspoken thoughts. After a span of several breaths, Shening set down his brush and looked up at Zhou Wanshu, saying, "Wanshu, this poem is for you." Zhou Wanshu took the paper, but did not immediately read it. Instead, she carefully folded the Xian paper and tucked it into her sleeve. She murmured, "Thank you, Shening." "Yes." As time pressed on, a sudden pallor washed over Zhou Wanshu's face as she added, "You need not accompany me outside, your health is still fragile." "Understood." Shening fell into silence for a moment, refraining from protest. He recognized this as Zhou Wanshu's final semblance of dignity. He watched her retreating figure leave the study, her steps notably slow. After taking a few steps, she turned back. When their eyes met once more, Zhou Wanshu suddenly inquired, "Shening, do you think we will meet again?" Shening nodded gently, assuring her, "We shall." "Very well. With that, Zhou Wanshu turned again and continued on her way, while Xining remained, honoring her wish for dignity.
Xining stayed in the study.
And after a brief moment, Lan Xian hurried in, her voice soft as she reported, "Young master, Miss Zhou has been taken away by Lord Liang."
"Indeed," Xining replied, his expression inscrutable.
"What are your plans now, young master?"
Lan Xian pressed on.
Xining spoke slowly, "I shall focus on my recovery.
The outside world is in turmoil. I shall wait until the storm passes to act.
Furthermore, my thoughts are currently in disarray, I cannot manage matters at home. I will leave them to Sister Wonking for the time being."
Lan Xian cautiously asked, "Then, young master, do you intend to assist Miss Zhou?"
"Assist?"
Xining murmured, "In what manner?"
"This time, the Zhou family has committed a grave offense, and it is the Zhou and Yan, the court, and His Majesty who seek their destruction. In their eyes, the Xin family is inconsequential."
Lan Xian fell silent, understanding this truth.
Yet, Xining shifted his tone, stating, "Truthfully, I wish to save Zhou Wanshu, but I suspect I am not the only one with this desire."
Lan Xian scratched her head, perplexed. Xining continued. "Let us not forget, the young heir of the Chu king remains in Jiangnan. In Jiangnan, Linzhou City, the Lord's mansion had become Liang Feishua's operational base. Outside the mansion, a voice rang out, 'Liang Feishue, come forth.'
A youthful man, his complexion wan, attempted to storm into the mansion but was halted by the guards.
'How dare you? I am the heir of the Chu king, who dares stop me?'
Muyu shouted, having lost both his dignity and reason in this moment. The cause of his frenzy was singular, Zhou Wanshu. Though he held the title of heir, he remained oblivious to the true circumstances. He knew nothing of the Seven Secrets diagram or the Zhou family's entanglements, nor of Liang Feishue's recent brushes with death. All he understood was that Liang Feishue intended to harm Zhou Wanshu. Thus, he lost his composure and rushed to the Lord's mansion.
However,
it was the servants who bore the brunt of his madness, caught in a dilemma of whether to obstruct him or not.
At that moment,
a cold voice echoed from within.
"Let him enter."
Upon hearing the command, the guards dared not object and permitted Muyu to proceed.
Upon entering,
he found Liang Feishue seated before him, her demeanor unruffled.
"Why have you taken Zhou Wanshu captive?" Muyu demanded.
Liang Feishue replied coolly.
"The Zhou family has colluded with the demon clan, the crime of confiscation extends to Zhou Wanshu as well."
Muyu stood frozen, his mind momentarily blank.
Finally, he managed to utter, "What of it? Zhou Wanshu is my woman." "Ha, Muyu, do you truly believe that?" she retorted. "Where is she now?" Muyu pressed, gritting his teeth. "In the prison."
"Release her at once."
"How can she endure such a place?" Liang Feishue responded coldly, "I'm afraid, Muyu,
that your words hold no weight here.
Moreover, your journey to Jiangnan was not sanctioned by the Chu king. So it would be prudent for you to return to the capital." Muyu clenched his jaw and insisted, "Liang Feishue, I am the heir. I command you to free Wanshu."
His eyes were red with fury, verging on madness.
"Enough, Muyu. This is not a place for your tantrums. The matters of the Zhou family are for His Majesty to decide."
Liang Feishue rose, taken aback by Muyu's frenzy.
Using his title to intimidate her? How quaint.
A mere Chu king cannot overpower her. Muyu's gaze hardened as he hissed, "Liang Feishue,
do not think that your father's position in the Zhou and Yan grants you the liberty to act as you please. I am the heir, I am royalty, I."
Liang Feishue commanded, "Seize him.
The heir is in a foul mood, take him away to cool down." "Yes."
At her words, a group of guards swiftly subdued Muyu and escorted him away.
Once he was gone, Liang Feishue felt a sense of clarity return.
She closed her eyes,
reflecting on the recent events.
Yet, Muyu's earlier words had inadvertently revealed her true identity. She was the daughter of the supreme commander of the great Zhou's Zhou and Yan.
The current supreme commander, Liang Jun, held a position of great prominence.
A military man by trade, he had fought valiantly in numerous campaigns, earning renown for his decisive victory in the Battle of Nanshan, where he led 30,000 soldiers to defeat 100,000 of Yan's troops. At that time, Yan had been riding a wave of victories, and had they crossed Nanshan, they would have been poised to march on the capital. Yet, Liang Jun single-handedly altered the course of history. When many believed he would be bestowed a princely title for his achievements, he instead took command of the Zhou. Now, the Zhou served as a potent instrument for the emperor, and Liang Jun held the unofficial title of king among kings in the capital. Liang Jun was a figure who stood above all, feared by many. With a father of such stature, it was no wonder that Liang Feishui exhibited prodigious talent from a young age, having entered the realm of the heavens at an early age. She grew in her father's shadow, yearning to carve her own path and follow in his footsteps. Thus, she had come to Jiangnan to investigate the Seven Secrets diagram. However, little did she realize that her fate was destined to change dramatically as a result. Chapter 50, The Empress's Curiosity. Inger, are you alright? Let me see where you're hurt. Shen Wanqing, with a face full of concern, examined Shening from head to toe. Shening, feeling helpless, softly replied, Sister Wanqing, I'm fine. Please let me go. With a sigh of relief, Shen Wanqing adopted a pouting expression and admonished Inger. How could you dare to engage in such dangerous affairs? Do you still think of me as your sister? But Sister Wanqing, I survived, didn't I? Shening weakly protested. All right. At that moment, Shen Wanfu, stroking his large belly, casually remarked, This lad is alive and well. I tell you. He is blessed and has a strong fate. There's no need for such worry. Dad. Shen Wanqing turned to look at Shen Wanfu, who seemed to possess an unshakable heart. I've calculated it. This lad not only has a great fortune but also carries a fate intertwined with romance. Look at how devoted that woman from Tianhe division is to him. Stop right there. Just be quiet, Shening retorted, feeling that his father lacked a sense of propriety. However, Shen Wanfu quickly shifted the topic, continuing, Though this lad is alive, the situation in Jiangnan is changing. The Zhou family has been eradicated. Shen Ying's eyes flickered as he raised his gaze to his father, suddenly struck by a bold thought. Old Shen. Don't tell me you knew all along about the Zhou family's collusion with the demon clan. Shen Wanqing's gaze also fell upon Shen Wanfu. After a brief pause, Shen Wanfu replied solemnly, Old Zhou was a friend of mine. I wouldn't find it surprising what he has done. To gain, one must sacrifice. The rise of the Zhou family surely came with a cost. Shening fell silent, deep in thought. Indeed, Jiangnan once thrived with prominent families. Distanced from the capital, a melting pot of diverse influences. Whether it was the Zhou family, the Yi family, or even the Shen family, their stability was undoubtedly anchored by secrets. Yet now, the Zhou family had suffered a backlash. At that moment, Shen Wanqing suddenly stated, Inger, I will be leaving for the capital tomorrow. Shening was somewhat taken aback and asked, Sister Wanqing, is it that urgent? Shen Wanqing responded, Originally, the Zhou family was to cede their influence in the capital to us, intending to use our Shen family as a fallback. But with the Zhou family gone, the powers in the capital are also on shaky ground, and they have yet to be fully under our control. The capital needs someone to hold the fort. Shen Wanqing's return was indeed to prepare for the venture to the capital. However, the situation had arisen so suddenly that she could no longer delay. They could not possibly absorb all of the Zhou family's influence in the capital. Time was of the essence, and they needed to seize whatever they could. Furthermore, in recent years, the focus of the Shen family had been steadily shifting north, making this an opportune moment to enter the capital. Sister Wanqing, you have worked hard. Shening said softly, gazing at her. I shall visit the capital sooner or later. The youth suddenly looked up at the sky. His previous life had been spent within the confines of the Shen family's residence. With no other option, he had been hindered by his affliction. Now that his condition was temporarily suppressed, Shening yearned to step beyond Jiangnan and explore the world. As a transmigrator, Shen Ying's mindset was undoubtedly different from others. He longed for the martial world, the court, and the brilliance of talent, even if darkness lurked within. The great Zhou nation was merely a part of the 9 provinces. To the north lay the Yan kingdom, to the west the Buddha realm, and to the south the barbarian lands. Moreover, the demon clan was poised to act. This was all part of this unique world. If he did not venture forth, how could he avoid the pangs of regret? Shen Wanqing gently patted Shen Ying's shoulder and said softly, Inger, now that you have embarked on the path of cultivation, you must commit to it. This world will always belong to the cultivators, and the cold affliction within you still requires resolution. Shen Ying nodded, murmuring, yes, I will strive to do my best. Nevertheless, he felt quite weak at present. His injuries were severe, but that night by the cliff had left a profound impression on him, further solidifying his desire to grow stronger. Thus, he quietly returned to his room, retrieving the 7 techniques scroll. One scroll was given to him by Yikenzi, and Shen Ying had yet to discover its purpose. The other was the Qianyuan map, also part of the 7 techniques, which could establish communication over vast distances. Shen Ying speculated that while the 7 techniques scroll comprised 7 parts, their forms were distinct. For instance, this scroll likely served a different purpose than the Qianyuan map. Given his current understanding, Shen Ying could not grasp its significance, so he set those thoughts aside for the time being. For now, he was still too weak. He needed to wait until he had attained Yikenzi's strength before considering these matters. Suddenly, he recalled his online acquaintance. She had indeed helped him that night. Although they had lost contact since then, Shen Ying felt compelled to express his gratitude. Thus, he wrote, "Thank you for your assistance, Senior. I have safely escaped my predicament." To his surprise, he did not wait long for a response. Good. You did not disappoint me. Ah, that tone. Shen Ying could sense the superiority in her demeanor. But it made sense. After this incident, he truly realized that her strength surpassed his expectations. Moreover, her understanding of the 7 techniques scroll was beyond his reach. Otherwise, she would not have been able to transmit that mark from afar, allowing him to eliminate the wolf demon. Shen Ying speculated that this individual was likely on par with Yikenzi, perhaps a high-ranking member of a certain sect. Seeing her response, he replied, "Senior, I will remember this favor and repay it in the future." Repayment was of little importance. What mattered was that Shen Ying needed to cling to her support. However, after sending this message, he received no immediate reply. Shen Ying assumed she had logged off, but soon she sent another message. "I find one thing perplexing. You mentioned being pursued by a transformation realm expert, yet you are merely at the initial stage of the perception realm. How could you have provoked a practitioner of the transformation realm?" Shen Ying grimaced at the question. How should he explain this? After some thought, he slowly wrote, "That individual is my fiancé's father." At that moment, within the palace, the Empress gazed at the words and fell into contemplation. It seemed this young man's relationships were rather complex. How intriguing. Her interest was piqued. Thus, she replied, "What? Have you wronged your fiancé?" Chapter 51, A Lesson in Emotions between Shen Ying and the Empress. Shen Ying gazed at the message, once again enveloped in silence. This matter seemed quite difficult to elucidate. Thus, he penned, "Senior, it appears that the engagement may be nullified. Some issues have arisen at her home." Ah. I see. After all, you did kill her father. It was not I who did it. Shen Ying felt increasingly bewildered by his own explanations and decided to circumvent the topic altogether. However, the Empress's curiosity had been piqued, and she was unwilling to let the conversation end there. She inscribed on the parchment, "What is your current situation?" After a moment's consideration, Shen Ying replied, "Senior, I am well. It is merely that my fiancée has encountered troubles. She has been imprisoned." "Are you intending to rescue her?" the Empress inquired with intrigue. Shen Ying continued, "Yes, I wish to save her." "Do you have feelings for her?" "Not precisely," he responded. "Then why do you seek her rescue?" "By your own admission, she likely can no longer confer any benefit to you." In the palace, the Empress rose slowly, a habitual gesture of hers. Whenever she needed to contemplate matters of state, she would pace back and forth. This time, she began to ponder deeply. Lacking affection and devoid of benefits, there seemed little reason to jeopardize oneself for another. This young man's thought processes appeared rather peculiar. Meanwhile, Shen Ying found himself in a quandary regarding Zhou Wanshu. He could not quite articulate his feelings. Initially, his engagement had been forged for the sake of the red spirit ginseng, binding the two together. Yet, none had anticipated such a predicament. Now, Zhou Wanshu languished in prison. and her fate would undoubtedly be dismal. The prospect of rescuing her seemed daunting. While Shunning harbored the intention, the execution proved exceedingly difficult.
He was not Mu Yu.
Who could forsake everything for the sake of love? Moreover, given that Zhou Wanshu had already been imprisoned for some time, if Mu Yu had a means,
he would have acted by now.
Faced with the Empress's inquiries, Shunning could only write slowly, "Senior, this matter is rather complex.
In my perspective,
matters of the heart cannot be resolved merely through affection or its absence."
"That makes some sense, yet I do not comprehend," she replied. Shunning hesitated before continuing, "Senior, have you ever married?" At that moment, the Empress contemplated Xin Ying's question deeply.
It was indeed a query she had never considered anyone would dare to pose. From the moment of her birth, she had been the embodiment of celestial brilliance,
heralded by phenomena that shook the nation.
That day, the entirety of the realm quaked, for she was recognized as the inheritor of the great Yan's fortune.
A naturally born sovereign.
From her infancy, she had been destined for the highest throne, treated with utmost reverence by all. Matters of love were foreign to her. She lacked knowledge and experience in this realm, as none dared to broach the subject with the Empress unless they wished to court death.
In her perception, emotions and love were enigmatic entities. Having never experienced them, she lacked understanding. Thus, when Shunning mentioned his fiancée, her curiosity was ignited. After a brief hesitation, she inscribed 2 characters, "No."
On the other side, Shunning was taken aback.
He had not anticipated this online acquaintance was still unwed. Given Xin Ying's preconceived notions,
he assumed that if this individual were indeed a formidable figure, he would surely be of considerable age, perhaps even older than old Wu. The notion that such an ancient relic had never married suggested a life devoid of such attachments.
At this moment,
Shunning had begun to visualize this online acquaintance as an elderly bachelor, akin to old Wu, a figure he recalled to be quite astute.
Such strong practitioners,
in their youth, either pursued relentless cultivation or, in their old age, gained profound insights. The state of marriage seemed inconsequential. Consequently, in matters of the heart, Shunning felt he possessed greater understanding than his counterpart. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes as a single individual, he held a certain comprehension of emotions.
Even without personal experience,
one can observe, he wrote on. Senior, your lack of emotional experience naturally leads to misunderstanding.
How might one comprehend? Came the swift response,
indicating that the Empress's curiosity had been thoroughly aroused.
Shunning replied, "Senior, that depends on you.
Yet I believe there is no need for you to concern yourself with such matters." In Xin Ying's view, given the strength of his online acquaintance,
what woman could he not attract? However, finding one with genuine affection, that would be challenging. After all,
he estimated that this person was already in his 60s or 70s.
Though the era was relatively open-minded, what young lady would develop feelings for an old man?
Thus, Shunning concluded that for someone of that age, it might be best to resign oneself to solitude. In the palace, the Empress regarded Xin Ying's response with displeasure.
Typically,
she posed the questions, and others would respond. Even if they were unaware, they would answer with utmost caution. Yet, this young man seemed to dismiss her inquiries.
However,
upon reflection, she realized he likely did not know better. After a moment's contemplation, the Empress wrote, "Very well, let it be as it is. I shall not intrude further into your affairs." With that, she withdrew the parchment and stepped outside the palace, gazing at the scenery beyond.
Unbeknownst to her,
a curious thought had begun to take root in her heart, that which she did not possess, she yearned to obtain. Despite the multitude of state matters, she had never entertained the notion that emotions could hinder her duties.
Lacking experience in love, how could she contemplate the implications of possessing it? At this moment,
the Empress harbored the thought that, if possible, she too desired a taste of romance, not for any other reason, but to explore the myriad flavors of human emotions. Now that Shunning had once again broached this concept, a subtle transformation began to occur within the Empress. Perhaps it was the confines of the palace that had stifled her. Just then, a maid approached the Empress, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty, more documents have arrived." The Empress waved her hand, saying, "Set them aside for now, today's state matters have been concluded." The maid, taken aback, followed the Empress closely for many years.
knowing her to prioritize state affairs above all.
Documents were never left unattended overnight. Today, however, the empress seemed rather unusual. Turning slowly, the empress addressed the maid, Chang'er.
How many years have you served by my side? Your Majesty, it has been 10 years. Have you ever considered marriage? At this, the maid named Chang'er immediately knelt, panic-stricken.
Chang'er dares not. I wish only to serve your Majesty forever.
How could I entertain thoughts of marrying a man? The empress's expression became somewhat complex, and she gently replied. Enough, rise, I bear you no ill will.
With a soft sigh, she acknowledged that this was the attitude she expected from those around her.
Love? For her?
It seemed an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 52, Xin Wanqing's departure. After concluding the conversation, Xining closed her eyes. At this juncture, the most prudent course of action for the Xin family was to remain observant. Ultimately, the affairs concerning the Zhou family rested in the hands of the emperor.
Until the imperial edict arrived, everything remained uncertain.
The following day, at the entrance of the Xin residence, Xining stood waiting early in the morning, while several carriages were already stationed there. Today, Xin Wanqing was to travel north to the capital. Xining stood at the threshold to bid her farewell.
Sister Wanqing,
I entrust you with matters in the capital, Xining spoke softly. Yes, Inger, pursue your ambitions without hesitation, Xin Wanqing replied, draping a garment over Xining's shoulders. Fully aware that her younger brother had embarked on a divergent path.
I shall await your return in the capital.
The siblings exchanged few farewell words. For Xining's journey to the capital was inevitable. The Xin family was destined for ascendance. Both Xining and Xin Wanqing were capable of shouldering the family legacy. Subsequently, Xin Wanqing produced a wooden box from her bosom and gently handed it to Xining.
Inger, take this with you.
Xining accepted the box.
Curiosity piqued, Sister Wanqing, what is this? Open it and see for yourself. Upon opening the box, Xining discovered a jade pendant of exquisite emerald hue.
He sensed a subtle aura emanating from the pendant, instilling a sense of comfort within him.
Xin Wanqing gazed at Xining and softly remarked, Inger, this pendant is one I procured in Suzhou. It is imbued with spiritual energy and will ensure your safety.
I had not found the right moment to present it until now, as I am leaving today. Cherish it well. Aware of the different challenges her younger brother would encounter on his path of cultivation, Xin Wanqing had long secured the pendant but refrained from revealing it while Xining remained under the family's protection in Linzhou. However, as she prepared to depart, and Xining was also set to leave Linzhou, she believed this pendant would safeguard him.
Xining donned the pendant around his neck. Yes, Sister Wanqing. I shall remain safe.
A smile graced Xin Wanqing's face as she stepped closer and embraced Xining gently. Inger, regardless of circumstances, you will always be the heir of the Xin family. Xining reciprocated the embrace but remained silent. Yet, Xin Wanqing continued, you are also my only brother.
Now and 5 years ago.
At her words, Xin Ying's body stiffened momentarily, his heart filled with incredulity. 5 years ago, 5 years later. He gazed into Xin Wanqing's beautiful eyes, astonished, pondering whether his sister possessed knowledge of something deeper. 5 years ago marked Xin Ying's arrival in this world, coinciding with the demise of his previous self. Or perhaps, his sister had uncovered something. His gaze deepened, his thoughts swirled in his mind.
Nevertheless,
Xin Wanqing's smile remained warm as she draped a garment over Xining once more, softly uttering, Inger, I must take my leave.
Farewell, Sister Wanqing.
With those simple words, they bid adieu. Xin Wanqing boarded the carriage, and Xin Ying's gaze remained fixed on the retreating vehicle. Only when the carriage disappeared from view did he exhale deeply. At that moment, the attendant Lanxian seemed to discern his inner turmoil, asking curiously, Young master,
do you harbor concerns?
No, let us return, Xining replied softly, though his thoughts were in disarray. Meanwhile, at the city gate, as Xin Wanqing's carriage emerged from the dust, a contingent of officials in uniforms approached with great speed, raising clouds of dust. Xin Wanqing lifted the curtain of her carriage to observe the rapid procession entering the city.
The guards merely cast a glance before promptly opening the gates. What is happening?
She inquired softly. Miss, it appears these individuals have come from the capital.
From the capital.
Xin Wanqing pursed her lips.
If they hailed from the capital,
They must bear a decree from the palace.
It seemed the chaos in Jiangnan was nearing resolution. Shall we return?
Shen Wanqing shook her head, stating quietly, no. We shall proceed.
My father and younger brother will manage matters here. My aspirations remain fixed on the capital.
In Linzhou, at the Lord's residence.
Commander Liang Feishui of the Xintian division knelt, responding, I am here.
Before her stood the envoy dispatched by the emperor.
Commander Liang Feishui, your efforts in subduing the rebels in Jiangnan have not gone unrewarded.
Although the insurgents remain at large, you have significantly injured them and eradicated the demonic threat, purging our great Zhou of this malignant scourge. In recognition of your merit, you are hereby promoted to deputy commander of the Xintian division in the capital, overseeing 1,000 households, with a reward of 1,000 taels of gold.
Moreover, the Zhou family's collusion with the demonic forces is an unforgivable transgression.
The direct descendants of the Zhou family are to be sentenced to death, while collateral relatives are to be exiled, and the women shall be consigned to the brothel,
forever barred from redemption.
This matter is to be handled by Deputy Commander Liang Feishui, who shall return to the capital for a report.
Additionally,
you are to escort the heir of Prince Chu, Muyu, back to the capital.
By decree.
Upon the envoy's conclusion, he regarded Liang Feishui with a smile, softly saying,
Deputy Commander Liang, congratulations. Accept the decree.
Your humble servant shall comply.
Just as Liang Feishui was about to receive the decree, a figure suddenly burst forth, disheveled like a madman. What? The brothel? No, absolutely not. Wanshu cannot go there.
Upon hearing the decree, Muyu felt as though the sky had fallen.
How could Zhou Wanshu be sold?
She was his beloved. In a fit of desperation, he lunged for the decree, only to be intercepted by the envoy.
I know you, Prince. Please, you cannot act rashly.
Muyu's expression was pained as he implored, I must return to the capital and plead with the emperor.
Zhou Wanshu cannot enter the brothel.
His eyes were reddened, and decorum was lost. Liang Feishui, equally helpless, placed a hand on Muyu's shoulder, gently advising,
Your Highness, do not be unreasonable. The emperor's decision is final, and no one can alter it. Your unauthorized departure from the capital is already a mistake. The emperor has commanded me to bring you back, reflect on this matter.
Her words rendered Muyu motionless.
After a moment, he slowly shook his head, struggling to voice. Then, may I see Wanshu now? There are things I wish to convey.
Indeed, Muyu had ventured to Jiangnan solely for Zhou Wanshu. Yet, until now, they had not exchanged a single word.
After a moment of hesitation, Liang Feishui sighed, very well.
Muyu turned back but then paused, murmuring, I should tidy myself up first, Wanshu would surely not appreciate my current appearance.
She certainly would not. Chapter 53, The Beauty's Despair. In the prison of Linzhou City, the members of the Zhou family found themselves confined, yet fundamentally, they were innocent.
They were merely collateral relatives of the Zhou clan,
some not even residing in the main estate.
Nevertheless, they were apprehended, oblivious to the charges against them. In a stark contrast, Zhou Wanshu was isolated in a solitary cell, which was relatively clean. This arrangement was orchestrated by Liang Feishui, possibly influenced by either Shen Ying or Muyu, who refrained from placing her elsewhere.
Shortly thereafter, Liang Feishui entered with a young man, unlocking the cell door.
Zhou Wanshu sat quietly on the ground, eyes closed, lost in contemplation or perhaps asleep.
Upon the door's opening,
she revealed her beautiful eyes, gazing with surprise at the man beside Liang Feishui. At that moment, Muyu felt a surreal sensation upon seeing Zhou Wanshu. He hurriedly approached her, causing her to instinctively retreat in fear. Realizing his lapse in decorum, he paused, a smile gracing his face.
Wanshu. It has been so long. Zhou Wanshu's expression remained impassive as she replied coolly, What business does His Highness require of me? Wanshu, you are aware of my feelings. Muyu exclaimed, somewhat agitated.
Zhou Wanshu lowered her gaze, responding, Your Highness, this is merely your unrequited affection.
Do you truly harbor feelings for that young man from the Shen family?
Muyu's voice rose in disbelief, unable to accept such a notion.
Zhou Wanshu remained composed, seemingly resigned to her fate. Your Highness, what significance does this discussion hold now?
I am but a dying person, whom I love matters not.
Mu Yu persisted.
No, Wanshu, the imperial decree has been issued, you shall not die.
I will save you.
Zhou Wanshu lifted her gaze.
For the first time truly meeting Mu Yu's eyes, asking, has the decree arrived, what is the emperor's intent? After a moment's hesitation,
Mu Yu disclosed the grim truth. The women of the Zhou family are all to be sent to the imperial brothel, never to be redeemed.
Bang!
As Mu Yu's words fell, Zhou Wanshu withdrew a shard of tile from her sleeve, intent on cutting her wrist, but Mu Yu, quick of hand, prevented her.
Wanshu! Do not!
With her heart heavy as ash, Zhou Wanshu whispered, if so, let me die, at least allow me to leave this world cleanly.
Despite her actions,
her expression was eerily calm, she had long prepared for this end.
Mu Yu seized the shard, whispering fervently, Wanshu, I will not let you die. Nor will I allow you to go to such a place. Trust me, I am the heir, I can resolve this.
His words, frantic and desperate, seemed directed at both himself and Zhou Wanshu.
Your Highness, please take your leave. Zhou Wanshu replied with serene finality.
Mu Yu gazed deeply into her eyes,
resolutely stating, Wanshu, wait for me.
He then exited the cell, acutely aware that time was of the essence, he must save Zhou Wanshu.
Meanwhile, at the Shen residence, Shening sipped tea, gradually inquiring, has Mu Yu gone to see Zhou Wanshu? Indeed, it is the news sent by Lord Liang.
A servant nodded in affirmation. At that moment, the long-absent old Wu returned to the manor, reclining in the courtyard as he caught wind of their conversation.
TSK. You lad really managed to capture the woman of the Shen division. Is it that you're so eager for news, fearing your first wife might be poached?
Xin Ying's gaze turned profound as he shook his head, replying, Old Wu, you ought to be a bit more astute, otherwise
you might find yourself swindled by a courtesan one day. What do you mean?
Old Wu scratched his head, perplexed.
Shening rose, clarifying. Mu Yu is infatuated with Zhou Wanshu.
Now that the imperial decree has arrived, he will surely not allow her to enter the brothel.
And so? Old Wu pressed on. Mu Yu has come to Jiangnan alone. To rescue Wanshu, he must seek an influential ally. You mean of the Shen family? Precisely. I am deeply entangled with Wanshu.
Although he despises me, he has no choice but to seek my assistance.
Liang Feishui is warning me against boarding Mu Yu's ship. This is not merely about resisting the decree.
The Chu royal residence is a treacherous vessel.
If the Shen family covertly aids Mu Yu,
we would not bear the brunt of the decree, as rescuing someone is not overtly defiant.
However, the Shen family would then be linked to the Chu royal residence,
which is perilous. Xin Ying's understanding of the capital's power dynamics was limited, hence Liang Feishui's caution.
Furthermore,
the Zhou family had preferred to seek marriage rather than ally with the Chu royal residence, which spoke volumes. Various reasons rendered the Shen family incapable of intervening in this matter. Xin Ying's heart was heavy, his betrothed should not perish, yet he felt powerless. Unless the Shen family could act decisively and resolve matters before Mu Yu arrived.
Turning to Old Wu, he suddenly asked, Old Wu, can you rescue Zhou Wanshu tonight? This was the most direct and only solution Shening could conceive. Get lost. Old Wu rebuked angrily, if you want to die, don't drag me into it.
That's a government prison, I dare not attempt a rescue. Moreover, if it succeeds, only a few in Linzhou possess the power to do so. And the woman from the Tianhe division could guess it was us. Shening fell silent, well aware of Old Wu's reasoning, he had merely asked out of impulse.
Yet, the youthful instinct within him sensed that events would not unfold as anticipated.
In the depths of night, Zhou Wanshu sat peacefully on the ground, retrieving a sheet of rice paper from her sleeve. It encased a shard of tile, her intention to end her life that night. It seemed she had accepted her fate, and thus her heart was profoundly tranquil. However, before her final act, Zhou Wanshu desired to witness the last remnant left by the youth.
That poem. Before parting,
she had implored Shening to compose a poem for her. It served as her unique spiritual anchor, the sole glimmer of hope since her imprisonment. She had hesitated to read it, fearing that upon finishing, her last vestige of yearning would be extinguished.
Yet, she had no future left. Slowly, Zhou Wanshu unfolded the rice paper, the characters gradually revealing themselves. Chapter 54, O Heaven. On the Xin paper, the poem boldly declared, O Heaven, I yearn to know you. May our lives be long and unending.
When mountains crumble and rivers run dry, when winter thunders and summer snows, only then would I dare to part with you. Zhou Wanshu stood transfixed, her mind racing with countless thoughts. In that moment, she felt the profound emotions and vows encapsulated in the verses.
From those few lines,
she discerned a woman's unwavering devotion, a love enduring until death. In stark contrast to her own situation, she suddenly realized that although born into the Zhou family,
renowned in Jiangnan, what did it truly matter?
The love she longed for never arrived, the Zhou family was no more, and she found herself on a path to despair.
Yet, these brief lines of poetry enveloped Zhou Wanshu in a unique warmth, a surge of intense emotion blossoming within her.
It was as if she were transported to another realm, her heart gradually finding peace after a tumultuous period of uncertainty.
A love unwavering until death.
This was her lifelong pursuit, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. In that moment, Zhou Wanshu realized she could die, but not in such a disgraceful manner. She could die for her aspirations, yet not in a prison cell shrouded in shame. The melody of O Heaven shattered the demons within her soul.
Shunning.
Zhou Wanshu's beautiful eyes flickered, and she seemed to undergo a transformation in her very essence.
Gentle scholar, is it you? In this instant,
the beauty appeared to grasp something profound.
If love endures through time, does it truly matter if day turns to night? A lifetime shared by two.
When mountains crumble and rivers run dry, only then would I dare to part with you. These timeless verses awakened hope within Zhou Wanshu's heart. The love she yearned for was perhaps not as unattainable as she had believed. Slowly, she closed her eyes, and a white aura began to envelop her.
This was a sign of entering a new realm.
It is known that the transition from an ordinary person to a practitioner is a formidable threshold. Xining had only crossed this barrier with the aid of potent methods and elixirs. Yet Zhou Wanshu, lacking any foundation in cultivation, was on the verge of stepping into this realm, inspired solely by a poem. At that moment, the world around her seemed to fall into a profound silence,
save for the pulsating aura surrounding her.
Soon, the white energy surged into her being, opening her energy channels.
In an instant, Zhou Wanshu felt as if she were undergoing a monumental transformation.
But it was not yet over. The energy that had entered her essence now surged forth once more. A powerful force materialized around her, illuminating the previously dark night. In the southern sky, a brilliant star emerged, radiating a white light identical to that enveloping Zhou Wanshu.
The star's dazzling brilliance seemed destined to illuminate the heavens.
Little did Zhou Wanshu know, this radiant star had been summoned by her presence, heralding a tempestuous wave to come. Within the Xin family estate, Xining had just resolved to return to his chambers when he suddenly sensed something and looked up.
Beside him,
Lan Xian remarked, "Young master, look at that beautiful star."
Xining remained silent, his gaze fixed on the star, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At that moment,
Old Wu, who had been dozing on the roof, awoke, his bleary eyes now alert as he gazed at the sky. Suddenly, he became fully aware, mumbling, "Is that
the literary star?" He then sighed, "Alas, why has Jiangnan been so tumultuous these years?
Just as one wave calms, another rises, it is truly unsettled."
Meanwhile, not far from Linzhou in Jiangnan, lies Yunzhou.
Within Yunzhou, there exists a mountain known as Yunshan.
Centuries ago, a saying emerged, the clouds of Yunzhou are born from Yunshan.
It is Yunshan that nurtured the land of Yunzhou, not the other way around.
This mountain is said to be the origin of the Confucian and Taoist traditions in the 9 provinces. The first sage of Confucianism emerged from this very mountain, thus establishing the Taiyun Academy here.
Taiyun Academy is the sacred ground of Confucianism in the Great Zhou Kingdom, as well as a revered institution for scholars across the realm. Although Taiyun Academy is situated within the borders of the Great Zhou Kingdom, it possesses a degree of autonomy.
It embraces diversity,
hosting not only scholars from Zhou but also those from Yan and various independent practitioners.
It is noteworthy that the two nations, Zhou and Yan,
have been at odds for years. Thus, the cultivation of Yan's disciples at Taiyun Academy poses a significant threat to Zhou. However, the court has chosen not to intervene, as the potential cost of interference outweighs the threat posed by the Yan scholars. This is due to the presence of the most formidable figure of the age at Taiyun Academy, the contemporary sage of Confucianism.
among countless heroes, prodigies, and demons vying for supremacy.
There is but one universally acknowledged strongest, the sage, who possesses the power to rival an entire nation, instilling fear in the ambitious emperor of Zhou,
who dares not extend his hand into Tianhe Academy lightly.
At the rear mountain of the academy, a rosy-cheeked old man with a white beard gazed intently at a chessboard. He is the contemporary sage of Confucianism, and no one knows precisely how many years he has lived.
At least among this generation.
Those who are aware of him have heard stories of the sage since childhood.
At this moment, the strongest figure of the age played chess, alone,
controlling both black and white pieces. The game had reached a stalemate.
Just then, an elder entered, the sage of literature. Upon entering,
the sage of literature gazed at the star in the southern sky and murmured, "Master, the literary star has emerged, the prophecy of the heavenly book holds true.
The literary star shall manifest in Jiangnan this year."
The sage of Confucianism shifted his gaze from the chessboard to the heavens, stroking his beard.
Indeed, it has appeared.
The future of Confucianism is about to change.
Master, what shall we do now?
Go, the sage of Confucianism replied softly. The new literary star has manifested.
She ought to arrive at the academy. Go and fetch her. Yes, master, I shall summon Zijing.
You shall go yourself, the sage of Confucianism said slowly, his gaze still fixed on the sky. The literary star cannot be lost, she is currently in peril.
This matter requires your personal attention, otherwise I fear there may be unforeseen consequences.
The sage of literature paused momentarily, murmuring, "Master, but she is the literary star, who would dare oppose Tianhe Academy?"
Yet,
there are those who would not wish to see the birth of the literary star, such as the one in the palace. In the capital city of the Great Zhou Kingdom, the imperial city stands as the epicenter of power, a place coveted by all. Even though Jiangnan is a land of comfort and wealth, it pales in comparison to the capital. In the heart of this city, rows of vermilion palace walls rise majestically. The golden glazed tiles glisten under the blazing sun, radiating brilliance.
This is the Great Zhou Imperial Palace. Within the palace,
a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority sat at the center. Draped in a golden dragon robe, every gesture symbolized majesty and power. Below him stood two men clad in Taoist robes, one the chief of the Astronomical Bureau, the other his deputy. The Astronomical Bureau is responsible for celestial calculations and astronomical observations. Operating independently of the 6 ministries, under the direct jurisdiction of the Emperor of the Great Zhou. The Qingtian Observatory and the Xiantian Division, two prominent institutions,
are both under the jurisdiction of the Emperor of the Zhou dynasty, with no one else possessing the authority to intervene.
This arrangement vividly illustrates the Emperor's ambition and his grasp over power. At this moment, the Emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, suddenly spoke, "The literary star has manifested."
"What do you think, my dear minister?"
The head of the Qingtian Observatory, looking up, replied, "Your Majesty. The emergence of the literary star heralds the imminent revival of Confucianism and Taoism.
Based on my observations of the celestial phenomena,
it is certain that this literary star will achieve extraordinary feats in the future."
"Please elaborate,"
the Emperor urged.
The head of the observatory appeared hesitant,
as if grappling with the weight of his words. "Speak freely, I shall not hold you accountable."
"Your Majesty, I shall be candid," he said, his expression turning grave.
"The growth of this literary star will likely surpass that of any Confucian practitioner, reaching heights unknown.
However, I foresee that she may very well alter the dynamics of the capital."
To suggest that she could change the landscape of the capital is already a subtle understatement.
To state it more plainly, she poses a threat to imperial authority.
It is crucial to note that, although the emperor's position in the Zhou dynasty lacks a definitive stance on Confucianism and martial prowess, his actions suggest a preference for martial strength over scholarly pursuits. This is not due to a disdain for scholars, but rather a consequence of the influence of the Tianhe Academy. Everyone is aware of the emperor's obsessive control over power. The Tianhe Academy represents an unpredictable variable in this equation. The academy's reputation within the Zhou dynasty has grown remarkably, with scholars preferring to cultivate their talents there rather than serving in the imperial court.
Should the emperor fail to suppress the scholarly inclination,
it is likely that scholars would become more acquainted with the Tianhe Academy than with the emperor himself.
Now, with the literary star's arrival, Her destined path will undoubtedly lead her to the Taiyun Academy.
Logically, this matter should be extraneous to the palace. Joining the Taiyun Academy should pose no issue.
After all, the profound heritage of the Zhou dynasty assures that the Taiyun Academy cannot destabilize the state, nor would it seek to do so. Yet, the head of the observatory's words unveiled a hidden truth. Could the literary star indeed threaten imperial authority? This notion may seem absurd. Yet it emanates from the lips of the head of the Qintian Observatory.
Surprisingly, the emperor's expression remained relatively unchanged upon hearing this, as he responded, "So?
You imply that this literary star poses a threat to me?"
The emperor himself might have doubted the validity of his own words.
After all,
the literary star had only just emerged. It was premature to speculate on her potential for growth and her ability to challenge the imperial authority. Even the contemporary sage of Confucianism has not dared to confront the emperor.
The academy boasts a rich legacy. Does the Zhou dynasty lack one? However,
the subsequent words of the observatory head were particularly thought-provoking.
Your Majesty, that is not the case. When I speak of the literary star changing the capital's dynamics, it is based on my observations of the celestial trajectories. I have noted that alongside the literary star, there exists a dark star that influences her movements. Should the literary star take any significant actions, it will ultimately be the dark star that manipulates her. The crux of this matter lies not with the literary star, but with the dark star. The emperor rose and slowly approached the head of the observatory, whispering, "The dark star, this is the first I have heard of it. In that case,
I shall observe how this literary star and dark star pose a threat to me." Meanwhile, in Jiangnan, within the confines of a prison, Zhou Wanshu gradually awoke from her slumber. Initially, after reading Shen Ying's poem Shan Yi, her mind had wandered extensively. However, lost in thought, she had inexplicably fainted. Upon opening her eyes again, Zhou Wanshu sensed a transformation within her. She could perceive the existence of her qi. Moreover, she felt the abundance of energy within it, bringing her a sense of tranquility.
Am I entering the realm? Zhou Wanshu murmured, finally accepting the reality of her situation.
She had stepped into the realm of perception, a manifestation of Confucian literary energy. Having been well-versed in literature since childhood, she naturally harbored some literary energy herself.
Yet,
she had not anticipated entering this realm at such a moment.
Nonetheless, what difference does it make?
Her fate had already been sealed.
No one could save her.
Perhaps this was her destined course. Nevertheless, following this experience, Zhou Wanshu's mindset underwent a transformation. A flicker of hope ignited within her, at least now. She was unwilling to relinquish the beautiful fantasies that the poem Shan Yi had conjured in her heart. Suddenly, the prison door creaked open.
Liang Feishui entered,
her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She had sensed the strange phenomena from the previous night and, although she did not fully comprehend the significance of the literary star,
she had an inkling that this occurrence would alter the established order.
Thus, she sought out Zhou Wanshu.
Upon seeing the enchanting figure, Liang Feishui momentarily froze. You have entered the realm of perception? At this point, what difference does it make whether I have or have not? Zhou Wanshu replied calmly. With the imperial decree? Since you have become a practitioner, you cannot serve in the court of music.
According to the law, you should be executed like any member of the Zhou family. Liang Feishui's expression grew intricate as she contemplated before stating slowly, tomorrow at noon, the Zhou family will execute their sentence.
If you have any final wishes, you may voice them.
I know you are innocent, but the laws of the Zhou dynasty are unyielding. Zhou Wanshu paused for a moment before softly replying.
I do have one. Liang Darren, I wish to see someone. Shen Ying?
Yes. With a sigh, Liang Feishui replied, that is possible. But whether he comes is beyond my control.
He will come.
Liang Feishui nodded, then turned to leave the cell. Suddenly, Zhou Wanshu rose from the ground and called out.
Liang Darren, could you assist me with one more favor? Speak. Could you prepare some clean clothes for me?
Liang Feishui hesitated momentarily before responding, I can do that. Chapter 56, Muyi's visit in Linzhou City. At the Shen residence, a clamorous voice echoed, I am the heir of the Chu King.
Let me in.
If you dare to obstruct me, the consequences are something the Shin family cannot bear. Outside, Muyu's urgent pleas rang out. Yet the servants of the Shin family showed him no courtesy whatsoever. In the courtyard, Xining rubbed his temples, feeling helpless as he listened to Muyu's outcry. Young master, that prince has been causing a ruckus outside for quite some time.
Is it truly wise to keep him out?
Lan Xian murmured as she gazed towards the entrance.
With a resigned sigh, Xining replied, "Very well, let him in." Initially,
Xining wished to avoid any association with Muyu, but given his prominent status, it was an unavoidable predicament. Who could have anticipated that the heir to the Chu king would possess such tenacity, creating a disturbance at the door for nearly half an hour?
Reluctantly,
Xining decided to allow him entry. To Xin Ying's surprise, upon entering, Muyu rushed directly before him. The prince's expression was resolute as he fixed his gaze intently on Xining, seemingly preparing to express something critical.
Lan Xian, wary of Muyu's intentions,
remained on guard to protect her young master. Suddenly, Muyu knelt before Xining, proclaiming loudly, "Xining, I beseech you, save Wan Shu.
The Zhou family intends to execute her tomorrow." This act stunned not only Lan Xian but also shocked Xining. What was this? A prince kneeling before a commoner? This was simply unacceptable. Yet, what could Xining do? Years ago, he had merely glanced at Zhou Wan Shu, and it had altered the course of his life. Now, disregarding the Chu royal family's opposition, Muyu adventured alone into Jiangnan, driven solely by love. He realized that the Shin family was now his last hope for salvation. Xining rose to assist Muyu, clearing his throat. "Prince Mu, there is no need for such formality." Muyu stood tall, asserting, "Xining, only the Shin family can save Wan Shu. For her sake and at my request, I implore you to intervene. I shall repay you regardless of the outcome." Xining resumed his seat, regarding Muyu with a half-smile. "Prince Mu, the matters concerning the Zhou family are decreed by His Majesty. How can the Shin family dare to oppose?" Although Muyu often appeared to be lost in love, he was far from foolish. His mind was sharp, and he understood the gravity of the situation. Muyu replied, "Money can make the world go round. This is Jiangnan, the territory of the Shin family Xining. I know that if you wish to act, there is still room for maneuvering. You fear the risks, but should anything go awry, I, Muyu, will bear the consequences alone." Xining shook his head, explaining, "Prince Mu, the Shin family is truly powerless in this matter internally." Xining felt a deep sense of helplessness. Did Muyu not realize how difficult it was to save Zhou Wan Shu? The odds were slim, yet not entirely impossible. In this world, there was nothing that money could not achieve, especially in Jiangnan. However, the uncertainties were overwhelming. What if the palace was watching? What if the Shin family faced ruin and became the next Zhou family? The cost was too great, and although Xining wished to help, he could not bear the price. Muyu's willingness to shoulder this burden was a testament to his resolve, and Xining believed him. Even if Muyu had come to Jiangnan without the knowledge of the Chu royal family, he remained a prince. Yet, Xining would not choose to ally with him. Liang Feishui had already warned him that the Chu royal family was a treacherous ship not to be boarded. Even if Xining sent old Wu to rescue someone from prison, he would not side with Muyu. Thus, Xining fixed his gaze on Muyu and stated, "Your Highness, I regret to inform you that this matter is beyond our capabilities. The Shin family merely seeks to preserve itself. I hope you will spare us." Without hesitation, Xining issued an order for Muyu to leave. Muyu's emotions visibly shifted as he protested, "Xining, how can you be so heartless? Zhou Wan Shu was once your fiancée." Xining replied sternly, "Your Highness, while Wan Shu is indeed my betrothed, if I could save her I would certainly do so. Lanner, please escort our guest out." Muyu attempted to voice further arguments, but Shen Ying's expression abruptly changed as a thought struck him. He called to a nearby guard, "Come, escort His Highness out." Thus, Muyu was forcibly removed by the guards, his eyes reddened as he muttered, "Xining, you cannot do this." However, Xining chose to ignore his pleas, turning to enter a nearby room. As Xining opened the door, a figure emerged before him. There stood Qingji, partially concealed, gazing at Xining with a playful smile. Xining felt a headache coming on. With so much transpiring lately, he had nearly forgotten her existence. This enchantress had once attempted to assassinate Muyu.
Just moments ago, Xining sensed a distinct aura of danger. Mu Yu had come to his residence. And Shang Ji's target was none other than him. Fortunately, the murderous intent had only flickered momentarily, and Shang Ji had refrained from making a move. Thus, upon entering, Xin Ying's first words were, "At least you have some conscience." Xing Ji turned, a sultry smile gracing her lips. "I feared you might forget me. I merely wished to remind you," Xining admitted, begrudgingly, that he had indeed lost track of her. Thankfully, she had not chosen to repay his kindness with malice by attacking Mu Yu. With a resigned sigh, he looked at Qing Ji and asked, "Have your injuries healed?" "Not yet," Qing Ji replied nonchalantly. "Then what was that aura I sensed just now?" Xining knew she had long since regained her strength. Having her within the Shen residence was far from ideal. He wondered how the blacksmith's work on the sword was progressing. Once he acquired the blade, he would ensure Qing Ji was sent away. Is it fortune or misfortune? If it is misfortune, she must not remain. Qing Ji gazed at Xining with a sly smile, her voice sweet. "Oh, rest assured, young master, I am a person of integrity. You saved me, and I would never betray you." "You had better not," Xining retorted coolly, then turned to exit the room. Qing Ji's voice echoed behind him, "Young master, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Shall we not converse a little longer?" Chapter 57, A Reunion in the Prison. The veil is lifted upon exiting the chamber. Xining had scarcely caught his breath when a messenger arrived at the door. "Young master, there is someone outside seeking your presence." "Who?" Xining furrowed his brow, sensing that all attention had converged upon the Shen family. "It is Lord Liang from the Tianhe division. Please, come in." Soon after, Liang Feishui entered the Shen residence, clad in casual attire. Her silver-white hair was tied up, exuding a refreshing and valiant aura. Xining raised his gaze and spoke softly, "Lord Liang, may I inquire what brings you to my humble abode?" He positioned himself protectively in front of Liang Feishui, acutely aware of his own guilt. Qing Ji, another target of the Tianhe division, was also present at the entrance. The Shen residence had unwittingly transformed into a hub for all, which greatly troubled Xining. Fortunately, having faced life and death alongside Liang Feishui, she harbored no suspicions. Instead, she addressed Xining, saying, "Xining, she wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Xining was momentarily taken aback, his mouth opening as if to speak. Yet no words escaped. The Shi Liang Feishui referred to was none other than Zhou Wanshu. However, Xining was uncertain whether he should confront Zhou Wanshu at this juncture. Liang Feishui continued, "Zhou Wanshu is to be executed tomorrow, carried out by the Tianhe division, without the involvement of any other departments." This statement served as a stark reminder to Xining, unless the Shen family possessed the power to challenge the Tianhe division, the outcome would remain unchanged. Why? Was it not said she has entered the realm? By law, Zhou Wanshu should face execution, not be sent to the teaching office. Xining's gaze faltered. He had not anticipated that Zhou Wanshu had entered the realm. Yet, this very fact sealed her fate. "She wishes to see you one last time. What do you think?" After a lengthy silence, Xining finally replied, "All right, I understand." The youth did not respond immediately, and Liang Feishui did not press him. She produced a token from her bosom and softly remarked, "This is the Tianhe division's token. With it, you may enter the prison to see her. Whether to go or not, the choice is yours." Xining accepted the token, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. The Tianhe division has been quite busy lately. I shall not delay you further." Liang Feishui paused, gazing at the dimming sky before continuing, "You do not have much time to ponder, so think carefully." With that, she turned and departed. After receiving the token, Xining did not rush to leave but instead returned to the courtyard. Before long, the sky darkened completely. And Old Wu leaped down from the rooftop. "I say, Shen lad, are you truly not going to see that young lady from the Zhou family?" Xining turned to Old Wu and inquired, "Old Wu, given your capabilities, how confident are you in rescuing Zhou Wanshu?" "Do not misunderstand. Old man cannot undertake such a task," Old Wu replied sternly. Xining continued to gaze at the night sky, murmuring to himself, "But this is all I can do." Suddenly, Old Wu patted Xining's shoulder, a knowing smile gracing his face. "Shen lad, go see her. I believe this is not your final meeting, so do not worry." In the depths of night, within the prison, Zhou Wanshu sat in silence, adorned in a pristine gown. She awaited the arrival of the one she held dear in her heart. Uncertain how long she had been seated, she finally heard a noise behind her. Rising slowly, she turned to reveal a smile.
Xianing, you have finally come.
Xianing returned her gaze, a smile gracing his lips.
Yes, I have come.
Today, I called you here to seek confirmation on a matter, Zhou Wanshu said slowly, her enchanting eyes sparkling with anticipation.
Xianing nodded, responding, Wanshu, feel free to ask whatever you wish.
Zhou Wanshu produced the original piece of parchment and softly inquired, Xianing, I wish to know.
What was your mindset when you penned the poem Shan Yi?
To save you, Xianing sighed, revealing no pretense. He understood that Zhou Wanshu was a woman of immense talent, one who appreciated brilliance. Her thoughts diverged from those of her time.
Xianing believed she was simply born in the wrong era.
Thus, his feelings for Zhou Wanshu were profoundly different. She deserved more than this. When Zhou Wanshu requested him to write one final poem, Xianing recognized it as the dignified farewell of a talented woman who loved unrequitedly.
Hence,
he chose Shang Yi to awaken the true longing within Zhou Wanshu. Unexpectedly, fate intervened, leading her to enter the realm.
Zhou Wanshu gazed at Xianing's face and continued, Xianing, I am to die, will you answer me sincerely?
What? From the day of the proposal with a lifetime, a pair, to Shang Yi, both are timeless masterpieces. Your talent is unparalleled, you remind me of someone I admire greatly.
Who?
One of the 4 great young masters, the literary master.
Are you he?
Zhou Wanshu's beautiful eyes fixed upon Xianing. She already sensed the answer within, yet she yearned to hear it spoken aloud. She remembered asking this question in the back courtyard of the Shen residence, where the youth had vehemently denied it. But this time, she was certain.
After a prolonged silence, Xianing finally spoke, yes.
I once suffered from a cold ailment. Unable to move, and thus I composed poetry, earning the title of one of the 4 great young masters.
It is truly you.
Zhou Wanshu breathed a sigh of relief, tears unexpectedly pooling in her eyes. So be it, now that I know the truth, I can die without regrets.
Xianing stepped forward,
gently wiping away the tears from her eyes, softly saying, No, you will not die. Zhou Wanshu shook her head, a pale smile gracing her lips.
Thank you, Xianing. At least you allowed me to see the one I admired.
Zhou Wanshu's admiration for the literary master was not a well-kept secret, now that person stood before her. Yet, she could sense that Xianing was Xianing, and the literary master was another. She had once fantasized if the Zhou family had not faced calamity,
would all she had ever pursued have come to fruition?
Xianing moved closer and gently embraced Zhou Wanshu, whispering near her ear, Wanshu, it is not yet the end.
After leaving the city tomorrow, head southwest, there lies your final chance. The following day, before dawn,
the Zhou family members were led by the Xiantian division from the prison to the execution ground. Due to the unusual nature of the event and the considerable number of executions, the site was not within the city but rather 5 miles outside Linzhou. All of this was orchestrated directly by the Xiantian division, with Liang Feishui at the helm, bypassing other departments. Thus, even if there were those with ill intentions, they would need to weigh their own strength against the Xiantian division. In the city, upon the streets, the Zhou family members were trapped within a carriage, their hair disheveled, eyes devoid of life, awaiting their fate. Some had accepted their destiny, while others clung fiercely to life, repeatedly murmuring, Spare me, spare me. A few attempted to resist as they boarded the carriage, only to be ruthlessly executed by the officials of the Xiantian division before they even left the city. Among these individuals, only one was a woman, Zhou Wanshu. Her hands and feet were adorned with specially crafted shackles.
Having become a cultivator,
she was the focal point of this execution.
Initially,
Zhou Wanshu believed she could die without regret upon discovering that Xianing was the very Wengonzi she had longed for.
However,
Xin Ying's parting words lingered in her mind, southwest, a glimmer of hope remains.
Could it be that he would risk the entire Shen family to save her? Zhou Wanshu's thoughts were in disarray, and she was at a loss.
On the streets, the uninformed populace pointed and whispered about the Zhou family.
In their eyes, the Zhou family's collusion with the demon race made them traitors to humanity.
Of course, some recognized Zhou Wanshu, and their hearts were filled with pity for this unparalleled beauty of Jiangnan. Zhou Wanshu paid no heed to them, still replaying Xin Ying's words from the night before. Unbeknownst to her, the prisoner escorting carriage had already left the city. Suddenly, the convoy halted. Outside the city, several figures stood before the Zhuantiansi officials. The leader was none other than Mu Yu. Behind him stood individuals emanating similar auras from the Chu prince's manor. Liang Feishui frowned. It seemed this prince of Chu was not giving up. She had already received news from the capital that several experts from the Chu prince's manor had departed for Jiangnan, presumably to follow this prince. "Prince Mu, please make way," Liang Feishui said coldly, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Mu Yu, his eyes lowered, exclaimed, "I must take Zhou Wanshu today. No one shall stop me. Unless you step over my dead body." Zhou Wanshu's heart trembled. She had not expected it to be Mu Yu. What connection did Mu Yu have with Shining? Or had Shining chosen to join forces with the Chu prince's manor to save her? However, Zhuantiansi clearly did not fear the Chu prince's manor. Liang Feishui, looking at Mu Yu, already knew the outcome. She said coldly, "Attack." The Zhuantiansi officials swarmed forward, engaging Mu Yu's men in a fierce battle. However, none of them noticed a figure lurking in the shadows, observing them all. It was Shining. He watched the scene unfold, concealing his presence. He had anticipated Mu Yu's desperation. The Shin family dared not confront Zhuantiansi, but others would. From the moment Mu Yu knelt before him in the Shin manor, Shining knew that this prince was also a man consumed by passion, willing to set aside his dignity and seek help from the Shin family for Zhou Wanshu's sake. Even if he refused, he would not abandon his pursuit to save Zhou Wanshu. However, it was clear that the men Mu Yu had brought were no match for Zhuantiansi. Although the Chu prince's manor was powerful, how many men could Mu Yu mobilize? How many could travel from the distant capital to Jiangnan? These guards from the Chu prince's manor were mostly at the Tong'an realm. In truth, even combined, they were no match for Liang Feishui. If Mu Yu had been confident, he would not have come to the Shin manor that day. But even though Shining had refused, Mu Yu still acted so recklessly. At that moment, a dark figure appeared beside Shining. The person wore a mask, exuding an aura of composure. Upon closer inspection, their aura was comparable to Liang Feishui's full strength on the cliff. "Wu Wei, have you made up your mind?" Shining asked, looking at the figure. "My life, Shin Wu Wei, has belonged to the Shin family for 20 years. It is my duty to die for the Shin family," the figure said resolutely. This person's real name was Lu Wu Wei. 20 years ago, he was saved by Shin Wanfu and took the Shin surname. He was one of the Shin family's hidden assets, unknown to anyone except Shin Wanfu. It was only recently that Shining had learned of his existence. His father had been harboring a Tianhe realm expert and had given him a choice. Shin Wu Wei could become the variable today. A Tianhe realm expert was undoubtedly capable of hijacking the situation. Liang Feishui's injuries had not yet healed. But Shin Wu Wei had been lying dormant for many years. Moreover, no one knew of Shin Wu Wei's existence. This hidden card of the Shin family was about to be played. He could save Zhou Wanshu, but it would come at a price. Opposing Zhuantiansi meant certain death. Only the dead could not speak. A Tianhe realm hidden asset in exchange for Zhou Wanshu. To the Shin family, it was not worth it. To Shining, it was. He had a premonition that Zhou Wanshu's arrival was not so simple. Moreover, since the night a peculiar star appeared in the sky, old Wu had hinted at it. Perhaps Zhou Wanshu was not so ordinary. Whatever the reason, Shining would save her now. This was the last chance. Now, Mu Yu was in the open. And he was in the shadows. "Wu Wei, I'm counting on you," Shining murmured. "I will not fail your expectations, young master. I will risk my life today to rescue Miss Zhou." With that, Shin Wu Wei's figure vanished. Meanwhile, outside the city, the Chu prince's manor guards had gained some advantage. But Zhuantiansi was not to be trifled with. Liang Feishui suddenly leaped from her horse, drawing a silver-white longsword from her waist. Blood Moon Sword. With a flash of sword light, the aura of the Tianhe realm scattered the men of the Chu prince's manor. Prince Mu Yu of Chu also lost his balance under the powerful aura, falling backward. Liang Feishui, standing high above, said, ambushing Zhuantiansi and forcibly seizing a condemned prisoner. "Prince Mu, you have crossed the line." Mu Yu slowly rose from the ground, a trace of blood spilling from his lips. His face was resolute. And he did not retreat. I said, if you want to kill Wanshu, kill me first. At that moment, Mu Yu felt a gust of wind behind him. A voice said, Prince, leave her to me. You go and save her. It was Shen Wuwei. Of course, his words were misinterpreted by everyone, who assumed he was from the Chu prince's manor. Liang Feishue watched the black-clad figure with a heavy heart. This move had indeed deceived her. As far as she knew, the Shen family's publicly known expert was Old Wu, at the Zhaohua realm. If he came to snatch the prisoner, they would be helpless. A Zhaohua realm expert was not someone ordinary people could resist. But this person was at the Tianhe realm. The Shen family had never had a Tianhe realm expert. So Liang Feishue subconsciously assumed he was from the Chu prince's manor, or that Mu Yu had persuaded other forces from the capital to stand by his side. In any case, Shen Wuwei was well hidden. No one knew of him except Shen Ying himself. Mu Yu had not considered so much. He would probably be willing even if he knew he was being used as a pawn, because all he saw now was Zhou Wanshu. Instantly, the blade in Shen Wuwei's hand was unsheathed. He said coldly, we are both at the Tianhe realm, but you have only recently entered this realm, your aura is unstable. And you are injured. If we fight, you will die. Liang Feishue was not afraid. A determined look appeared on her delicate face. Who are you, daring to oppose Zhou and Yan? You don't need to know. Shen Wuwei did not want to waste words. He attacked directly, his ghostly figure closing in with his blade. Liang Feishue defended with her sword. Sword energy swirling around her. But as the blade and sword clashed, her figure was forced back. Breaking void blade technique. Liang Feishue, well-versed in martial arts from a young age, discerned her opponent's techniques with a mere glance. In a low voice, she remarked, the void-breaking blade technique is a unique skill of the Lu family from the capital, yet the Lu family was exterminated 2 decades ago. Are you a survivor of the Lu lineage? Shen Wuwei, maintaining a stoic expression, softly replied, I do not bear the surname Lu. 20 years ago, he was known as Lu Wuwei, now, he had become Shen Wuwei. Regardless of his identity, whether Lu Wuwei or Shen Wuwei, he would remain unknown to others. His sole purpose today was to rescue Zhou Wanshu. If he could survive, he would, if not, he would perish. Nonetheless, Shen Wuwei's identity confirmed Liang Feishue's suspicions. The long-lost heir of the Lu family had re-emerged, evidently relying on the power of the capital. No one could fathom that he had been stranded in Jiangnan and rescued by the Shen family 2 decades prior. Without granting Liang Feishue a moment's respite, Shen Wuwei unleashed the void-breaking blade technique once more. The ferocity of this strike left Liang Feishue no choice but to evade it. For she dared not confront its might directly. This, however, played into Shen Wuwei's strategy. After evading, Liang Feishue continued to cleave towards the prisoner carts. And the officials of the Zhou and Yan dared not intervene. It was no jest, a single strike from a master of the heaven and earth realm could end their lives. With a thunderous roar, the cart imprisoning Zhou Wanshu was violently torn apart. Shen Wuwei, quick of hand and eye, swiftly approached Zhou Wanshu and severed the chains binding her. In a hushed tone, he instructed, Miss Zhou, head southwest. Startled, Zhou Wanshu turned to look at Shen Wuwei. In that instant, she understood. He was one of Shen Ying's people. Shen Ying had come to rescue her as well. Miss Zhou, hurry! Shen Wuwei urged once more. No longer hesitating, Zhou Wanshu promptly turned and moved in the southwest direction. Having entered the realm of perception, her aura was exceptional, setting her apart from ordinary women. A number of officials from the Zhou and Yan, witnessing this, intended to pursue her. However, Shen Wuwei's blade blocked their path. Liang Feishue, unable to surpass Shen Wuwei's sword, could only watch as Zhou Wanshu made her escape. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Shen Ying vanished, having achieved his goal of ensuring Zhou Wanshu's flight. The next step was to escort her to safety. Shen Ying had made the necessary arrangements. At this juncture, the only option was to head south, where the influence of the court and Zhou and Yan would diminish. In time, Zhou Wanshu could disguise herself and remain hidden within the Confucian Tao for several years. Perhaps in the future, her achievements would soar to greater heights. Meanwhile, after rescuing her, Shen Wuwei stood as a solitary sentinel against the Zhou and Yan, embodying the essence of a war god. None dared to confront him.
Even Liang Feishui observed him quietly, her expression unwavering. Mu Yu approached Shen Wuwei, casually remarking, "Well done." He did not inquire about Shen Wuwei's identity. For Mu Yu was astute enough to recognize that Shen Wuwei had appeared after him to signal to the Zhou and Yan that he was aligned with him. A member of the Prince of Chu's household. Yet, what did it matter? Misunderstandings were trivial. He had saved Zhou Wanshu, and regardless of his affiliations, her safety was paramount. In truth, Mu Yu, despite his emotional ties, was a clever individual, yet he found it impossible to detach himself from his feelings. At this moment, the other members of the Zhou family were utterly bewildered. What did this mean? Were they not here in a grand display to abduct people? Yet they had rescued Zhou Wanshu instead? Since they had come, why not liberate them all? The remaining Zhou family members, still trapped in the prisoner cart, cried out. "Your Highness, save us. We are also members of the Zhou family." Indeed, they are members of the Zhou family. Alas, they are of the wrong gender. Though abducting one was a crime, abducting many constituted a different concept altogether. However, Mu Yu, seeing Zhou Wanshu had fled, felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as Zhou Wanshu was safe, that was sufficient. With his status as a noble, the Zhou and Yan dared not retaliate against him. Yet, a tinge of sorrow lingered within Mu Yu. Their parting left him uncertain of when they might meet again. Unexpectedly, Liang Feishui cast a mocking glance at the two. "Slowly speaking, you have made a grave mistake." Mu Yu's expression changed dramatically, a foreboding feeling enveloping him. "What do you mean?" Liang Feishui continued. "The Zhou and Yan has already suffered a setback in Jiangnan once, they will not allow a second. You underestimate us, Zhou and Yan." At that moment, Shen Wuwei sensed an unusual aura approaching from the southwest and whispered, "This is not good." Just as he prepared to depart, Liang Feishui obstructed his path. With her silver hair cascading down, she drew her long sword anew, coldly stating, "This time, it is I who will stop you." Meanwhile, in the dense forest southwest of the city, Zhou Wanshu arrived to find a convoy before her, led by none other than Shening. Spotting him, she hurried forward. "Shening, it is truly you." Shening, his expression grave, replied, "Wanshu, the carriage is ready, we must leave swiftly. The Shen family has made all the necessary arrangements for your journey south." Just then, a powerful voice resonated from above, "Leave? Where do you think you are going?" A middle-aged man clad in Zhou and Yan official attire materialized behind them. Though not tall, he exuded an oppressive aura that few could rival. The moment they laid eyes on him, both Shening and Zhou Wanshu felt their spirits sink. "How bold of you to abduct people from under the Zhou and Yan's watch." The man sneered, as though recounting a trivial occurrence. "And who might you be?" Shening inquired, brows furrowed. "I am Dai Lin, the commander of the Zhou and Yan." "The commander?" Xin Ying's countenance darkened. He found himself facing a figure of equal rank to Liang Feishui. The arrival of a commander from the capital was no small matter. Especially after Liang Feishui. What was more concerning was that this commander had never shown himself, leaving Shening unaware of his existence. Dai Lin seemed to perceive something, sneering. "Since Liang Feishui sent word to the capital, I was dispatched here on the orders of the general. To think there are those who would dare strike against the Zhou and Yan." In truth, Shening had no knowledge that the general of the Zhou and Yan, Liang Jun, was Liang Feishui's father. Despite her exceptional talents and capabilities, no father could be unconcerned for his child, especially after learning that Liang Feishui had nearly perished in Jiangnan due to the machinations of that old rascal, Yukenzi. How could he not worry? Thus, Liang Jun sent another commander to assist his daughter in mending the chaos and to prevent any further mishaps. He had not anticipated that this would inadvertently thwart Shen Ying's abduction scheme. As a commander, Dai Lin's prowess exceeded Liang Feishui's, and together, Shening and Liang Feishui could not stand against him. In Jiangnan, only the old Wu could hope to subdue him. However, Shening had not brought the old Wu along, for his appearance would surely reveal the Shen family's involvement. Shening took a subtle step back, discreetly channeling his inner energy to see if he could buy some time. The man had already committed the robbery and now regretted it. It was too late. Dai Lin exuded his aura, intimidating the two. The thought that they could resist was utterly laughable. Zhou Wanshu's gaze dimmed. She decisively turned to Shening and said,
Shining, you need not concern yourself with me, leave quickly.
Perhaps what happens today is my fate, something we cannot alter.
Zhou Wanshu was not one to fear for her life, yet if she were to perish today, it would be profoundly unjust. She lamented that she had never experienced the unwavering love depicted in poetry before meeting her end here.
Leave? Dai Lin's expression darkened slightly. He spoke in a deep voice. Do you think you can escape after daring to rob the Zhou and Yan?
Shining positioned himself protectively in front of Zhou Wanshu, stating solemnly, indeed. Now that we are exposed, escape is impossible. He understood that their actions carried risks, and now that those risks had materialized, they must face the consequences.
In that moment,
Dai Lin had already moved before Shining, his actions swift. The blade at his waist unsheathed as it neared the youth. He was not only the commander of Zhou and Yan but also a merciless executioner.
Sensing danger, Shining unleashed the aura of the Guiyuan Nakiju within him.
He had begun gathering strength the moment Dai Lin appeared. Thus, when Dai Lin charged, Shining managed to evade the fatal strike.
However,
the residual force of the blade sent Shining hurtling backward. The disparity in their strengths was too vast. In that fleeting instant, Dai Lin's expression shifted. He was somewhat taken aback. Such pure energy. This extraordinary cultivation method, who is your master? His murderous intent diminished as he realized that such a technique likely indicated the backing of a significant power. The political waters in the capital were treacherous. Despite being the commander of Zhou and Yan, Dai Lin had never colluded with other factions. Shining spat blood, the previous attack had indeed wounded him. And his old injuries and cold symptoms began to resurface. He opened his mouth but could not speak. Zhou Wanshu, filled with concern, recognized that the youth was suffering for her sake. She hurried to support Shining, speaking with complexity, Shining, you need not go to such lengths for me. But Dai Lin had no time for their idle chatter. Coldly, he declared, since you refuse to speak, I shall extract the truth myself. With a swift movement, he lunged forward with his blade.
This time, Zhou Wanshu reacted swiftly, stepping in front of Shining.
The scholarly aura within her surged. Yet it was evident that it could not withstand Dai Lin's might. His murderous intent re-emerged, and the overwhelming pressure made it difficult for both of them to breathe.
You are already a dead man, if so, I shall take your life now. Dai Lin had no mercy for Zhou Wanshu, he had taken many lives.
And the loss of one more woman meant little to him.
Wanshu, be careful.
Shining intended to mobilize his energy, but suddenly a sacred voice echoed in his ears.
Impudent. Dai Lin's expression changed drastically.
He looked up to see a golden scroll descending from the heavens. An elderly man in white descended, exuding an indescribable aura of holiness. His form landed before Shining and Zhou Wanshu, his slightly aged eyes fixed intently on Zhou Wanshu.
Shining regarded the elder.
Feeling an overwhelming pressure that instilled a sense of dread within him, something he had never experienced even against Yukenzi or now against Dai Lin.
Meanwhile, Zhou Wanshu sensed a familiar and comforting essence emanating from the elder. She recognized it as the scholarly aura unique to Confucian practitioners. May I inquire your identity, esteemed sir?
Shining managed to swallow a mouthful of blood and spoke slowly. However, Dai Lin interjected hoarsely, the Shuyuan of Taiyun, the sage of books. The sage of books. Shining had heard this name from old Wu. A contemporary sage, one of the pinnacle figures in the Confucian path. What brought him to this place?
Not only was Shining bewildered, but Dai Lin's expression was also grim. Why would the sage of books leave his establishment in Jiuzhou to come here?
Dai Lin slightly cupped his hands and quietly inquired.
I am unaware of the sage of books' purpose in coming here.
Yet the sage of books turned, waving his sleeve, standing beside Zhou Wanshu, and solemnly stated.
You wish to kill her?
Chapter 61, The Might of the Sage of Letters. Dai Lin was taken aback as he gazed at Zhou Wanshu. Suddenly comprehending a significant truth, the Sage of Letters had come for this woman.
But why? Zhou Wanshu was the daughter of the Zhou family.
And Taiyun Academy was far away in Yunzhou, there seemed to be no connection between them. Yet, here was the Sage of Letters, determined to rescue her. Despite the immense pressure emanating from the sage enveloping the area, beads of sweat formed on Dai Lin's forehead. However, as the commander of the Tianhe division, he could not falter. Stepping forward, he clasped his hands and addressed the sage. Esteemed sage, this woman is a condemned criminal of the Tianhe division. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, she must be executed immediately. The law must not be broken. I hope you can understand, esteemed sage. If Tianhe Academy disregards the law, I believe His Majesty would also be displeased. The sage of letters frowned, dismissively waving a hand, sending Dai Lin hurtling backwards. The commander was powerless to resist, crashing into a tree, which toppled under the impact. Clambering to his feet awkwardly, Dai Lin remained silent.
After a moment, the sage's voice rang out, unyielding, condemned criminal? Let me ask you, what crime has she committed?
The Zhou family colluded with demonkind.
And what does that have to do with her?
That's a case of guilt by association. With a cold snort, the sage replied, guilt by association.
Allow me to inform you today that you cannot kill this person. Neither you nor Liang Jun, and even if that one on the dragon throne were here, it would not matter.
Dai Lin lowered his head, yet stubbornly retorted, Sage, I urge you to tread carefully.
If His Majesty were to know. Do not speak to me of His Majesty. I am here today, and you cannot impede me.
Dai Lin felt bitter inside, aware that Tianhe Academy had, to some extent, distanced itself from the laws of the Great Zhou. However, the sage's behavior today was already beyond reason. Although he had the privilege of not kneeling before the sovereign, he had shown little respect to this powerful figure of the Great Zhou. Seeing the sage's resolute stance, Shening, standing behind, fell into contemplation.
Tianhe Academy.
Although Zhou Wanshu had embarked on the path of Confucianism, it was hard to believe she could draw the attention of the sage.
If there were any connection to Tianhe Academy, it seemed even less plausible. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed Xin Ying's mind. It was the star that had appeared that very night. The moment that star emerged was precisely when Zhou Wanshu entered the realm. At that moment,
two figures approached from behind Dai Lin, Liang Feishui and Shen Wuwei.
After a brief struggle, Shen Wuwei managed to shake off Liang Feishui's hindrance.
He was aware that Shening might be in danger, yet the scene before him left him momentarily stunned.
A formidable being of the heavenly realm was grievously injured.
And a mysterious elder stood before him, uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Liang Feishua followed closely, and upon seeing Shening, she understood.
He had ultimately chosen to save her. Simultaneously, Liang Feishua realized that Shen Wuwei was from the Shen family, not the Chu Wangfu. Seeing his master exposed, Shen Wuwei hastened to Xin Ying's side. Master.
Shening gestured with his hand, shaking his head, indicating that this matter was beyond the Shen family's involvement. The ensuing conflict was between Tianhe Academy and the Xiantian division. Liang Feishua's gaze lingered on Shening for only a moment before shifting to the sage of letters, whom she recognized as a great scholar. Her eyes then moved to Zhou Wanshu, and it seemed she began to understand something.
Approaching, Liang Feishue offered a respectful bow.
I pay my respects to the sage of letters.
Hoof. The sage did not respond favorably. He then turned to Zhou Wanshu, his expression softening dramatically,
revealing a gentler demeanor that starkly contrasted with his earlier demeanor towards Dai Lin.
Young lady, your name is Zhou Wanshu, is it not?
Yes,
Zhou Wanshu nodded slightly.
Very well, young lady, extend your hand. Though puzzled, Zhou Wanshu complied. The sage infused a breath of energy into her, and a gleam flickered in his aged eyes.
Good. Good.
Suddenly, a holy white light enveloped Zhou Wanshu, with the essence of Confucianism wrapping around her. Her previous injuries vanished miraculously,
and the bloodstains transformed into white light, dissipating into the air. Zhou Wanshu felt the essence of Confucianism within her elevate, restoring her vitality. Young lady, would you be willing to accompany me to Tianhe Academy? Why? Zhou Wanshu voiced her inner question.
The sage regarded her, explaining, young lady,
you are a born literary star, your future in the path of Confucianism is bound to be extraordinary. Joining Tianhe Academy is your best choice. Literary star? Zhou Wanshu murmured, not fully grasping the meaning of the term.
A literary star is the most gifted individual among the Confucian practitioners of this world,
heralded as the inheritor of an era's Confucianism.
A literary star who does not perish is destined to become a great scholar. Your achievements will not pale in comparison to mine in the future.
The sage explained calmly, such a talent will not be overlooked by Tianhe Academy.
It is absolutely intolerable for you to die at the hands of an executioner.
Hearing this, Xining could not help but reflect, perhaps this was fate.
The heavens did not wish for her demise, and thus she shall not perish. More than that, he felt grateful for his decision to save her.
Now, Zhou Wanshu's future could be limitless.
Therefore, young lady, come with me to Tianhe Academy, the sage continued.
Zhou Wanshu did not respond immediately,
instead casting her beautiful eyes upon Xining. After pondering for a moment, he spoke to her, Wanshu, the Zhou family is no more.
Tianhe Academy is your best choice now.
Xin Ying's words undoubtedly solidified Zhou Wanshu's resolve. Indeed, the Zhou family had fallen, and while she survived, she was left alone. Tianhe Academy represented the sacred ground for all Confucian practitioners. Her passion for literature and poetry had been nurtured since childhood.
Regardless of her status as a literary star, Tianhe Academy was her optimal destination. Liang Feishui observed the scene in silence.
She was no fool. If the sage's motivations were personal, she might have contested it.
However,
with Zhou Wanshu being a literary star, the inheritor of Confucianism, such an identity guaranteed her survival.
Moreover, Zhou Wanshu had committed no wrong.
She was merely entangled by her family's actions. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Feishui clasped her hands and stated, in that case, esteemed sage, please take her away. The literary star belongs not only to Tianhe Academy but also to the great Zhou. Liang Feishui conceded, as she held no grudge against Zhou Wanshu.
Her actions were purely official, devoid of personal feelings.
Whether Zhou Wanshu lived or died would not impact her. Furthermore, even if she resisted, she could not stop the sage. However, Dailin slowly interjected, no, the Xintian division represents the will of His Majesty, how can we yield to Tianhe Academy? Upon hearing Dailin's words,
Zhou Wanshu hesitated momentarily.
Xining regarded this man as if he were a fool. At this juncture, the commander was still unwilling to release her.
Liang Feishui had already conceded, and with the sage present, Zhou Wanshu's fate seemed nearly sealed.
Yet Dailin remained obstinate, his gaze sharp, fixed on them. His mindset was rigid. If the Xintian division retreated, it would symbolize the court's retreat. Originally, Tianhe Academy had subtly transcended the control of the court. Allowing her to go now would further diminish the court's prestige.
Thus, Dailin would not relent, gripping the knife in his hand tightly. The sage of letters snorted coldly, releasing a wave of literary energy. I am not consulting with you about this matter. Literary energy struck Dailin's chest once more, causing him to kneel.
He spat out a mouthful of blood, using his blade to support himself.
A dignified heaven and earth realm expert was no match for the sage of calligraphy's attack.
Such was the power of a great Confucian. Liang Feishui's expression shifted drastically, as she clearly sensed the sage of calligraphy's murderous intent in that strike. Wen Xing was the hope of the Tianhe Academy, and even more so, the hope of Confucianism. Although the sage of calligraphy was a representative figure of Confucianism, it did not mean he would not kill. On the contrary, if anyone dared to touch Wen Xing, he would be the first to eliminate them. Had it not been for the clothes Dailin wore, he would already be a corpse. Liang Feishui swiftly stood in front of Dailin, cupping her hands in apology.
Sage of calligraphy, please quell your anger. As I have said, you are welcome to take the person.
Please, sage of calligraphy, show mercy.
Dailin rose with all his strength, gritting his teeth. Liang Feishui, I am not as adept as you are. If this person is taken away by the Tianhe Academy today, it will be a loss of face for the Xintian division. The world will know that the great Zhou has academies, but no court. Enough, Dailin. Liang Feishui was now somewhat angry that this fellow was so stubborn.
Dailin only had His Majesty and the court in his heart, and as a martial artist,
he had long disliked the Tianhe Academy. How could a mere academy surpass the court?
Of course, there were many figures in the court with similar ideas to Dailin.
Mostly military generals.
For the great Zhou, having these people was a good thing, but some words and some things needed to be said and done in the right context. Now, to challenge the sage of calligraphy was no different from courting death. If it had been an ordinary instructor or disciple from the Tianhe Academy,
Dailin's actions would have been fine.
But the person before him was the sage of calligraphy. If the sage of calligraphy wanted to kill him, no one could protect him. In the Sage of Calligraphy's eyes, the so-called commander of the Xiantian division was no different from a petty official. He could kill him as he pleased. The court and His Majesty would not arrest the Sage of Calligraphy because of Dailin. Such was the influence of a great Confucian scholar in this era.
And Liang Feishue was currently scolding Dailin to save him.
A heaven and earth realm expert was a rare existence in the Xiantian division. Although Dailin was somewhat inflexible, he was still a combat force of the Xiantian division and must not die. Standing before them, the Sage of Calligraphy waved his sleeve and sneered. Are you two from the Xiantian division putting on an act, or are you simply unwilling to release the person? Liang Feishue explained, Sage of Calligraphy. We have no such intention. No. Dailin was about to speak, but Liang Feishue interrupted him. Enough, Dailin. The Grand Commander sent you here to assist me. Now that I am the Deputy Director of the Xiantian Division in the capital, you have no right to question my decisions. Hearing this, Dailin had 1,000 words in his heart, but he suppressed them. His body slowly fell to the ground, and he closed his eyes, saying, Fine, fine. When I return to the capital, I will report today's events to His Majesty in detail. Director Dai, please do as you see fit, Liang Feishue said coldly. Seeing this, the Sage of Calligraphy retracted the literary energy of Confucianism within his body. He turned to look at Zhou Wanshu and said softly, Little girl, we can leave. Zhou Wanshu's gaze remained on Shening. She parted her lips slightly and whispered, Senior, I would like to bid farewell to my friend. Please grant me some time. The Sage of Calligraphy pondered for a moment and nodded, In that case, I can give you 1 day. I will be by your side to prevent anyone from harboring malicious intentions. Thank you, Senior. Zhou Wanshu bowed slightly, then came to Xing Ying's side. Shening looked at Zhou Wanshu and smiled gently, Wanshu, see, this is fate. Your life will now change. Say what you need to say when you return. Zhou Wanshu nodded, then looked at Liang Feishue. The latter understood her meaning and responded. The remaining direct descendants of the Zhou family will be temporarily detained and not executed for now. A decision will be made after I seek His Majesty's instructions. As for Miss Zhou, you are now free. You are at liberty to do as you please. Everything Liang Feishue did was in accordance with the law. Due to Zhou Wanshu's status as Wenxing, the other Zhou family members who were originally to be executed also benefited. Zhou Wanshu was, after all, of the same lineage as them, and like Zhou Wanshu, they were innocent. The Zhou family's masterminds had all died that night. The other accomplices had also been found by Liang Feishue one by one and had not survived to this day. The matter of Wenxing was of great importance and had to be reported to the capital. Subsequently, Liang Feishue turned her gaze to Shening, saying with a meaningful tone, Miss Zhou's matter will be put aside for now. Shening, do you have anything to explain? This time, Dailin's sudden appearance disrupted Xing Ying's plan. Otherwise, even if the Sage of Calligraphy had not come, Shening could have saved Zhou Wanshu and shifted all the blame onto Muyu without any problems. But now that Shening had been exposed, no matter what, the Shin family's act of rescuing someone from the Xiantian division was a grave offense. This hurdle would probably not be so easy to overcome. Liang Feishue sighed and said, Shening, you were impulsive this time. Following one's heart, how can there be impulsiveness? Shening replied leisurely. I never regret what I have done. Zhou Wanshu looked at the young man with a complex expression. Liang Feishue also remained silent for a moment. Since the cliff incident, she felt that she could no longer see through this young man. This young man's schemes were far deeper than she had imagined. Seeing that Liang Feishue was not speaking, Shening smiled and said, As I said, I acknowledge what I have done. It's just that Wanshu is leaving tomorrow. As her former fiancé, I naturally have many words to say goodbye. I wonder if Director Liang could make an exception and allow us to leave first. The Shin family is in Linzhou City. We won't run, and we can't run. Xing Ying's words left Liang Feishue speechless. He brought up Zhou Wanshu, and now that the Zhou family was gone, she was the only person Zhou Wanshu could turn to, using this as an excuse. It would probably be difficult for the Xiantian division to take Shening away at this moment. After all, the Sage of Calligraphy was here, and no one dared to act rashly. Liang Feishue paused for a moment and said, Very well. Then she turned to Dailin on the ground and said, Director Dai,
we should leave as well. Just focus on healing your injuries.
I will take care of the Zhou family's matter.
Evening, Linzhou City.
The Xin residence, the maid Lan Xian stood at the gate, anxiously waiting for something. Although the young master had not explicitly stated it before leaving, she could vaguely guess what Xining had gone to do. Now that Xin Wanfu was not in charge of the Xin family, and Shen Wanqing had gone to the capital, things had been particularly busy since Xining recovered from his illness. Lan Shen felt that the Xin family was too deserted. Fortunately, as it was getting dark, Lan Xian saw Shun Ying's figure returning. Behind him were Zhou Wanshu, Shen Wuwei, and an old man in Confucian robes. Seeing the young master's figure, Lan Xian breathed a sigh of relief, but upon closer inspection, she saw that they were being escorted back by people from the Xiantian division.
What was going on?
The little girl was somewhat confused.
Xianer, go and prepare. The Shen family will have distinguished guests visiting tonight.
Xining came to the gate and instructed Lan Xian.
Oh, okay, the little girl nodded. By the way, where's old Shen? Master went out today and hasn't returned yet. I understand.
Xining responded lightly, then turned to the sage of books, clasping his hands in greeting.
Senior,
I humbly request that you stay for the night at my residence. I hope you do not find it bothersome. The sage merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. His purpose for this visit was solely for Zhou Wanshu, showing little interest in anyone else.
However, since Zhou Wanshu would be here, he acquiesced. Upon receiving the sage's consent,
Xining felt a wave of relief wash over him. At the very least, for tonight and tomorrow, the people from Xiantian division would not trouble the Xin family. At that moment, the old man Wu, who had been napping on the rooftop, suddenly sensed a potent aura. He abruptly opened his eyes and approached the door,
grinning with his yellowed teeth. Shen, who have you brought this time? Wait. What?
The sage of books. Initially, in his groggy state, old Wu had detected the presence of a formidable figure and had thought he was mistaken.
Was there someone stronger than him in Linzhou City? But upon seeing the elder behind Xining, he was startled awake.
The sage of books. Having roamed the rivers and lakes for many years, old Wu had caught a glimpse of the sage back when he was still a novice, and with the sage's scholarly aura, he naturally recognized him.
What is this lad up to?
The sage merely glanced at old Wu, discerning his cultivation level with ease. He stroked his beard and remarked, I did not expect to find such a character in Linzhou City. With that, he paid old Wu no further heed and walked straight inside.
Old Wu promptly pulled Xining aside, whispering, Wait, Shen, how did you manage to deceive the sage of books into coming here?
Xining was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to explain. He could only say, he came for Zhou Wanshu. Old Wu's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding as he murmured, That girl is indeed a literary star.
You knew?
When the celestial bodies appeared that day, I had my suspicions, otherwise I wouldn't have supported your mission to rescue her.
Old Wu wore an inscrutable expression. Then why didn't you act when I asked you to?
Xining retorted.
I merely speculated. What if I was wrong?
I cannot afford to offend Xiantian division.
You.
Xining looked at the old man with an urge to give him a good thrashing.
By the way, does your engagement with that girl still stand?
If you marry a literary star, your future is boundless.
The Zhou family is no more, the engagement is naturally void. Xining left that remark hanging as he turned and walked into the residence.
Later that night, in the courtyard, Zhou Wanshu stood alone, gazing up at the bright moon, lost in contemplation. So much had transpired in merely a month. Xining stood quietly behind her, observing in silence.
Even now,
his feelings for Zhou Wanshu were difficult to articulate. If it were love, it was certainly unfulfilled, as they had spent little time together. Yet, it was far from a mere transactional relationship, otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to rescue her, a talented woman who had already lost her family.
However,
Zhou Wanshu's feelings for Xining were different, for she had come to realize that he was the literary son. Two significant figures in her life had converged, leaving her emotions in turmoil.
After a moment, she slowly asked, How did my father die?
Although Zhou Chen had colluded with the demon clan, employing their sorcery, his affection for his daughter was genuine.
Otherwise,
There would have been no betrothal or engagement. The truth was that he had been gravely injured and ultimately fell victim to a sneak attack by the demon clan.
Xining replied, stating the facts.
That night, Zhou Qin had nearly met his end at Xinying's hands, yet he was not the one who delivered the final blow.
Zhou Wanqu's gaze deepened as she murmured, "The demon clan.
They are not of our kind, their hearts must be different." Xining stepped forward to respond on her behalf. Zhou Wanqu did not attribute her family's grievances to Xintian division and the court, but rather to the demon clan. Although she had survived, the seed of hatred towards the demon clan had already taken root within her. Xinying's words ignited the flame of vengeance within Zhou Wanqu, who softly echoed, "They are not of our kind, their hearts must be different." Seeing this, Xining nodded slightly. He merely wished for Zhou Wanqu to have a reason to live.
Though the Zhou family was gone, life continued, and one must have a purpose. For instance,
his own survival was for the Xin family, as well as to explore this extraordinary world.
"Xining, thank you."
Zhou Wanqu turned, speaking sincerely.
Xining smiled gently and replied, "Wanqu, you are now a literary star. At Taiyun Academy, you shall undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats. Yet, your mastery of Confucianism surpasses mine. Why not pursue the path of Confucianism?"
Zhou Wanqu appeared puzzled, while Xining had been in the realm for some time. He did not exude the scholarly aura of Confucianism.
Xining shook his head, offering no explanation, for he could not articulate it.
Those poems and prose were not his own. He had merely drawn inspiration from them.
Besides,
Xining had already decided to embark on the path of Taoist cultivation.
Just as Xining was about to speak, a deep voice resonated from not far away. "Belonging to the sage of books. Who dares to be impudent?"
Chapter 64, Zhou Wanqu and Xingji. This commotion ignited the Xin residence. A surge of scholarly energy ascended into the sky, forcefully shattering a door. A graceful woman, injured by this energy, was hurled out of the room. Xining arrived swiftly at the scene, his gaze falling upon the woman on the ground, and he had a strong inkling of the situation. The woman was none other than Xingji, the renowned courtesan. She had been concealed within the Xin residence for quite some time, despite her daily confinement to her chamber. There seemed to be no apparent issue. However, Xingji was just as cunning as Xining, meticulously observing the movements of the Xin family during her stay.
On this night, the saint of literature entered the estate, emanating an extraordinary aura.
Xingji attempted to discreetly scrutinize him. Yet she could hardly fathom the extent of his formidable strength. In an instant, she found herself ensnared by the saint's presence, leading to the current upheaval.
Behind her,
Zhou Wanqu's beautiful eyes were fixated on Xingji. She recognized the woman from the assassination attempt at Tianhe Tower. Little did she expect that it would be Xining who saved Chengji. She gazed at the young man's back, lost in contemplation.
Noticing her expression,
Xining stepped forward and respectfully stated, "Senior Saint of Literature, this is a misunderstanding. Miss Xingji is a guest of the Xin residence and is unaware of your identity."
Xingji's eyes flickered with fear. The elder was renowned as the genius saint of literature. What a jest! The saint appearing in the Xin residence? Despite her cunning,
Xingji could not have anticipated such a revelation. However, before she could utter a word, the saint departed, deeming her a mere practitioner of the physique stage insignificant enough to warrant his attention.
Now, only Xining, Zhou Wanqu, and Changji remained in the courtyard.
The saint's intervention was not brutal, he showed no intent to take a life.
Otherwise, Changji would not have withstood a single blow.
Xingji wiped the blood from her lips and slowly rose, revealing a pitiful gaze as she addressed Xining, "Young master."
Watching this scene unfold, Zhou Wanqu pondered the nature of their relationship.
Xining, somewhat exasperated, instructed, "Please tend to your injuries, do not perish on my account." It would indeed be troublesome for him if she were to die, especially since he had yet to acquire the sword he desired.
"Understood, young master," Changji replied softly. Then turned to leave. At that moment, Zhou Wanqu unexpectedly interjected, "Hold on." She then turned to Xining with a faint smile, "Xining, I would like to converse further with Miss Qingji, if you would permit?" Xining nodded with a smile, "Of course." He cast a glance at Qingji,
prompting her to halt her steps.
Xining then retreated into the room.
In the courtyard, only the two women remained.
Despite having just sustained an injury,
Xingji's allure remained undiminished. She regarded Zhou Wanshu, the most beautiful woman of Jiangnan. Indeed, your reputation precedes you. To think Shining would risk himself to save you, how enviable. Zhou Wanshu lowered her gaze, ignoring Qing Ji's words, and instead inquired. Why did you attempt to kill Mu Yu? Oh dear, Miss Zhou, you've not yet left the Shen residence and are already fixated on that young lord. Qing Ji giggled, covering her mouth. You truly are quite sentimental. Before Qing Ji could finish, the scholarly energy within Zhou Wanshu erupted. Pressing down on Qing Ji as she coldly commanded, answer my question. Unwilling to yield, Qing Ji, also a practitioner, stood her ground against Zhou Wanshu's dominance, retorting, guess. If you wish to know, I shall not tell you. If you have the courage, kill me now. Qing Ji remained unafraid. Fully aware that Zhou Wanshu would not dare harm her, as it would jeopardize Shen Ying's interests. Furthermore, Zhou Wanshu was not impulsive. Zhou Wanshu retracted her aura but suddenly remarked, if I am not mistaken, you are affiliated with King Chen? King Chen. When the crown prince of Chu ventured south, it was King Chen who subtly encouraged the endeavor. After the assassination attempt by Qing Ji, the Zhou family had begun gathering intelligence from the capital. Although the Zhou family had since fallen, Zhou Wanshu still maintained some awareness of the situation in the capital. On the surface, King Chen appeared to be an idle prince with no enmity towards the crown prince's residence, yet Zhou Wanshu, through keen intuition and subtle clues, had pinpointed this royal figure. Uncertain, she sought to probe Qing Ji. Qing Ji hesitated momentarily and softly replied, Miss Zhou, I am unclear about what you are insinuating. Zhou Wanshu gazed into her eyes. Choosing not to press further and instead stated, regardless of whether your backing is King Chen or another, do not harm Shining, nor attempt to plot against him. Otherwise, do not think I will hesitate to deal with you first. This was the true purpose of Zhou Wanshu's dialogue. Although she did not comprehend Qing Ji's reasons for being in Shen Ying's company, she would not permit any schemes against him. Having already attempted to assassinate the young lord. With a mysterious benefactor behind her, this woman was undoubtedly complex. Qing Ji feigned vulnerability, oh dear. Young Master Shen is my savior, I am grateful beyond measure. How could I possibly plot against him? Were it not for young Master Shen's unwillingness, I would have already pledged myself. The shift from Miss Zhou to Sister Zhou further revealed her cunning nature. Zhou Wanshu frowned and turned to leave. In the room. Once Shining confirmed that no one remained, he retrieved the Qianyuan map once more. So much had transpired recently that he had neglected to contact his knowledgeable friend. Now, with the Shen family under the watchful eye of Xiantian Division, he felt compelled to reach out. Especially since Liang Feishua had not acted immediately due to the presence of the saint. However, the Shen family had already been swept into the storm. Thus, Shining sought guidance from his well-informed acquaintance. Yet, before that, Shining was eager to learn more about the saint of literature, this erudite figure of the age. He wrote, Senior, are you familiar with the saint of literature? In the palace, the empress had returned to her chambers. Before retiring, she received a message from Shining. Her eyes darkened as she extended her delicate hand to write, Indeed, what is it? If he intends to kill you, you ought to choose a favorable burial site, I cannot save you. On the other end, Shen Ying's expression darkened upon reading the message. Was he truly so despised in her eyes? Did everyone wish to take his life? No, Senior, you misunderstand. I am merely curious about the realm of such a great scholar as the saint of literature, Shining replied. Before long, a message returned to him. The saint of literature. I have never encountered him, but he has at least reached the destiny stage, perhaps even higher. Chapter 65, Shen Ying's speculation on the Empress's identity destiny realm? Shining murmured to himself, realizing that among the realms he was aware of, the Unity realm was the pinnacle, and it was his aspiration to reach it. Achieving the Unity realm would enable him to refine the cold energy within his body, thereby permanently alleviating his cold affliction. However, being a practitioner of the Taoist Nine Spirits cold body, he could expedite the refinement process, suggesting that he might eliminate his cold condition even before attaining the Unity realm, though that remained uncertain. Yet, a certain individual online had mentioned that the book sage was in the Destiny realm, implying that the Destiny realm must indeed surpass the Unity realm. It seemed the Empress had sensed the boy's inner thoughts and sent him another message. The Destiny Realm, also known as the Saint Realm, is a level where those who enter it are referred to as saints. Had it not been for the book sage entering the Destiny Realm, he would not bear the title of saint. After reading this, Xining felt a pang of anxiety. The book sage possessed such formidable strength, if he wished to eliminate Xining, the boy would have no power to resist. This mighty figure might not be an asset to the Xin family after all. Having sparked a conversation, the Empress discerned that the lad had approached her for a reason beyond mere curiosity, prompting her to inquire directly, "What trouble have you gotten into this time?" Xining hesitated for a moment before slowly writing, "Senior, do you know of any techniques that can swiftly elevate one's strength?" "It seems the trouble you've stirred is quite significant," the Empress remarked, her curiosity piqued, though her response remained elusive. "Who did you offend?" "The court," Xining replied plainly. "The Zhuantianzi represents His Majesty, the court. This public abduction is a slap in the court's face. Although Muyu was involved, he is a noble heir. The Chu Wangfu is, after all, a royal family, while my Xin family is insignificant before the court. Moreover, since I chose not to collaborate with the Chu Wangfu, Muyu would not share the blame with me." The Empress remained silent for a long time after reading this. Internally, she was exasperated. How could this boy cause so much trouble? Ever since his cold condition improved, his misfortunes had multiplied. First, he was chased by a transformation realm expert, and she had aided him. Now, he claimed to have offended the court, which added another layer of intrigue. As she pondered, she slowly asked, "Since you mentioned the book sage, you must be a citizen of the Zhou kingdom, correct?" Xining had no intention of concealing the truth and responded, "Indeed. I hail from the south." The south he referred to was Jiangnan, though he refrained from being overly specific. As for the Zhou court, "I am powerless to assist." "Are you from the Yan kingdom?" Xining surmised. He had begun to suspect that this online acquaintance was a disciple or elder from a certain sect. Now he had gleaned another piece of information: the other party was indeed from the Yan kingdom. "Yes," the Empress admitted without reservation. "I am from the Yan kingdom." She then added a curious remark, "So, will you harbor resentment towards me?" Xining was perplexed by this statement. He inquired, "Senior, you have shown me kindness, and I have not forgotten your benevolence. Why would I resent you? The Yan and Zhou kingdoms have been adversaries for years. Do you not despise the people of Yan? The conflict between nations has little bearing on the common folk. The greatest sufferers of war are undoubtedly the people." Upon reading this, the Empress fell into a prolonged silence. In her elevated position, her view was limited to power-hungry officials and court intrigues. She desired to observe the lives of the common people but had remained blind to their struggles. "What of the rulers who instigate wars? What is your perspective?" After a long pause, the Empress sent another message. Xining contemplated before slowly writing. "The ebb and flow of power dictates that what has long been divided will eventually unite, and what has long been united will inevitably divide. Wars cannot be instigated by a single individual alone." At that moment, in her palace, the Empress pondered Xinying's words. What has long been divided will unite. What has long been united will divide. In that instant, some of her concerns seemed to dissipate. Xining sensed something amiss. Why was she posing such questions? Moreover, it felt as though her inquiry was spontaneous. He began to speculate about this senior's identity. Could she be a figure from a prominent family in the Yan kingdom? Generally, sects remain aloof unless matters of national survival arise. Ordinary conflicts rarely involve sect participation, a tacit agreement between the Zhou and Yan kingdoms, unspoken yet seldom breached. Given that most practitioners exist within sects, the involvement of a sect in warfare would yield unimaginable brutality. Thus, as the conversation veered towards this topic, new thoughts began to emerge in Xinying's mind. Noticing that the Empress had not responded, he cautiously wrote, "Senior, are you still there?" "Senior?" The Empress replied. "No matter, I have suddenly taken an interest in hearing your views on the relationship between the Yan and Zhou kingdoms. If you are willing, you may share your thoughts with me, as a way to repay the assistance I provided you earlier." After a moment of reflection, Xining wrote, "I am merely a commoner, not well versed in matters of state. However, if you wish to listen, I can share my thoughts." He proceeded to pen some reflections. At the very least, he believed that regardless of this individual's identity, leaving a favorable impression was prudent. She had aided him significantly, and he had no reason to refuse this modest request. In the palace, the Empress gazed at the words appearing on her screen.
The Yan and Zhou kingdoms,
facing each other across the land, are both foundational to humankind, yet they are destined to be at odds.
The legitimacy of humanity can only be upheld by one. However, the ongoing conflict between the two will ultimately yield no victor.
It will only deplete the foundation of humanity, offering opportunities to foreign tribes. Yet neither side is willing to abandon the claim of legitimacy, and thus the bloodshed continues. This conundrum is, in essence, an unsolvable problem, for since ancient times,
no ruler has been devoid of ambition.
Though Shining had never ventured beyond Jiangnan, he possessed an understanding of the dynamics of the world. Coupled with his insights from a past life, his views were rather progressive. Yet, it was precisely this advanced perspective that resonated with the Empress's own thoughts.
Should the Yan kingdom concede, the Zhou kingdom would assert dominance and declare itself the rightful heir.
If hostilities persisted, the northern Xiongnu, southern barbarians,
and the demon clan would be poised to strike. Neither advance nor retreat was viable.
The Empress felt a wave of melancholy. The ministers in the court either sought personal gain or advocated for a brutal confrontation with the Zhou kingdom, oblivious to her true sentiments. To her surprise, the one who echoed her innermost thoughts was a young man thousands of miles away.
Chapter 66. As Zhou Wanshu departed, the Tianhe Hall decided to pause its actions for the night.
After a while, the Empress sent her final message to Shining. Shining also put away the Qianyuan map. Although he had not received assistance from the online acquaintance, the identity of this person had sparked new conjectures in his mind.
Never mind, I won't be going to the Yan kingdom for the time being, Shining murmured. They might never meet again.
And there was no need to confine themselves to such limitations. The following day, in the Shin residence, Lan Xian pushed open the door and called out anxiously, "Young master."
Something's wrong. What is it? Shining asked calmly.
Miss Zhou and the Sage of Books, they have left.
Shining replied indifferently,
as if this had been within his expectations.
Lan Xian was taken aback and murmured, "Young master, aren't you going to see Miss Zhou off?" Shining fiddled with the teacup in his hand and said softly, "We will meet again eventually. Wanshu knows this too.
Which is why she didn't seek me out before leaving." Both understood each other as thoughts without the need for words. Some things need not be articulated to be known. At this moment, Shining stood up and slowly exited the room, saying as he walked, "Since they have departed, I ought to speak with old Shin." He navigated through the courtyard and entered the main hall. There, he found his father, Shin Wanfeng, engaging playfully with a parrot, seemingly in high spirits.
Upon entering, Shining boldly took a seat and asked, "Old Shin, what shall we do now?" "What do you mean by what shall we do?" Shin Wanfeng replied without turning around.
The Shin family has clashed with the Zhou and Yan. Although the outcome was rather unexpected, we cannot escape the repercussions.
Why should I be concerned? It was your doing.
You bear the responsibility, Shin Wanfeng retorted with a carefree demeanor. Now, the power of the Shin family rests with you and Wonking.
I am but a free man. Do not involve me.
Shining rubbed his temples, feeling quite helpless. Shin Wanfeng remained unchanged, treating significant matters as trivial.
To him,
trivial matters equated to no matters at all. The conclusion was clear: I am not responsible. Shining closed his eyes and pondered. This situation, while not insignificant, is not dire either.
Although we have opposed the Zhou and Yan, it should not threaten the foundation of the Shin family.
The Shin family possesses wealth. And should the court wish to act against us, there would be numerous protocols to follow. In this regard, money can play a significant role. While it is not omnipotent, it can resolve most troubles, even in this feudal era.
Moreover, I still hold some standing with Liang Feishue. After all, we have faced life and death together.
The most crucial point is that, although I participated in this affair, I did not ally with Mu Yu.
This is key to the survival of the Shin family.
Though Mu Yu and I both had the intent to save, we did not join forces. Should the Zhou and Yan investigate, they would discover this. Had I initially agreed to Mu Yu's proposal to combine forces with the Chu royal residents to save others, matters would not have been so straightforward.
Involving the Chu royal residence would drag us into the murky waters of the capital.
At that time, there would undoubtedly be those who sought the downfall of the Shin family. That would be the true crisis.
Zhou Wanchu and the Sage of Books have departed. And there has been no movement from the Zhou and Yan. They are likely awaiting news from the capital. Xin Ying's gaze deepened as he contemplated. As for the capital,
it rests with Sister Wangqing now.
In Jiangnan, he was now alone.
Xining had made his decision. His name should grace the eyes of the world for his future path and the road of the Shin family. Thus, Xining rose and spoke slowly. Old Shin, it is time for the title of Young Master One to be reclaimed.
Only then did Shen Wanfeng turn around, abandoning his parrot, and said, "What? No longer hiding?" "There is nothing left to conceal," Xining replied calmly. "The reputation of the Shin family should extend beyond Jiangnan."
The title of Young Master One had been known only to Xining and Shen Wanfeng.
The four great young masters of the realm were recognized by the Tianhe Hall, the foremost intelligence agency in the Jiuzhou continent, known for its reliability.
The Tianhe Hall is not confined to any specific location, it is omnipresent, with branches in both the Yan and Zhou kingdoms.
It is said that the Tianhe Hall has established a branch in Jiangnan, but its precise location remains unknown to Xining.
However, his father, Shen Wanfeng, should be aware, for had it not been for his dealings with the Tianhe Hall, the title of Young Master One would not have spread so swiftly. Now that the landscape of Jiangnan had shifted, Xining recognized it was time for him to step beyond its confines. There was no need to continue hiding what ought to be revealed.
Shen Wanfeng remained silent,
but it was evident that he had formulated a plan. Xining stood up, preparing to leave the hall. However, as he reached the doorway, he suddenly turned back,
fixing his gaze on Shen Wanfeng. "Old Shen, I have one more question." "What is it?"
"Do you harbor a grudge against the Sage of Books?
Have you been kicked by a donkey?" Shen Wanfeng answered evasively. Xining queried further, "Old Shen, why were you not home when the Sage of Books visited last night?"
"I had matters to attend to," Shen Wanfeng replied curtly. Xining fell silent, choosing not to press further. Yet he could not shake the feeling that Shen Wanfeng was concealing quite a bit. In the western part of the capital, beside a stream, stood a sizable residence. Today, a large character for Shin hung prominently, representing the Shin family. This was the residence of Shin Wangqing in the capital, serving as the stronghold of the Shin family. Accompanying Shin Wangqing was a maid named Shin Shui. She too bore the surname Shin, signifying her deep trust within the family. Previously, in Suzhou, Shin Shui had been by Shin Wangqing's side. Later, when Shin Wangqing returned to the Shin family, Shin Shui had arrived in the capital ahead of time to arrange certain matters. This residence had been secured by Shin Shui. Although the western district was not the most prosperous area of the capital, it was home to the majority of the Zhou family's enterprises. Most of these industries had now fallen into the hands of the Shin family. At this moment, Shin Wangqing gazed at the letter from Xining. Her eyes clouded with concern.
Shin Shui softly inquired, "Miss, what shall we do next?"
"My younger brother is facing some troubles that I need to address," Shin Wangqing replied. Shin Shui was aware of the current crisis facing the Shin family but was unsure how to navigate it. However, Shin Wangqing had already devised a plan in her mind.
She murmured, "As for the matter with the Zhuantiansi, it requires the emperor's decision, that is crucial." "Miss, do you mean?" "I wish to see the emperor." Shin Wangqing's thoughts were clear. Only by contending within the court could the Shin family be safeguarded. "But miss, how can we meet the emperor?"
Shin Wangqing lifted her gaze and softly murmured, "Naturally, we shall require someone to make an introduction."
Chapter 67, Shin Wanqing's Gambit, within the imperial study Zhou Kingdom.
Capital city beside the tranquil waters of Linshui Lake, Shin Wanqing, adorned in a simple gown, sat gracefully in the heart of the lakeside pavilion.
Standing behind her,
Shin Shui observed the passers-by.
"My lady," she inquired softly, "do you believe the Prince Chanzer will grace this place with his presence?"
Shin Wanqing responded with composed assurance. "I have made inquiries, and the Prince Chanzer is quite the figure in the capital. He is expected to wander here today."
Prince Chanzer, Mu Qing,
was the very individual who initially enticed Mu Yu to venture south.
The outcome nearly cost Mu Yu his life in Jiangnan.
Had the Zhou and Yan not maintained a watchful eye on the Prince Chu's heir, the capital might have already undergone a seismic shift. Prince Chen outwardly appeared to be a leisurely royal, and his heir, Mu Qing, a frivolous libertine, indulging in endless amusement and captivated by feminine allure.
After careful deliberation, Xin Wanqing opted to approach the Prince Chen as a strategic opening. Her expectations were duly met. Before long, a lavishly dressed young nobleman materialized within their sight. He was encircled by a throng of alluring women, reveling in the moment.
This was Mu Qing, brandishing a folding fan with a frivolous expression.
Suddenly,
two graceful figures obstructed his path. Mu Qing paused, a flicker of astonishment followed by admiration crossing his features. He perceived an ethereal quality about Xin Wanqing, deducing that she must be a daughter of a wealthy family. Despite his extensive presence in the capital, he had never encountered such a captivating beauty.
His interest piqued. He spoke, "Fair maiden, why do you impede my way? Do you know who I am?"
Xin Wanqing's countenance remained composed as she responded, "Greetings, Your Highness."
"You know who I am?"
Mu Qing replied, intrigued.
"Then, I must ask, why do you halt my progress?"
His expression was one of haughty arrogance. Accustomed to women seeking favors due to his princely status, he naturally assumed that this woman sought to align herself with the influential Prince Chen's estate, thus intercepting him.
However, Xin Wanqing's subsequent words ignited his curiosity. "I hail from the Shen family of Jiangnan, Xin Wanqing."
Mu Qing's gaze shifted, his smile vanishing as he inquired with newfound interest.
"The Shen family? The wealthiest in Jiangnan? Intriguing."
He was familiar with the Shen family due to the previous incident involving Mu Yu. Yet, he was unaware that the Shen family harbored such a striking beauty. "I wish to engage in a conversation with Your Highness.
Would you be amenable?" After a moment's contemplation,
Mu Qing acquiesced. An invitation from a beauty is not to be refused.
With a subtle signal, the women surrounding him dispersed. Subsequently,
Mu Qing and Xin Wanqing convened within a restaurant for an afternoon of discourse. Xin Shui remained below, as Mu Qing's status precluded her from joining.
After about an hour,
Xin Wanqing emerged from the restaurant, her expression inscrutable.
"My lady, was it successful?" Xin Shui inquired cautiously.
Xin Wanqing nodded, replying softly, "Everything is proceeding according to plan. The Prince Chen's estate has acceded to our terms."
Xin Shui, curious, asked, "What terms?"
Immediately realizing her indiscretion, she retracted, acknowledging that it was not her place to inquire. However, Xin Wanqing remained unperturbed and revealed, "While Mu Qing outwardly appears to be a libertine, our conversation revealed a more complex individual.
He conceals his true capabilities." Xin Shui was taken aback. "My lady, do you mean?"
Xin Wanqing deftly changed the subject, smiling faintly. "It is precisely such a person with whom I can collaborate. His desires are simple:
wealth and influence. The Shen family dominates Jiangnan, and the Prince Chen's estate will require the Shen family's assistance should they venture into the region. Most importantly,
the Shen family's stance is clear: we will not align ourselves with the Prince Chu's estate, which is precisely what they desire." Xin Shui nodded, partially comprehending. She had learned much from her lady during their time in Suzhou. Yet, she recognized that her lady's vision and strategic acumen remained beyond her grasp.
Presently,
within the imperial study of the Great Zhou capital city's imperial palace, the Emperor of Great Zhou, upon receiving a secret decree from Jiangnan, casually discarded it and addressed the two figures before him. "Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts?" These two individuals were pillars of the Great Zhou kingdom. To the left stood the Director General of the Zhou and Yan, Liang Feishui's father, Liang Jun, known as the Uncrowned King. To the right was the Prime Minister of Great Zhou, Fan Song, the head of all officials. Both commanded immense power within the Great Zhou kingdom. However, upon closer examination, Liang Jun held a slight advantage over Fan Kong. Why? Because the current Zhou emperor maintained absolute control over power. Since his ascension, he had firmly grasped imperial authority while continuously diminishing the power of the Prime Minister. Although Fan Song was the Prime Minister, even matters concerning the 6 ministries required the Emperor's explicit decree to be resolved if they were of significant importance. Furthermore, special entities like the Zhou and Yan were beyond his jurisdiction. Moreover, Fan Song was known for his inflexibility,
attracting both admirers and detractors. Liang Jun, on the other hand,
had earned his reputation on the battlefield and remained untouchable upon his return to the capital.
In the eyes of many, the emperor favored Liang Jun addressing the emperor's question. Prime Minister Fan Song spoke first. Your Majesty, I believe that the Shin family and Prince Chu's estate's actions are of minor consequence.
The emergence of the literary star should be Your Majesty's primary concern. Such talent, while best nurtured within the Taiyuan Academy,
would be of utmost benefit to our court if employed in our service. Unaware of the imperial astronomer's prophecy, Fan Song's sole concern was the welfare of the great Zhou kingdom.
Liang Jun echoed, Your Majesty, Prime Minister Fan's words are not without merit.
However,
our great Zhou kingdom abounds in talent.
If the literary star is unwilling, we should not force the matter.
Our great Zhou kingdom does not lack a yet-to-be-established Confucian scholar. Fan Song countered, Your Majesty, regardless of the literary star's inclinations, Your Majesty must express a desire to recruit her.
Firstly, it would demonstrate to the world Your Majesty's thirst for talent. Secondly, it would maintain our relationship with the Taiyuan Academy. Rumors regarding the discord between Great Zhou and the Academy are spreading.
Even if the literary star refuses to submit, it would silence public criticism. The emperor nodded, pondering, Your words are well reasoned.
Allow me to consider the matter further.
Liang Jun stepped forward,
addressing the emperor in a resonant voice, Your Majesty.
While the matter concerns the literary star, the Prince Chu's estate and the Shin family publicly seizing individuals from the Zhou and Yan cannot go unaddressed.
Liang Jun's voice was resolute.
As the Director General of the Zhou and Yan, he would not tolerate such an affront. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor inquired, Then, in your opinion,
how should this matter be handled? The individuals who seized our Zhou and Yan personnel must be apprehended and brought to justice as a warning to others.
However, as Prince Chu's heir, Mu Yu, is known to be infatuated, Your Majesty may consider his emotional state and temporarily refrain from arresting him.
But the Shin family, a clan entrenched in Jiangnan, dares to defy our Zhou and Yan and must not be treated with leniency.
The emperor nodded, stating slowly, A mere merchant is beneath my notice, but in this instance,
they must be taught a lesson. Fan, what are your thoughts?
Fan Song emitted a voice laden with age, nodding in agreement, I have no objections, Your Majesty.
However,
at that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the air, Your Majesty, Prince Chen requests an audience.
Prince Chen? At this announcement, not only did Emperor Zhou furrow his brow, but both Liang Jun and Fan Song were equally perplexed. Why had Prince Chen come? In their eyes, this leisurely prince seldom involved himself in matters of state.
His presence here certainly bore significance. Allow him to enter, Emperor Zhou commanded in a low voice. Shortly thereafter, a spirited middle-aged man entered. He first paid his respects, softly saying, I greet my royal brother. There is no need for such formalities, dear brother, it has been quite some time since I last saw you. Emperor Zhou replied indifferently, maintaining a favorable impression of his brother. The late emperor had left behind many offspring, and Emperor Zhou himself had once had numerous brothers. Yet, upon ascending to the throne, only two remained by his side, Prince Chu and Prince Chen. The latter had distanced himself from court affairs long ago, opting for a leisurely lifestyle. Now, with Prince Chen's unexpected visit to the royal study, his intentions piqued curiosity. Without hesitation, Prince Chen straightforwardly articulated his purpose.
Royal brother, I must confess, I come seeking a favor. For whom do you seek this favor?
For the Shin family. At these words, both Liang Jun and Fan Song were taken aback, and even Emperor Zhou was momentarily stunned. Prince Chen continued, Royal brother, to be candid,
I have some connections with the Shin family.
Regarding the recent incident involving Wenqing, their actions were indeed inappropriate, but I hope your majesty might consider a light punishment. Emperor Zhou paused, his expression stern.
A light punishment? What do you propose? Your Majesty, the Shin family holds considerable power in Jiangnan, being one of the prominent families in the region.
If we act hastily, the repercussions could be significant. Emperor Zhou nodded, clearly acknowledging the validity of this statement. His thoughts had been consumed by the incident involving Wenqing, without much contemplation on the broader implications.
Now,
Prince Chen's words had awakened him to the fact that the Zhou family had already been eradicated by the court.
And the ensuing fallout had been suppressed by the court and the Zhuantiansi. If the Shin family were to be targeted,
the repercussions would undoubtedly be greater than those from the previous incident. This matter indeed requires careful deliberation, Emperor Zhou remarked.
However, the Shin family has audaciously defied the Zhuantiansi. If we do not take action, what remains of my dignity?
Prince Chen further elucidated, royal brother. The Wenqing Zhou Wanshu was originally betrothed to the Shin family's young master. Given this context, the Shin family's actions are somewhat understandable.
Moreover,
as far as I know, there may exist genuine feelings between Wenqing and the Shin family's young master.
If we were to act against him, it might not be prudent.
A flicker of realization crossed Emperor Zhou's eyes as he recalled the words of the astrologer from the other day, beside Wenqing. There exists a dark star.
That dark star is the catalyst for altering the dynamics of the capital.
Now, with Prince Chen suggesting that Wenqing held affections for someone,
could that dark star indeed belong to the Shin family? What do you think we should do?
Emperor Zhou inquired, his thoughts inscrutable. Royal brother, as it stands, the young lady from the Shin family is awaiting audience outside the palace.
Perhaps we should meet with her?
Very well, Emperor Zhou replied.
Summon Shin Wanqing into the palace.
Outside the imperial city, Shin Wanqing, guided by the eunuchs, approached the royal study with measured steps. It was impossible to deny her anxiety. Each of the 4 individuals within the study held enough influence to shake the very foundations of Jiuzhou. Yet, for the sake of the Shin family, she steeled herself to betray no sign of distress.
Commoner Shin Wanqing pays her respects to your majesty.
Rise, Emperor Zhou said blandly.
To everyone's surprise, Shin Wanqing did not stand but remained kneeling.
I am guilty, and I implore your majesty for forgiveness.
Oh? What is your offense?
The Shin family should not have attempted to rescue prisoners from the Zhuantiansi, that is a grave sin.
Emperor Zhou shook his head, stating plainly. I do not have time for your justifications. Tell me, what does the Shin family wish to do to appease me? To satisfy the Zhuantiansi? At this moment,
Shin Wanqing lifted her gaze, undaunted by the weight of Emperor Zhou's presence.
Your Majesty,
the Shin family is willing to provide 50,000 stones of grain to supply the army, and we hope for your benevolence in this matter.
50,000 stones of grain,
if converted to silver, constituted no trifling sum.
Even for a family as affluent as the Shins, this could be a considerable sacrifice. However, given Jiangnan's advantageous location,
they could indeed manage to procure such resources. Although the northern front had temporarily quieted, the issue of military supplies remained a pressing concern for Emperor Zhou. The Shin family's offer of 50,000 stones greatly alleviated the court's immediate needs. Rules are immutable, yet they are established by men, Shin Wanqing asserted. When she spoke these words, Emperor Zhou's expression remained unchanged, revealing neither joy nor anger.
However, Liang Jun and Fan Song were internally astonished, especially Liang Jun.
A man forged in the crucible of battle, who understood the profound implications of 50,000 stones of grain. Even Prince Chen had not anticipated the Shin family's willingness to make such a significant sacrifice. After a brief silence in the royal study, Emperor Zhou finally spoke. In that case, I shall grant the Shin family this opportunity. You are to gather the 50,000 stones of grain within 1 month.
Shin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback.
Her original plan had been to assemble the supplies within 2 months. A month it was indeed tight, but not unmanageable. She would have to enlist the help of her younger brother. Thus, she respectfully responded, Commoner, thanks your majesty, do not rush, I have yet to finish. Emperor Zhou suddenly interjected with a grave tone.
For this grain transport, I require your legitimate son to personally oversee the task. Chapter 69, The Chancellor and the Prince.
Xin Ying's thoughts as the words of Emperor Zhou fell, Shin Wanqing stood frozen in place.
Sending Xining to escort the grain supplies north?
What a jest!
50,000 stones of grain, transportation would undoubtedly require over 1,000 people.
According to Shin Wanqing's original plan, the Shin family would merely supply the grain,
leaving the rest to the court. Yet the emperor specifically named Xining for this task. What could be the reasoning behind it?
Xin Wanqing certainly did not believe that her younger brother had offended his majesty. They had not even met face to face.
Liang Jun and Fan Song exchanged glances,
perceiving the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. They too were at a loss to fathom the emperor's intentions. Sending Xining seemed redundant. This was not a perilous endeavor, as the grain was to be transported from Jiangnan to the border, entirely within the realm of the Great Zhou.
Moreover, departing from Linzhou,
there was no need to pass through the capital.
Why require a wealthy young master for this task?
The court had countless capable individuals, Xining was but one. Xin Wanqing opened her mouth, eager to voice further objections, but the emperor waved his hand, declaring, "Enough.
I have made my decision.
This shall be how the Xin family proceeds. As for the situation with the Prince of Chu, I shall handle it personally."
Do any of you have doubts? If not, you may leave.
Fan Song clasped his hands, stating, "Your Majesty is wise, all matters shall be decided by you." Liang Jun cast a sharp glance at Xin Wanqing and similarly affirmed, "I have no objections, let it be as you say concerning the Xin family."
Outside the imperial study,
Xin Wanqing departed under the guidance of a eunuch, while Liang Jun hastened away. Fan Song and Prince Chen strolled leisurely through the palace.
"Your Highness,
I did not expect you to speak on behalf of the Xin family," remarked Fan Kong. Prince Chen smiled lightly. "One must help those who pay for assistance." "You do not seem to be in need of funds," Fan Song noted, stroking his beard with a slight smile. Prince Chen chuckled softly but offered no further response.
The Chancellor understood that this prince was not a simple individual.
The dealings with the Xin family were likely entangled with complex interests. Yet Fan Song shrewdly refrained from probing further. Changing the subject, he asked, "Your Highness,
what do you think makes Xining so special as to warrant the Emperor's personal selection for this grain escort? After all, is this not a superfluous task? Who knows?" "Fan?"
"It is not for me to say." Prince Chen suddenly halted, turning to look at Fan Kong. "The Emperor's mind is inscrutable, after so many years in the court."
"You ought to understand this."
Fan Song merely smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Prince Chen then gazed skyward, murmuring, "It is getting late, I must dine. I came here in haste and have yet to eat.
My health cannot withstand this." Watching Prince Chen's retreating figure, Fan Song's aged face lost its smile. As Chancellor, he was acutely aware of what ought to be done and what should not. Yet upon encountering Prince Chen today, his instincts told him that this prince was likely more formidable than he had initially perceived. Moreover, the Xin family of Jiangnan had now officially captured the Chancellor's attention.
2 days later, Jiangnan, Linzhou city. At this juncture, Xining had received a letter from Xin Wanqing.
Escorting grain supplies? Me?
Initially practicing martial arts in the courtyard,
he was thrown into disarray upon receiving the letter from Lan Xian.
It was a direct command from the emperor.
Old Wu, observing Xin Ying's turmoil, remarked with a hint of mischief, "Young Xin, did you not always wish to venture beyond Jiangnan? This is an excellent opportunity. The emperor's decree must be obeyed. Seize this chance to see the world."
Xin Ying's expression clouded. "But I am heading to the border, and this task itself bears little significance. The transport of grain does not hinge on my presence. Whether I go or not, it matters not. The emperor's insistence on me feels like a needless endeavor."
"Careful with your words," Old Wu cautioned.
"Such talk is ill-advised. In broad daylight, it is wise to maintain a low profile. You do not want word of this reaching the emperor's ears, or you may find yourself assigned to the front lines." Xining contemplated for a moment. The letter from Xin Wanqing had indeed arrived. The emperor's edict had yet to reach him, but it was likely to arrive in Jiangnan within a day or two. Setting aside the question of whether he would go, the preparation of the 50,000 stones of grain was imperative.
A month was a brief time. Fortunately,
Xining had anticipated such a scenario and made preparations in advance.
Thus, he raised his head and addressed the maid Lan Xian, saying, "Xianer,
you will take full responsibility for the grain supplies, do not disappoint me." "Yes, young master," Lan Xian replied before departing to fulfill her task.
In the Xin family,
Xining was the sole heir, the household being sparsely populated, and his father was often absent. Xining had previously devised a plan regarding the grain supplies,
delegating its execution to Lan Xian, which he believed would go smoothly.
With Xin Wanqing gone, Lan Xian was now his most trusted ally.
though somewhat naive.
She had become a member of the Shen family in spirit. Initially, Xining intended to handle matters personally. But with the new developments requiring his involvement in the grain transport, plans had to change. Old Wu, ever the spectator, remarked, "Young Shen, as you step outside the protection of the Shen family, your own strength becomes paramount. Speaking of which, what of your sword?
Is it not yet ready?" Xining pondered.
Indeed, he needed to learn swordsmanship. Yet he had received no word from the aged blacksmith Zhang.
Had so much time passed that he feared the man might have forgotten him?
Shaking his head, Xining dismissed the thought. After all, the blacksmith was a formidable figure in his own right. He had witnessed the craftsmanship of the ancient cold iron, and besides, the woman Qingji was still with him. Nevertheless, Xining decided he would make time to visit the blacksmith.
Merely practicing breathing techniques without any offensive capabilities would leave him at a disadvantage in combat against those of equal standing.
He believed that an offensive approach was the best strategy in battle. Having solidified his plans, he suddenly inquired, "By the way,
is that woman Qingji still in her room?"
"Yes, why do you ask?"
"Nothing."
Xining shook his head, his unease regarding her lingering. The night the sage of books arrived, she had audaciously attempted to pry into his affairs. This illustrated her cunning nature.
Yet within the Shen residence,
there were no significant secrets, thus, he had tolerated her previous antics. To Xining, true secrets were best concealed within one's heart. He had resolved that once he acquired his sword, the first course of action would be to expel Changji.
Keeping this woman around was an ever-present uncertainty. Chapter 70, The Imperial Decree arrives in Liang Feishue's thoughts. The following day, a multitude of officials from the Xiantian Bureau arrived at the gates of the Shen residence,
with Liang Feishue at the forefront. Her countenance was as frosty as ice, leaving others perplexed about her thoughts. Xining approached her with a smile, inquiring, "Master Liang, what brings you here today?" Although both were aware of the underlying matter, they maintained a facade of ignorance. Liang Feishue gazed at Xining with a complex expression and sternly stated, "To deliver the imperial decree." She produced the decree and began to read aloud. "The Jiangnan Shen family shall provide 50,000 stones of grain to support the military. This brings great comfort to the throne. Thus, I appoint Xining, the legitimate son of the Jiangnan Shen family, as the assistant to the Jiangnan granary commander, to work in conjunction with the Jiangnan military supervisor to transport the provisions to North Fortress." So decreed. Xin Ying's gaze flickered momentarily, and he respectfully replied, "I, Xining,
humbly accept the decree."
Following the proclamation, Liang Feishue remarked, "This time, the cost to your Shen family is rather steep. It was not meant to be this way." Xining chuckled, "For my family, issues that can be resolved with money are not issues at all."
As he contemplated the decree,
he was surprised that the emperor had granted him a position as assistant to the granary commander. Although this was a nominal role, it nonetheless conferred upon him a semblance of status within the court.
After storing the decree, he inquired, "By the way, will the military responsible for transporting the grain be under the command of the Jiangnan governor?" "Indeed, the provisions will be transported by local forces," Liang Feishue affirmed.
After a moment's thought, she cautioned, "However, the Jiangnan governor is not an ordinary figure. He is a master of the transformation realm and has seen battle in his youth.
His temperament is peculiar, so it's best to avoid offending him unless absolutely necessary." Transformation realm experts. Xining mused.
It was no surprise that someone of such caliber held the position of Jiangnan governor. Liang Feishue continued, "Nonetheless, since you are in charge of the grain transport, you likely won't encounter him directly."
"I merely wish to remind you."
Xining clasped his hands and said solemnly, "Thank you." Their relationship had evolved into a semblance of friendship. Despite their differing statuses, they had shared life and death experiences together.
For Liang Feishue, who had grown under her father's protection,
the events in Jiangnan had marked the most perilous moment of her life, which explained her willingness to offer such advice to Xining.
After hesitating for a moment,
Liang Feishue added, "If you truly do not wish to go, I can return to the capital and advocate on your behalf."
"I am unsure why the emperor specifically requested you for this transport mission."
"This question, I fear, remains a mystery known only to the Emperor Zhou."
Looking at Liang Feishue,
Xining spoke softly, "Thank you, but since the emperor's decree has been issued, it is unlikely to be altered." I have lived in Linzhou my entire life and have never ventured far due to health issues.
This opportunity to gain experience is welcome.
Liang Feishue nodded in agreement. Indeed. You have entered the sensory realm. I can see you are practicing qi cultivation.
However,
mere reliance on techniques and accumulation may not suffice to breach the final threshold of advancement.
Often, the final step is taken at the precipice of life and death. Between life and death. Shining murmured, lost in thought. Liang Feishue chose not to elaborate further, as this was her personal experience.
Since the harrowing battle at the cliff, her strength had surged, and she now stood firmly in the realm of heaven and earth.
In her 20s,
she was a rarity in the world, few could rival her prowess. In the sect, she would likely be the foremost among the younger generation. Shining was aware of only a handful of geniuses, such as the first disciple of the Sage of Transformation and the Sword Immortal from Tianhe Tower.
Suddenly, he thought of Zhou Wanshu.
How long would it take for her to surpass them if she continued to grow?
In contrast, Shining was merely at the first stage of cultivation, plagued by a chronic ailment, which hindered his progress. Although he had managed to suppress the affliction, dealing with it required diverting energy from his own cultivation, resulting in a slower pace of advancement. Nonetheless, he refused to surrender. Then, an idea struck him, and he looked up to ask, "When will you leave Jiangnan and return to the capital?" After a brief silence, Liang Feishue replied, "In a month's time.
I will accompany officials from the Xiantian Bureau northward, parting ways at Xishan. I will return to the capital then, while you may continue your journey northward.
Beyond Xishan lies the border between our great Zhou and the Yan kingdom, at North Fortress."
Shining contemplated her words and earnestly expressed, "Thank you."
He understood that Liang Feishue was extending her assistance.
With the affairs in Jiangnan resolved, she could have returned to the capital at any time. Yet she chose to delay her return for a month. Moreover, despite both Xishan and the capital being situated in northern Jiangnan, the distance between them was considerable. Liang Feishue's willingness to escort him was a testament to their shared bond, and Shining, appreciating her gesture, did not decline.
After some light conversation, Liang Feishue took her leave, having delivered the imperial decree.
At that moment, the old Wu Tu, who had been eavesdropping from the rooftop, leapt down and quipped, "Hey!
You lad, you've certainly charmed another woman." "Get lost," Shining retorted, exasperated. Wu Tu wore a dubious grin as he continued, "I'm not wrong, otherwise
she would have returned to the capital already without a care for you."
Shining shot him a glare, annoyed by the old man's frivolous demeanor. Yet,
he knew he couldn't overpower him in a physical confrontation. Noticing Shinying's silence, Wu Tu persisted, "If you ask me, if she is interested in you, you should yield to her. She holds a high position, possesses formidable strength, and is beautiful though she appears cold. That might just be to your advantage. My suggestion is to seek her out in the capital after your return from the border, and enjoy the benefits of her favor. It could save you decades of hardship."
Shining.
Wu Tu was on a roll, continuing, "Oh, and regarding your great wife, she is likely to become an exceptional figure in the future,
far surpassing Liang Feishue."
"Where did I get a great wife?"
Shining was genuinely irked.
"Zhou Wanshu," Wu Tu said with a mysterious smile.
"The blossoming literary star will overshadow all other talents in the world." Shining chose to ignore Wu Tu's ramblings, leaving him with a dismissive glance as he departed.
After tidying up, Shining remembered an important task, fetching his sword. According to the agreement with the elder at the blacksmith shop, his sword was due to arrive. With a month remaining, he was eager to explore the world and knew he needed the means to protect himself. The sword was now his singular focus.
Chapter 71, The Sword of Cold Sky.
As the sun descended behind the western mountains, the bustling streets of Linzhou City and Jiangnan grew silent. Most of the townsfolk had returned home, yet the rhythmic clanging of hammer against cold iron echoed through the air.
The blacksmith's forge remained open,
where an elderly craftsman diligently pounded away at his anvil, his stall set up just outside the workshop.
Before long,
a young man came to a halt in front of the blacksmith's shop.
The elder did not cease his work but spoke slowly, "Have you arrived?" "Senior Zhang,"
Shining said, bowing respectfully, "I have come to spare me the pleasantries. I know precisely why you are here," the elder replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. He set down his tools and continued, "Young man from the Shin family, the sword you requested is ready."
"You are fortunate. Had you come yesterday?"
Your journey would have been in vain. Come inside. Shining followed the elder into the forge, where the previously chilling atmosphere had noticeably dissipated, not affecting the cold energy within Xinying's body. Clearly, the millennia-old cold iron had been expertly tempered by the elder. Before Xining could utter a word, the elder strode towards a blaze. Within the flames lay a sword, quietly resting. Despite the intense heat, its blade retained a pristine silvery hue, unmarred by soot. As Xining approached, he felt an intense warmth radiating from the flames, a sensation that should not have been so overwhelming given his cultivation level. Yet, he quickly realized this was no ordinary fire. Indeed, a flame capable of forging millennia-old cold iron could not be deemed typical. Watching the elder's silhouette, Xining felt an increasing sense of depth to the man's character. Without turning, the elder effortlessly retrieved the sword from the flames and then turned to douse it with a basin of water. With a hissing sound, mist filled the air. And through the swirling vapor, Xining gazed in awe. The sword seemed to shimmer with a bluish-white glow. This sword was no ordinary artifact. He had saved Chengji. And in return, he received this divine weapon. A wave of gratitude washed over Xining for the choice he had made. It was important to note that when he had been in the forge, he had hesitated. His decision regarding Chengji had not been resolute. Yet, with risk comes reward. And it was evident he had made the right choice. As Xining pondered, the elder's voice brought him back to reality. Here it is, this is your sword. Saying this, the elder presented the blade to Xining. Upon receiving it, a chill surged through his palm, only to vanish instantly. This was the essence of millennia-old cold iron. Even after being subjected to the mystical flames, the sword's chill had not entirely dissipated. Xining quickly drew the sword and slashed through the air, creating a brilliant arc of sword energy. A crack appeared on the wall of the forge, leaving Xining astounded, while the elder's eyes glimmered with excitement. Indeed, it has succeeded, the elder murmured, realizing this was his first time forging a sword from millennia-old cold iron. This sword would undoubtedly be his most successful creation. In truth, as a swordsmith, the joy he felt at the moment of completion likely surpassed even Xinying's. Xining's eyes sparkled with disbelief, despite having never wielded a sword before. He had effortlessly unleashed sword energy. He understood this was not a testament to his own skill, but rather the sword's inherent power. At that moment, the elder approached Xining and spoke softly, "From now on, this sword belongs to you, young master." "Please do not let it down," Xining replied resolutely, "rest assured. Senior, since I have decided to embark on the path of the sword, I shall wield this blade with great care. The sword and its master are one." However, the elder shook his head, saying, "No, that is not what I mean. The only way to ensure this treasured sword remains unsullied is to make its name known throughout the world." "Make its name known?" "Yes, make its name known," the elder stated, turning away from him. "This is the respect owed to the sword and my hope." Xining remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly, "But, senior, he intended to express his doubts about achieving such renown. This world was filled with prodigies, and he was merely an inconspicuous star amidst the vast cosmos. At least in his current state. What the future held was uncertain." Before he could continue, the elder interrupted gently, "Enough of this for now. A treasured sword requires a name. You should bestow a name upon it." A name. Xining stared at the sword in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief pause, he spoke softly, "Senior, I intend to name this sword the Sword of Cold Sky." "What do you think?" The elder gazed at the sword in Xinying's grasp and murmured, "Cold Sky, a fitting name. It is now yours, so let it be named thus." The Sword of Cold Sky. Xinying's gaze remained fixed on the blade, and he mused that perhaps one day the world would come to recognize a renowned sword by that name. If that time were to come, his own name would likely be known far and wide. Nightfall. After naming the Sword of Cold Sky, Xining departed from the forge. The elder did not attempt to retain him, his task was complete. From this point forward, Xining and he would share no further connection. However, as darkness enveloped the sky, a figure clad in finery and slightly portly entered the blacksmith's shop. This figure was none other than Xinying's father, Xin Wanfeng. Upon entering, the elder showed no surprise, as if they had known each other for ages. "Old Zhang, has that lad obtained the sword?" Xin Wanfeng grinned widely, as if discussing a trivial matter.
Yes.
I have given it to him, the elder replied nonchalantly. He then looked up at Shen Wanfeng and added, the sword is forged.
I owe your family nothing further.
In truth, Shen Wanfeng was fully aware of the swordsmith's endeavor to forge a sword for Shening.
After all, why would the elder willingly craft a sword for a lad he had only met once?
The matter concerning Qingji was merely incidental. Even had Shening declined to save Qingji, the elder would still have forged the sword. This was an established fact. The value of a piece of millennia-old cold iron alone was extraordinary. There is no such thing as a free lunch, a fundamental truth. Shen Wanfeng rubbed his belly and continued, Old Zhang, what do you think of my son? Is he not talented? Might he become a legendary sword immortal? The elder pondered for a moment and nodded. A sword immortal perhaps that could be.
Really?
Shen Wanfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Indeed, but for him, it may be a task for the next life.
Chapter 72, Training, The Temptation of Qingji. The following day, in the backyard of the Shen residence.
Shening roused old Wu early in the morning.
The grievances of the early riser were heavier than a ghost's, yet for someone of old Wu's stature, the distinction between sleeping and waking had become trivial.
What do you want at this hour, Shen kid? Teach me to wield the sword. Get lost. 500 jars of drunken immortal. What do you wish to learn?
Old Wu's eyes sparkled with clarity as he inquired.
Is there a formidable sword technique? One capable of cleaving mountains and rivers? Shening gazed intently at old Wu, realizing that he was indeed a sword cultivator. With a solemn expression, old Wu replied.
For a sword cultivator, the true strength lies not in the techniques nor the sword itself, but in the wielder. When you attain true strength, a mere flick of your sword can sever mountains and rivers. Shening fell silent, acknowledging the truth in old Wu's words.
However, as a novice in swordsmanship, he certainly required techniques. Old Wu studied Shening earnestly and asked, Do you truly wish to learn the sword? I do.
After a moment's contemplation, old Wu replied seriously.
Very well, you have 1 month. During this time, you must lay a solid foundation. Laying a foundation? Indeed.
Old Wu slowly approached a patch of grass in the backyard, picked up a twig, and drew several small figures on the ground.
The figures struck various peculiar and comical poses.
Shening tilted his head and asked, What is the purpose of this? Old Wu smiled mysteriously. These poses, you will practice with your sword for half an hour each.
Simultaneously, you must circulate your inner energy.
These will serve as your foundation.
Xin Ying's expression was one of skepticism as he murmured, Old Wu, do these poses really work?
His doubt was not aimed at old Wu, but rather at the absurdity of the poses that seemed unrelated to swordsmanship. Old Wu replied nonchalantly. The method is yours to accept or reject. Without a foundation, your future practice of sword techniques will be sluggish.
With that, old Wu strode out the door. Where are you going?
To converse with the ladies about life, of course. Shen kid, focus on your practice here.
Before Shening could respond,
old Wu departed without a backward glance. Shening examined the figures on the grass, contemplated for a moment, and committed them to memory. He then began to mimic the poses alone in the courtyard, wielding his hanqiao sword. For a cultivator, these poses posed little challenge. But as Shening began to circulate his energy, he discovered that the flow within him seemed to quicken slightly.
Moreover,
the energy in his dantian ultimately flowed to his right hand, the very hand that grasped the sword. Though the energy circulation was slow, it proved to be quite beneficial. Despite old Wu's often carefree demeanor, he was not misleading him. At his level, there was no need for deception. Regardless, since old Wu had joined the Shen family, he would not bring harm to them. This was the most fundamental principle of his character.
Thus, Shening spent that day in solitude,
practicing those peculiar poses while circulating his energy and familiarizing himself with the sword's essence. From dawn until dusk, he seemed to be lost in his own world, oblivious to the passage of time.
As night fell, Shening felt the energy in his dantian replenish itself.
He could clearly sense that when wielding the sword, his energy flowed with remarkable swiftness. This enhancement was crucial, plainly put. It provided him with the upper hand in a real battle. Shining sheathed his hanshao sword and was about to retire to his room when he noticed a figure lurking in the shadows.
With resignation, he spoke in a low voice, "Come out." A graceful figure stepped into view, revealing herself to be Qingji. She wore only a thin silk garment, her figure partially obscured, presenting a delicate and pitiful visage. Shining regarded her with a cold smirk. "Speak, what do you want?"
Now that he possessed the hanshao sword, Qingji had lost any leverage to remain in the Shen residence. He had anticipated that, given her mindset, she would depart willingly. To his surprise, her audacity exceeded his expectations as she refused to leave. With lingering affection in her eyes, Qingji murmured, "Young master, I do not wish to leave." Shining raised his sword, its tip poised at Qingji's throat, and coldly stated, "You have no reason to remain here now."
Qingji's expression was devoid of fear.
Instead, she rolled her eyes and playfully retorted, "Oh, men."
She had not expected Shining to be so lacking in romantic sensibility. Shining lowered his sword,
well aware of Qingji's intentions. Currently, Muyu remained in the Xiantian division due to prior incidents, yet to return to the capital.
Following the battle at the cliff, the Xiantian division had subtly bolstered its ranks.
Although Qingji had concealed herself in the Shen residence for a considerable time, she remained a target for the Xiantian division.
Until Liang Feishui departed, her safety could not be assured. At least in Linzhou City, she had no refuge.
Thus, she was reluctant to abandon the Shen family.
However,
Shining was resolute, offering Qingji no glimmer of hope. His decision not to kill her was already a significant concession.
He owed her nothing.
Qingji felt helpless, aware that her only bargaining chip was her own body. Yet, Shen Ying's steadfastness surpassed her expectations.
Unwilling to concede,
Qingji bit her lip and boldly inched closer to Shining, exhaling warmth.
"As long as the young master does not drive me away, I shall be yours tonight."
Shining stepped back, coldly laughing, "Such offers hold no value for me."
"Is it that the young master finds me unworthy?"
Qingji feigned a pitiful demeanor,
her body trembling slightly. "I find you filthy, is that reason sufficient?" Shining replied icily.
Qingji was merely a courtesan.
Despite her renowned status, what could it possibly achieve?
Within the Shen family, her only currency was her body.
Had she not submitted to a powerful figure in the capital? How could she have escaped the brothel and become a mere pawn? Of course, these were merely Xinying's conjectures.
He had investigated Qingji's background, but the Shen family's influence was too limited, lacking the reach to uncover much. Previously, Zhou Wanshu had deduced her connections to the Chunwang faction from scant clues,
yet lacked substantive evidence.
Setting aside the matter of her body, Shining dared not engage with her status. He merely hoped that the Shen family would remain untainted by such troubles. Upon hearing Shen Ying's words, Qingji's eyes darkened, though her expression remained impassive. No longer exuding her alluring charm, she shifted the conversation, looking at Shen Ying and stating, "Young Master Shen,
I possess a piece of information that may prove beneficial to you. Is this condition sufficient?" "What information?" Shen Ying's expression turned serious as he spoke.
Qingji's demeanor suggested she was not lying.
"I have heard that you are to head north in a month to oversee grain transport?" "Indeed.
I fear that there are those who wish to harm you."
Shining tightened his grip on the sword, his gaze fixed intently on Qingji.
"Be clear." Yet, Qingji remained silent, her signature enchanting gaze returning. Shining understood her intentions and spoke slowly, "If you can persuade me, I may allow you to stay here until my departure."
"Not enough."
Qingji replied with a coy smile, adding softly, "I also wish for you to send someone to protect me and escort me to the capital in a month." Shining narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming within.
This was the true aim of the woman before him.
All previous discussions had merely been a prelude. Although the assassination attempt had failed, she still sought safe passage into the capital to seek the powerful figure behind her. The Shen family was but a cog in her grand scheme. Rather than expressing anger, Shining responded with calm indifference, "That depends on the value of your information."
Qingji nodded, gazing upwards before posing a weighty question, "Do you know why I attempted to assassinate Muyu?"
"There are those in the capital who wish for his demise." Shining replied coolly, aware of the treacherous waters of the capital. Yet the Shen family currently lacked the resources to engage.
What benefit would arise from his death? This question struck Shining deeply.
If Muyu were to perish, someone would undoubtedly gain from it, namely, the powerful individual backing Qingji. However, when Qingji first arrived at the Shen household, she had remained silent during her interrogation.
Why was she willing to speak tonight?
Moreover, her initial words were about herself, someone wished her harm.
What connection could there be? Shening found himself perplexed.
Then Qingji spoke slowly, if Muyu dies, war will ignite.
There are those in the capital who wish to rekindle the conflict between Yan and Zhou. Xin Ying's heart jolted. This revelation was monumental. The years of conflict had severely depleted the resources of both Yan and Zhou. Presently, both nations were at a stalemate,
having temporarily ceased hostilities. However, the tension at the borders remained palpable, ready to flare up at any moment. Everyone believed that this pause would last for years,
that the two nations would gradually cease their hostilities. Continuing the war would lead to outcomes far more devastating than anyone could imagine. Yet,
Qingji claimed that someone in the capital sought to reignite the conflict, and Muyu was the spark.
Suddenly,
Shening recalled that although this woman had grown up in Zhou, she and her parents were originally from Yan.
If Muyu were to be killed,
the king of Chu would be the first to reignite the war. Qingji's situation was entangled in a vast web of conspiracy. If Qingji had succeeded that day, she likely would have met her end as well. She was merely a pawn. Upon this realization, Shening halted his thoughts, for they had strayed too far.
What did the Yan-Zhou conflict have to do with him? According to Qingji, how was he implicated? Shening had never left Jiangnan,
and the Shen family had only recently begun to establish themselves in the capital. He should not have offended anyone of significance. While it was possible he had stirred some interests, he remained oblivious to whom or what was at stake. Understanding Xin Ying's confusion, Qingji continued to elaborate. Although my assassination attempt failed, the potential for renewed conflict at the borders is high. This decision lies with the powerful figures, my failure does not equate to theirs. Shening, astute as he was, picked up on her thread, stating gravely, I must travel to the northern border city. Should war reignite, I too would be in peril. Qingji fell silent for a moment before suddenly asserting, war does not restart without a catalyst. It will not simply erupt for no reason.
The conflict between the two nations is far from trivial.
As Shening observed Qingji, he found his perception of this woman transforming.
Initially,
he had deemed her a mere courtesan leveraging her charms, yet she demonstrated acute insight into such matters.
So, young Master Shen, what do you deem the worth of my information? Shening chuckled, I must admit, I underestimated you. However, there is some merit to your words. I can allow you to remain in the manor.
As for your return to the capital, we shall discuss that later. A smile graced Qingji's alluring face, and she murmured, you speak without conviction, young master. Quite the contrary, I simply believe your information holds limited value. Ultimately, Qingji speculated that Xin Ying's journey north was,
in fact, a trap.
Yet she could not discern the identity of the individuals behind him.
This defied logic. After all,
this was a decree from the emperor himself. If he had offended anyone, it could not possibly be the emperor.
Xin Ying's thoughts spiraled into a conundrum, as certain matters eluded explanation.
Unless the emperor sought to ensnare him, it was simply a matter of an edict. Why complicate things?
Moreover,
he had no significant ties to the current sovereign. It was implausible that he had genuinely offended the emperor. Meanwhile, within the royal palace in the capital, in the imperial study, Emperor Zhou, draped in a robe, continued to review memorials despite the encroaching darkness. The court was rife with pressing matters,
all revolving around one central theme, the conflict with Yan.
Ministers held divergent opinions, with factions advocating for war and peace clashing vehemently.
Yet, given the current circumstances, the likelihood of renewed hostilities loomed larger.
As for the emperor's thoughts, they remained inscrutable to all. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful woman entered the study, carrying a bowl of soup.
She was the current empress, Nandong Qiao.
While the emperor had numerous concubines, he had but one legitimate child, his third son, the offspring of Nangong Qiao.
Yet,
the emperor had yet to express any intention of establishing a crown prince, leading to rampant speculation among the populace. Some suggested that given the emperor's youth and the ongoing border conflicts, there was no rush to name an heir. Others circulated the widely held rumor that the emperor had yet to decide which of his sons would inherit the throne. The third prince, being the empress's child, would logically be the rightful successor. Moreover, he was no insignificant figure, he had proven himself in both governance and martial pursuits. However, the most discussed child among the emperor's many sons was not him, but rather the second prince. The second prince, born of the esteemed concubine Zhou, was exceptionally gifted from a young age. Particularly in martial training, he had reached the realm of the heavens, earning a reputation as a prodigy alongside Liang Feishui. Furthermore, this second prince was renowned as one of the four great young masters of the realm. Young Master Yu, the Empress, Nangong Qiao, gently placed the soup on the desk and respectfully urged, "Your Majesty, do eat something. Do not tire yourself." Emperor Zhou set aside the memorials, responding softly, "Your concern is appreciated, Empress." Despite his words, a troubled expression lingered upon the emperor's face. Observing this, Nangong Qiao empathetically inquired, "Your Majesty, are you troubled by the border conflict?" In response, Emperor Zhou scoffed, "Humph, what do I have to worry about? Does the great Zhou fear Yan?" To an outsider, this would suggest the emperor favored war, for he was the sovereign, and his stance dictated everything. However, as the empress, Nangong Qiao understood him better than anyone else. The emperor never revealed his true thoughts. She surmised that the great Zhou might be on the brink of collapse. The prolonged border conflict had drained the nation. Had it not been for Liang Jun's emergence, the lands of Zhou may have long been ravaged by Yan's cavalry. Despite this, in the ongoing struggle between Zhou and Xian, the former had never gained the upper hand. Moreover, rumors had begun to circulate, claiming that the young empress of Yan was a destined figure, her existence heralding the unification of humanity. Such whispers foreshadowed Zhou's inevitable defeat. Although few are willing to believe this rumor, the Empress of Yan stands as the most resplendent figure in the world. When she ascended the throne, many presumed her youth rendered her incapable, foreseeing the inevitable decline of the Yan state. However, she decisively eliminated dissenters and quelled all opposition within the court through her formidable measures. Furthermore, she inherited the ancient legacy of the Yan, which gave rise to the whispers of her being the destined one. In military affairs, the empress exhibited remarkable prowess, crafting strategies that firmly suppressed the kingdom of Zhou, leaving the martial-centric Zhou at a disadvantage on the battlefield. When the empress took charge of the state, it coincided with the departure of the Liang army from the front lines, as they returned to the capital to oversee the Xiantian office. Although the legendary military god and the empress never confronted each other directly, both engaged in a game of wits within their respective capitals. The outcome was clear: none could gain an upper hand against the empress. Thus, while the Zhou emperor's demeanor was assertive, he had to tread cautiously regarding the rekindling of hostilities. The empress, perceiving the Zhou emperor's predicament, sought to alleviate his burdens. She then shifted the conversation, inquiring whether he was troubled by the matter of wenching. The Zhou emperor furrowed his brow and shook his head. "What concerns me is not wenching but onching." The empress picked up on this, being aware of both wenching and onching. She continued, "Your Majesty need not worry excessively, regardless of the truth of the prophecies. The observations made by the Imperial Astronomy Bureau regarding the alterations in the capital's dynamics may not necessarily bode ill for you." The Zhou emperor raised his gaze to the empress, his aged eyes glinting with insight. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "As for Anqing, I too am curious about what makes him special, hence, I have dispatched him to Beisai City. Within the great Zhou, there is little unknown to this emperor. Wenqing is associated with Anqing, who is closely connected to Zhou Wanshu, with only Shining being relevant. It is not difficult to deduce the identity of Anqing. If a monarch were oblivious to such matters, it would indeed be peculiar. Therefore, the Zhou emperor's appointment of Shining to transport provisions served as a test to discern what distinguished Shining. The bowl of soup brought by Nangong Qiao remained untouched on the desk, and a brief silence enveloped the imperial study. After a moment, the empress spoke again. "Your Majesty, what shall we do about wenching? She is currently at Taiyun Academy. If such talent could serve you, it would be most advantageous." The Zhou emperor fiddled with the bowl on the table, his gaze radiating sharpness. "Taiyun Academy is also affiliated with our great Zhou. Moreover, isn't the fifth prince there?"
Allowing him to interact with Wenqing is an excellent choice. The fifth prince, raised in the scholarly traditions, is the youngest of the 5 princes and the least likely to ascend the throne. His disposition resembles that of the former Prince Chen, having distanced himself from court politics early on. However, while Prince Chen indulged in leisure, the fifth prince immersed himself in study, equally disinterested in governance. Thus, linking a royal to Wenqing could prove a strategic option for the Zhou emperor. Upon hearing this, the empress's eyes sparkled. This was indeed her primary objective for the day, to gather insights from the emperor. Should the fifth prince successfully win over Wenqing, she would be the most pleased. For although he is not her biological son, she has nurtured him since childhood. In the event of a succession struggle, he would undoubtedly lean towards her and the third prince. Recognizing that her purpose had been fulfilled, Nangong Chao refrained from further intruding upon the Zhou emperor's thoughts, aware of his preference for solitude in contemplation. Rising gracefully, she said, "Your Majesty, the hour grows late, it is time for me to return to the palace." The Zhou emperor waved his hand, his attention still fixed on the memorials, replying, "You may return, I will continue my reading for a while longer." Nangong Chao gently cautioned, "Your Majesty, take care not to overexert yourself." In Jiangnan, Shining remained unaware of the prophecies concerning Wenqing and Anqing, oblivious to why the emperor had fixed his gaze upon him. He sat in his chamber, pondering the words of Qing Ji. The uncertainties surrounding the conflict between Yan and Zhou were overwhelming, leaving him indecisive. Thus, he thought of a certain individual, his enigmatic online acquaintance. This person had previously expressed a keen interest in the war between the two nations, leading Shining to suspect they might belong to a noble family in Yan. Perhaps they held valuable insights. He promptly retrieved the Qianyuan map and wrote, "Elder, are you there?" This time, Shining waited for an extended period without a response. As night deepened, he was about to put away the map, believing his acquaintance had retired, when suddenly, the parchment illuminated. "Why are you seeking me at such a late hour? Have you encountered some trouble?" Today, the Empress had toiled late into the night over border issues, preparing to rest when Xin Ying's message arrived. Initially reluctant to reply, she found conversing with this young man surprisingly pleasant, perhaps due to the absence of their respective titles and experience the Empress had never known. Thus, she continued to assist Shining. When the young man reached out again, the Empress's concern for potential trouble prompted her to respond. In no time, Shining sent another message, "Elder, do you think the two nations will engage in battle again in the near future?" Upon reading Xin Ying's inquiry, the Empress instantly found her interest piqued. She understood that the young man was located in the south, and logically, even if war broke out, it would scarcely affect him. Why, then, this question? The Empress replied, her curiosity ignited. After a brief silence, Shining gradually responded, "Elder, I plan to visit the border in a month." The Empress's eyes flickered, and she continued writing, "Why?" Personal matters. This time, Shining did not provide a direct answer, knowing that if he mentioned transporting provisions, it might reveal too much about his identity. The Empress fell silent, contemplating Xin Ying's query. Would this battle truly commence? In her heart, she had already arrived at an answer and acted accordingly, though she hesitated to share this with Shining. Some information could indeed be life-saving. After a pause, the Empress sent a message, "If you wish to avoid falling into peril, do not go." Though she did not explicitly state it, her meaning was clear. Moreover, as she penned these words, her heart remained undisturbed. To her, the established facts were immutable. Shining gazed at the words inscribed on the Qianyuan map, remaining silent for a protracted period. Did this elder believe that war was now inevitable? He pondered aloud. Then, this transport of provisions may indeed involve far-reaching implications. Shining was perplexed at how he had become ensnared in this convoluted situation in the capital. After a lengthy pause, he slowly wrote, "Elder, I had no choice." Upon reading Xin Ying's message, the Empress reflected deeply. The young man must have encountered some trouble. He had previously mentioned offending the court. Now, he spoke of going to the border, and it seemed to be a reluctant decision. The Empress furrowed her brows, pondering whether this young fellow might be conscripted into the army. However, she quickly dismissed the notion, if he had indeed been taken.
He would not be seeking her assistance at such an hour. As this thought crossed her mind, a peculiar idea emerged within her. She extended her delicate hand. A faint smile gracing her lips, and slowly inscribed, "If you are willing to reveal your identity and come to the Yin kingdom, I can guarantee your safety." On the other hand, Xining found himself utterly bewildered. This esteemed individual seemed genuinely concerned for his well-being. Yet, her statement ignited a profound skepticism within him. The border was a battlefield. How could she possess the power to ensure his safety? Moreover, the implication was clear: she would protect him from death. But the price would be his abandonment of the Zhou kingdom in favor of the Yan. Having traversed here from another realm, Xining held little attachment to the affairs of the Zhou kingdom. However, he could not abandon his family, the Xin clan, to flee alone. Besides, he was acutely aware of certain truths. This online acquaintance had been a steadfast ally. There undoubtedly existed a bond between them. More importantly, Xining sensed that her interest likely stemmed from the Qianyuan map in his possession, along with the legendary Seven Secrets scroll. He possessed 2 parts of the Seven Secrets, while his companion held another, which had forged their connection. Thus, Xining understood that his counterpart might harbor ulterior motives regarding his treasures. Should he venture to the Yin kingdom, he would be stepping onto her territory, and one must always guard against betrayal. Consequently, Xining slowly responded, "Esteemed one, I have no intention of leaving the Zhou kingdom, as I have certain attachments here." The Empress, upon reading his reply, felt no surprise. Her earlier suggestion had merely been a casual remark, never intended to elicit agreement. In truth, Xining had only half grasped her intentions. From the moment their connection was established, the Empress had recognized his possession of the 7 secrets. Everyone desired the 7 secrets, including her. However, her fixation on it had waned, giving way to a fascination with Xining himself. Whether discussing emotions or the grand scheme of the world, she perceived him as extraordinary. Regrettably, he remained in the Zhou kingdom. Had he been in Yan, she could have alleviated many of his troubles with but a word. As for the 7 secrets, she wielded considerable power in the present, commanding the world, and had little need for external assistance. A fleeting legend paled in comparison to the pressing realities of war. She was ambitious, capable, and self-assured. She believed that in the conflict between the Yan and Zhou kingdoms, and the contest with the Zhou emperor, she would not falter. With this thought, the Empress's aura expanded, and had anyone else been present in her chambers, they would have prostrated themselves, too intimidated to meet her gaze. Xining gleaned from their conversation the impending events between the Yan and Zhou kingdoms. The likelihood of war was escalating, which meant the risks he would face were also intensifying. Contemplating this, he realized that his current strength was still insufficient. Although the desire to leave Jiangnan had long taken root in his heart, when the moment actually arrived, he found himself beset by conflicting emotions. In the Empress's chambers, she assumed that Xining had logged off when he remained silent for an extended period. Just as she prepared to set aside her records, he sent another message. "Esteemed one, do you possess any formidable sword techniques?" The Empress pondered briefly before responding. "Do you wish to learn swordsmanship?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "I am not a sword cultivator, and my understanding of the sword is quite limited." Xining sighed inwardly. It seemed even this esteemed individual was not omniscient. The path of swordsmanship would require his own exploration. Before he could continue writing, the Empress sent another message. "However, I do have a sword technique to share with you. Since you wish to learn, I shall grant it to you." Xining felt a surge of excitement. Before he could express his gratitude, the Empress transmitted the sword technique. He focused intently on the characters appearing on the Qianyuan map, meticulously committing each word of the technique to memory. The technique was called illusory sword art. Concerned that Xining might struggle to comprehend it, the Empress elaborated, "The sword intent within this technique will grow in tandem with your strength. It can be practiced at any level of cultivation. Take your time to ponder its intricacies." Xining was overjoyed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed one. I shall remember this kindness." The Empress, observing his expressions of thanks, allowed a slight smile to grace her lips, her exquisite visage captivating. She slowly inscribed, "Very well, no need for further thanks. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, I have but one request." "What is it?" Xining inquired. "Live well and do not perish. With that final statement, the Empress put away her records, yet a complex expression lingered in her eyes.
In the subsequent period, the region of Jiangnan seemed to fall into a tranquil state.
The previous turmoil appeared to dissipate with the passage of time,
and the dynamics of Linzhou city underwent a transformation.
The Zhou family had been vanquished, and the Yi family severely weakened.
Among the three great families,
only the Shen family emerged unscathed from this tempest. However, during this time, the Shen family had shifted its focus to the capital.
Consequently, many formerly middle-tier families began to rise within Linzhou city.
The Shen family undoubtedly remained the foremost family in Linzhou, with its status as the wealthiest in Jiangnan unshaken. Since acquiring the illusory sword art from the Empress, Shening practiced the peculiar stances taught by Old Wu while delving into the mysteries of the technique.
Notably,
he discovered that he could already cultivate a trace of sword intent from the illusory sword art.
For a sword cultivator,
the presence of sword intent was the true mark of achievement. Those who could not wield sword intent were unworthy of the title.
Yet,
he had only practiced swordsmanship for a few days and was able to comprehend sword intent. Shening began to believe he was a prodigy. He shared this revelation with Old Wu, who regarded him with skepticism.
Showcasing his yellowed teeth, Old Wu scoffed, "Young lad, have you become foolish from practicing the sword?
If sword intent were so easily grasped, anyone could become a sword cultivator. Even someone as gifted as I took months to comprehend sword intent.
You claim to have done so in mere days. Do you expect me to believe that?"
Faced with Old Wu's doubts, Shening remained silent, quietly grasping his Hanqiu sword. He then subtly circulated his energy, employing the illusory sword art to unleash a blade of sword energy from a distance. A flash of cold light severed a thick branch from a tree outside the courtyard. In the air, a lingering chill remained from the Hanqiu sword.
By heavens! That truly is sword intent.
Old Wu, usually unflappable, could not help but exclaim. He had never anticipated that Shening could grasp sword intent in such a short span of time. Old Wu regarded the young man thoughtfully, then suddenly realized something.
His expression shifting to one of surprise. "Have you taken up sword techniques?"
Shening paused for a moment before giving a slight nod.
"Yes." "Ah, that makes sense,"
Old Wu murmured, looking at Shening with a glimmer of envy in his aged eyes.
"I see now.
Your ability to comprehend sword energy in such a short time is entirely due to your Hanqiu sword and the sword technique. These external factors compensate for your inherent shortcomings. When you swung your sword just now, I could clearly sense the application of your sword technique." As Shening wielded his Hanqiu sword,
he felt a twinge of disappointment within.
Originally, it was unrelated to him, it was purely due to the phantom sword art.
However,
this also validated that the technique bestowed upon him by his online acquaintance was indeed a superior one.
In addition to the previously acquired return to origin breathing technique,
he had received two exceptional methods from this individual. The ability to casually produce such techniques was beyond even the old Master Wu.
Moreover,
these two methods were tailor-made for him. Seeing Shening in silence, curiosity piqued old Master Wu.
"Where did you acquire this sword technique? It is far from ordinary."
With a discerning eye, old Master Wu could discern the extraordinary nature of the technique from the single strike he had just witnessed. Shening hesitated briefly before responding.
"It was given to me by someone else. I want it too," old Master Wu boldly declared, unabashed. "Get lost," Shening retorted, not in the mood. Old Master Wu,
now serious, stated, "Young Shen, this sword technique is quite remarkable, even I have not encountered anything like it.
Initially, I refrained from teaching you to prevent you from rushing ahead too quickly.
However, the intent of this sword technique can grow alongside your strength,
which is exceedingly rare in this world." Shening secured the Hanqiu sword behind him and inquired, "Is this technique truly formidable?"
Old Master Wu replied softly,
"It is among the finest in the world. Young Shen, be honest with me, is there a sage behind you?" Previously,
old Master Wu had surmised that Shening had a master guiding him. But upon seeing the phantom sword art, he realized he could not see through this young man at all. He wondered if such techniques were carelessly given away.
Did this fellow perhaps know someone at the level of a sage?
Shening shook his head and slowly replied, "You are overthinking it." Old Master Wu's words were overly exaggerated. At least from Xin Ying's perspective, while his online friend was indeed mysterious, he could not possibly be a sage. Thus far, Xin Ying had only encountered one sage, the book sage of Taiyun Academy, who perfectly matched his impression of a powerful figure, aloof and difficult to approach.
In stark contrast,
his online acquaintance was always responsive to his inquiries, showing no signs of aloofness whatsoever.
Hence, Xin Ying dismissed old Master Wu's speculation, hypothesizing that his online friend might be a core figure from a noble clan in the Yan kingdom.
If he were truly a sage, he would undoubtedly be renowned throughout the realm, and Xin Ying would have heard of him.
Old Master Wu pondered for a moment,
then said nothing further and departed from the scene. In the days that followed, old Master Wu did not intrude upon Xin Ying again. With the powerful phantom sword art at his disposal, there was no need for him to continue instructing Xin Ying.
The path of cultivation relies solely on oneself.
Xin Ying isolated himself within the Xin residence, unaware that the outside world had plunged into a fervor.
This was due to the announcement of a new ranking list by the most enigmatic organization on the Jiuzhou continent, the Tianhe Hall.
The list included the World Heroes Ranking, Young Masters Ranking, and Beauty Ranking.
The latter two rankings, as their names imply, featured the most outstanding talents among the younger generation.
The World Heroes Ranking, in a more straightforward sense, represented a list of individuals based on their strength. The more powerful one was, the higher they would ascend on this list. Those who made it onto these lists were primarily geniuses from the Yan and Zhou kingdoms, including figures from various sections.
However,
due to the political climate in the Yan and Zhou kingdoms, individuals from their courts would not be evaluated by the Tianhe Hall.
Additionally,
figures from Taiyun Academy were also excluded from consideration, likely an agreement made with the Tianhe Hall. As the Confucian sage was universally recognized as the strongest and the academy had always maintained a low profile.
Typically, the rankings are released every 5 years. However,
less than 2 years had passed since the last announcement, making this new list a topic of much speculation. The most eye-catching aspect of this release was the Young Masters ranking, where one of the 4 great young masters had been dethroned, and a new individual had taken his place. Yet, the most talked about figure was the enigmatic literary young master. This year, the literary young master had rarely made appearances or published new works. Some claimed he had run out of talent.
However, this recent re-inclusion served to slap the skeptics in the face.
Not only that, but this time, a 4-character suffix had been added to the literary young master's name, Jiangnan.
Xin Ying. This marked the first time Xin Ying's name appeared before the public eye.
The Tianhe Hall had finally unveiled the identity of the literary young master. Of course, for the vast majority, Xin Ying's name was still unfamiliar. Nevertheless, in Jiangnan, the title of the Xin family's legitimate son carried significant weight. In the tea houses of Linzhou City, many were engaged in lively discussions.
Have you heard? One of the 4 great young masters, the literary young master, is actually the son of the Xin family. Indeed, who would have thought?
The Xin family's young master has concealed himself so well.
However, previously,
he did write a poem that exuded an ethereal quality. If it were him, it wouldn't be too surprising. The revelation of Xin Ying's true identity sent ripples throughout Jiangnan, particularly invigorating the local literati.
Who would claim that Jiangnan lacked talented individuals? The current literary young master. His brilliance, who could rival him? The other 3 of the 4 great young masters were Yu Young Master, the second prince of the Zhou kingdom, the most radiant prince of the Zhou capital, Ye Young Master, from the Zhao family of Yan, Zhao Sun, and Tian Young Master, from the Weniangang of Yan, Yinan Tian. Notably, Tian Young Master Yinan Tian was the newly ranked master, having supplanted a former saint of a sect from the Zhou kingdom. Thus, the composition of the young master's ranking had indeed shifted. Furthermore,
the identities of the 4 young masters were unveiled, 2 from the Zhou kingdom and 2 from the Yan kingdom, which certainly sparked imaginations.
Conversely,
the 4 beauties announced by the Tianhe Hall remained unchanged: the holy maiden of the Tianjian sect from the Zhou kingdom, Princess Fingyi of the Zhou kingdom,
the wife of the Prince of Jiangnan from the Zhou kingdom, and the owner of the world's finest building, Huanggalu. Remarkably, 3 of the 4 beauties hailed from the Zhou kingdom.
However, the most legendary and mysterious figure among them was undoubtedly the owner of Huanggalu,
which is located within the borders of the Yan kingdom and is renowned as the finest building in the world.
It is also where the contemporary sword immortal engages in battles across the world.
Few have seen the owner of Huangdalu.
Had it not been for the Tianhe Hall ranking her among the four beauties, most would remain unaware that the owner was, in fact, a woman.
This revelation also sparked considerable speculation.
Given that the contemporary sword immortal resides in Huangdalu, many wondered about the connection between this immortal and the owner.
In contrast to the young master's ranking, the beauty ranking did not disclose the real names of the four beauties.
Apart from their identities,
only a select few knew any further details about them.
Additionally, there is an intriguing rumor circulating from the Taiyuan Academy in Yunzhou, Zhou Kingdom, suggesting that the book sage has recently accepted a female disciple. This young woman is said to possess a beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Had the disciples of Taiyuan Academy been eligible for the Tianhe Hall rankings, many speculated that this new disciple would undoubtedly make the list.
In reality, the book sage's disciple is none other than Zhou Wanshu.
The matter of the literary star has been kept under wraps by Taiyuan Academy, and few are privy to it. Nonetheless, Zhou Wanshu's acceptance as a disciple of the book sage speaks volumes about the Academy's regard for her. The World Heroes ranking released by the Tianhe Hall showed little change. It featured a total of 9 individuals, undoubtedly the 9 most illustrious figures on the Jiuzhou continent. The contemporary sword immortal was prominently listed, as the courtiers from the Zhou and Yan kingdoms were excluded. The remaining figures were primarily core members from top sections. Although the 3 lists recently released show minimal changes compared to earlier announcements, they continue to be a topic of much discussion. In the Xin residence, Xining learned of the Tianhe Hall's ranking, yet his expression remained largely unchanged. His identity was something he had deliberately revealed to his elder,
allowing it to come to light. As he was about to depart, there was no longer a need to conceal it. As for others, Xining was indeed unaware.
Whether it was the young masters or the beauties list, those who caught the attention of the Tianhe Hall were undoubtedly individuals of significant stature.
In contrast,
while he was the wealthiest in Jiangnan, he felt somewhat insignificant. Soon, the maid Lan Xian approached Xining, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Young master!
I never imagined you to be the renowned scholar of the world. You've hidden it so well."
Xining regarded her with a slight smile, replying,
"It is merely a hollow title. By the way, Lan Xian, how is the matter of provisions?"
Lan Xian's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as she replied, "Young master.
The supplies have been gathered and have safely arrived at the Jiangnan governor's office under the escort of the Zhuantianzi."
"Very well," Xining nodded, then added thoughtfully, "I should begin my preparations as well."
Upon hearing this, Lan Xian's expression turned anxious. "Young master, you will be going alone for this supply run. Surely there is no danger?" she implored.
"Why not let me accompany you, to serve by your side?"
Xining waved his hand, stating, "There is no need. I can manage this journey alone. Lan Xian, there are still many matters to address in Linzhou City.
With Sister Wanqing in the capital and the elder neglecting affairs, there are some issues that require your attention." In truth, Xining had organized everything meticulously. Now that his identity as the scholar was revealed, the eyes of others were predominantly focused on the Xin family through him. He understood that as long as Xin Wanfeng was present, there would be no issues here. His intention in keeping Lan Xian close was primarily to manage some trivial matters of the Xin family, as having her by his side did not prove significantly beneficial. Lan Xian understood this well and nodded, "Young master, I comprehend." In the capital of Dian, within the imperial palace, the empress stood in the courtyard,
gazing up at the sky.
An unsettling feeling stirred within her, a sensation she had never experienced before.
Was it due to that young fellow? The empress quickly realized,
recalling that he spoke of going to the border, where danger awaited. Could it be this, she pondered, a hint of confusion in her heart?
At that moment,
her maid approached respectfully, murmuring, "Your Majesty, the Tianhe Hall has released its rankings."
"Oh?
Interesting," the Empress said, a slight smile gracing her lips.
"What changes have occurred?"
The maid replied, "The esteemed Yinan Tian of the Wentiangong has entered the young master list, gaining widespread acclaim." The Empress pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "Wentiangong.
I had nearly forgotten their existence."
To her, no matter how formidable a sect might be, it could never rival the imperial authority.
In the northern regions,
She was the undisputed ruler, and within the Dian Empire, none dared to defy her. The maid continued, "Your Majesty, additionally, the identity of the scholar has been revealed.
He hails from Jiangnan. Jiangnan. The Empress's gaze shifted, a powerful aura emanating from her. Who? The Shen family of Jiangnan, Shening.
Chapter 78. Departing from Jiangnan, the Empress murmured softly, unfamiliar with the name.
However, her little one hailed from Jiangnan as well. Their initial acquaintance was sparked by a verse inadvertently left by Shening on the Qianyuan map. The Empress harbored an instinctive feeling that there was a connection between the two. Coupled with the peculiar emotions she had just experienced, she suddenly raised her head and instructed her handmaiden to investigate Shening. Although she was the sovereign of Dian, there were indeed many spies from the Zhou kingdom lurking within, and there were also individuals from Dian and Jiangnan. The Shen family stood prominently, and if the Empress desired to inquire, she could easily uncover the truth. The handmaiden, though unaware of the Empress's intentions, knew better than to speculate on her thoughts. The Empress had issued her command, and they would comply without question. After the handmaiden departed, the Empress gazed at the southern sky, her eyes sharpening with determination. Jiangnan.
One day, my iron cavalry shall tread upon that land.
Following the sensational announcement from the Heavenly Secrets Hall, Jiangnan once again fell into silence.
With Xin Ying's name circulating, many scholars flocked to seek a glimpse of this literary gentleman. Yet, without exception, Shening received no visitors. The gates of the Shen residence had remained firmly closed during this period. Consequently, rumors began to circulate, suggesting that the esteemed literary gentleman was arrogant and disdainful, evoking displeasure among the masses. However, most believed that a figure of Xin Ying's stature had little need to concern himself with mundane affairs. It would indeed be strange if he were to entertain their company. Shening paid no heed to the external gossip, his reputation had already been established.
Moreover,
he was on the verge of departure. Provisions had been secured with the governor of Jiangnan, and it was likely that the court officials were already in position. Though he had been appointed as an assistant in the granary by the Empress, it was of little consequence. Now, it was time for him to embark on his journey. The carriage was prepared outside, but it was not intended for Shening. Instead, it was for Qingji, the courtesan. Having stayed at the Shen residence for an extended period, she could not remain there any longer with Xin Ying's departure imminent.
Qingji approached Shening, her graceful figure swaying as she spoke. "Young master, do you truly wish to send me away?"
She seemed to revert to her innate nature, adopting a pitiful demeanor.
Shening disregarded her expression, responding coldly, "Our fates conclude today.
I hope we shall never meet again." Yet Qingji continued to feign heartbreak, murmuring, "Young master,
are you truly so heartless? There is no affection between us."
Shening regarded Qingji, articulating each word with conviction. "Should we meet again in the capital as adversaries?
I will assuredly take your life."
This statement reflected his genuine sentiment. To him, Qingji's greatest utility lay solely in her physical allure.
However,
such a trait held no value for Shening, regardless of who supported her from behind. If she became an enemy, there could be no room for sentimentality. His decision not to kill her was merely due to the prior favor rendered by the blacksmith and the intelligence she had provided. Returning her to the capital was already the greatest concession he could make. Furthermore, the incident involving Qingji's assassination attempt on Mu Yu had been witnessed by many. Even if she returned to the capital, her identity would likely bear no weight. Let her allies consider how to navigate this. Regardless, it no longer concerned Shening. Upon hearing Xin Ying's words, Qingji retracted her delicate facade, adopting a more composed expression. However, she gazed at Shening, covering her mouth as she said, "Rest assured,
young master, we shall not become enemies. We shall meet again."
Shening chose to ignore her, yet Qingji leaned closer,
her exquisite face brushing against his ear.
He contemplated stopping her but was met with the warmth of her breath.
"These past months have been the easiest days of my life. The debt of gratitude for saving my life will never be forgotten.
I shall never stand against you, young master." With that, Qingji turned and exited the Shen residence without bidding farewell, boarding the carriage arranged for her and departing directly.
Not long after Qingji's departure, Shening calculated the time and concluded that Liang Feishua should have arrived. Indeed, as he anticipated,
the sound of hoofbeats echoed before the Shen residence.
It was Liang Feishue, come to escort Shen away.
They had previously agreed that she would accompany him to Qishan before returning to the capital.
As Liang Feishue entered the Shen residence,
Shen spoke before she could utter a word. Lady Liang, I am prepared, let us depart.
Liang Feishue regarded Shen with surprise,
noting that he carried only a sword.
You take nothing with you?
Since the Empress has personally appointed me for the transport of provisions, no extraneous belongings are required.
Shen replied nonchalantly.
Just as Liang Feishue was about to respond, her gaze fell upon the sword in Shen Ying's hand. Being a swordswoman herself,
she immediately recognized its extraordinary quality. With a hint of astonishment, Liang Feishue asked, "What is the name of this sword?" "It is called Hanyun," Shen replied, offering no further details.
Liang Feishue's expression grew complex as she murmured, "I did not expect you to pursue the path of the sword."
"What did you expect me to pursue, Lady Liang?" Shen inquired with a smile. "The path of Confucianism," Liang Feishue answered. "The title of literary gentleman. It is too resounding." Her gaze remained fixed on Shen, as if she could not fully comprehend him. Only recently did she learn that one of the four great gentlemen of the realm was, in fact, Shen.
This young man concealed himself too deeply.
Moreover, with such talent, the path of Confucianism would undoubtedly suit him better. Yet he chose to study the sword. Liang Feishue found it challenging to decipher Shen.
Feeling a slight unease under her scrutiny, Shen stated, "Everyone has their own aspirations, only I know what is suitable for me."
After a moment of silence, Liang Feishue nodded slowly, conceding, "Very well." She then turned, signaling that it was time for Shen to leave.
Without hesitation, he followed her out of the Shen residence. As he departed, he cast one last glance at the place, knowing he would not return in the near future.
However,
with the old man Shen Wanfu overseeing matters and old Wu still present, he felt assured that nothing would go awry.
Liang Feishue had prepared a mount for Shen, and all personnel from Zhou and Yan were present, ready to return to the capital. Yet, Shen Ying's gaze fell upon an unexpected figure.
One he had not anticipated to see among this company.
Chapter 79, Obstacles in the North, Muyu the Crown Prince of Chu. Since that incident outside the city,
Shen had heard nothing of him. It was unexpected to see him among the ranks of the Xiantian division today.
Liang Feishue seemed to sense Shen Ying's inner confusion and spoke slowly, "Anyone who dares to oppose the Xiantian division must pay the price.
He has been under our control for some time and is now entering the capital with the Xiantian division.
As for the final decision, that rests with the Crown Prince and His Majesty."
Shen nodded, refraining from further inquiry.
Yet,
he understood clearly that had it not been for an order from the capital, the Xiantian division likely would not have detained Muyu.
Ultimately,
it was evident that His Majesty placed great importance on the Xiantian division. In this incident, even the Crown Prince must face consequences, let alone someone from the Shen family. At that moment, Muyu slowly approached Shen, gazing at him with an inscrutable expression. Eventually, he said softly, "Shen, I once believed you to be heartless,
unwilling to save Wan Shu. Yet, to my surprise, you acted.
I find it truly difficult to see through you."
Shen smiled faintly and replied, "Your Highness, I act solely according to my heart. I, Shen, shall not be influenced by any force." This declaration made his stance clear, regardless of circumstances.
The Shen family would not be entangled with the Crown Prince's residence. Muyu remained silent for a moment before stating, "Shen,
I will not give up on Wan Shu. She is the only one in my heart." Though Wan Shu was far away at Taiyun Academy, Muyu could not let her go.
As Shen had once been her fiancé, Muyu naturally could not align himself with him. Once again, he expressed his position. Shen regarded Muyu, his expression unchanged, yet he sighed inwardly.
What a passionate soul. It was a pity that in his era, such individuals often suffered more heartbreak than they found happiness. Moreover, in this feudal age, it was even more challenging.
Shen calmly remarked, "Your Highness, upon your return to the capital, it may be difficult to see Wan Shu. Rather than speaking with me, perhaps you should contemplate your future path."
Upon hearing this, Muyu's gaze fell into confusion. Indeed,
he had come to Jiangnan secretly, and upon his return a storm of bloodshed awaited him. He even felt that this return to the capital might mean he would never leave again.
Xining chose not to pursue the matter further and mounted his horse to follow Liang Feishue out of the city. Outside the city, a convoy for transporting grain awaited them.
A large group of people gathered outside Linzhou city, with around 1,000 men tasked with escorting 50,000 shur of grain. All under the command of the Jiangnan military, while Xining served as the nominal officer, specifically, the grain officer. As Xining approached the front of the convoy, he noticed a figure hurrying towards him. This individual, clad in armor, was likely a subordinate of the governor of Jiangnan.
Upon reaching Xining and Liang Feishue, he cupped his hands and said, "Lord Liang, Lord Shen.
I am Tianhe, a deputy general by the side of Governor Qin, sent to assist you in the grain transport northward." Xining dismounted and returned the gesture, responding coolly, "Then I shall trouble General Qian with this journey." Although their exchange was courteous, Xining could not shake a sense of unease.
This Tianhe was clearly an agent of the Jiangnan governor, embedded beside him.
Xining was uncertain of the governor's true intentions, thus he remained vigilant. Moreover, aside from the 50,000 shur of grain belonging to the Shen family, the 1,000 men were all affiliated with the governor. If the governor harbored ulterior motives, Xining feared he might find himself ensnared. However, Xianyao did not display any hostility as he approached. His demeanor was respectful, and he showed no sign of looking down on Xining.
Furthermore,
this grain transport was led by Xining as the grain officer, and after greeting him, Xianyao stepped back, maintaining a respectful distance.
In contrast, Liang Feishue ignored Xianyao entirely.
After all, he was merely a deputy general, hardly worthy of her attention. There were only a few individuals in Jiangnan with whom she deemed worthy of conversation. Moreover, the Xiantian division and the grain transport army were not traveling together. She had no need to appease this deputy general. Xining turned his gaze to the distant sky and softly said, "General Chen, let us set off."
"Yes.
Prepare to depart," Xianyao commanded, and the grain transport mission officially commenced. About a day later, Xining arrived at the border between Lin and Qing provinces. In the Jiuzhou continent, Yan and Zhou each occupied 3.5 provinces.
The Zhou kingdom held Qingzhou, Linzhou, and Yunzhou, while the Yan kingdom possessed Jiuzhou, Yangzhou, and Liangzhou.
The border between the two nations lay in Yuzhou, a region contested by both Yan and Zhou, where they fought fiercely. Yuzhou, located at the heart of the Jiuzhou continent, boasted a strategically advantageous position. It has long been said, "He who possesses Yuzhou holds the world." Hence, in the conflicts between Yan and Zhou, whoever could completely seize Yuzhou would gain the upper hand. Once, the Yan kingdom nearly conquered all of Yuzhou. But thanks to the intervention of the Xiantian division's Liang army, the balance between the two nations remained intact. Upon reaching Qingzhou, Xining finally departed from the Jiangnan he had known. However, due to the importance of the grain transport, they did not intend to linger in Qingzhou but rather to pass directly through to Yuzhou. Though the grain was funded by the Shen family, it was an order issued directly by the court. With the official documents in hand, they faced no obstacles along the way. No one dared to intervene, especially with the formidable presence of the Xiantian division. Before long, night fell again. Xining and the main force chose to set up camp and rest.
Although Liang Feishue was escorting the grain, the two had exchanged few words during the journey.
For the past few days, Xining had traveled alone, focusing on his journey by day and practicing his heart techniques and contemplating the illusory sword technique by night. He could sense that his qi had undergone a transformation, seemingly expanded considerably. This indicated that he had solidified his status within the sense realm, yet he still had a distance to cover before reaching the second realm of cultivation, as his lack of combat experience hindered him from finding that crucial opportunity. As Xining contemplated, his gaze suddenly fell upon the flickering campfire before him.
His thoughts snapped back to the present as he noticed the flames trembling.
Liang Feishue evidently noticed this as well. She approached Xinying's side, her expression serious as she said, "Someone is coming."
Chapter 80, The Azure King, the Azure Armored Army on full alert.
Vice-General Qianyao also sensed that something was amiss, and he shouted loudly. The grain transport troops swiftly arranged themselves into formation, entering a state of alert. Qianyao's expression was grave. He could not fathom why they were being obstructed in the territory of the Great Zhou, where, logically, no one would dare to impede their passage.
To his astonishment, they encountered this predicament immediately after leaving Linzhou. Meanwhile, the personnel from the Xiantian division reacted with heightened sensitivity, drawing their swords at once. Only Shining remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distance. There, amidst the night, a cavalry unit clad in iron rapidly approached, their armor glinting faintly in the flickering firelight. It was armor of a dark azure hue. Shining furrowed his brow, pondering which army this might be within the Great Zhou. Liang Feishua quickly recognized them and spoke coldly, "This is the Azure Armored Army." "The Azure Armored Army?" Shining inquired softly, having never heard of them before. "Indeed, it belongs to the Azure King." "The Azure King?" Shining recalled having heard of this prince. The Azure King was one of the non-royal princes of the Great Zhou, who had attained his title through remarkable military achievements. Among the 7 kings of Zhou, only the Qin King and the Chu King were members of the royal family, the others were all of different surnames. The current Zhou emperor had ascended the throne by stepping over the corpses of his blood relatives, thus only those 2 royal family members had been granted titles. Furthermore, the emperor had not conferred titles upon his several sons, fearing that doing so would be unjust. In recent years, as Zhou and Yan were embroiled in conflict, bestowing titles upon his sons while soldiers battled on the front lines would surely provoke discontent. The political landscape in the capital was intricate, with a delicate balance among the princes. The Zhou emperor was evidently reluctant to disrupt this equilibrium. Jiuzhou was the territory of the Azure King. Xin Ying's eyes flickered with thought. The Azure Armored Army, it seemed they were coming for them. What could the Azure King possibly want? In an instant, the Azure Armored Army had surrounded their grain transport convoy. A tall man in azure armor with a flowing cape approached, raising his spear and proclaiming loudly, "I am Lin Boyun, the commanding general under the Azure King. Who dares to intrude upon our Jiuzhou territory?" Shining observed that this man exuded an aura of lethal intent, clearly not someone to be trifled with. The Jiangnan region was not the domain of any prince, where the governor held the highest authority. However, Jiuzhou was different, a place where various factions coexisted, and the Azure King's influence was pervasive. The waters here ran deep. Particularly, being intercepted by the Azure Armored Army suggested that there was more to this situation than met the eye. After a moment's hesitation, Shining dismounted and cupped his hands, stating, "I am Shining, a military officer from Jiangnan, tasked by His Majesty to transport grain to base Aiching. I hope you will not obstruct us." To his surprise, Lin Boyun responded with a disdainful expression. "Humph, what grain transport? My lord has received no such news. Furthermore, you, with your feeble appearance, are hardly worthy to carry grain for the army." Xin Ying's expression darkened as he retorted coldly, "It appears you intend to provoke us? You've quite the audacity. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. I intend to provoke you, what will you do about it?" Lin Boyun suddenly bellowed, and with that, he thrust his spear toward Shining in a swift and unexpected attack. The action was so rapid and unforeseen that no one anticipated the Azure Army commander would strike out so suddenly. In an instant, Xin Ying's hair stood on end, and he instinctively raised his sword. The clash of weapons rang out sharply in everyone's ears. Shining was knocked back several steps, the force of the blow causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lin Boyun's eyes revealed a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that the youth before him could withstand his attack, which had aimed to severely injure Shining. This person could not be killed. But he could not be harmed either? At that moment, Shining was in discomfort. Lin Boyun's strength far surpassed his own, and the sudden ambush had left him relying entirely on the power of his Hanshao sword to defend himself. Clutching his chest, he glared at Lin Boyun, questioning his intentions. However, before Shining could react further, a cool, restrained voice filled with suppressed fury echoed from behind him. "Seeking death." A white figure flashed past him as Liang Feishua suddenly drew her sword and charged at Lin Boyun. The aura of the heaven and earth realm enveloped the surroundings, and Lin Boyun's expression turned serious. He leaped into the air, wielding his spear to clash with Liang Feishua's sword. In mere moments, both were repelled by each other's formidable presence, landing firmly on the ground. In a contest of skilled warriors, the outcome hinged on a mere thought. However, it was evident that Liang Feishua held the upper hand.
her aura far more substantial than that of Lin Guiyun. The general regarded her with trepidation.
Planting his spear into the ground and declaring coldly, "Isn't the reach of your Xiantian division a bit excessive?" Liang Feishui retorted icily, "That question should be posed by me. What is the Azure King's intention? To openly attack the grain supplies heading north? Does he intend to sever the soldiers' supply line at the front? You."
Lin Guiyun's composure faltered at her words, pointing a finger at Liang Feishui.
Such an overwhelming accusation would be burdensome for the Azure King to bear.
Others would not dare to voice such sentiments, for he was indeed a prince, beyond reproach.
Yet Liang Feishui was the daughter of General Liang, the non-royal king of the Great Zhou.
In terms of merit, influence, and real power, the Azure King could not compare to General Liang.
While others feared, Liang Feishui did not. She could walk with confidence in the capital, let alone at the Jiuzhou border. Seeing Lin Guiyun falter against Liang Feishui,
the azure armored army behind him seemed poised for slaughter, as if they would commence an assault at a mere command.
At this moment,
Xining produced the imperial edict that Liang Feishui had brought in the documents in Qianyao's possession, proclaiming loudly, "We are on a mission from His Majesty to transport grain northward.
Your blatant obstruction is tantamount to defying the Emperor's orders. Utterly futile." Liang Feishui stepped beside Xining,
whispering, "The Azure Army only recognizes the Azure King, this is sanctioned by His Majesty." Xinying's heart sank further, from the moment Lin Guiyun had attacked. He sensed that the man was targeting him, not the grain supplies.
What was the Azure King truly after? Why was he directing his actions against him? Yet, just then,
the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance. The same dark azure armor approached, but this time, it was a middle-aged man radiating an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. This man exuded an air of authority that sent chills down Xinying's spine.
What a heavy aura of killing intent!
Xining felt an uncomfortable sensation emanating from him.
Liang Feishui narrowed her eyes, focusing on the approaching figure. The Azure King. The Azure King.
One of the pinnacle figures among the 7 kings of the Great Zhou.
To think that this prince had personally arrived at the Jiuzhou border.
The Azure King's warhorse halted between the two factions, his gaze sharp and penetrating. It was as if his mere presence suffocated those around him with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lin Guiyun was the first to kneel before the Azure King, bowing respectfully.
"This subordinate pays respects to your highness."
The Azure King did not respond, instead turning his attention to Xining, his voice slow yet imbued with an irresistible authority.
"Shen. Ing."
His words were deliberate, yet to Xining, they carried an undeniable weight of command.
"I have met His Highness."
Xining slightly cupped his hands. His heart filled with confusion regarding the intentions of this prince.
"I have heard of you, Xining, the renowned young master. One of the 4 great young masters of the realm. You are quite impressive."
Xining lowered his gaze and replied softly, "Your Highness, your praise is unwarranted.
It is merely a hollow title.
However, I am tasked with transporting grain, and yet I encountered your subordinates obstructing my path at the borders of Jiuzhou.
I dare to inquire, Your Highness, what is the reason for this?" After a moment of hesitation, Xining decided to take the initiative.
He was uncertain of the prince's thoughts, so it was better to strike first. The expression of the Qing prince remained unchanged. Instead, he turned to Lin Guiyun and said indifferently, "Get lost, go receive 30 strokes of the military rod." Lin Guiyun dared not resist, keeping his head bowed.
"Yes." Subsequently,
the Qing prince dismounted and slowly approached Xining, placing a hand on his shoulder, and calmly stated, "General Xin, this is merely a misunderstanding, my subordinates are undisciplined." A cold smile curled within Xinying's heart.
Just moments ago, Lin Guiyun had nearly incapacitated him, yet the prince referred to it as a misunderstanding? Moreover, had it not been for the Qing prince's orders, would the Qing armored army have appeared here? Yet, what could he do? He was the prince, a lord.
Even if everyone knew the true thoughts of the Qing prince, none dared to voice them.
If the prince deemed it a misunderstanding, then it was indeed one. Xining,
now merely a deputy general of the granary, had no right to refute the prince. Before Xining could speak again, the Qing prince continued, "Regarding your grain transport. I only learned of this situation recently, which has led to such an incident. I trust General Shen will not take offense." The prince's hand remained on Xinying's shoulder as he heard Xining slowly reply, "Of course, if it is a misunderstanding, then I apologize for troubling your highness." After these words, the prince withdrew his hand and turned to Liang Feishui.
Niece Feishui, it has been a long time. Liang Feishui, without much change in expression,
set down her sword and replied gently, "I have seen the prince."
No need for formalities, the prince waved his hand, his gaze growing solemn. This time,
"My subordinate has offended niece Feishui. Upon my return to the capital, I shall certainly apologize to General Liang."
Liang Feishui shook her head, saying, "Since your highness has stated it is a misunderstanding, then I shall not say more. There is no need to inform my father."
Her words clearly distanced her from the Qing prince, affirming her stance. She stood with Xining, especially since the Qing armored army had indeed just attacked her.
At least for now, in front of the Qing prince, Liang Feishui aligned herself with Xining.
The Qing prince remained silent for a moment before slowly responding.
"Since niece Feishui has said so, then it shall be."
He then turned to Xining once more, producing a command token from his robe and handing it to him. "General Shen, this is my token. Within Jiuzhou, none shall dare obstruct your convoy again."
Accepting the token from the prince, Xining bowed and expressed his gratitude. "I am deeply thankful, your highness."
A smile finally appeared on the prince's face as he continued, "In that case, I shall take my leave. As for my subordinate, I shall ensure he is properly disciplined.
Such an incident shall not occur again."
After speaking, the prince remounted his horse and led the Qing armored army away. Once the prince's figure faded into the night, Xining slowly wiped the sweat from his forehead.
The pressure from this prince was truly overwhelming. At that moment,
Liang Feishui approached Xining and quietly remarked, "He is targeting you." Xining did not respond, instead delving into thought.
Undoubtedly,
the Qing armored army's obstruction was not merely about the grain but rather aimed at him, Xining. Otherwise, Lin Boyun would not have struck at first sight. Had it not been for the Hanshao sword, Xining would likely have sustained severe injuries by now.
However,
Xining could not fathom when he had offended the Qing prince. Liang Feishui evidently shared this thought, and upon seeing Xinying's silence, she asked,
"How have you offended the Qing prince?"
Xining shook his head and replied, "I have never met the Qing prince. How could I have offended him? If not for my title as young master, he likely would not even know of my existence."
Neither Liang Feishui nor Xining could grasp the situation. Yet, to their surprise, Liang Feishui countered, "Impossible." "What do you mean impossible?" Xining questioned.
"The Qing prince does not concern himself with the hollow names of others. He would not care about the title of the four great young masters.
He knows you, and it is certainly not because of your title." After hearing this, Xining slowly shook his head. He was not privy to any more information than Liang Feishui. "Then what shall we do now?"
Liang Feishui pondered for a moment before responding, "Since the Qing prince has shown himself, he will not act so openly against you now.
Moreover,
by giving you the command token, he has already indicated his intentions."
Xining nodded, his voice grave as he said, "Thus,
the Qing prince's actions are more inclined towards testing me." Not far away, within the Qing armored army, the Qing prince rode his horse, his expression darker than before. Lin Boyun followed closely, inquiring, "Your Highness, why did you not allow your subordinate to continue attacking and incapacitate Xining?" The Qing prince snorted coldly, replying, "Liang Feishui's attack on you has already indicated her stance, thus, I had to intervene. Or else the situation tonight would have spiraled out of control."
In truth, Xining and Liang Feishui's speculations were correct. The Qing prince was orchestrating the entire affair. Lin Boyun's assault on Xining was merely a test.
Had Liang Feishui and Xiantian division not intervened,
Lin Boyun would have undoubtedly incapacitated Xining without hesitation.
The Qing prince would not have shown himself if the emperor were to inquire.
It would be clear who held more weight, one Xining or a prince.
However, Liang Feishui intervened, complicating matters significantly. The Qing prince had not anticipated the depth of the relationship between Liang Feishui and Xining.
As Lin Boyun followed the Qing prince,
he gradually began to understand the situation. Yet, there was still one matter that puzzled him.
"But your highness,
Xining is merely a young master from a merchant family in Jiangnan. Why would you?"
Chapter 82, The confusion of Zhou Wanchu Xining is not the key is Wen Xing, the prince of Qing said solemnly.
Although he was far away in Jiuzhou, he was always observing the situation in the capital. He had long since chosen his side. The Prince of Qing was aligned with the second prince, and this was no secret. The second prince was not a legitimate son, yet he had many supporters, with the Prince of Qing being undoubtedly one of the most significant figures among them. Furthermore, the Prince of Qing had his own influence in the capital. He had become aware of Wen Xing's existence.
Although Zhou Wanshu had already entered the Taiyuan Academy, her close ties with Xining raised concerns. If she were to participate in court affairs in the future, her choices would likely align with the Xin family. The emergence of Wen Xing had instigated a sense of tension among all. No one would underestimate a future scholar who was highly likely to reach the realm of a sage. The Xin family naturally caught the attention of the Prince of Qing. However, in the capital, the Xin family maintained a close relationship with the Prince of Chen, which was not something the Prince of Qing wished to see. Coincidentally, Xining, the legitimate son of the Xin family, had been dispatched to transport grain, arriving in the prince's territory. Accompanying him were Liang Feishui and Xian Tianxi. The Prince of Qing sought to test Xining. If Xian Tianxi did not intervene, he would not relent. The Xin family was now regarded by the Prince of Qing as a potential adversary. Yet, Liang Feishui stood up to express her stance: Xining must not be harmed. Behind Liang Feishui stood Liang Jun, a figure whom even the Prince of Qing regarded with caution. Thus, that night, the Prince of Qing refrained from openly confronting Xining. He chose to continue observing the changes, realizing that the situation in the capital was becoming increasingly intricate. Meanwhile, Lin Poyan remained unaware of what Wen Xing truly represented. He only sensed the prince's hesitation. Confused, he asked, "But Your Highness, are we really going to let them go?" The Prince of Qing responded meaningfully, "It's fine. Perhaps I acted a bit impulsively this time. Since His Majesty wishes to test Xining, let us observe the developments. The border is not a favorable place either." The prince's gaze deepened, revealing thoughts that were not difficult to discern. Yet no one dared to voice anything due to his formidable power and status. In Yunzhou, at the Taiyuan Academy, a young woman clad in a simple dress sat with her eyes closed on the ground. Her aura was remarkably steady and pure. She was Zhou Wanshu. Although Zhou Wanshu had been at the academy for some time, she rarely appeared before her peers. Originally, the book sage had brought her there to meet the sage of Confucianism. However, the sage of Confucianism did not meet her but instead instructed the book sage to take her as a disciple and focus on her cultivation within the academy. Since entering the realm, Zhou Wanshu had demonstrated exceptional talent. Although she was new to the Tonggan realm, many disciples at the academy possessed less purity in their Confucian aura than she did. Today, as was her routine, Zhou Wanshu practiced in the academy. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, gazing at her hands, feeling a sense of unease. "Your heart is in turmoil," a deep voice resonated from behind her as the book sage approached. "Greetings, Master." Zhou Wanshu quickly stood and bowed. "Wanshu, as cultivators of Confucianism, we emphasize the state of mind. If you cannot overcome this hurdle, your realm cannot advance. Your senior brother is the best example." The book sage currently had two disciples, one being Zhou Wanshu, and the other was a prodigy known as the academy's foremost talent before Zhou Wanshu's arrival. This prodigy was the one who, as mentioned by the old Wu, comprehended ancient scriptures in a single night and ascended to the realm of transformation. Currently, this genius was in seclusion, which was why Zhou Wanshu had not met her so-called senior brother. The book sage continued. "Your senior brother was able to break through to the realm of transformation only after overcoming the turmoil of the heart. Yet, your heart is disturbed during your practice in the initial realm." Zhou Wanshu nodded slightly, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I understand." However, her heart remained restless. The book sage shook his head, perceiving something amiss, and gently inquired, "Is it because of Xining?" He understood that his disciple was still unable to let go of someone in the mortal realm. Xining, the book sage, had previously met this young man. Initially, he felt indifferent toward this legitimate son of the Xin family. Yet, recently, the name of Wen Gongzi had been established. And the book sage had not anticipated Xinying's profound talent in poetry. However, when he first met him, the young man exuded no trace of Confucian aura, which puzzled him. Thus, this contemporary sage found it increasingly difficult to fathom Xining.
In response to the book sage's question, Zhou Wanshu did not evade but softly spoke. Yes, Shining, he is a special person to me, he saved me. Indeed, in Zhou Wanshu's heart, the gratitude for saving her life had evolved into something far more complex. The book sage fell silent, yet Zhou Wanshu raised her head to ask, does Shining face danger? Upon arriving at the academy, she had heard about Xin Ying's mission to transport grain northward.
Zhou Wanshu's intuition warned her that this was a conspiracy. She was astute, and thus felt a vague unease regarding His Majesty's decree.
The book sage sighed deeply and said slowly, you are Wen Xing, not only the academy, but the court also has its sights set on you, and there will certainly be those who harbor jealousy. Though the book sage did not state it outright,
Zhou Wanshu understood that Shining was embroiled in this conflict because of her.
She felt a profound sense of responsibility for the troubles that had befallen him.
Master, I wish. The book sage understood what Zhou Wanshu was about to say and shook his head. The Taiyun Academy will not involve itself in court and national affairs, this is the Academy's rule. Zhou Wanshu felt a surge of emotion.
A hint of despair gracing her exquisite visage.
Master, I cannot bear to watch Shining fall into crisis while I remain powerless. Upon hearing this,
the book sage's aged face revealed a trace of helplessness. He hesitated to speak. Ultimately, he patted Zhou Wanshu's shoulder and said gently, but I can assure you that Shining will not perish.
Not to mention, his identity as Wen Gongzi already draws the Academy's attention.
If he can return from the north, I will invite him to the Academy for a discussion.
Zhou Wanshu's eyes brightened, yet the hurdle in her heart remained insurmountable.
The book sage refrained from saying more and turned to leave, knowing that it was Zhou Wanshu's own state of mind that needed to change. And that could only be achieved by her own efforts. Zhou Wanshu remained in place, feeling somewhat lost. She suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to her, Shining had occupied a remarkably significant place in her heart. Now, even while at the Taiyun Academy, closing her eyes revealed only Xin Ying's face.
At that moment,
a gentle voice came from behind her.
Junior Sister Zhou.
Zhou Wanshu turned to see a young man in white holding a folding fan, his face adorned with a warm smile. I have long admired your name, I am Mu Yun, and I invite Junior Sister Zhou for a conversation.
May I ask if you would grant me this honor?
Zhou Wanshu surveyed the young man and a flicker of curiosity crossed her beautiful eyes. This was the inner courtyard of the Taiyun Academy, where the disciples present were mostly the core of the Academy's younger generation.
Moreover, this man bore the surname Mu,
which held significant implications in the great Zhou Empire.
Zhou Wanshu had already deduced his identity.
Thus, she slightly bent her body and clasped her hands, saying, I greet His Royal Highness, the fifth prince. Indeed, Mu Yun was the fifth prince of Great Zhou, the biological son of the current sovereign.
Upon encountering Zhou Wanshu,
Mu Yun swiftly waved his hand and said, Junior Sister Zhou, this is Taiyun Academy, there is no need to address me as Your Highness. I am but a few years your senior and have entered the Academy before you, calling me brother would suffice. Zhou Wanshu hesitated for a moment before inquiring.
May I ask what brings you here, Brother Mu?
Mu Yun maintained his demeanor as a refined gentleman, smiling as he replied, I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Junior Sister Zhou, and I wish to discuss matters of Confucian Tao cultivation with you.
No need, thank you for your kindness, Brother Mu.
Zhou Wanshu retorted before taking her leave, leaving Mu Yun with only her silhouette. Her movements flowed like water, for her thoughts were solely occupied by Shining. She understood that Mu Yun approached her with some ulterior motive, yet she lacked the energy to ponder it further.
A direct refusal was the best course of action.
From the moment Mu Yun spoke until Zhou Wanshu departed, only a brief few moments passed. Even after Zhou Wanshu's figure had vanished, Mu Yun stood there,
bewildered by the unexpected rejection.
Clearly, he had not anticipated such a straightforward dismissal. He had assumed that his demeanor and status would at least warrant a brief conversation with Zhou Wanshu, yet her attitude had wholly defied his expectations.
After a while, Mu Yun slowly shook his head. Amusement and helplessness filled his heart as his smile gradually faded.
He murmured to himself, Zhou Wanshu, intriguing.
My father has truly entrusted me with a formidable task this time. Days later,
Shining and Liang Feishua's party had traversed the entirety of Qingzhou and arrived at Xishan, the designated place for their separation according to their original plan. Beyond Xishan lay the North Fortress city, not far off. Xining had initially feared encountering difficulties within Qingzhou, yet the past few days had unfolded unexpectedly smoothly, indicating that the king of Qing had indeed altered his stance. The supply convoy halted beneath Xishan, and Liang Feishui came to a stop. Casting a meaningful glance at Xining. "It is here that we must part ways."
Dismounting, Xining stepped before Liang Feishui and softly expressed his gratitude.
"I appreciate your escort all this way, Lady Liang." Although the journey had generally been smooth. Had it not been for Liang Feishui's intervention during their encounter with the Qingjia army, Xining might have found himself in serious trouble.
Liang Feishui nodded, stating,
"I have done what was necessary, the debt of gratitude has been repaid, and I owe you nothing further." Xining pondered for a moment before replying, "Lady Liang,
you are being too modest. If anything, I am the one indebted to you."
In truth, Liang Feishui had long since repaid Xinying's life-saving favor. Yet she could not shake the feeling of being in her debt, perhaps due to her upbringing. Having always stood at a height above others. This journey to Jiangnan had presented her with the greatest setback she had ever faced. By a twist of fate, she and Xining had aided one another, saving each other's lives. Thus, Liang Feishui regarded Xining differently from others. She hesitated before asking, "Xining, will you return to Jiangnan after your journey to the north?" Xining was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a question. After a moment's thought, he replied softly, "I may not return for the time being. I wish to explore this world. My next destination may very well be the capital." Liang Feishui nodded, her tone softening as she said, "Xining, with your talents, both Taiyun Academy and the Xiantian Division would suit you well." Before Xining could respond, she continued, "However, I suspect that, given your disposition, you would likely decline." Previously, Liang Feishui had extended an invitation to Xining, which he had declined. She recognized that Xining harbored his own intentions. Xining clasped his fists and replied, "Thank you for your understanding, Lady Liang." Liang Feishui then produced a jade pendant from her bosom and handed it to Xining. "What is this, Lady Liang?" Xining asked, surprised. Liang Feishui explained, "This pendant is my possession, and many in the capital are familiar with it. Should you encounter any troubles in the capital in the future, present this pendant to me, or it may assist in resolving your troubles." Xining did not take it, questioning, "But Lady Liang, you stated that the debt has been repaid, why offer me this?" He was perplexed by Liang Feishui's promise as she prepared to leave. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Xining, her silver hair dancing in the wind. "This is an investment." "An investment?" he echoed. "Yes, an investment," Liang Feishui affirmed. "I believe you are destined to achieve great things. And consider this a personal favor from me. You may choose to decline." The implication was clear: if he accepted the pendant, he would owe her a favor. Such indebtedness, whether in court or among the martial world, was immeasurable. Liang Feishui could foresee Xinying's future, and this pendant represented both friendship and investment, though it leaned more towards the latter at present. Xining lifted his gaze, suddenly letting out a light chuckle. "Lady Liang, do you truly have such faith in me?" "I simply trust my own judgment," Liang Feishui replied calmly. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before Xining accepted the pendant, softly stating, "Thank you. I will remember this favor." Liang Feishui then took her leave with the Xiantian division, heading in the opposite direction. Watching her figure gradually fade from view, Xining sighed softly. At that moment, Deputy Commander Qianyao approached and stood beside Xining, whispering, "It seems you harbor lofty aspirations, Vice Minister Shen." "I find myself feeling rather inadequate." Qianyao, originally an aide to the Jiangnan governor, was not aligned with Xining. Initially, he had adopted a stance of surveillance towards him. However, it had become evident that he could not afford to offend Xining, as even Liang Feishui was beyond his reach. Qianyao set aside his thoughts. His sole task now was to transport the supplies to the North Fortress city. Xining, recognizing Qianyao's mindset, patted his shoulder and remarked, "Deputy Commander Qian, it is time for us to depart." Chapter 84, Beneath Xishan. After parting ways with Liang Feishui, Xining and his entourage spent an additional day traversing Xishan. Beyond Xishan, they officially departed from the territory of Qingzhou and entered the heart of the 9 provinces, Jiuzhou. Their destination, Beisai City, lay just a day's journey ahead. With a sigh of relief, Xining noted that at their current pace,
they would likely reach Beisai City within a day. However, the area at the junction of Chang and Yu was quite remarkable. Although it marked the border of two provinces, the imperial court's governance was rather lax here. The land was predominantly overseen by sects, whose disciples frequented the area. This place also served as a training ground for disciples of various sections. In this world, where survival often hinged upon ruthless self-interest, the youthful exuberance of novices entering the martial realm still burned bright within them. Most disciples undergoing training had yet to encounter the harsh realities of life and remained in a phase marked by a fierce aversion to evil. Thus, despite the court's lenient oversight, the local populace enjoyed a greater sense of peace than in other regions, thanks to the presence of these sections. Upon their arrival, Shening observed numerous disciples clad in sect robes passing by. These disciples merely cast curious glances at the caravan and respectfully made way. Aware that the convoy represented the imperial authority, Shening found this scene rather intriguing. In his perception, disciples of the sects were primarily cultivators who had already touched upon another facet of the world. To his surprise, many bore no trace of arrogance, indeed. Upon seeing their caravan, some even displayed a hint of trepidation. Initially, he assumed it was natural for common folk to fear the court. But the fear exhibited by the sect disciples was unexpected. At that moment, Xianyao, standing nearby, elucidated, "Young Master Shin, during your time in Jiangnan, you did not have much interaction with the sects, hence your lack of awareness." "Oh? Please elaborate." "Disciples of the sects are also subjects of our great Zhou. Before the court and His Majesty, they received no special treatment." Shening pondered this and speculated on a scenario, asking, what if a prodigious disciple were to err? Would the sect not protect him? Xianyao shook his head and replied, unless they are a saintly child or the future heir of the sect, the sect would not dare to risk their standing before the court. When the previous emperor established the dynasty, he made a pact with the major sections. Should any sect dare to infringe upon the court's interests or involve themselves in courtly disputes, it would be seen as a violation of this accord. At that time, not only would the court respond, but other sects would align with the court to seek retribution. Shening nodded, comprehending the underlying implications. In essence, the court was akin to a colossal hand orchestrating all affairs. The sects experienced their own conflicts, and if any sect dared to offend the court, it sometimes required no direct intervention from the court itself. Whenever disputes arose over interests among the sects, the court would invariably side with those sections. This explained why, despite the abundance of sect masters and the turmoil of war, the sects adhered to their principles. Any hint of disloyalty towards the court would not only provoke the court's ire but would also summon adversaries to confront them. After walking for a while, Shening curiously inquired, "Deputy General Qian, do you know which sect possesses the greatest power within the Great Zhou Empire?" Qian Yao responded, "The most formidable sect within Great Zhou is undoubtedly Taiyun Academy. However, strictly speaking, the academy does not qualify as a sect. It has ascended to a position that somewhat surpasses the court. If we speak of strength, I believe no combination of all the sects in our Zhou could challenge Taiyun Academy's stature." Shening was somewhat taken aback. Taiyun Academy was more powerful than he had anticipated. He had assumed that in a nation that prioritized martial prowess, at least one martial sect would stand in equal regard with Taiyun Academy. Yet reality proved otherwise. Xianyao continued, "As for sects, our great Zhou does indeed have one that possesses remarkable strength, deserving of the court's special consideration." "What is it?" Unexpectedly, before Xianyao could finish his sentence, a group of individuals appeared before them. Dressed in silvery white garments, they were evidently disciples of a sect. Leading them were several elderly figures, exuding an air of gravitas that suggested their formidable prowess. Shening narrowed his eyes, feeling intrigued. Just as Xianyao had asserted that sect disciples would not dare confront the court directly, it seemed that they had been halted. Xianyao's expression soured as he scrutinized their attire, as if realizing something. Before he could speak, Shening dismounted and approached the individuals. "Who are you? Why do you block the road?" One elder with a white beard stepped forward, coldly declaring, "I am Mo Shang, the 13th elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. I have come to apprehend a traitorous disciple." Heavenly Sword sect. Shening mused internally.
recognizing that the elder before him possessed considerable strength and was of high rank. It appeared that the Heavenly Sword sect was not to be trifled with.
At that moment,
Jianyan dismounted and quietly explained to Shining, "Young Master Shin, the Heavenly Sword sect is the most powerful sect within our great Zhou, as you previously mentioned. The sect primarily focuses on sword cultivation, and within Great Zhou, their swordsmanship is nearly unparalleled."
Shining regarded this with understanding, nodding in acknowledgement.
The presence of the Heavenly Sword sect atop Qishan was unsurprising. Moreover, according to the elder's earlier statement, it appeared that some internal strife had arisen within the sect. Nevertheless, this did not justify their roadblock. Shining stood firm, addressing the elder Mo Shang, "Elder Mo, we travel northward under the imperial edict to transport grain. What is the meaning of this?" Elder Mo's sharp gaze remained fixed on Shining as he responded slowly, "I apologize, but this matter is of great consequence. The traitorous disciple I seek has been personally designated by our sect leader. This area is now under the control of the Heavenly Sword sect.
And only your convoy has yet to be inspected. If you wish to pass, please allow me to conduct an inspection.
Once I confirm that the two traitorous disciples are not among you, I will permit your passage." Upon hearing this, Shen Ying's expression remained largely unchanged.
However, Qian Yao's demeanor darkened considerably as he bellowed, "Preposterous! We represent the imperial court, and this grain is military supplies. Without His Majesty's decree, no one may lay a hand on it." Elder Mo's face also darkened.
After a moment of silence, he slowly drew his sword.
"What if I insist on taking action?"
Chapter 85, The Turmoil of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Confrontation and Retreat. Senior Mo, this is unacceptable.
At that moment,
a young lad from the Heavenly Sword Sect suddenly spoke up. His demeanor was ethereal, and his aura was ethereal as well, indicating his significant status within the sect. He grasped Elder Mo's hand and whispered, "Elder Mo, we must not jeopardize the rules of our sect in the court." Elder Mo's expression shifted, and he gradually sheathed his sword with a cold huff before retreating to the back. The young lad then turned to Shining, clasping his hands in greeting.
"Greetings, esteemed brother.
I am Yang Xiao, a disciple of the third sword elder of the Heavenly Sword sect."
Shining replied,
also cupping his hands in a composed manner. Subsequently, Xianyao approached Shining and whispered, "I have heard that the Heavenly Sword sect comprises 7 peaks, each corresponding to a sword master, who are the pinnacle of sword cultivators in the world. This is why the Heavenly Sword sect is so formidable."
Shining scrutinized the young lad before him, realizing why his aura was so fierce.
A disciple of a sword elder was comparable to a holy son in other sections. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao surveyed the convoy behind Shining, gaining a rough understanding of the situation. He then spoke slowly, "Brother Shen, please do not misunderstand. Elder Mo's tone was merely a result of his frustration at not being able to apprehend those two traitorous disciples for so long. The Heavenly Sword sect has no intention of opposing the court, I hope you can see that."
Yang Xiao took this opportunity to clarify, knowing that regardless of whether they searched or not, an explanation was necessary.
If word reached the Emperor, the Heavenly Sword sect could face trouble. For the current Emperor was infatuated with power and harbored intentions to suppress their sect.
Intrigued, Shining countered, "Brother Yang,
I am rather curious about the transgressions of those two disciples that have stirred your sect into such action.
Although sect matters should remain confidential, this was no longer a secret."
After a moment's thought, Yang Xiao decided to be forthright.
"Brother Shin, to be honest, those two traitorous disciples attempted to harm our sect's holy maiden.
After their failure, they fled and have since vanished beneath Qi Mountain."
"Harm the holy maiden?"
This sounded rather peculiar to Shining, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Yang Xiao clasped his hands again, his expression apologetic.
"Thus, Brother Shin, may I request your leniency to allow us to search this convoy?
Otherwise, we shall have no explanation for our sect leader."
After a brief silence, Shining shook his head. "Brother Yang, that is not permissible."
His refusal was not due to a lack of compassion, but rather the gravity of the matter concerning provisions. He could not yield. The Heavenly Sword sect was, after all, a sect, and their internal affairs should not entangle the supply issue.
Moreover, should Shining acquiesce today,
it could be exploited in the future by those with ill intentions against him, presenting this matter before the Emperor.
representing the court, if he conceded.
It could be construed as the court's submission to the heavenly sword sect. Although it might seem trivial, it could become a handle for others to manipulate. As the head of this grain convoy and an officer of the warehouse, Shining was resolute in his stance.
Brother Yang, your request places me in a difficult position.
Regardless, you shall not interfere with this grain shipment. Before Yang Xiao could respond, a young woman beside him sharply interjected, "Senior brother, why waste words on him? He is merely a dog of the court, we should search directly." The fiery young woman drew her sword and charged at Shining.
Yang Zhao's expression changed dramatically. "Junior sister, do not."
Yet the woman's sword was already poised before Shining. Sensing her aura, Shining discerned that she was also merely at the perception realm. However, she had been in this realm longer than he, and thus she was exceedingly confident that he could not withstand her assault. With a cold glint in his eyes, Shining swiftly unsheathed his Hanshao sword to counter the incoming attack. A flash of cold light illuminated the space as the sword intent of the illusory sword technique clashed with that of the woman. The two swords met in a brief but fierce exchange, sending shockwaves that propelled them both backward. Shining staggered back 3 steps, while the woman was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps.
Not only was the woman astonished, but Yang Xiao was equally taken aback, muttering, "Sword intent?"
The sword in his hand. Once the woman regained her footing, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Impossible," she murmured.
She attempted to strike again,
but Yang Xiao intervened decisively.
"Junior sister, enough."
"Senior brother, why?"
Yang Xiao said nothing more, seizing his sister's sword and coldly stating, "Sister, do you not understand?"
The woman looked at her sword, her pupils constricting. A noticeable sword mark appeared on it. This sword had been bestowed upon her by their master. The fact that it bore damage suggested either an opponent of extraordinary strength, or that the opponent's sword surpassed hers. Yang Xiao's gaze turned grave as he regarded Shinying's Hanshao sword. He had initially thought Shining was merely a common grain officer, but he realized he had misjudged. Just the sword he wielded was a rare treasure even within the heavenly sword sect. At this moment, Shining slowly retracted his sword, recognizing that he had instilled fear in his opponents.
He then spoke calmly, "Brother Yang, does your heavenly sword sect truly wish to oppose the court?" The stakes had risen, and he had to be direct. In truth, Shining was not afraid of their search, but his stance could not waver. If they insisted on a search,
given Shinying's prowess, he could not obstruct them, yet the outcome would not affect him.
What mattered to Shining was his attitude, not the result.
After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xiao gestured to his disciples behind him. "Stand down, do not obstruct them." He then turned back to Shining, apologizing.
"Brother Shen.
This time it was our heavenly sword sect's oversight. I apologize on behalf of my junior sister. There is no need for a search. I trust in your integrity and that of your companions to not harbor those 2 traitorous disciples." With that, the members of the heavenly sword sect parted to allow the convoy to pass. Shining sheathed his Hanshao sword without uttering a word and instructed his deputy, Chen Yao. "Let us depart." He then mounted his horse and led the convoy away.
It was only after Shining had left that Elder Mo slowly questioned Yang Xiao.
"If those 2 truly infiltrated this grain convoy, you will bear the responsibility before the sect leader and the Holy Maiden."
Yang Zhao's gaze deepened as he replied, "Elder Mo. Do not cast all the blame upon me, you did not stop me when I allowed them to pass. That lad is formidable. His sword alone reveals the presence of significant backing. Since neither of us wishes to offend, there is no need for me to shoulder this responsibility alone." Chapter 86, The Disciples Who Infiltrated the Caravan. What do you mean? Elder Mo asked in a low voice. Yang Xiao withdrew his gaze and chuckled lightly, stating candidly,
"Elder Mo, you should be well aware that Xishan is the territory of our heavenly sword sect. Here, no one can escape our pursuit. And the fact that those 2 have yet to be apprehended indicates they must be among that caravan.
However, neither of us dares to confront this openly.
To put it plainly, if we fail to locate them, we can only face the sect master's wrath, which ultimately concerns us little. But to offend the court and that mysterious youth, the consequences of that remain uncertain. Why take such a risk?"
Yang Zhao's words darkened Elder Mo's expression further.
The old schemer had initially planned to use Yang Xiao to halt the court's caravan. Even if the court held him accountable later, he believed it would not affect him. He suspected that the individuals he sought were within that caravan, intending to wield Yang Xiao as a tool.
Yet, Yang Xiao proved to be more astute than he anticipated,
preferring to forego capturing anyone rather than be manipulated.
Yang Xiao looked at Elder Mo, shaking his head as he spoke slowly. Elder Mo, we are both of the same sect. Rather than plotting against each other, it would be wiser to focus on our cultivation. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover,
even if we cannot find them, it is the first Pika's concern. It is her matter, not ours. Do not allow yourself to be used by others while remaining steadfastly loyal to her, the position of that saint, after the sect master arrives.
Whether she can still retain it is uncertain. Yang Xiao expressed much in one breath, subtly warning Elder Mo not to escalate today's events into something too disgraceful.
Their dialogue revealed that while the Heavily Sword sect appeared to be a formidable entity, it was rife with internal discord, treachery, and schemes, a norm within the sect. Moreover, the recent betrayal seemed to harbor deeper secrets, yet ultimately, it was a matter of the Heavenly Sword sect itself.
The unfolding of events might catch many by surprise.
The sky began to rain. The route from Qishan to Beisai City was far from easy. The path was mostly rugged mountain trails. And with the rain falling, landslides and mudflows hindered their progress. Shining and Xianyao rode at the forefront, finding it less strenuous on their steeds.
However,
the caravan struggled to keep pace, and after a day of confrontation with the Heavenly Sword sect, both men and horses were exhausted. Xianyao halted and turned to Shining, saying, "Young Master Shin, it will soon be dark, let us take a moment to rest." Shining nodded in agreement, recognizing the need for a break, and ordered the camp to be set up, intending to move forward once the rain subsided.
After everything was organized, Shining suddenly walked towards the rear. Xianyao, puzzled, inquired, "Young Master Shin, what are you going to do?"
"Looking for someone," Shining replied nonchalantly. At this moment, at the rear of the supply convoy, a man and a woman crouched behind a grain cart. Although they wore the official attire of the supply team, something about them seemed off, especially the woman who was disguised as a man.
Observant eyes would easily discern their oddity, yet their formidable presence allowed them to conceal themselves.
"Brother, we have indeed followed the court's caravan and evaded their pursuit," the woman said in a clear voice, though her slightly trembling tone betrayed her anxiety.
The man replied softly, "This is our only escape route. Fortunately, Yang Xiao and Mo Shan did not strike to kill. But this is not a lasting solution. The court will eventually notice something amiss."
These two were the so-called traitorous disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, the man named Li Hong and the woman named Li Qingqing. They were originally disciples of the first Pekin siblings by blood. However, due to certain circumstances, they had become labeled as traitors, leading to their current predicament. Had it not been for Xinying's supply convoy fortuitously passing by, they would likely have already been captured by the Heavenly Sword sect. Although this was a supply team, it was still a part of the Jiangnan army. Even with thousands of individuals, it was impossible for 2 extra people to go unnoticed. Yet, due to the urgency of travel and the confrontation with the Heavenly Sword sect, they managed to blend in for the moment. This was their only retreat. But both siblings understood that the path ahead would not be easy. Thus, Li Hong and Li Qingqing seized the opportunity while others were distracted and began to move towards the shadows. However, just as they made a few strides, an older soldier noticed them. "Stop! What are you two doing?" the soldier called out. The siblings paused, slowly turning in the rain-soaked night. The soldier, recognizing their unfamiliarity, became instantly wary. Meanwhile, Li Hong sought to bluff his way through, lowering his head and rasping, "Brother, we received orders to proceed ahead." Such a flimsy excuse was hardly believable to the soldier, who slowly drew his sword, stating firmly, "Tell me, which squad are you from, and what is tonight's password?" Li Hong looked up, his eyes reflecting a deep intensity as he replied softly, "We are." Suddenly, Li Hong erupted into action, drawing his sword and slashing towards the soldier's neck. In an instant, blood mingled with the falling rain, and the soldier's eyes widened as he exerted his last bit of strength to alert the others. "Enemy attack!" he shouted, but blood gushed from his neck, and he lost his life. Li Hong and Li Qingqing exchanged a glance, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Qingqing, we must run," Li Hong commanded decisively. The soldier's shout had alerted others, but fortunately, it was a rainy night, preventing any flames from igniting. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, rendering ordinary people's sight nearly useless. although they could hear the commotion.
Li Hong and Li Qingqing seized the chaos to escape the caravan.
As practitioners, they were naturally more agile than others. They dared not linger, fully aware that being discovered meant certain death. Even if they managed to break through, they would still face a dire fate.
Fortuitously,
the circumstances aligned in their favor. Everything seemed to conspire to assist their escape. Encountering this supply convoy while fleeing and being discovered during inclement weather allowed them to evade capture. Gradually, Li Hong and Li Qingqing sensed the clamor receding into the distance.
They had successfully distanced themselves from the caravan. The siblings let out a sigh of relief.
Yet, before they could fully relax, a chilling voice echoed from behind them.
"Where are you two headed?" Chapter 87, Control and Interrogation.
Upon hearing this phrase, both Li Hong and Li Qingqing felt a jolt of shock within. They turned to see a young man quietly staring at them in the rain-soaked night, none other than Xining. Earlier, Xining had decided to pause for a moment.
Primarily due to the inclement weather which made progress arduous, and secondly to await the arrival of the two siblings.
During the day, when they were intercepted, Yang Xiao and Mo Shan were well aware that the individuals they sought had likely infiltrated this caravan.
Yet, such a straightforward deduction was not beyond Xinying's grasp.
Thus, after halting, he proceeded towards the rear of the convoy, only to unexpectedly encounter this pair of siblings engaged in conflict.
Li Hong and Li Qingqing's expressions soured.
They recognized Xining as the leader of this group. Moreover, his formidable presence had successfully repelled the members of the Tianhe sect.
Now that they had been discovered, their predicament was undoubtedly dire.
In an instant, silence enveloped the trio, with only the sound of raindrops adding to the tension in the atmosphere.
Suddenly,
Li Hong's gaze turned fierce as he unsheathed his sword and charged at Xining. Xining, undeterred, revealed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Since beginning his sword training, he had memorized the stances taught by Old Wu in the first layer of the illusory sword technique.
However,
he had yet to truly wield his sword, aside from that one encounter with the female disciple of the Tianhe sect. Now, facing these two sword cultivators,
Xining was more inclined to test his own strength. Thus, he had followed them, anticipating Li Hong's attack.
At the moment Li Hong closed in,
Xinying's Hanshao sword was drawn.
Two figures passed by each other in the rain-soaked night, neither yielding.
"Brother!" Li Qingqing cried out anxiously upon witnessing the confrontation.
As a practitioner herself, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to join the fray. Consequently, Li Hong and Li Qingqing flanked Xining, encircling him.
Xining licked his lips and slowly said, "Gentlemen, a 2-on-1 battle lacks excitement."
Li Hong retorted, "You still wield a divine weapon, how can you accuse us?" Xining smiled, sheathing his Hanshao sword. "Enough of this game, it is tiresome to be ganged up on.
Should the numbers be unequal, I could command my men to surround you instantly."
The siblings fell silent, fully aware that this time there was no chance for reprieve.
Noticing their inaction, Xining spoke slowly, "If you wish to live, follow me."
He then led them into a temporary encampment. Upon seeing them, Vice Commander Qianyao's expression turned slightly astonished.
He inquired, "Young Master Shen, who are these two?" Xining chuckled lightly, "They are the individuals the Tianhe sect seeks." Qianyao pulled Xining aside, puzzled. "Young Master, why did you save them?"
"I did not save them, it is merely that the members of the Tianhe sect fear us, which allowed them to blend in." Qianyao might have been competent in leadership, yet his thinking was somewhat rigid, failing to grasp certain subtleties. He assumed Xining had protected them in front of the Tianhe sect members. After a brief explanation from Xining, Qianyao finally understood. He then asked, "Young Master,
how do you plan to handle them?"
Qianyao expressed concern, recognizing their ties to the sect and their dubious nature.
"Keeping them around might not be wise."
Xining and Qianyao squatted in a corner, whispering, with Qianyao occasionally glancing at the siblings.
Li Hong and Li Qingqing watched the two,
feeling as though they were lambs awaiting slaughter. What was worse, the two were discussing their fate openly in front of them, without the slightest discretion.
In response to Qianyao's inquiry, Xining pondered for a moment before saying, "The matters concerning the Tianjin sect are none of my concern. Should I eliminate them now? It could lead to complications."
Xining was most uncertain about the relationship between the siblings and the Tianjin sect. Although they had defected from the sect,
The manner in which the Tianhe sect operated made him wary. After a moment of contemplation, Xianyao softly asked, "So, what do you propose, young master?"
"Let us not rush, we shall interrogate them first," Xining replied nonchalantly. "Even the Ministry of Justice interrogates criminals to ascertain the facts. Especially since this matter involves the Tianhe sect, I must at least understand the truth." Xianyao nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Xinying's words. "Then I shall remain at the door," he stated. Xining slowly nodded, and after Xianyao departed, he approached the siblings.
Upon noticing him,
Li Hong once again placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to strike at any moment. Xining maintained his calm demeanor and spoke.
"Do not even think about it. Should you draw your sword, those outside will rush in and turn you into minced meat."
Li Hong hesitated, and at that moment, Li Qingqing clutched her brother's arm, tears streaming down her face.
"Brother, no. This is all my fault. I have dragged you into this. You have already done enough. I cannot let you die."
Before Li Hong could respond, Li Qingqing turned to Xining and suddenly knelt before him.
"Please, Master Shen. Spare my brother, he is a good man, innocent."
Having learned from her conversation with Xianyao that his surname was Shen, Li Qingqing recalled that when he had previously intercepted them, he had not exuded any murderous intent, leading her to conclude that Xining was not a villain. Thus, she hoped he could understand their plight and grant them mercy. After all, for someone like Li Qingqing, who had grown up within the sect, her interactions were primarily with fellow disciples. Her understanding of the world's perils was evidently limited.
Unbeknownst to Xining,
he had unwittingly received a good person card from this young girl. He found himself intrigued and replied, "Whether I choose to spare you depends on your own actions." A slight smile graced his lips as he took a seat before them.
"Tell me, why did you defect from your sect and infiltrate our caravan?"
The siblings exchanged glances before Li Qingqing spoke first. "I am Li Qingqing, and this is my brother. We were originally disciples of the first peak of the Tianhe sect." "Get to the point," Xining interjected, eager for the crux of the matter. "I have heard that you attempted to assassinate your sect's holy maiden and failed."
"Which piques my curiosity."
Xining understood that there were hidden depths to this situation. Li Qingqing was merely at the sensory realm, while Li Hong was at its peak and seemed injured. In terms of strength, they were comparable to him.
Yet, what level was the holy maiden of the Tianhe sect? An assassination attempt? That was akin to throwing an egg against a stone.
Li Hong, who had remained silent, took a deep breath and spoke softly. "It was not our intention to kill her, rather, she sought to kill my sister."
"Why would she wish to kill your sister?" Xining finally grasped the essence of the matter after a lengthy wait. The intricacies within the sect were indeed profound.
While the Li siblings were of a similar age to him, Xinying's prior experiences had endowed him with a broader understanding of the world's harsh realities. It was evident that they still lacked the necessary insight, leading them to this unfortunate predicament.
However, how had they come to be at odds with the holy maiden?
Li Hong appeared hesitant to divulge more, even at this critical juncture.
Clearly, the secret was more significant than Xining had anticipated. In a gentle tone, Xining remarked, "You see, I am quite easy to converse with. If you do not wish to share, that is perfectly fine." As he spoke, he began to rise, intending to leave the room. He unzipped the tent, and the rainwater poured in, accompanied by the hellish sounds of the night. "However, since you choose silence, I see no reason to spare you." The sound of soldiers drawing their swords reached the ears of the siblings, and they had no doubt that they would soon meet their demise at their hands. Suddenly, Li Qingqing cried out, "No, Lord Shen, please don't kill my brother. I will tell you everything. The Saintess wants to kill me because I possess the sword bone, she intends to extract it from me." After her plea, she fell to her knees, covering her face with her hands as she began to weep. Li Hong, too, seemed to lose all strength, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had been injured while fleeing with his sister and had just endured a clash with Xining under the stormy night. He was holding on solely by willpower, his sister being his only source of faith. But now, they were at their wits' end. The revelation of Li Qingqing's sword bone had laid bare their greatest secret. "Brother, how are you?" Seeing Li Hong cough up blood, Li Qingqing, her handsome face streaked with tears, crawled over to support him. At that moment, Xining approached them, his expression complex but silent. Li Qingqing looked up at Xining, pleading, "Lord Shen, I believe you are a good person. You will spare us, one to you? Shining suddenly laughed. A good person? It's the first time someone has called me that in this world. Is he, indeed? Perhaps Shining himself believed so. After all, he hadn't yet committed any acts that weighed on his conscience. He questioned whether he owed anyone anything. But what lay ahead was uncertain. For in this predatory world, a good person is merely another kind of dead. Take, for instance, the siblings before him. Shining could easily choose to kill them outright. It would be the simplest and most effective solution. Even now, they appeared pitiable, not malevolent. Yet, Shining refrained from such an act. Instead, he sat down before them and said slowly, I will not kill you just yet, I have some questions to ask. Then, he locked eyes with Li Qingqing. What is the sword bone? What purpose does it serve? By its name, the sword bone seemed extraordinary. Yet, Shining knew nothing more of it. And his curiosity was piqued. Li Qingqing wiped her tears and softly explained, the sword bone is a rare physical constitution. Those who possess it have a unique understanding and affinity for the sword path. In simpler terms, those with the sword bone are born swordsmanship prodigies. Upon hearing this, Shining was momentarily taken aback. It reminded him of Zhou Wanshu, a devotee of the Confucian way, while Li Qingqing represented the sword path. However, in terms of future heights and achievements, the literary star was both a gift and a destiny. Zhou Wanshu's future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass those of the so-called sword bone. For the literary star embodied the entire Confucian doctrine, while the sword bone was merely a physical trait. Such relations could not be generalized. Yet, speaking of physical constitution, Shining himself possessed a unique one, the nine-spirit cold body. But he could not yet feel its effects, only sensing the cold energy stirring within him. Contemplating for a moment, he gestured for Li Qingqing to continue. Recovering her composure, she continued, later, the saintess discovered my sword bone and sought to extract it from me. At this, Li Hong's expression twisted in anguish as he shouted, that vile woman coveted my sister's sword bone, she forced us to. We had no choice but to flee from the Tianhe sect. As for the accusation of harming the saintess, that is utterly baseless. We could never be a match for that wicked woman. With that, Li Hong coughed up more blood. Shining's gaze turned curious. This script seemed oddly familiar. Wasn't this the classic protagonist template? Possessing the sword bone, yet it was taken away, leading to a fortuitous return. However, reality and imagination are two different matters. The sword bone of Li Qingqing had not been taken, and both siblings had escaped. Observing them, Shining had already formed a judgment. The siblings did not appear to be lying, their words were grounded in truth. As for the saintess of the Tianhe sect, she had already earned the label of a villain in Shinying's mind. Yet, this had little bearing on him, for he had no ties to the Tianhe sect. Frankly, this matter had nothing to do with him. Shining had no interest in the sword bone. He himself was the nine-spirit cold body. And even if the sword bone were offered to him, it would likely be of no use. At that moment, Li Qingqing suddenly clung to Shinying's leg, pleading. Lord Shin, we have told you all we could, will you spare us? Shining lowered his head in contemplation, not responding immediately. Li Qingqing, clearly aware that fortune does not simply fall from the sky, quickly altered her plea, Lord Shin, if you must kill someone, take me instead. My life. And the sword bone, I can give you both. Please, let my brother go. He is innocent. Li Hong, now weak and breathless, could no longer speak. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing's heart raced with fear. She did not know how the young man before them would choose. Their fates rested entirely in Shining's hands. Gently, Shining pulled Li Qingqing up, his voice solemn as he said, I may choose not to kill you. A glimmer of hope illuminated Li Qingqing's eyes. However, he continued, but I am no benevolent person, and I cannot assist you without reason. This time, consider it as me saving you, I must see a return. A value in you. With this, Shinying's gaze remained fixed on the two. Chapter 89, Identity Revealed, the Empress's thoughts as Shinying's words fell. The Li siblings immediately grasped their meaning. Without any hesitation, Li Qingqing knelt before Shining, biting her lip as she spoke. If Sir Shin could spare my brother and me today, I, Li Qingqing, am willing to follow you, Sir Shin, and face any trials without hesitation.
Li Hong struggled to rise, his expression complex as he pulled Li Qingqing back, saying, "Qingqing, no." He was unwilling to witness such a situation unfold. To put it delicately, it could be called loyalty; to put it bluntly, it was servitude. Moreover, they only recognized the youth before them as the leader of the convoy. A man of the court, with no knowledge of anything else. As disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, serving an unfamiliar individual was not a favorable prospect for them. Yet, what could they do? They were like fish on a chopping board; refusing to surrender meant certain death. Li Qingqing gazed at her brother, softly saying, "Brother, we have nowhere else to turn. Even if Sir Shen spares us today, those from the Heavenly Sword sect will still pursue us. We truly have nowhere to go. And you have become like this because of me. I cannot bear to watch you die." Upon hearing her words, Li Qingqing felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The emergence of the sword bone was not a blessing for her but a calamity. She could accept death; at worst, it would be an end to all. However, her brother was innocent, capable of continuing his training in the Heavenly Sword sect, yet he was forced down this path of escape because of her. Thus, Li Qingqing chose to plead before Shining, wishing only for her brother's survival. Shining sighed inwardly; to be honest, he found it difficult to decide the fate of these two. Killing them would be the simplest and most effective solution. Yet, if he spared them, how could he trust mere words? Human hearts are the most unpredictable of things. Observing the siblings on the ground, Shining decided to grant them a temporary reprieve. The youth stepped out of the tent and spoke to Qianyao outside, "Keep a close watch on them, do not kill them for the time being." Qianyao scratched his head and asked, "Young Master Shen, why not kill them?" Shining's gaze deepened as he replied softly, "The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect still possess some value we can utilize. We have already left their territory, let us take them for now." "Understood." Qianyao nodded in response. Afterward, Shining returned to another tent. He changed into a fresh set of clothes, then closed his eyes and began to circulate his energy. Today, he had already engaged in combat multiple times; though each encounter was brief, his opponents were genuine sword cultivators. Since embarking on the path of the sword, this was the first time he had faced such challengers. Just 2 exchanges had made him acutely aware of the disparity between himself and other sword cultivators. Particularly with Li Hong. Although both were at the same stage, Li Hong had managed to exchange a blow with him even while injured, and he did not falter. This realization was precisely why Shining hesitated to eliminate the siblings. To him, Li Hong was a valuable sharpening stone. Xin Ying's mind raced with thoughts, but suddenly, a chill surged within him. He hurriedly circulated his energy again, slowly suppressing it. Afterward, he opened his eyes, his complexion somewhat pale. Clenching his fists, he felt a complex mix of emotions, knowing that his greatest obstacle remained the cold ailment afflicting him. The energy flow in his dantian began to circulate, gradually subduing the chill. Xin Ying's complexion returned to normal, yet he did not rest, continuing to refine his energy. Meanwhile, far to the north, in the great Yin Palace, the Empress donned a striking crimson gown, her long hair cascading down her back. Her exquisite visage was enough to render any man utterly mesmerized. Yet, none dared to meet her gaze. Across the realm, how many would dare to confront this empress? Soon, a maid respectfully entered, holding a memorial. The maid said with reverence, "Your Majesty, this is what you requested." The empress slowly extended her hand to accept the memorial, which contained information about Shining. After the title of Scholar Shen was announced by the Heavenly Mechanism Hall, the empress had ordered an investigation into him, not merely due to his title, but because she felt an inexplicable intuition that this Scholar Shen might be connected to someone she knew. Subsequently, the information on Shining unfolded before the empress's eyes: the legitimate son of the Shen family in Jiangnan, a practitioner of the sensory realm. He had once been engaged, but the betrothal was annulled due to unforeseen circumstances. During this period, he suddenly rose to prominence. Now, the Shen family had offended the court of the Zhou kingdom, forcing their legitimate son to head north to transport grain. Most crucially, it was noted that Shining had suffered from a cold ailment since childhood. This information had been uncovered by the empress with ease, given her capabilities. After reading, a faint smile appeared on the empress's stunning face. "Ah.
Everything aligns, my instincts were correct. Little one, your identity has been revealed. Meanwhile, the maid cautiously raised her head, astonished by the smile on the Empress's face. In her memory, the Empress rarely smiled. Now, however, she bore such a smile. The maid was uncertain of what had transpired, but she sensed a change in the Empress's demeanor. The Empress closed the memorial, suppressing her smile as she turned to the maid and asked, "By the way, what is the status of the border conflict?" The maid bowed her head, softly replying, "General Wu has already laid the groundwork, the North Fortress is within reach, just awaiting the final opportunity." Clearly, the Yan kingdom was well prepared for this battle, while the Zhou kingdom appeared unprepared. The North Fortress, a strategic stronghold along the border, had been thoroughly arranged by the Yan kingdom. The maid continued, "Your Majesty. According to General Wu's original plan, after capturing the North Fortress, there are intentions to massacre the city, leaving no chance for the Zhou kingdom." The Empress paused momentarily, saying softly, "A massacre, you say?" The maid nodded, not overthinking, as she understood that the Empress was indifferent to such matters. The lives of an entire city held little value in the eyes of the sovereign. However, the Empress's gaze deepened. Indeed, she did not concern herself with the lives of the common people. Throughout history, those in power had tread upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Yet, there was one person she cared about. If the North Fortress fell and a massacre ensued, would he be affected? In an instant, the Empress's heart became tumultuous. The maid stood there in trepidation, unaware of what she had said wrong, yet sensing something amiss in the Empress's mood. What could be the reason? After a moment, the Empress suddenly lifted her head and declared, "Convey my decree, should the North Fortress be captured, there shall be no massacre until my command is given." The maid, taken aback by the Empress's order, was momentarily confused. She did not comprehend the Empress's intentions but respectfully replied, "As you command." The maid then withdrew, leaving the Empress alone in her chamber. She did not rest immediately, instead, she retrieved a tome. Now that she had discerned the identity of that young man, her interest in Shining had only intensified. Thus, she inscribed upon the tome, "Where are you now?" At that moment, Shining slowly opened his eyes, sensing a disturbance in the Qianyuan chart. The young man awakened, retrieving the Qianyuan chart, realizing that his acquaintance from the internet was seeking him. Shining was unaware of the Empress's identity and had no inkling that she had already uncovered his true self. Initially, he had revealed the title of scholar as a pretext for leaving Jiangnan. However, he could not have anticipated that the Empress, relying solely on the name of a cultured gentleman, had intertwined his fate with her own on the Qianyuan map. It was of little consequence to remain oblivious. But upon investigation, the truth of Xinying's identity could be easily unearthed. "Where are you now?" Shining pondered the inquiry on the Qianyuan map and responded, "Senior, I am still on my way north." The Empress, upon receiving Xinying's message, fell into a moment of silence. He had yet to reach Beisai City. Such a circumstance was somewhat troublesome. To be frank, the Empress had begun to regard Shining as a unique entity, leaning more towards the sentiment of friendship. After all, should anyone discover her identity, none would dare to meet her gaze. Only Shining could evoke such distinct emotions within her. Given that Shining had not yet arrived in Beisai City, it was likely that hostilities would reignite by the time he did. The decree issued by the Empress, which forbade the slaughter of cities, was not truly for the sake of the populace, but rather for Shining alone. Coupled with Xinying's own abilities, the Empress believed he could survive amidst the chaos of battle. Deep down, she harbored a desire for Xinying's survival. Thus, she slowly composed a message, "I understand. But Jiuzhou is currently tumultuous, it would be wise for you to depart soon." Upon reading this, Shining grasped the underlying message and inquired, "Is the Yan kingdom about to wage war?" After a brief pause, a few words trickled back, "Beisai City will fall." Merely 5 words displayed the Empress's unwavering confidence. Though the two sides had yet to engage in combat, the Empress was already certain that the Yan army would breach Beisai City. Hence, her earlier decree was predicated upon the assumption of the city's imminent downfall. The mere sight of those words stirred a tempest within Shining. He could sense the confidence radiating from her. Shining was unaware of the military arrangements made by the Zhou kingdom at Beisai City.
But he had previously speculated that his online acquaintance belonged to the Yan aristocracy. The information she provided was, in all likelihood, genuine. She had no reason to deceive him. Contemplating the weight of this revelation, Xining recognized that further inquiries were unnecessary and thus replied, "Thank you, Senior, I understand." After conveying this vital information to Xining, the Empress inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had alerted this young man, and with her prior arrangements, it was unlikely that any calamity would befall him. Sitting on her bed, she massaged her temples, feeling an inexplicable lightness within her heart after sharing the news. At that moment, she also began to realize that this young individual seemed to have carved out a unique place within her heart, capable of influencing her emotions.
Confused by this newfound sentiment, the Empress found herself at a loss.
Meanwhile, Xining, observing the silence from the other end,
gradually understood that the Empress had sought him out this evening solely to inform him about Beisai City.
Yet, he had no choice. He was tasked with delivering supplies,
and he must go to Beisai City. It was an unavoidable circumstance.
Now aware of this information, Xining could only hope that hostilities would not erupt before his arrival. However, a thought soon crossed his mind. Since the senior had sought him out, he too had questions to pose.
Specifically,
he wished to inquire about the matter of Li Qingqing's sword bone, as it was indeed a peculiar constitution, one he had encountered and wished to understand.
After a moment of hesitation, Xining wrote, "Senior, have you ever heard of sword bones?"
The Empress, upon receiving Xining's message, felt a flicker of surprise and replied,
"Why, have you encountered a sword bone?" "Indeed," Xining affirmed.
Shortly thereafter, the Empress sent another message, "Sword bones are not a favorable thing."
Xining, perplexed, inquired, "Why do you say that, Senior?" "Sword bones are a boon for sword cultivators, is there a drawback?"
The Empress contemplated this and proceeded to enlighten Xining regarding sword bones. While sword bones were indeed the pinnacle of cultivation aptitude for sword practitioners, historical records indicated that every previous owner of a sword bone met with a grim fate.
"I never thought you would encounter a sword bone in this era." Xining fell silent, grasping the implications of the Empress's words.
A sword bone resembled a curse, an ethereal and elusive curse.
Much like Li Qingqing,
whose fate had soured since her sword bone was discovered.
The Empress then inquired, "Is the sword bone currently with you?"
"It was a chance encounter.
By a twist of fate, I saved them," Xining candidly replied.
He continued, "Senior, in that case, I ought to eliminate this sword bone to end the matter." Since the Empress had stated that sword bones were indeed unfavorable, keeping it by his side could potentially implicate him. Although he had previously pledged not to harm the Li siblings, when it came to his own interests, a mere verbal promise held little weight.
At that moment,
the Empress sent another message, "If I am not mistaken, the sword bone you encountered should not have fully developed yet."
Xining responded,
"It is roughly on par with my own abilities." He sensed that Li Qingqing's strength matched his own, though he had certainly practiced swordsmanship for a shorter duration than she had. Nevertheless, his mastery of top-tier cultivation techniques would likely place them on equal footing in a confrontation. Thus, it appeared that the sword bone had yet to mature, it was merely in the early stages of manifestation.
The so-called drawbacks of the sword bone,
even if they were to surface, would not impact him. The Empress replied, then continued to share some secrets with Xining.
"At present, you may not need to eliminate her.
Keeping this sword bone by your side could prove to be a beneficial choice.
Since you wield a sword,
having a sword bone nearby could aid in your growth." Xining had indeed considered this possibility, but knowing the hearts of people was as elusive as knowing their faces. He could not place his trust in the two siblings he had only met once.
Yet, the senior's words must hold some merit. Thus, Xining inquired, "Senior, do you have a solution? Have you ever heard of sword seals?" The Empress's words arrived. Xining replied, "I have not." His response met the Empress's expectations.
She continued, "Sword seals are a unique mark exclusive to sword cultivators. Generally, powerful sword cultivators will fuse the sword seal with their sword. This way, the sword can establish a connection with its master, preventing others from seizing it. The ultimate outcome is that as long as the sword exists, so too does its master. If the sword is lost, so is the master. As long as the sword exists, so too does its master." Xining contemplated this notion. beginning to grasp the concept of sword seals as described by his online acquaintance. However, he wondered what this had to do with Li Qingqing. The Empress's subsequent words clarified her intent for Shining. The reason sword bones are referred to as sword bones is that, at their core, they are still swords.
Do you mean? Shining faltered.
Sword seals can control sword bones, the Empress revealed this secret.
Yet, truthfully, this was not a secret in the strictest sense.
It had been validated when the last generation's sword bone emerged.
Shining was taken aback, realizing the significant drawbacks of sword bones. However, upon reflection,
he recognized that this could very well be the curse the Empress had alluded to. The Empress continued to impart her knowledge to Shining.
Currently,
with a sword bone in your midst, it is not a disadvantage for you. If you can keep her by your side and utilize her, it would maximize your benefits.
Indeed, the Empress was not a benevolent figure.
Her concerns were solely focused on the final outcome, rendering all else inconsequential in her eyes. Her considerations for Shining stemmed from a singular desire for his benefit alone. Shining was somewhat uncertain, yet the words of the Empress genuinely stirred his heart. The ability to control the sword bone effectively eradicated the disadvantage of having the Li siblings by his side.
After a moment of hesitation, Shining inquired, "Senior, but I do not know how to wield the sword imprint." "You naturally do not," the Empress replied.
"For the sword imprint is far more challenging to comprehend than the sword intent. You have only practiced swordsmanship for a month. It is only expected that you do not grasp the sword imprint."
"Then how shall I control the sword bone?" he queried further. "Leave it to me."
"I can inscribe the sword imprint within the sword bone," the Empress answered, surprising herself with how much thought she had devoted to this young one. Rubbing her temples, she gazed at the vast palace around her, finally shaking her head as she reassured herself. "Very well, I shall provide this young man with some assurance. At the very least, he must not perish." Then, she picked up the illustrated manual once again, upon which a single character was inscribed.
"All right, thank you, Senior."
As for the matter of the sword imprint, Shining pondered for a moment before opting to heed the advice of his online acquaintances. A free hand would be foolish to refuse. Moreover, the future potential of the sword bone would be significant. Having it by his side would indeed offer him considerable support. His only concern was the Heavenly Sword sect, however. Shining believed that he would likely not have any further ties with them. Unbeknownst to him, dawn was approaching.
Shining rose and exited the tent, discovering that the rain had ceased.
Thus, he issued a command to resume their journey. They could delay no longer. The forces of the Yan kingdom were poised to strike again, and he needed to reach the North Fortress city before that occurred to ensure his survival. After finalizing his instructions, he returned once more to the Li siblings. Li Hong lay weakly on the ground while Li Qingqing tended to her brother.
As Shining approached,
a hint of complexity flickered in his gaze. Seeing this, Li Qingqing quickly stood and murmured, "I have met Lord Shen." Shining waved his hand and spoke softly, "There is no need to be anxious.
I have stated that I will not harm you.
And I shall not waver in that decision."
Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing's tense expression began to relax.
However, before she could feel relief for long, Shining continued coolly.
"Yet I cannot gamble on your loyalty. Who knows if you might betray me in the future?" Li Qingqing hastily replied, "Lord Shen, we would never dare."
The young girl was still too naive, believing that mere words could persuade Shining. Meanwhile, Li Hong struggled to rise and questioned, "Lord Shen,
what exactly do you intend to do?"
"It is quite simple. I wish to inscribe a sword imprint within your sister.
This will ensure that you do not betray me.
Should you harbor any ill intentions, your sister shall perish before I do," Shining stated calmly, as if discussing a mundane matter. The sword imprint. The Li siblings, having been born in the Heavenly Sword sect, were familiar with its concept. Although they had not mastered it, they understood that the sword imprint was a means to control the sword. If Li Qingqing were to bear the sword imprint within her, it would not only signify control but also humiliation.
"Impossible. I refuse."
The siblings spoke in unison, yet their responses were drastically different. Li Hong was the first to voice his objections, rushing to grasp Li Qingqing's shoulders, his eyes reddening.
"Qingqing, no. If you acquiesce,
you will be subjected to a lifetime of control.
Brother, we have no other choice. I cannot let you suffer because of me," Li Qingqing cried. To refuse is to face death.
She was unwilling to let her brother perish because of her. At her words, Li Hong seemed to lose all strength,
collapsing to the ground.
Li Qingqing, disregarding her brother's plight, knelt before Shining, her gaze dimmed.
My lord,
I am willing to submit as long as you spare my brother and me.
Shining nodded, very well. He then led Li Qingqing back into the tent, softly instructing. Close your eyes.
Li Qingqing trembled as she complied, and Shining produced the Qianyuan map. Suddenly, a beam of golden light surged forth from the map. This was a technique left by the Empress, who transmitted the imprint through the Qianyuan map.
Reminiscent of how she had inscribed the mark upon Xin Ying's brow outside Linzhou City, vanquishing a demon in the process.
Li Qingqing felt a sharp pain within her body, which soon subsided, prompting her to open her eyes. Shining regarded her, speaking slowly. Having spared your life, you must harbor no ulterior thoughts.
Your life is now in my hands. To wish for your demise is but a thought away.
Li Qingqing understood her fate, lowering her head and whispering.
Li Qingqing greets my lord.
Thus, this former disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, the owner of the sword bone, yielded entirely to Shining. He observed the prostrate Li Qingqing, gently patting her shoulder without uttering a word before turning to leave the tent.
Li Qingqing, lost in a haze, found herself engulfed in profound confusion.
The enslavement of the sword bone via the sword imprint was the Empress's suggestion, which Shining had adopted.
Yet,
the youth could not foresee that this decision would lead to monumental transformations in his future. He could not imagine that Li Qingqing would truly grow alongside him, ultimately becoming an unparalleled sword immortal of her time, the celestial sword immortal. Upon successfully inscribing the sword imprint within Li Qingqing, Shining departed. He had secured control over her. As for Li Hong, he would be under the influence of Li Qingqing. The bonds of blood and kinship were sufficient to tether him. The two siblings followed in the wake of Xin Ying's caravan, journeying together towards North Fortress City. Though they had severed ties with the Heavenly Sword sect,
their prowess remained intact.
Particularly for Li Hong, despite his injuries, he was a genuine peak of the Tonggan realm, merely a step away from the Cultivation realm.
After departing from Qishan, they could proceed directly to North Fortress City.
With Shen Ying's order for accelerated marching this morning,
they anticipated entering the vicinity of North Fortress City by nightfall.
At this moment, to the north of North Fortress City, within the encampment of the Yan Kingdom,
the current commander at the forefront was General Wu Chen.
Having surpassed 50 years in age, Wu Chen was a distinguished general who had risen through the ranks of the battlefield. Clad in armor, he stood with a grave expression. His fierce gaze surveyed the assembly of Yan generals flanking him.
Are all preparations complete? Wu Chen inquired of the adjutant beside him. The adjutant bowed his head, affirming.
Reporting to the general, the troops have assembled, and in 2 days, we shall advance on North Fortress City.
This city will surely fall.
The morale within the Yan army was soaring.
Very well, my comrades.
The Yan and Zhou nations have faced off for several years, yet the Zhou kingdom's fortune has waned. This Jiuzhou shall inevitably become the territory of our Yan kingdom.
The march of our iron cavalry shall commence from North Fortress City.
Wu Chen emerged from the pile of corpses, and his murderous aura immediately enveloped the surroundings, silencing the generals. At that moment, one general stepped forward, speaking softly. General, should we capture North Fortress City, the Zhou kingdom will undoubtedly retaliate, and our losses in defending the city will surely be severe. Thus, I hope the general will consider this matter thoroughly.
Without hesitation, Wu Chen responded to the concern. North Fortress City is not a stronghold we intend to occupy. So why should we defend it?
Once the city falls, we shall massacre the inhabitants. When the Zhou army recaptures an empty city, what use will it be? At his words, the generals exchanged glances. At this moment, another general below displayed a conflicted expression. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. General, however,
a decree from His Majesty has just arrived, stating that, after breaching the city, we are forbidden to slaughter its inhabitants. If we proceed with the massacre,
we not only defy the imperial edict but also commit an act against heaven.
Unexpectedly, the martial minister scoffed. Heaven? I have taken countless lives. What faith do I have in such a notion? On the battlefield, it is either I who vanquish the enemy or the enemy who vanquishes me.
The lives of a city's populace are insignificant in the face of the enduring legacy of our great Yan.
But His Majesty's decree. Wu Chen fell silent for a moment, grappling with his incomprehension. Why would the emperor issue such an edict? Wu Chen pondered. Having followed the empress for many years and gained her trust, if one were to claim the empress believed in heaven's will, he would not be convinced. Her ruthlessness far surpassed his own. Should we gain the upper hand in this war and seize the 3 provinces of Jiuzhou? What significance would the death of countless civilians hold? After a moment of reflection, he slowly raised his gaze, his resolve solidifying. In matters of war, the emperor's command may not always be heeded, the plan to massacre the city shall not waver. Upon uttering these words, a tremor coursed through all present in the military tent. Their reaction was not one of shock, but of fear. To disregard the emperor's will is to act in defiance of the empress, who is not to be trifled with. Should this matter go awry, it could bring calamity upon them, manifesting as a nightmare. Wu Chen understood their trepidation and spoke firmly. This opportunity presents the finest moment for battle. Should we delay, we risk losing our initiative on the battlefield. We cannot afford to grant the Zhou kingdom a moment's respite, the city must be razed. If the emperor seeks to hold me accountable, I shall bear the responsibility alone. Wu Chen's commanding presence silenced everyone, ultimately determining the course of the impending war. That night, outside the city of Beisai, the troops of the Zhou kingdom were likewise on high alert. During such a critical juncture, no one dared to be negligent. Before long, a plume of smoke began to rise gradually. The soldiers atop the city walls noticed movement in the distance. Report, General Chen, there are newcomers outside the city. On the battlement stood a middle-aged man clad in armor, his gaze shrouded in uncertainty as he too spotted the approaching figures. This man was named Qin Shang, the general tasked with defending Beisai, responsible for military affairs. He waved his hand dismissively and stated, "That is the supply convoy. His Majesty has already issued a decree. They are reinforcements for our Beisai. Open the city gates and inform Her Highness, Princess Jiangnan, that the supply convoy has arrived." However, before Qin Shang could finish his sentence, a melodious voice rang out from afar. "No need, I have already arrived." The speaker was a woman in her 20s. Donned in armor, her long hair cascading behind her, exuding an aura of confidence that rivaled that of any man. Her features, while not strikingly beautiful, possessed a certain charm that made her pleasing to behold, yet it was her commanding presence that truly set her apart. This woman was none other than Princess Jiangnan of the Great Zhou, the daughter of the current emperor. Although not born of the empress, Princess Jiangnan was unlike other women. She had no interest in the traditional arts but was instead captivated by military strategy. By all rights, it would be exceedingly difficult for a mere princess to leave the capital. However, due to her unique status and the intense strife between the Zhou and Yan kingdoms, both she and the faction of the empress were inclined to allow her to take to the front lines. Thus, the Zhou emperor granted her the title Jiangnan, permitting her to depart the capital for Yuzhou. The name Jiangnan signifies eternal tranquility, symbolizing the eventual victory of the Zhou kingdom and national stability. Yet, no one anticipated that despite being a woman, Princess Jiangnan would prove equal to her male counterparts on the battlefield. Not only did she hone her skills, showcasing her military prowess, but she also achieved numerous military exploits. In hindsight, the Empress's decision to release Princess Jiangnan from the capital appears to have been a grave miscalculation. The Empress harbored no fondness for the princess, and since Princess Jiangnan had no ties to the third prince, should she return to the capital? It is highly probable she would align herself with the second prince. Her illustrious military achievements would serve as a crucial asset for the second prince in his quest for the throne. Nonetheless, these remain mere conjectures. The true intentions of the princess are inscrutable. Now, standing atop the city wall, Princess Jiangnan's gaze fell upon the youth leading the convoy below. Suddenly, she inquired of Qin Shang, "Who is that young man?" Chapter 93, Arrival at Beisai City. Who is that young man? Qin Shang replied, "This individual is named Shining, hailing from the Shin family in Jiangnan. He has been appointed by His Majesty to transport grain for the army. This batch of provisions is also funded by the Shin family." A merchant's son? How could father allow such a person to oversee grain transportation? It is utterly ludicrous. The expression of Princess Jiangnan turned somewhat severe, as she could not fathom her father's intentions.
She then said slowly, "You may proceed with the handover. There are still some defensive matters in Beisai City that require my command, so I shall not meet this person." Chen Sheng cupped his hands and replied, "As you command."
Meanwhile, Xin Ying's convoy successfully entered the city. Deputy Commander Qian Yao informed Xining of certain matters regarding Beisai City,
including the fact that it is currently under the command of Princess Yongning. Xining found this intriguing. He had never heard of a princess giving commands in such a capacity. However, before he could ponder further, a man approached him. Xining scrutinized the fellow, who introduced himself, "Xin Commander, I am Chen Shang, the garrison commander of Beisai City."
Xining smiled slightly while observing Chen Shang. For some reason, he sensed a hint of disdain from this man. Although Chen Shang spoke courteously, it was merely a facade. In his eyes, the battlefield was no place for just anyone. Thankfully, the battle had not yet commenced, otherwise, this youth would never have been allowed to transport provisions. Xining could somewhat guess the thoughts in Chen Shang's mind, but he had more pressing matters to address. Dismounting, he said to Chen Shang, "General Chen, in addition to transporting grain, I also possess some intelligence that warrants your attention." The information Xining intended to share undoubtedly pertained to Beisai City. The Yan army was about to take action. Although the defenses of the city appeared sound from the outside, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Yet, to Xin Ying's surprise, Chen Shang's expression remained devoid of warmth.
He merely waved his hand and said, "Commander Xin has traveled a long distance to transport grain, you must be fatigued. Let us discuss matters later. You should return to rest, I have already arranged accommodations for you. Please." Chen Shang's attitude was unmistakable, he looked down upon Xining.
A mere boy,
untouched by the trials of war, was hardly fit to partake in such affairs. The so-called intelligence was nothing of consequence.
Chen Shang even suspected that this lad might bring forth false information. Seeing Chen Shang's dismissive stance, Xining chose not to press further and replied, "Thank you for your consideration."
He understood that Chen Shang harbored his own opinions.
Furthermore,
the news of the Yan army's impending assault had been relayed to him by an Edison, lacking substantial evidence.
Even if he revealed it now,
Chen Shang would not believe him. Thus, Xining paid no further heed to Chen Shang and returned to his temporary lodgings with the soldiers.
Ultimately,
Xining was not of this world, his sense of belonging to the state of Zhou was not particularly strong.
In this feudal era, war was commonplace,
and the sieging or breaching of cities was not a cause for alarm. However, now that he found himself in Beisai City, if the Yan army were to attack, it would directly concern him.
But what could Xining do?
Given the current attitude of the city's commander, he was powerless to change the situation.
Upon reflection, it was clear that the true authority in Beisai City lay with Princess Yongning.
Yet she had not made an appearance, further indicating her stance.
In this place,
no one would trust a mere grain transport officer. Xining's gaze flickered for a moment, although the grain had arrived. There were still other handover matters to attend to, and he could not extricate himself so swiftly.
At present, he wished to meet Princess Yongning.
If she chose to place her trust in him, there might still be a glimmer of hope.
If she did not, Xining would immediately withdraw.
Should the Yan army breach Beisai City, it would be no trivial matter. All that Xining did was ultimately for his own sake. The current situation was too convoluted for anyone to decipher. The only course of action available to him was to extricate himself from this chaotic conflict as soon as possible.
Accustomed to the peace of Jiangnan, this was Xin Ying's first encounter with war in his 2 lifetimes. Xining arrived at Beisai City during the night, and after a series of adjustments, dawn was approaching.
Upon returning to his lodgings, he rested for about an hour. Although cultivators seldom rely on sleep to restore their strength, some rest was still essential, especially since Xining had not had a proper night's sleep for several consecutive nights.
Moreover,
the cold ailment within him needed to be suppressed by the energy in his dantian. The recovery of his dantian was crucial. Yet Xining did not rest for long, as he was uncertain when the Yan army might strike.
Clang clang. Just as Xining awoke, the sounds of clashing swords echoed from outside the courtyard. The young man opened the door to find 2 soldiers surrounding a man and a woman.
This man and woman were none other than the Li siblings.
"Let us in to see Lord Xin,"
Li Hong urged in a low voice, gripping his sword tightly. Li Qingqing followed silently behind him.
However,
the soldiers stationed there blocked their path, and a standoff ensued. It was not until Xining emerged from his room that the farce came to an end.
"Let them in."
Upon Xinying's command, the two soldiers allowed the siblings to enter. Upon seeing Xining, Li Hong knelt before him and implored, "Please, young Master Xin,
"Grant me the sword seal."
Xining was taken aback by this unexpected act, turning his gaze to the silent Li Qingqing behind him.
In truth,
Li Hong did not wish for Li Qingqing to become Xinying's puppet. It had been a desperate measure, he had been injured. And in her eagerness to protect her brother, the sword seal had been forced into Li Qingqing's body.
Since then,
Li Hong had attempted numerous methods to remove the seal from her, yet to no avail. He regretted agreeing to Xinying's request, if one were to be controlled. He would prefer it to be himself rather than his sister. Thus, he came before Xining, kneeling and beseeching for the seal.
However,
Li Hong was unaware that only those possessing the sword bone could bear the sword seal. Xining seemed disinclined to elaborate. Regarding the two with a bemused smile and slowly saying, "It appears you two wish to retract your previous decision."
The siblings were taken aback.
And Li Qingqing lowered her head, murmuring, "I dare not."
"Ah, my decisions are not subject to your whims,"
Xining replied sharply. Then fixed his gaze upon Li Hong and stated emphatically, "Now you have two choices, either submit, or your sister shall suffer a torturous demise." As his words fell, the courtyard fell silent for a moment. Li Hong's countenance darkened, as if all strength had drained from him. Just then, the entrance to Xinying's courtyard suddenly swung open, and several burly men clad in armor strode in.
Chapter 94, Provocation. The princess's trial. These individuals are soldiers from Beisai City. Specifically, they serve under Princess Jiangnan.
Beisai City is relatively small, and Xinying's residence is not far from that of Princess Jiangnan. Xining scrutinized the soldiers before him and inquired slowly,
"What is it that you seek?"
"The princess wishes to see you," stated the leader with a mere wave of his hand, causing the others to encircle Xining. The expressions on their faces exhibited a palpable arrogance, completely dismissing the presence of this young man. As Xining was about to be apprehended, he swiftly drew his hanshao sword, pushing back the burly men surrounding him.
"Oh, the princess wishes to see me? Is this the manner in which you come to invite me?"
The leader's face darkened with anger, taken aback by Xinying's resistance.
Drawing his blade, he bellowed, "Impudence! We are the personal guards of the princess, dare you defy us?"
Without waiting for a response, he prepared to strike, exuding an intimidating presence. Xining gestured for Li Hong and Li Qingqing to stand beside him. After a moment's hesitation, Li Hong moved to stand behind Xining, realizing he had no choice. For his sister's life rested in Xinying's hands.
The atmosphere was tense, both sides poised for conflict.
Ultimately, the leader could no longer contain himself. Having spent years by Princess Jiangnan's side and claiming to have seen battle, he harbored disdain for Xining, viewing him merely as a wealthy scion. While they fought on the battlefield, this privileged youth indulged in leisure. Now that he was in Beisai City, he felt compelled to assert his superiority.
Yet, Xining's unexpectedly strong demeanor incited his embarrassment and fury.
With Xining brandishing his sword, the leader's anger flared.
"So what if I am formidable? You will leave today, whether you desire to or not. Brothers, seize him and bring him before the princess." With a commanding shout,
the leader ordered his men to subdue Xining. The soldiers charged at Xining, their intentions clearly lethal.
These soldiers, merely robust commoners and not practitioners,
were nonetheless capable of withstanding some assaults from ordinary cultivators due to their battlefield experience. However, Xining had the Li siblings at his side.
With a knowing glance, he signaled them, and after a brief moment of hesitation, they understood their duty to eliminate the threat to their master.
Li Hong and Li Qingqing drew their swords simultaneously.
Their skills honed from their sect training, and swiftly dispersed the soldiers.
The leader, taken aback by this turn of events, paled when he attempted to subdue Xining directly. Xining, however, was no novice, his hanshao sword pierced the leader's armor. Had the man not evaded quickly, he would have met a fatal end.
Nevertheless,
blood flowed from the wound on his chest, and as he looked down in disbelief, he struggled to comprehend the situation. This young man was indeed a practitioner. As he prepared to retaliate, Xinying's sword now rested against his throat.
"You cannot kill me.
I am a soldier of the Zhou kingdom and a guard of the princess," he stammered, desperation creeping into his voice.
If you dare to slay me, the princess and the court will not spare you, Shining coldly retorted, with such arrogance, wielding your weapon against your own, how dare you claim to be a soldier? Frankly, you are not but a lapdog to the princess, a mere cur, and you dare bark before me? Meanwhile, Li Hong and Li Qingqing dispatched the remaining soldiers. Their indifference towards the court evident as they chose to follow Shining. The intruders now lay defeated on the ground. Shining recognized them as Princess Yongning's men. Yet he was no easy target. With their aggression clear, he felt justified in taking action. Should the princess possess wisdom, she would not trouble him. But if she were one to wield her military status and accomplishments to belittle others, then his retreat would yield no favorable outcome. Thus, he resolved not to yield due to her status. Gripping his sword tighter, he pressed the blade further against the leader's neck, drawing blood. No, please don't kill me, I am loyal to the princess. The man finally surrendered, his words a mixture of fear and unwillingness. Once a battle-hardened soldier, he had lost his spirit in recent years while serving by the princess's side. Though he believed he would die to protect her, he could not bear the thought of being slain by this young man, it would be a disgrace. Yet, he had misjudged Shining. And now the reality of his predicament dawned upon him. With the princess as his last hope, he realized that Shining was not swayed by such threats. So, you threaten me when you cannot best me? The soldier's spirit you once possessed has been cast aside, Shining remarked, pressing the blade closer. The chill of impending death palpable. Stop! A sharp, commanding voice pierced the tension. A woman in plain attire appeared at the entrance, flanked by soldiers. Her expression was grave as she surveyed the scene. It was none other than Princess Yongning herself. Having been nearby, she had sent someone to summon Shining. But upon finding he had not yet arrived, she had come to investigate, only to witness this confrontation. Shining met her gaze, and with a swift kick, he sent the man sprawling aside, coldly stating, "Your master has arrived." The fallen soldier scrambled to his feet and rushed to Princess Yongning, exclaiming, "Your Highness! This man has shown you great disrespect. Please, take action against this rogue." Princess Yongning ignored the soldier and turned her attention to Shining. "Shining, the esteemed young master, when it is an honor to finally meet you." Shining understood at last why the princess had initially refrained from meeting him the previous night. It was due to his reputation as young master one. The advantages of a renowned name were evident, sparing him from many troubles. Indeed, he had merely been a minor military officer, of little consequence to Princess Yongning, until she discovered his identity. Though not skilled in poetry, the name of the four great young masters was widely recognized, compelling her to seek him out. Initially, she had dispatched her guards to summon Shining. But the scene before her had taken her completely by surprise. Standing before Princess Yongning, Shining merely offered a polite bow, replying, "It is an honor to meet you." "Your Highness." Princess Yongning scrutinized Shining with a fierce gaze and demanded, "Shin, what is the meaning of this?" Chapter 95, A Dialogue with the Princess. Accountability. It is inescapable. Shining has stirred the ire of Princess Yongning, and this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Shining gazed at Princess Yongning and calmly remarked, "Your Highness, your people forcefully intruded upon my abode, intent on taking me away without uttering a word. Now, you come to inquire about the situation? One might say Your Highness is jesting." Upon hearing this, Princess Yongning furrowed her brows and looked at the man below, questioning. "Did I not instruct you to invite General Shin here? What have you been doing?" The man trembled, unable to articulate a coherent response, clearly indicating that the recent provocation was not sanctioned by Princess Yongning. Realizing this, Princess Yongning's expression sharpened. "Leave at once, I shall settle this matter with you later." Hearing the princess's command, the soldier hastily exited the courtyard. Others injured by the Li siblings also made their swift exit. The princess's demeanor spoke volumes. Although she was aware of her subordinates' actions, she could not offer Shining an apology. Due to the disparity in their statuses, she being of royal lineage, apologizing for such a trivial matter would be a loss of face for the imperial family. Shining felt a slight relief. He recognized that the princess's concession was significant. He refrained from pressing further and instead clasped his hands, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings Your Highness to seek me?" Princess Yongning did not respond immediately but directed her gaze toward the Li siblings behind Shining.
She slightly parted her lips and asked, members of the sect? Shining shook his head, replying nonchalantly, no, they are now under my command. He then turned to the two and instructed, you may step inside for the time being, I have matters to discuss with Her Highness. Li Hong and Li Qingqing exchanged glances before slowly affirming, understood. They had accepted this reality, at least until the sword seal was lifted. They had not defied Xin Ying's authority. However, they also realized that had it not been for Xin Ying, they would have already been apprehended and returned to the sword sect. Once they departed, Xin Ying gestured for Princess Yongning to take a seat. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Your Highness? Princess Yongning, equally forthright, stated. You are not only Master Wen but also the general responsible for transporting provisions. These dual identities pique my curiosity. I suspect that my father has dispatched you to transport grain as a means of testing you, and I wish to understand why. Throughout her speech, her gaze remained fixed on Xin Ying. She was not only valiant in battle but also astute. Knowing that Xin Ying's northern expedition was sanctioned by the emperor, she surmised that her father was observing Xin Ying closely. However, upon their encounter, she found nothing particularly remarkable about him. His cultivation was merely at the sensory realm, while she had already attained the refinement realm, placing her a level above him. Such talent, in her eyes, did not qualify as genius, as she had earned her prowess through battle. Consequently, Xin Ying held no exceptional allure for her. Instead, the two young sword cultivators behind Xin Ying had piqued her interest. Yet, unless in times of life and death or national crisis, disciples of sects were not permitted to engage in battle, a tacit agreement between the two nations. In response to Princess Yongning's inquiry, Xin Ying shook his head with a wry smile. Your Majesty's thoughts are beyond the comprehension of a mere commoner like me. I simply wish to depart from this North Fort. It is hardly a favorable place. Princess Yongning paused briefly, then retorted with a cold smile, what, General Xin? Are you afraid? In these times of stalemate between the states of Zhou and Yan, such a cowardly mindset diminishes your stature. Among the four great young masters of the realm, you are but this. Princess Yongning felt a twinge of disappointment. She had anticipated that someone of Xin Ying's caliber, bearing the title of Master Wen and having caught her father's eye, would be different. To her dismay, he appeared to be just another timid soul. Unexpectedly, Xin Ying chuckled softly, then slowly replied, stalemate? When does Your Highness believe this situation will change? Princess Yongning answered, the dynamics of battle are ever changing, beyond the control of you or me. Suddenly, Xin Ying rose, fixing his gaze upon her, and articulated each word with intent. But what if I assert that the Yan army is already prepared to besiege the city, that North Fort is already within their grasp? What would Your Highness say to that? Princess Yongning paused, momentarily taken aback before a hint of disdain crossed her features. Within their grasp? Why must General Shun bolster the ambitions of others while diminishing his own? While I can believe that the Yan army may attack, my forces in Zhou fear nothing. North Fort cannot be lost. Her words exuded confidence. To her, it was inconceivable that the Yan army could seize North Fort. Even if they succeeded, they would incur heavy losses. They could not be so foolish. Thus, in Princess Yongning's view, Xin Ying's assertions were mere fabrications. With that, Princess Yongning turned and left, unwilling to linger any longer. Xin Ying did not attempt to stop her, yet his expression sharpened. He was no fool. There were reasons for the princess's disbelief in his words. After all, the intelligence regarding the Yan army's intentions had come from an acquaintance of his. He possessed no evidence to convince others, and it was unnecessary to pursue the matter further. In matters of national significance, he recognized that he need not intervene. In this world, self-interest must always take precedence, otherwise, one would meet their demise. With this thought, Xin Ying turned and entered the room. The Li siblings awaited him inside. Xin Ying spoke first, we must depart from here swiftly. Li Hong and Li Qingqing exchanged glances, and the latter spoke up, since it was Lord Xin who saved us. We shall accompany you. However, this agreement was not entirely voluntary. Li Hong then inquired, my lord, where do we go from here? He felt perplexed about Xin Ying's haste to leave. Although this lord was a member of the court, he appeared at odds with the people of North Fort. Whether to the capital or the south, it was clear that remaining in North Fort was untenable. As for you, I require protection to leave Jiuzhou. Matters beyond that can be addressed later. Accompanying Xining were all courtiers, and his departure alone posed considerable risk. However, bringing along the Li siblings would prove advantageous. His mission had been accomplished, and he would soon receive orders from the court. Yet, he lacked the time to await such commands. As for Li Hong and Li Qingqing, they wisely refrained from further inquiries into the underlying circumstances. At this juncture, self-preservation was their utmost priority. Then, Li Qingqing glanced outside and asked softly, "My lord, when shall we leave?"
Tomorrow. Chapter 96, The Yan Army's Siege. Li Hong and Li Qingqing were evidently taken aback by Xin Ying's urgency. They had not yet found their footing in the North Fort city when they were already compelled to depart. In truth, Xining intended to leave today, however. Having just conversed with the princess, he sensed numerous scrutinizing gazes upon him, making it difficult to extricate himself. Thus, tomorrow marked Xin Ying's final deadline. He must leave, regardless of the circumstances. With the Li siblings accompanying him, his safety was somewhat assured. The sword seal, indeed, it was a valuable asset. Meanwhile, upon returning, Princess Yongning did not take Xin Ying's words to heart. Yet, an unsettling intuition gnawed at her. She could never fathom the possibility of the North Fort city's fall. After all, the Yan army had previously expended significant forces without breaching its defenses. Could they truly succeed this time? Nevertheless, Princess Yongning turned to her subordinates and inquired, "What is the current movement of the Yan army?" "Your Highness, according to reports from the scouts, the Yan army seems to be gathering their forces." "Are they truly preparing for a siege?" A frown creased the princess's brow as confusion clouded her thoughts. "Issue orders for the entire army to be on high alert for the next fortnight. We must not afford the Yan army any opportunities. Furthermore, keep a close watch on Xining. If the Yan army does commence their siege, then Xin Ying's assertions will prove accurate. I may have to regard him with greater seriousness." "Yes, Your Highness," her subordinate replied respectfully before departing to execute her commands. At that moment, Princess Yongning turned to see the soldiers previously defeated by Xining and the Li siblings kneeling on the ground. With a cold voice, she asked, "Do you understand your crimes?" "We acknowledge our misdeeds, but that young man was undeniably disrespectful to Your Highness." One soldier attempted to defend himself, only to be cut off by Princess Yongning. "Enough. It seems you lot have lingered too long in my presence and have lost your battlefield valor. From this day forth, you shall guard the city gates." The soldiers turned pale, perhaps feeling a twinge of regret. Had they approached that young man with decorum, they might not have found themselves in such a predicament. They had not anticipated that he would be such a formidable adversary. Now reassigned to the city walls, they were effectively relegated to the front lines. While their lives were of secondary concern, their chances of advancement were now severely diminished upon leaving the princess's side. Thus, they lowered their heads and murmured, "We obey." They had no other choice. Night fell swiftly. Xining remained in his chamber, gazing out the window. He had no intention of sleeping tonight. Instead, he continued to contemplate his destination after departing North Fort City the following day. His mission to transport supplies had been accomplished. And unless Emperor Zhou issued a new decree, no one could impede his departure, at least not with justifiable grounds. In truth, Xining was reluctant to return to Jiangnan after this journey. The Xin family had emerged and could no longer confine themselves to Jiangnan. This expedition had been a trial for him. Though fraught with challenges, it had posed little threat overall, save for the incident with the Qing king. It was precisely because of that encounter that Xining began to grasp the intricacies of courtly strife. Now, he pondered two potential destinations. The first was the capital, where his sister Xin Wanqing was working to expand the Xin family's influence. Moreover, there was the promise made by Liang Feishui. However, the capital was fraught with peril. The Qing king's previous test had already indicated that not everyone in the capital would welcome him. The second option was Yunzhou, home to Taiyuan Academy and Zhou Wanshu. Yunzhou remained a blank slate for the Xin family, thus offering numerous opportunities for Xining should he choose to go there. Of the three provinces in the Great Zhou, only Qingzhou was off-limits due to the ambiguous stance of the Qing king, which rendered it particularly dangerous. Therefore, this night was crucial for Xining to decide his next course of action. As for North Fort City,
He trusted his informant and believed they would not deceive him. After all, they had provided him with invaluable assistance, rendering any deception unnecessary. Furthermore, there was little to be gained from misleading him, nor would he suffer any losses. He would inevitably leave North Fort City. This was merely a matter of leaving a day early. Just then, a knock echoed at Xin Ying's door. He opened it to find Li Qingqing. Her expression fraught with urgency. Realizing something was amiss, he asked, "What has happened?" "Master Shen, look outside." Following her gaze, Xining beheld rising smoke signals emanating from the city gates. Simultaneously, he could hear distant cries from the center of the city. Fixing his gaze in that direction, he finally uttered, "The Yan army has launched their siege." At that moment, Princess Yongning was similarly roused by the commotion outside. She had just stepped into the courtyard when several soldiers rushed before her, their faces smeared with soot. "Your Highness, it is dire. The Yan army is upon us." The princess's countenance darkened. "What of it?" "They are not unfamiliar with siege warfare." "Do they truly believe they can breach our defenses this time?" Earlier that day, she had already ordered her subordinates to finalize their defensive preparations. She was well prepared. The Yan army's assault would merely lead to senseless attrition on their part. Yet, the soldier, head bowed and with a sorrowful expression, replied, "Your Highness, the southern gate has fallen. The Yan army is relentlessly attacking our southern defenses, and we have lost our advantage in holding the city. Our troops are sacrificing themselves to plug the breach at the southern gate. It won't be long before the Yan army breaks through, our casualties are mounting." Princess Yongning's face paled at his words, her voice trembling with disbelief. "How is this possible? Why has the southern gate fallen?" She could scarcely comprehend how a breach could form in the defenses of North Fort City. "I do not know," the soldier shook his head, despair evident on his face. "All I know is that during the Yan army's assault tonight, the southern gate was suddenly opened. I suspect there may be traitors within the city." Princess Yongning seized upon this thought, her mind racing. The southern gate could only have been opened by someone within, allowing the Yan army entry. They had truly come prepared. "What should we do now? Where is General Chen?" she inquired. "General Chen is unaccounted for," came the reply. Taking a deep breath, Princess Yongning resolved, "No matter what, we must hold the southern gate. We cannot allow the Yan army to breach the city. I have already identified the traitor among us. You go ahead while I eliminate this threat. The North Fort City must not fall. As long as the city stands, so too shall its people. Even if it means sacrificing everyone within, I shall ensure the city is defended. I shall obey." At this moment, within Xin Ying's quarters, his expression grew grave. The very situation he had dreaded had come to pass. The Yan army was indeed laying siege tonight. He could not have foreseen this, as he had planned to leave the next day. It seemed fate had other designs. Now that events had unfolded, his focus must shift from lamentation to self-preservation. Turning to the Li siblings behind him, he asked solemnly, "What do you intend to do now?" Li Hong pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, "If the city falls, I will carve a bloody path for you, master, to ensure your safety. I only hope that you will spare my sister and lift the sword seal." "Brother." Li Qingqing tugged at her brother's sleeve. Yet, Xining replied coolly, "You wield but a single sword, how can you possibly withstand the might of thousands?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Hong gazed at his sister with a tender expression, avowing resolutely, "So long as my sister remains unharmed, what do I care for a myriad of troops?" Xining cast a profound glance at Li Hong before sighing softly. "The bond between siblings is inviolable. How could it be severed? Otherwise, how could a sword imprint control the two of them?" Xining, gazing into the distance, suggested, "Later, we shall act according to the situation. To abscond amidst the chaos is also an option." In truth, Xining had already surmised that the Yan army had come prepared. The city's fall was merely a matter of time. However, before Xining could initiate any further action, he sensed a surge of murderous intent from afar. A figure hurtled toward Xin Ying's position, brandishing a golden spear. A cultivator in the self-cultivation realm. A realm higher than Xin Ying's. Li Hong and Li Qingqing also detected this murderous aura. Li Hong reacted swiftly, drawing his sword to parry the blow. The clang of weapons echoed through the air. Li Hong staggered backward, barely maintaining his footing.
He was also in the realm of sensory connection, though nearing the self-cultivation realm. Nevertheless, deflecting this attack for Shining proved arduous.
Xin Ying's gaze deepened as he fixed his eyes on the attacker, uttering in a solemn tone, "Your Highness."
What is the meaning of this?
Indeed, the one who attacked was none other than Princess Jiangnan.
Princess Jiangnan stood before Shining, retorting icily, "Shining, was it you? Is it you who has been informing the Yan army, leading to their siege tonight?"
Princess Jiangnan scrutinized Shining intently, suspecting him of being the mole. Shining had mentioned the siege during the day, and that very night, the Yan army launched their assault.
Moreover, all had been tranquil before Xin Ying's arrival. Coincidentally, war erupted upon his arrival, too convenient. However, the truth was, it was merely a coincidence. Upon hearing Princess Jiangnan's words, Shining spat out a contemptuous epithet, "Imbecile." "What did you say?" Princess Jiangnan's aura flared, poised to strike again. Shining countered, "If I were truly the traitor, why would I have alerted you? Furthermore, I hail from the south, how could I conspire with the Yan army from so far away? You have been monitoring me constantly. How could I transmit messages and allow the Yan army to enter the city?" Xin Ying's threefold interrogation left Princess Jiangnan speechless. He continued, "I warned you during the day. But none of you believed me.
Were it not for your Highness's surveillance, I would have long departed from this northern frontier city,
instead of remaining here to await death alongside you."
Princess Jiangnan began to realize the inconsistencies in her suspicions.
Yet, she remained perplexed, questioning resentfully. "Then how did you learn of the Yan army's impending siege? Even I was unaware of such intelligence."
Shining retorted sharply, "Your Highness, instead of dwelling on this,
why not focus on defending the city?
The Yan army is on the verge of breaching the walls, yet you are preoccupied with such matters.
Seek out the true traitor instead." "The true traitor?"
Princess Jiangnan murmured, lowering her spear. Shining now regarded the princess with a single word, "Fool." He wondered how she commanded troops, fearing that if all Zhou generals were like her, the nation would be doomed. However, trapped within the city himself, Shining could only advise, at this juncture, whoever disappears is the traitor who allowed the Yan army to enter.
Do you not comprehend? A simple truth.
But the Yan army's surprise attack had thrown Princess Jiangnan into disarray, clouding her judgment. Xin Ying's words cut through the fog.
Princess Jiangnan finally understood, exclaiming, "It's Chen Shang,
the northern frontier city's garrison commander." Meanwhile, outside the city, Yan General Wu Chen personally donned his armor, his gaze as sharp and fierce as a tiger's. Although the Yan army was still engaged in a fierce siege, a breach had been made, and the city's fall was imminent.
At that moment, a man appeared before Wu Chen, none other than Chen Shang. Chen Shang knelt, bowing respectfully, "Greetings, General."
Wu Chen glanced at Chen Shang, his expression unchanged,
and said indifferently, "You have done well.
For this defeat of the Zhou army, you, the garrison commander of this northern frontier city, shall be credited with the greatest achievement." Chen Shang had not been stationed at the northern frontier city for long, having been transferred there when the war was temporarily suspended.
However, unbeknownst to anyone,
Chen Shang had already been bought by the Yan state, becoming a traitor. Tonight, he had secretly redeployed the guards at the south gate and opened the gate as the Yan army attacked. Thus, the Yan army advanced irresistibly, the northern frontier city becoming theirs for the taking. This was why Wu Chen was so confident in capturing the city. Having opened the city gate, Chen Shang had taken advantage of the chaos to slip away, knowing that after the Yan army entered, none within the city would survive. A glint shone in Chen Shang's eyes as he licked his lips, saying, "General,
I have secured the northern frontier city for you. As for what you promised,
in this mortal realm, all strive for their own benefit."
Chen Shang,
a citizen of Zhou, had committed treasonous acts solely for the irresistible gains promised by Wu Chen.
Wu Chen nodded, his voice suddenly turning sinister. "Very well. I shall grant you what I promised."
But in the next instant, Wu Chen's spear pierced through Chen Shang's chest. Chen Shang stared in disbelief at the blood gushing from his chest, struggling to look up.
"General, why?" Wu Chen said coldly, "Traitors deserve death. You can betray Zhou for your own gain. If I, Yan, were to spare you, you would betray Yan as well. Death is the only fitting end for your kind." Chen Sheng's eyes widened, unable to comprehend, but it was too late for him to think. He collapsed, dying in regret and bitterness.
As he fell, the northern frontier city before him was breached. Yan cavalry stormed through the city gates, charging within. Wu Chen cast aside his spear, drew the sword from his waist, and roared, "Soldiers, follow me and slay! Kill! 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 Kill!"
Meanwhile, within the city,
the fall of the south gate of the northern frontier city triggered a massive chain reaction.
the east, west,
and north gates fell in succession after the south gate was breached.
The resulting chain reaction was enormous.
Yan troops poured into the city, and the Zhou army, leaderless, began to crumble, unable to resist the Yan cavalry. The Yan army pillaged like marauding bandits, slaughtering not only the defending soldiers but also innocent civilians.
Wherever they went, rivers of blood flowed.
They were butchers and executioners to the people of Zhou, but in Yan, they were warriors and heroes.
In the city center,
within the manor, Princess Jiangnan had finally grasped the situation after Xin Ying's advice. But it was too late, and Princess Jiangnan realized this as well.
Before she could act,
several soldiers, their armor stained with blood, burst through the door.
They knelt before Princess Jiangnan, lamenting, "Your Highness, quickly, leave. The Yan army has breached the city. It's too late if you don't leave now."
Hearing this, Princess Jiangnan took 2 steps back, suddenly feeling dizzy. After steadying herself, she bit her lip and asked,
"How is that possible? Even if the south gate fell, how could they enter the city so quickly? General Chen has surrendered. The soldiers have lost all morale and can no longer withstand the onslaught."
"Your Highness, the princess, you must flee at once. If you do not leave now,
there will be no chance left."
Upon hearing these words, Xin Ying's expression darkened. The very scenario he dreaded had come to pass. Clenching the H-Nexio sword tightly in his grip, he realized that all his calculations were in vain. The only option left was to carve a bloody path through the enemy. At that moment, Princess Jiangnan's gaze shifted from despair to determination.
"No. I cannot leave. If I abandon my post, what will become of the tens of thousands of innocent souls in Beisai City?" she declared. "Bring me my armor."
The soldiers remained unmoved, urging her instead, "Your Highness, you must go.
Please, flee." Stepping forward, Xin Ying coldly interjected, "If I am not mistaken,
the very populace you speak of will be slaughtered by the forces of Yan tonight. This is beyond your power to change. You should consider how to survive. As a princess, should you fall into the hands of Yan, I need not elaborate on your fate."
With that,
Xin Ying turned his back on the princess and walked away, followed closely by Li Hong and Li Qingqing.
However, as Xin Ying exited, the sounds of battle grew louder, echoing ever closer.
Groups of Yan soldiers charged forward, their bloodlust blinding them to reason, driven solely by a thirst for carnage.
Upon spotting Xin Ying,
they raised their bloodied blades, interpreting him and his companions as mere corpses waiting to be claimed.
Yet, in an instant,
a flash of cold light erupted as the H-Nexio sword was unsheathed. The intertwining energies of sword intent surged forth simultaneously.
In a heartbeat,
crimson lines appeared across the throats of the soldiers, who slowly crumpled to the ground. After dispatching these foes, Xin Ying wasted no time, declaring,
"We break through the northern gate."
The main force of the Yan army was concentrated at the southern gate, while the only glimmer of hope lay in the north. They could not afford to delay, the Yan troops would soon arrive. As for Princess Jiangnan, Xin Ying had already mentally branded her as a fool. Her desire to die in battle was of no concern to him, her actions could serve to draw fire away from him. Xin Ying was no savior. In these turbulent times, self-preservation was the ultimate truth. Indeed, such behavior was not uncommon among soldiers on the battlefield. However, as a princess making such a choice, regardless of her fate, be it death or capture, would be a significant blow to the state of Zhou. This was due to her status, not her character.
Soon, Xin Ying and the Li siblings began to carve their way through the encirclement.
Along the way, they felled numerous Yan soldiers in their desperate bid for escape. Especially Li Hong, with each swing of his sword embodying his yearning for life, while keeping Li Qingqing shielded behind him. He was determined to survive, but even more so, he wished to ensure his sister's safety. Fate had been cruel, having narrowly escaped from the Tianjin sect, they found themselves ensnared in yet another dire predicament. Thus, the three, armed with their swords, fought their way through a river of blood, reaching the northern gate.
However, what awaited them was the elite of the Yan forces.
The northern gate had long since fallen under Yan control, with hundreds standing guard before it. The pursuers were closing in behind them.
And the three found themselves surrounded by the Yan army.
Shining tightened his grip on the Hnexio sword and solemnly stated, "We fight."
It is a desperate gamble.
Yet Li Hong took a deep breath, his eyes reddening as he spoke. "Lord Shin, I will carve a path for you.
Please, take my sister and escape. If we survive this, I ask that you lift the seal on my sister's sword mark. After this, we will owe you nothing."
Each word was spoken with the weight of acceptance of his fate.
"Brother, what are you planning to do?" Li Qingqing cried out. "You can't."
Shining echoed, "There are too many, relying on Li Hong alone is not enough." To their surprise, Li Hong merely glanced at Li Qingqing. A smile breaking through his grim demeanor, as he softly said, "Qingqing, live well." Then he stepped forward, raising his sword high. His voice rang out with unwavering resolve, answering Xin Ying's doubts. "Lord Shin, whether this is possible is not for you to decide.
I say it is possible. So it shall be."
Suddenly, Li Hong's aura surged, revealing no sign of his earlier injuries. The sword in his hand began to emanate a powerful sword intent. Sharp blades of energy swirling around him.
He was breaking through. Shining quickly sensed that something was amiss with Li Hong. His presence had escalated from the peak of the Tongdan realm to the Xioshan realm.
"Brother!" Li Qingqing shouted, trying to halt Li Hong, but Shining held her back.
"Now! Receive my sword." Li Hong leaped into the air, his sword transforming into a colossal shadow. The Yan soldiers blocking the gate did not yield an inch.
They were warriors, unyielding even in the face of death.
"Kill!"
The war cries of the Yan soldiers clashed with Li Hong's resolve. The massive sword shadow descended, resulting in a tremendous explosion upon impact. The soldiers standing guard at the gate were forcibly torn apart, creating a gap.
"Run!" Li Hong yelled. Xin Ying, equally determined,
wielded the Hnexio sword with relentless fervor, sword energy swirling around him.
Illusory sword technique. Qi returning meditation technique.
As both swordplay and mental discipline harmonized,
each Yan soldier who dared approach him met their demise.
Yet, Shining knew his strength would not last much longer.
Chapter 99, A Life and Death Struggle.
The might of the Qianyuan map Shining and the Li siblings were all cultivators, wielding swords capable of vanquishing foes.
Yet the relentless onslaught of the Yan army forced them to carve out a bloody path.
Li Hong, driven by the desire to protect his sister, single-handedly breached the northern gate's defenses, his body now drenched in blood, both that of enemies and his own.
Li Qingqing and Shining stood back to back, collectively fending off the surrounding adversaries.
Shining utilized every ounce of his knowledge without reservation, but his vital energy was rapidly depleting.
Simultaneously, an icy chill began to emanate from him.
Due to his cold affliction, Shining could not endure prolonged combat, which was his greatest vulnerability.
Yet,
the duo had arrived at the city gate, and it appeared the Yan army had recognized the extraordinary nature of these three, as their crossbows were at the ready, prepared to unleash their lethal projectiles. With a single stroke, Li Hong shattered the city gate, wiping the blood from his face as he spoke. "Go, you must leave first.
I will hold them off." "Brother, I cannot." "Listen. Qingqing, you must survive. This is my final request." A pale smile crept across Li Hong's face.
At that moment, Shining gritted his teeth, his complexion growing increasingly ashen. The cold aura radiated from him, rendering his limbs frigid.
Li Hong's determination signified his last hope.
Finally, Shining turned to Li Hong and spoke, "Thank you, O my lord, take my sister away."
Li Hong was Xin Ying's beacon of hope, just as Shining was for Li Qingqing. He entrusted Li Qingqing to Shining, seemingly standing as a barrier against the enemy.
Despite the profound sorrow engulfing her, Li Qingqing's remaining rationality urged her to heed her brother's words. This slim chance of survival had been carved out by her brother.
She could not linger here. Remaining would lead to utter ruin.
She understood everything in her heart. Li Hong was the most significant person in Li Qingqing's life, they depended on each other.
Now,
Facing despair, her emotions told her she could not abandon her brother, they would die together. However, reason dictated that her brother did not wish for her demise. She could not perish. Yet, in this moment, she needed to trust her logic. If she died, it would be what her brother dreaded, rendering all his sacrifices meaningless. Thus, she must not die. Suppressing her anguish and tears, Li Qingqing turned to Shining and declared, "My lord Shin, we will fight our way out." Shining summoned the last remnants of his vital energy and replied softly, "Very well, we will break through." Li Hong, hearing their resolve, felt a weight lift from his heart. His sword was drawn once more, releasing his final roar. "Come, let us perish together." The aura of his cultivation surged forth once again. Li Hong's eyes reddened, sword energy swirling around him. Yet, this was not a realm of chivalry, but a battlefield where no one would engage him in fair combat, only the stark outcome of life and death awaited. Witnessing Li Hong's formidable presence, the Yan army refrained from a direct charge, opting instead to unleash a volley of arrows. Some projectiles were deflected by Li Hong's sword energy, yet he was still pierced by many. However, Li Hong did not retreat, the sword intent emanating from him grew ever more potent, a final glimmer of his vitality. In his life's waning moments, Li Hong unleashed his ultimate strike. The sword energy exploded forth, obstructing hundreds of Yan soldiers, momentarily stunning them. As he turned once more, Shining and Li Qingqing fought their way through the encirclement. A smile graced Li Hong's lips as he gradually collapsed, knowing his mission was accomplished. As his body fell, a deluge of arrows descended, ending his life. Outside the city, Shining and Li Qingqing had broken through the northern gate, yet the Yan army still surrounded them. Xinying's Hanqiao sword had transformed from its original blue-white hue to a deep crimson, stained with the blood of enemies. But he had reached his limits. After dispatching an approaching Yan soldier, Li Qingqing anxiously exclaimed, "My lord Shin, we cannot escape. We are completely surrounded by the Yan army. This city is fated to be slaughtered." They could only forge a path with their swords. However, Shining and Li Qingqing were merely at the perceptive realm. And though Li Hong had momentarily staved off the Yan soldiers within the city with his flesh and blood, the forces outside continued to wear them down. Li Qingqing bore numerous wounds, while Shinying's energy reserves had been depleted. The cold surged within him, extinguishing his final flicker of hope. Gradually, they found themselves encircled by dozens of armored Yan soldiers, their murderous intent palpable. Li Qingqing stood back to back with Shining, her beautiful face devoid of despair. Only a fierce unwillingness remained. Ultimately, she felt she had let her brother down, failing to survive. In this dire predicament, Shining slowly sheathed the Hanqiao sword, his gaze inscrutable. Believing he was about to surrender, Li Qingqing closed her eyes, bracing herself for her tragic fate. Yet, facing the encroaching Yan soldiers, Shining rasped, "There is no way out. Let us fight to the end." All remaining cards were laid bare in that moment. He revealed the Qianyuan map and the old Taoist scroll, his final trump card and sole chance of survival. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Shining infused his energy into the Qianyuan map. The floating map and scroll began to merge, a wave of energy radiating outward. The Qianyuan map emitted a golden light, piercing through the darkness. At that moment, everyone in Beisai City witnessed this radiant glow and sensed the commotion. Shining stood at the center of the brilliance. Turning to Li Qingqing, he shouted, "If you wish to live, pour your energy into it." Li Qingqing bit her lip, confusion clouding her mind. Yet she complied with Shinying's instructions. Her sword energy surged into the Qianyuan map, causing the light to intensify. The scroll and the Qianyuan map began to fuse into one. With this convergence came a tremendous upheaval. The surrounding Yan soldiers attempted to intervene, but the blinding light rendered them unable to open their eyes. In an instant, a sensation of spatial distortion enveloped Shining, and he felt the world around him shift dramatically. He was uncertain of what was transpiring, but he understood that the Qianyuan map was his greatest asset, one he could no longer conceal. However, the effects of this unprecedented event exceeded his expectations. The brilliance enveloped him, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and the cold energy within him erupted. Shining lost consciousness. Approximately 10 breaths later, the light outside Beisai City faded. Yet, before the Yan soldiers, there was naught but emptiness, only a ground soaked in blood remained. The commotion outside had similarly impacted those within the city. The Yan soldiers, who had been engaged in slaughter, were taken aback by the spectacle. Yan General Wu Chen, having just slain a soldier from the Zhou kingdom, turned his gaze toward the source of the disturbance. Wu Chen had never witnessed such a scene, his eyes sharpened as he spoke slowly, that is. However, before he could contemplate further, a figure burst forth from the encirclement. Covered in blood and disheveled, it was none other than Princess Jiangnan. She did not retreat, choosing instead to fight to the death. Of course, it was equally likely that she had missed her optimal opportunity to withdraw and could no longer escape. Her gaze met Wu Chen's, filled with regret. Wu Chen said nothing, merely gesturing with his hand. A horde of Yan soldiers surged forward. Amidst the chaos, Princess Jiangnan found herself surrounded by a mere handful of wounded guards, utterly incapable of facing her formidable adversary. Moments later, she stood alone, declaring her defeat. "I have lost," she murmured, relinquishing her weapon and closing her eyes. "The Princess of Zhou is nothing remarkable," Wu Chen remarked, his tone laced with arrogance. Though the defeat seemed unexpected, upon reflection, it appeared that everything was predestined. Princess Jiangnan, a woman capable of commanding troops and defending a city, could hardly be deemed unworthy. Yet, her opponent was none other than Wu Chen, the Grand General of the Great Yan, a military deity. Who is Wu Chen, you may ask? His strategies, decisiveness, and tactical acumen are unparalleled. He even defied the Empress's decree, choosing to raise the city for the sake of Yan. It was not that Princess Jiangnan lacked strength, but rather that her opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. Few in the entire Zhou kingdom could rival Wu Chen, and while General Liang from the capital might be one, Princess Jiangnan certainly was not among them. Furthermore, Chen Shang's betrayal was completely unforeseen. The assault on the city was as much a psychological warfare as a physical one. And this was the true terror of Wu Chen. As Princess Jiangnan discarded her weapon, the surrounding Yan soldiers momentarily froze, mistakenly believing she was about to surrender. Unexpectedly, she swiftly drew a dagger from her bosom and aimed it at her own throat, a final act of dignity as a princess. However, Wu Chen appeared to have anticipated this moment. He struck with lethal precision, forcing the dagger from her grasp. "Do not let her die," he commanded coldly. The soldiers of Yan swiftly surged forward, restraining Princess Jiangnan. A fleeting shadow crossed Wu Chen's gaze as he turned his eyes toward the distant south. Aware that the siege of Beisai was merely the beginning, and his sights were set on the entirety of the southern territories. Behind him, flames erupted, and the air was filled with screams and roars. This night, Beisai would descend into a realm of slaughter. Meanwhile, far away in the capital of Yan, the Empress found herself unable to sleep, acutely aware that momentous events were unfolding. Her thoughts were consumed by the fate of her nation, particularly the impending conflict at Beisai. Yet, inexplicably, her mind was preoccupied with one individual, the little one. The Empress had never been so concerned for anyone before and pondered where that little one might be tonight. Previously, she had made an exception by relaying information to Shening and issued an edict forbidding the massacre of the city after its breach. Even if he was within Beisai, his chances of survival were quite high. At worst, he would be captured. As a sovereign, she would ensure his safety thereafter. Still, a foreboding feeling gnawed at her heart. Suddenly, the record in her possession illuminated with a golden light. The Empress widened her eyes, for the pallor of shock graced her visage for the first time. Her delicate hands gripped the record tightly, as if sensing something profound. After a brief silence, she opened her eyes, her aura erupting and sending tremors throughout the palace. Her personal maid, sensing the shift in energy, rushed to her side. Upon confirming the Empress's well-being, the maid breathed a sigh of relief, then knelt and murmured, "Your Majesty." The oppressive aura emanating from the Empress enveloped the entire palace as she gazed at the maid, her voice steady yet laden with gravity. "I ask you, did my decree ever reach Wu Chen?" The command to spare the city was meant to protect him. Yet now, he found himself in dire straits. And the Qianyuan map had become his last lifeline. This was not the outcome the Empress had envisioned. The maid trembled, her heart racing as she replied. "General Wu received your Majesty's edict, but what?" The Empress pressed. "The maid has just been informed by General Wu to relay to your Majesty that he will not adhere to the imperial command in his current situation." Upon hearing this, The maid felt an overwhelming sensation of suffocation, as if the very air had been stolen from her lungs. The source of this oppressive energy was the Empress herself. Just as the maid believed death was imminent, the suffocating aura began to dissipate. "Your Majesty, spare my life." The Empress's countenance darkened. Her exquisite features shadowed with discontent. Known for her composure, she was now visibly shaken. "Wu Chen, such a Wu Chen," she spoke slowly. She understood that Beisai had fallen, and it would soon be a sight of utter carnage. Meanwhile, the fate of that little one remained uncertain. Now intertwined with the Qianyuan map, would it be enough to preserve a life? The Empress scrutinized the record in her hands, although her murderous intent had gradually subsided. The maid dared not lift her gaze. Having served the Empress for many years, she recognized the calm before the storm. To anger her sovereign meant certain death for all. In the Great Zhou, at Taiyun Academy, an aged figure stirred from slumber. The contemporary sage of Confucianism opened his weary eyes. Gazing toward the north, his thoughts swirling. At that moment, the sage of books entered, somewhat flustered. Upon seeing the sage, he inquired, "Master, what was that radiant light from the north?" "The 7 principles have manifested," the sage of Confucianism replied in a frail voice. Aware of the significance of the 7 principles map, the sage of books' eyes flickered. He replied solemnly, "Master, the emergence of the 7 principles map cannot bode well for this world." "Whether it is good or ill remains to be seen," the sage of Confucianism said. Closing his eyes once more, returning to a state of tranquility as if nothing had transpired. "Master, what shall we do?" the sage of books asked, holding a differing perspective on the 7 principles map. Yet, he understood that his insights could not rival those of his master. "Let it unfold naturally," the sage of Confucianism instructed. The sage of books fell silent. Not far away, Zhou Wanchu also noticed the light emanating from the north. A hint of concern flickered in her beautiful eyes as she softly murmured, "Shining, is that you?"